Chapter 1. To live towards death. The cold wind howled, and dark clouds loomed over the city. Upon a magnificent altar rested 3 bronze cauldrons, brimming with sumptuous offerings. Today marks the grand ceremony for the younger generation of the Yi family to awaken their fighting spirits. Standing at the forefront with his head held high was a strikingly handsome youth, exuding confidence and an air of superiority. His name is Yi Tianran, the most prodigiously gifted genius in the history of the Yi family. The family had long designated him as the future patriarch. The Duke of Taiyan, from the fiefdom of Wuzhou, had even betrothed his daughter to Yi Tianran, awaiting the day he would awaken his fighting spirit to select an auspicious date for their wedding. Tianran Gij, I have a premonition that you will awaken the most powerful 9-star fighting spirit. A beautiful young woman, with a graceful figure, stood beside Yi Tianran, her face radiant with a smile. She was none other than Li Ningxiu, the princess of the duke's household. Princess speaks truly. A young man clad in white attire and boots chimed in with a smile. The young master possesses extraordinary talent and is very likely to create an unprecedented miracle in a millennium. His name is Yi Qifeng, another talented individual cultivated by the Yi family. Yet his talents pale in comparison to Yi Tianran's, rendering their statuses incomparable. Thus, he remained ever respectful and complimentary towards Yi Tianran, regardless of the situation. Fourth cousin is too kind, Yi Tianran humbly replied. In all of Wuzhou, no one has awakened a 9-star fighting spirit in nearly 10,000 years. Even I may not be able to achieve it. Ceremony complete. We invite the young master. At that moment, the grand elder of the Yi family on the altar called out in a resounding voice. Instantly, all eyes in the crowd converged on Yi Tianran. Among the younger generation of the Yi family, the vast majority looked up to him as a target of aspiration, filled with admiration, respect, and envy. Yet a small faction, harboring dark thoughts, felt an overwhelming jealousy towards Yi Tianran, even loathing him to the core, secretly cursing him, hoping his awakened fighting spirit would not be too formidable. Wow! Under the gaze of the multitude, Yi Tianran ascended the altar. He placed his hands upon the central fighting spirit totem of the altar. Immediately, a mysterious and profound power surged forth, enveloping Yi Tianran in a sacred white light. Soon, the white light dissipated, yet Yi Tianran's fighting spirit failed to manifest. The scene fell into an eerie silence. After a moment of hesitation, the Grand Elder solemnly announced, "Young Master Yi Tianran, awakening failure." Upon hearing this, those who had viewed Yi Tianran as a role model displayed expressions of disappointment and regret. Conversely, those who had secretly cursed him lost all restraint and unleashed a torrent of malicious ridicule. Failure to awaken means being worthless. Yi Tianran, O Yi Tianran, you too shall face this day. In the past, we could only look up to you, but soon enough, we shall surpass you and trample you beneath our feet. Yi Tianran, young Master Yi, your good days have come to an end. When a tree stands out in the forest, the wind will surely bring it down. Previously, Yi Tianran had shone too brightly, his brilliance too pronounced. It was only natural that he would attract envy. Yet until now, no one dared to express such feelings openly. Now that Yi Tianran had failed to awaken, those individuals felt emboldened. Amidst the mocking laughter of the crowd, Yi Tianran descended the altar, his expression dazed. How strange! Yi Tianran was certain he had awakened his fighting spirit. Yet, the issue lies in the fact that fighting spirits possess specific forms but demonic beasts, elemental attributes, or divine weapons. However, Yi Tianran's fighting spirit was formless and void, lacking any distinctive aura or presence. Most critically, Yi Tianran could not elicit the power of his fighting spirit. Speechless, at this moment, the smiles on Li Ningxiu and Yi Kaifeng's faces had completely vanished, replaced by disdain and contemptuous glances. Subsequently, other young members of the Yi family took to the stage. The Grand Elder's voice rang out repeatedly. Yi Linshi awakens 2-star fighting spirit, 9-colored spirit charm. Yi Hao awakens 3-star fighting spirit, flame heaven battle blade. Yi Jiu awakens 1-star fighting spirit, rampaging leopard. Ha, truly amusing. Yi Qifeng could not help but laugh. Even that waste Yi Jiu has awakened a fighting spirit, Yi Tianran. Oh, Yi Tianran, you are even inferior to a waste. Clearly, Yi Kaifeng's previous reverence was a mere fraud. Among the Yi family, the one who wished for Yi Tianran's fall the most was Yi Qifeng. While others cursed Yi Tianran to awaken a weak fighting spirit, Yi Qifeng had not once refrained from wishing for his demise. And now, he shed his pretense, revealing his true colors. Yi Tianran's face grew solemn, wordless. He understood well that speaking to someone so fickle was futile. Seeing Yi Tianran's silence, Li Ningxiu felt her pride wounded, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. Princess, wait! Yi Qifeng interjected with a smile. Do you not wish to see what star level of fighting spirit I will awaken? Li Ningxiu paused momentarily, halting her steps. It was well known that Yi Qifeng was also a genius of the Yi family, and his awakening was indeed highly anticipated. If you can awaken a 5-star fighting spirit, my father will surely value you highly. Li Ningxiu remarked. Very well. Then I implore the princess to witness. Yi Qifeng, brimming with excitement, strode confidently onto the altar. Wow! Soon, a silver energy storm enveloped him entirely. Then, the energy rapidly coalesced into a silver turtle, resembling a small mountain. Yi Qifeng, awakened 6-star fighting spirit, mountain-shaking turtle. The Grand Elder's voice soared with excitement and surprise. Simultaneously, the audience erupted in astonished exclamations. A 6-star fighting spirit. Among the younger generation of Wuzhou, he could be considered outstanding. I initially thought Yi Qifeng could only awaken a 4-star, at most a 5-star fighting spirit. I never expected it to be 6-star. Lower your voices. We cannot dare to call Yi Qifeng by name now. He should be respectfully addressed as Cousin Qifeng, or even as Young Master Qifeng. Indeed, Yi Tianran, that waste, will undoubtedly be stripped of his position as Young Master, and Cousin Qifeng shall take his place. Congratulations. Li Ningxiu smiled as she approached Yi Qifeng, saying, Tonight, the Duke's household will host a feast if you are free. Do come, allowing my father to meet you. Thank you, Princess. I shall certainly be there on time. Yi Qifeng strutted, his chin held high, radiating pride. Ningxiu. Tonight Yi Tianran furrowed his brow, hesitating to continue. The feast was originally prepared to celebrate Yi Tianran's achievements. Yet now, it was Yi Qifeng who had become the guest of honor. Tonight, you need not come. My father values his reputation and would not wish to see you, Li Ningxiu replied coldly. And you? Yi Tianran softly asked. Will you still treat me as you did before? In the past, Yi Tianran and Li Ningxiu were undoubtedly a match made in heaven, deeply affectionate towards one another. At least Yi Tianran had been sincere, regarding Li Ningxiu as his beloved. Thus, at this moment, while he could disregard the Duke's attitude, he had to clarify Li Ningxiu's sentiments. People are divided into ranks. You are smart enough to know the answer without me saying it. Li Ningxiu cast Yi Tianran a disdainful glance, turning away without a backward glance. Ha! Yi Qifeng burst into laughter. People are divided into ranks. Failing to awaken a fighting spirit places you at the bottom. Worthless. Insect. Dregs. Even a dog is superior. To still wish for the princess' affection? You are too naive. Yi Tianran sighed softly. Father is right. Only when one reaches the end of the road can they truly see the hearts of men. Now that I have seen your ugly faces, it is not too late. How dare you speak to me like that? Yi Qifeng roared, raising his hand to strike Yi Tianran. At that moment, all eyes turned towards them. Smack! A resounding crack echoed, stunning the crowd. The one struck was none other than Yi Qifeng. In the blink of an eye, Yi Tianran sidestepped, easily evading Yi Kaifeng's slap. Then he retaliated with a swift slap, landing heavily on Yi Kaifeng's face. Ah! Yi Qifeng was sent crashing to the ground, his cheek instantly swollen and blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. Thud! Next, Yi Tianran stepped forward, planting his foot squarely on Yi Kaifeng's face. In a cold voice, he declared, regardless of the circumstances, I am still the young master of the Yi family. Your disrespect towards me could warrant your death at any moment. It was evident that Yi Qifeng had only just awakened his fighting spirit and was still unaware of how to wield it. On the other hand, Yi Tianran, possessing extraordinary talent, stood unparalleled among his peers, having endured countless battles for his family. In terms of strength, experience, and skill, he was comprehensively superior. Yi Tianran could undoubtedly crush Yi Qifeng. Dare you kill me? Though Yi Qifeng lay beneath Yi Tianran's foot, he refused to concede. I have awakened a 6-star fighting spirit. The future of the Yi family depends on me. Kill me, and you will face 1,000 tortures from the family. Boom! As the words left his lips, the Grand Elder on the altar soared into action, moving with the swiftness of a lightning bolt. And in an instant, he was upon Yi Tianran, delivering a crushing blow. Ugh! Yi Tianran hastily raised his hand to block. Yet his mortal frame proved utterly inadequate to withstand the powerful fist empowered by a 5-star Thunder Spirit Battle Soul. He was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily several yards away. Poof! A mouthful of blood erupted from Yi Tianran, clearly indicating he had sustained severe injuries. Ah, worthless fool! Those who cannot awaken their battle soul are nothing but utter failures. Yi Qifeng laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with a fierce, murderous intent. Do you have any last words? If not, I shall send you on your way this very moment. Wait! At that moment, the Grand Elder interjected. Although Yi Tianran has not awakened his battle soul, the position of young master must be confirmed by the family head personally. If you overstep your bounds and kill Yi Tianran, the family head may be displeased. That! Yi Qifeng's expression faltered for a moment. Then he sneered coldly. Very well, the family head will return in a month. By then, there will be no need to depose Yi Tianran. I shall personally issue a challenge and brutally slay him on the death arena. According to family rules, even the family head cannot protect him. The Yi family upheld a tradition. Anyone who defied the family head or young master could issue a challenge, and victory would grant them the right to take their place. If a challenge occurred on the death arena, one of the combatants must perish. Thus, Yi Qifeng preferred to wait for the family head's return rather than risk being accused of preemptively eliminating Yi Tianran and facing punishment. He sought to eliminate Yi Tianran in a grand and legitimate manner, thereby establishing his authority and rightfully ascending to the young master's throne. Moreover, in a month's time, Yi Qifeng would be proficient in wielding his battle soul, making it easier to kill Yi Tianran than slaying a chicken. Waste! Do you dare accept my challenge? Yi Qifeng sneered, his tone dripping with arrogance. I accept your challenge. We shall meet on the death arena in a month. Yi Tianran made his decision without hesitation. To live on like a useless wretch was far less appealing than to die gloriously in battle. At least he would not bring shame to his parents. Afterward, Yi Tianran, bearing his grievous injuries, departed the scene. A few young members of the Yi family attempted to assist him, but they shrank back at a glare from Yi Qifeng. Upon returning to his residence, Yi Tianran discovered that all the servants and maids had vanished without a trace. The house was in disarray as if it had been ransacked, and all valuables had disappeared without a hint. Young master, you have finally returned. At that moment, a remarkably beautiful girl rushed to Yi Tianran's side, her exquisite features marred by tears. She lamented, "Everyone in the household has betrayed you upon hearing of your failed awakening, stealing the valuable possessions and aligning themselves with Yi Qifeng. Those disloyal ones are of no use to me. Let them go." Yi Tianran asked calmly, "Lingzhu, why do you not leave? My life was saved by you, young master. Over the years, you have treated me like a sister. If I were to leave now, would I not be lower than a pig or a dog?" Lingzhu replied resolutely, "Good sister." Having just plummeted from the heavens into an abyss of despair, amidst the betrayal and uncertainty, Lingzhu's willingness to remain by his side during this tumultuous time warmed Yi Tianran's heart. "Do not call me young master any longer," Yi Tianran said. "You may call me by my name, or brother if you wish." "Well," Lingzhu hesitated slightly before softly uttering, "Brother." "Very well, I must now tend to my wounds. Please tidy up the room and rest early." Yi Tianran affectionately ruffled Lingzhu's hair before retreating to his chamber. "Why can I not manifest my battle soul despite having awakened it? Why can I exert not even the slightest bit of power? Is it possible that I have awakened a worthless battle soul? Seated in the disheveled room, despair weighed heavily on Yi Tianran's heart. In a month, he was destined to perish. Yet, more unbearable than death was the thought that he could never reunite with his parents. 3 years prior, in the far northern wilderness, an ancient relic emerged. Yi Tianran's parents ventured to the relic in search of fortune, but never returned. Afterward, rumors spread throughout the martial world that the ancient relic served as a gateway to the sacred realm of battle. All along, Yi Tianran's greatest aspiration had been to awaken a powerful battle soul, surpass his parents in cultivation, and then visit that ancient relic to uncover its mysteries. Thus, despite his prodigious talent, he worked harder than anyone, striving relentlessly. However, reality dealt him a cruel blow. A worthless battle soul. This was a direct sentence of death. It rendered all his previous efforts into mere illusions. The goal he had pursued for so long became a forever unattainable dream. Poof! Overcome with rage and frustration, Yi Tianran could not help but spit out another mouthful of blood. This time, the blood was far more severe. Clearly, his injuries were worsening. Whirl! Just then, the blood he expelled began to coalesce before him, gradually forming a crimson vortex. Could this be? Yi Tianran was taken aback, his hand trembling as he reached out. The moment he touched the crimson vortex, he was instantly engulfed within it. He soon found himself in a vast realm shrouded in blood mist, boundless and infinite. As Yi Tianran inadvertently inhaled some of the blood mist, he felt an immediate alleviation of his injuries. After a brief moment of focused breathing, his body was completely healed. At that instant, a melodious, ethereal voice resonated through the space. After 8,000 years, I have finally awaited a genius of imperial bloodline. Yi Tianran inquired with suspicion. Who are you? How did you come to reside within my battle soul? Others call me the Blood Reaper Battle Ancestor. You may refer to me as your ancestor. The voice, although sounding like that of a young girl, was authoritative and commanding. Yi Tianran found it difficult to utter the title ancestor. The girl continued. Furthermore, this is the battle soul space, created by my chaotic Blood Reaper battle soul. Not your battle soul. Then where is my battle soul? Yi Tianran pressed urgently. Consumed, the girl replied calmly. To be frank, I have been sealed in a special place, relying solely on the art of wandering souls to project a minuscule amount of battle soul power into the outside world, devouring others' battle souls to augment my strength. Yi Tianran's fury erupted instantly. How can you do this? You have utterly ruined my life. Calm down, the girl said slowly. What you awakened is merely a trivial 9-star battle soul, however. What I can offer you is infinitely more powerful. Trivial? 9-star? Yi Tianran's rage ignited. He realized that he had indeed awakened a rare 9-star battle soul, the highest tier that had not been awakened in Wuzhou City for nearly 10,000 years. Had this battle soul remained intact, Yi Tianran would have undoubtedly become a treasure for the entire city, cherished by the king of Tian, pursued fervently by the noble lady Li Ningxiu, and even regarded with importance by the emperor of the Great Wu dynasty. Yet, this opportunity to rise to greatness had been inexplicably devoured by an unrelated individual. You shall pay for this. Yi Tianran's fury reached its zenith, his murderous intent palpable, nearly materializing. Stay calm, you are a wise individual. Opposing me serves no purpose. On the contrary, if you are willing to cooperate with me, I can offer you a monumental opportunity. Truth be told, not everyone is qualified to enter my battle soul space. Were it not for your parents granting you an imperial bloodline, you would not even be worthy to converse with me. Do you understand? The girl's voice conveyed a serene confidence, exuding an aura of dominance that looked down upon all existence. Of course, Yi Tianran was far from a reckless fool. He gradually regained his composure. I understand now your consumption of others' battle souls is to eventually break free from your seal and regain your freedom. But relying solely on yourself, you cannot achieve this goal. Hence you seek external assistance. And you have set your sights on my bloodline and talent, desiring to collaborate with me. With his mind now clear and sharp, Yi Tianran quickly deciphered the situation. Astute, the girl remarked. Now, I can employ the dual birth technique to allow you to derive a chaotic battle soul. In exchange, your battle soul will be bound to mine should I perish. You shall not survive either. A chaotic battle soul? I have never heard of such a thing, Yi Tianren inquired. What tier is it? What tier? Huh. The girl scoffed. From 1 to 9 stars, all belong to the lower realms. Once you experience the profundity of a chaotic battle soul, you will understand that to measure it by tiers is nothing short of an insult. Yi Tianran's face revealed astonishment. Though his heart struggled to accept it, the wonders of the surrounding blood mist were first-hand experiences he had already encountered. In mere moments, it had healed his grievous injuries, something even a 9-star healing battle soul could not achieve. From the small, one could surmise the great. What the girl spoke of must indeed hold truth. Very well. I am willing to share life and death with you. Yi Tianran promptly made his decision. For his own sake and for Lingzhu, to protect them from oppression, and to seek his parents in the ancient relic, Yi Tianran needed to possess his own battle soul. Only by embracing death could he find rebirth. Chapter 2. Brother-in-law, save me. I'm about to begin. It may hurt a bit, but you must endure. The woman gently cautioned. Boom! As her words fell, a blood-red thunderbolt descended from the heavens, striking Yi Tianran directly on the crown of his head. Ah! A terrifying and unparalleled pain surged through his entire being, causing Yi Tianran to scream in sheer agony. It felt as though countless metallic thorns were traversing through his body, rending flesh, scraping bone, shattering tendons, and breaking meridians. He felt as if his body could shatter into pieces at any moment. Were it an ordinary person undergoing such torment, they would either perish from the excruciating pain or succumb to a mental breakdown, with no room for doubt. Fortunately, Yi Tianran was not an ordinary individual. Phew! After nearly an hour, the intense pain within Yi Tianran gradually subsided, allowing him to exhale deeply. Thank goodness I possess an imperial bloodline, otherwise I would surely meet a tragic end. Reflecting on the dire state where both his spirit and body teetered on the brink of collapse, Yi Tianran still felt a lingering dread. At the same time, he began to ponder the origins of his bloodline. Before this day, no one had ever informed him that he possessed an imperial bloodline. And since bloodlines were inherited from one's parents, it implied that at least one of Yi Tianran's parents, or their ancestors, must have possessed an imperial bloodline. By such reasoning, there might be a colossal secret lurking behind Yi Tianran's parents. However, they had always kept silent about it, indicating that this secret must be accompanied by immense danger. Of course, Yi Tianran feared no danger. If there was even the slightest opportunity, he would go to any lengths to seek out his parents, even if it meant tearing the heavens apart. Whoosh! Suddenly, Yi Tianran's spirit jolted within his energy sea. A dim vortex materialized. As he willed it, this ashen force could also enhance his fists and feet. Is this the chaotic battle soul? Why does it seem different from yours? Yi Tianran inquired, puzzled. The woman explained, the chaotic battle soul possesses 2 unique abilities, devouring and mutation. Depending on what you consume, it will mutate into entirely different forms. I cultivate the blood nether scripture, devouring billions of blood souls. Thus my battle soul has transformed into the chaotic blood nether battle soul. Got it? Yi Tianran nodded. So, my battle soul's ultimate mutation is entirely up to me. Exactly. The woman continued. Moreover, the chaotic battle soul has another remarkable use. It can devour the essence of heaven and earth, absorb rare treasures, and even convert others' battle souls directly into your cultivation, sparing you the hardships of training. Really? Yi Tianran's lips curled into a smile. Devour! With his command, the ashen chaotic vortex manifested outside his body. As the vortex spun rapidly, the surrounding blood mist was continuously drawn into it. You're quite the glutton, the woman reminded. These blood nether essences are far purer and more advanced than the essence of heaven and earth, aiding you in rapid breakthroughs. However, their quantity is limited. If you waste them carelessly, you will surely regret it in the future. Whoosh! As she spoke, the energy within Yi Tianran surged violently. Within the energy sea, a blood-colored battle energy began to form. Simultaneously, The dim, chaotic vortex gradually transformed into a blood-red hue. I truly broke through the first layer of battle energy realm. This speed of breakthrough is astonishing. Yi Tianran was utterly astonished. He never expected to break through a realm so swiftly. For an ordinary person, even with ample essence of heaven and earth and various miraculous elixirs, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to achieve this breakthrough. Yet now, in the span of a mere conversation, Yi Tianran had accomplished it. This speed is simply outrageous. I am now thoroughly convinced. The chaotic battle soul is undeniably far superior to the 9-star battle soul. Yi Tianran's face was filled with unbridled joy. This time, he had truly turned misfortune into fortune, stumbling upon a tremendous opportunity. However, he refrained from continuing to devour the blood nether essence. As the woman had stated, the blood nether essence was limited in quantity and had many other uses at critical moments. It could even heal and save his life. It must not be squandered. Now we should discuss our collaboration. The woman said earnestly, "What I desire is quite simple. You must help me collect battle souls for me to devour. Of course, to prevent you from being complacent and half-hearted, I will prepare some rewards for you. Based on the quantity and level of battle souls you provide, I will reward you commensurately with their rarity. Thus, assisting me is equivalent to helping yourself. You are a wise individual. You surely know how to proceed." It must be said that the woman's proposal for collaboration was exceedingly fair and reasonable, leaving Yi Tianran with no grounds to refuse. Naturally, Yi Tianran also gleaned 2 key points from her words. First, this woman could not freely devour others' battle souls. There might be intervals between her opportunities to devour. Hence, she needed Yi Tianran's assistance to gather battle souls in abundance. Second, she could not directly control Yi Tianran's actions or dictate his life and death. Thus, she could not threaten him, only enticing him with rewards to encourage his cooperation. With these 2 points in mind, Yi Tianran's mindset relaxed completely. The initiative lay entirely in his hands. Whether to act or not, to assist or not, would be his decision alone, free from the need to appease the woman's whims. "I agree to your terms of collaboration." Yi Tianran smiled nonchalantly. "Furthermore, what is your name? Don't say anything like old ancestor. I could never address you that way." "You." The mysterious woman was momentarily vexed, yet she could do nothing to Yi Tianran, ultimately reporting her name coldly. "Han Jiangyi." Subsequently, Yi Tianran departed from Han Jiangying's battle soul space. According to their agreement, he needed to find battle souls and then return to exchange for rewards. Meanwhile, in the Yi family ancestral residence, Yi Qifeng had already assumed the demeanor of a young master. He directly issued commands. From today onwards, reclaim Yi Tianran's residence, seize his monthly allowance, and forbid him any healing medicines. Anyone who dares to assist him in secret will be at odds with me. Yi Qifeng. Yes, 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 the old steward nodded repeatedly, obediently complying. On the other side, Yi Kaifeng's father, Yi Wenshan, the 4th elder of the Yi family, lounged in the main seat with his legs crossed. Relying on his son's status, he appeared poised to usurp the position of the Grand Elder. "Qifeng, you must leave Yi Tianran a path to live. A month later, on the life and death stage, you must slay him openly. Only then can you establish your authority and impress the crowd. Even if the family head favors Yi Tianran, he will have no grounds to object." Yi Wenshan smugly raised his chin, believing himself to be quite astute. Yi Qifeng sneered, "I know what to do. During this month, I certainly cannot kill Yi Tianran, but I cannot allow him to live too comfortably either." Yi Wenshan nodded and maliciously suggested, "Since you know the measure, you can certainly play with him for a while. I recall he has a remarkably beautiful maid by his side, known as one of the 4 beauties of Wuzhou. If father desires her, simply send someone to seize her." Yi Qifeng said disdainfully, "However, such a lowly servant is absolutely unworthy of being my concubine. She is fit only to be a bed warmer." "Rest assured," Yi Wenshan shamelessly declared, "I am merely toying with her. Once I grow weary of her, I shall sell her to a brothel. She shall never be taken as a concubine, lest she bring you shame." In a room, Yi Tianran sat cross-legged, carefully sensing the aura of the chaotic battle soul. and attempting to circulate the newly condensed battle energy. The battle soul is the core foundation of a strong individual, while battle energy is the essential energy that drives the power of the battle soul. The thicker the battle energy within the energy sea, the greater the force it can unleash. At present, Yi Tianran had just broken through to the first layer of battle energy realm. The capacity of his energy sea could only accommodate a small bowl's worth of battle energy. This seemed scant, but in reality, Yi Tianran's combat power had already surged dozens of times, stepping onto an entirely new level. This is the difference between having a battle soul and not having one. Just then, a commotion erupted in the front courtyard, filled with shouts and curses, mingled with the cries of Lingzhu. "Little wretch, where is Yi Tianran? Have him roll out of this residence immediately. A waste like him deserves to sleep in the streets alongside beggars." However, the fourth elder has graciously offered you a chance. You may serve as a bed warmer in the fourth elder's residence. No need to follow Yi Tianran into the streets. This is your grand fortune. If you dare to refuse again, I will smash your face. A throng of guards raised by Yi Wenshan gathered in the courtyard, brazenly shouting at the weak and helpless Lingzhu. "Even if I die, I will not betray my brother." Lingzhu was already weeping bitterly. Her originally delicate and fair face now bore two bright red handprints, with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly turned and slammed into the wall beside her, determined to die to assert her resolve. "Want to die? Not so easy. Who told you to follow that waste, Yi Tianran? Your worthless life is not yours to decide." The head guard, Li Heng, stepped forward with lightning speed, intent on forcibly seizing Lingzhu, not even granting her the chance to end her own life. Swish! But at that moment, a shadow darted past, several times faster than Li Heng. Embracing Lingzhu's slender and delicate waist, he carried her directly a yard away. "Brother!" Lingzhu focused her gaze and recognized the newcomer as Yi Tianran. "You useless fool. You finally emerged. I thought you would hide like a turtle for the rest of your life." Li Heng said coldly, "If you know what's good for you, hand Lingzhu over to me, or else." Before Li Heng could finish his threat, Yi Tianran completely disregarded him and gently asked, "Lingzhu, which hand did he use to strike you?" Lingzhu hurriedly shook her head. "I'm fine, brother. Please don't be angry, they are all from the fourth elder's faction. We mustn't provoke them. Little waste. How dare you ignore me?" In front of the woman and his subordinates, Li Heng felt humiliated and, in a fit of rage, bellowed, "I struck her with both hands. What do you want? What can you do?" Bang! Before his words could fade, Su Chen swiftly dashed forward like a ghost, delivering a kick right to Li Heng's abdomen. Ah! A terrifying force sent Li Heng flying, crashing into the wall and leaving countless cracks in his wake. Before he could even scream, he spat out a mouthful of blood. How powerful! Wasn't this waste severely injured by the Grand Elder? How can he still be so formidable? The surrounding guards gasped in astonishment. However, they could scarcely imagine that Yi Tianran had only exerted 1/10 of his strength in that kick. If he had unleashed his fighting spirit and activated his soul power, that single blow would have been enough to obliterate Li Heng's abdomen, perhaps even bisect him entirely. Indeed, Yi Tianran was deliberately concealing his strength, for the guise of a waste allowed him to see through the hearts of men more clearly. Whether they were loyal or treacherous, enemies or allies, all would be laid bare before him without reservation. And a month later would mark the day of reckoning. All malice and all foes would undoubtedly pay a harrowing price. Tap! Yi Tianran strode over, planting his foot firmly on Li Heng's right hand. "Help me! Help me!" Li Heng shrieked. Yet the surrounding guards huddled in the distance, resembling a flock of frightened chicks, not daring to breathe a word, let alone confront Yi Tian. Even if they had 100 times their courage, they wouldn't dare. Stop! At that moment, a man clad in luxurious attire with flowing silver hair entered the scene. It was none other than the fourth elder, Yi Wenshan. Crack! However, Yi Tianran paid Yi Wenshan no heed. With a forceful stomp, he crushed every bone in Li Heng's right hand. "Little beast, I command you to stop." Yi Wenshan roared again, his face contorted with rage. Crack, crack! Yi Tianran continued to ignore him, delivering another kick that shattered Li Hong's entire left hand. The excruciating pain of shattered bones sent Li Hong into unconsciousness, his eyes rolling back. Witnessing the scene, the guards were left dumbfounded. Who dared to call Yi Tianran a waste? He was clearly the decisive and formidable young master of yore. No, not only that, his current demeanor and presence were even more domineering and arrogant. He radiated an undeniable brilliance. It was utterly terrifying. The guards retreated in haste, too frightened to approach Yi Tianran. Little beast, how dare you look down on me? You are courting death. Seeing Yi Tianran's audacity, Yuan Shan was consumed by fury and charged at him. Fourth Elder, no. Ling Zhu cried out in alarm, urgently pleading, I'm willing to go with you. Please spare my brother. I beg you. Fool. Yi Tianran felt touched and gently wiped the tears from Ling Zhu's face, soothing her. I am your brother. I will protect you. If anyone wishes to take you away, they must step over my corpse. Boom. Before his words could conclude, Yuan Shan unleashed a fiery punch fueled by his fighting spirit, which hurtled toward Yi Tianran like a cannonball. Ling Zhu's face drained of color as she screamed in terror. One must understand, Yuan Shan was a formidable warrior at the 4th level of fighting energy, 3 levels above Yi Tianran. That punch could easily obliterate Yi Tianran's head. Yet, Yi Tianran stood his ground, calm and composed. For a moment, Ling Zhu and all the guards were convinced that Yi Tianran was destined to perish. Whoosh! However, that lethal punch abruptly halted before Yi Tianran, failing to land. Little beast, why aren't you dodging? Yuan Shan roared. Ha! I've seen through your schemes long ago, you old dog. Yi Tianran replied indifferently. Your son has challenged me to a life-and-death duel. If you kill me now, it would be unjustifiable, and the family head would surely hold you accountable. Will your son still hold the position of young master? Moreover, the other 3 major factions in Wuzhou City will undoubtedly condemn you for bullying the weak. Should that stir the displeasure of the king of Taiyan, will your son's promising future still be secure? This? Yuan Shan felt utterly speechless. He knew Yi Tianran was clever, but he never anticipated that Yi Tianran would be able to see through all his thoughts so clearly, leaving him utterly trapped. If you have the guts, kill me now. If not, get out of my house. Yi Tianran coldly commanded. This residence was granted to me by the family head, and I am still the nominal young master. You broke into my abode with your men, I have the right to exact punishment, and I can enforce family law. You wait. Yi Wenshan's face turned green with rage, genuinely wanting to crush Yi Tianran with a single blow. Yet he knew he was in the wrong and feared the gossip of others, which could jeopardize his son's future. With no other choice, he gathered his lackeys and left the scene in disgrace. Subsequently, Yi Tianran immediately said, Ling Zhu, go to the northern city's family pharmacy and find Aunt Zhang. She is a trusted aide of the family head and has watched me grow up. She treats me very well. Stay by her side, and you will be safe. What about you? Ling Zhu asked, her face filled with worry. Yi Tianran replied sternly, I must find a way to enhance my strength. Yuan Shan has suffered a setback in public today. He will not hesitate to employ underhanded tactics for revenge. Without sufficient strength, we will both be in peril. Ling Zhu anxiously said, but you haven't awakened your fighting spirit. No matter how you enhance your strength, you cannot possibly match the 4th elder. Foolish girl, I've already awakened. Yi Tianran declared coldly. However, do not mention this to anyone. I want to see how many clowns will jump out. A month from now, I will take care of all of them at once. Ling Zhu was instantly overjoyed, but quickly covered her mouth, making not a sound. Thereafter, Ling Zhu headed to the northern city, while Yi Tianran made his way outside the city. At present, the fastest way to boost his strength was to gather fighting spirits and seek rewards from Han Jiangying. She called herself the Blood Fiend Battle Ancestor, and the rewards she provided were bound to be substantial. After some time, Yi Tianran arrived at the Black Wind Forest. This was a perilous mountain range teeming with ferocious beasts. Powerful beasts could also awaken fighting spirits, providing Yi Tianran with ample opportunities. Previously, he only dared to venture 30 miles into the Black Wind Forest. Now he dashed forward, penetrating 300 miles into the forest at breakneck speed. Roar! As he ran, a thunderous roar erupted, startling countless birds into flight. You are the one! Yi Tianran felt no fear, rather. His fighting spirit ignited as he sprinted toward the source of the sound. Before him stood a colossal wolf, 2 yards long, its body covered in black fur, with piercing green eyes, and its entire being imbued with mysterious steel fighting spirit. Not only was its defense astonishing, but its 4 claws were akin to divine weapons, effortlessly slicing through steel and stone. Around the massive wolf lay over 10 corpses, all torn apart by its claws. The only survivor was a frail girl of about 12 or 13 years. With no one left to protect her, she despaired as the giant wolf closed in, collapsing to the ground, resigned to her fate. Suddenly, from the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. Tianran. She immediately cried out in excitement. Brother-in-law! Brother-in-law! Save me! Chapter 3. Vanquishing the Stars. Vanquishing the Sun and Moon. Vanquishing the Celestial Domains. Before us stands a charming and delightful young girl of 13 or 14, her bright eyes twinkling like the stars in a night sky. Her skin is fair and delicate as fine porcelain. Despite her tender age, she has already blossomed into a graceful figure, embodying elegance and beauty, undeniably a petite beauty in her own right, in truth. She holds a place among the 4 beauties of Wuzhou. The reason she calls Yi Tianran brother-in-law is that she is none other than the little princess of the Taiyan Wangfu. Li Ningxiu's sister, Li Ningqin, stand still. Yi Tianran quickened his pace, dashing toward the back of the colossal wolf. Although he had discerned the true colors of the Taiyan king and Li Ningxiu, Li Ningqin remained innocent. This little girl was pure-hearted and kind, treating Yi Tianran with utmost affection, that he could not allow her to come to harm. Roar! The giant wolf sensed the impending danger behind it, abandoning Li Ningqin and turning abruptly. Boom! Yi Tianran, fists enveloped in blood-colored fighting spirit, moved with the swiftness of a crimson specter, his fist striking towards the giant wolf's forehead, that a dull thud resounded as the wolf, caught off guard, stumbled and fell. However, Yi Tianran also felt the pain reverberating through his fists. The wolf's Xiansteel fighting spirit was renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities, possessing a built-in rebound property. The crux of the matter was that Yi Tianran had only just broken through to the first level of fighting spirit. The energy within him was not yet robust, far from matching the wolf, which had at least 30 years of experience. Nevertheless, relying on his exceptional talent and imperial bloodline, Yi Tianran had gained the upper hand in this confrontation. A Pyrrhic victory was inevitable, one where he would injure his enemy while suffering significant losses himself. Roar! The giant wolf sprang up. Though somewhat disheveled, it showed no signs of retreat. The brother-in-law, catch the sword at that moment. Li Ningqin unsheathed the sword from her waist and tossed it to Yi Tianran. The Dakian Longke sword, the treasured weapon of the Taiyan Wangfu. Yi Tianran's eyes lit up as he caught the sword. Drawing it instantly, in that moment, a chilling gleam radiated, and sword energy surged forth, startling even the giant wolf. The giant wolf, now possessing a degree of awareness, sensed the tremendous threat and turned to flee. Want to escape? Too late. Yi Tianran wielded the sword with sudden ferocity, blood-colored fighting spirit coiling around the blade as he struck at the wolf's back. Swish! The wolf, refusing to be complacent, gathered all its Xiansteel fighting spirit around its back for defense. Clank! Yet, with a sound akin to a dragon's roar, the blood-colored blade pierced through the Xiansteel fighting spirit. The next instant, the blade penetrated the wolf's heart, emerging from its chest. Brother-in-law, you are so amazing! Li Ningqin exclaimed with uncontainable joy, rushing over to embrace Yi Tianran tightly. Her delicate body trembled, breaths quickening as tears flowed freely. Woo woo woo, brother-in-law, I'm so glad to have met you. Otherwise, Qiner would have surely died. Never to see father and sister again, nor to see you again. Woo woo woo. The little girl was quite frightened, clinging to him tightly, unwilling to let go for quite some time. Yi Tian could only gently ruffle her hair, soothing her softly. After a while, Li Ningqin's emotions finally calmed. Brother-in-law, congratulations on awakening your 9-star fighting spirit. Father will surely value you even more from now on, and even the emperor of the Great Wu dynasty will take you seriously. Who told you I awakened a 9-star fighting spirit? Yi Tianran chuckled. Of course it is. Li Ningqin replied. The captain of the guards protecting me has awakened a 7-star fighting spirit. And yet he was slain in an instant by that giant wolf. But you, brother-in-law, have only just awakened your fighting spirit. Although you are battle-hardened and exceptionally talented, it is only with the power of a 9-star fighting spirit that you could slay this giant wolf. What do you think? Am I clever? Hurry, praise me. Li Ningqin lifted her delicate chin, gazing at Yi Tianran with eager anticipation. The white Yi Tianran shook his head with a wry smile and asked, if I had not awakened my fighting spirit, would your father and elder sister have abandoned me? Would you still want me to praise you? Li Ningqin blinked her eyes and cheerfully replied, it would be better if elder sister didn't want you. Then I could be your wife. I like you the most, brother-in-law. Foolish girl. Yi Tianran chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. He swiftly changed the subject. You should retreat to a safe distance. I need to handle the giant wolf's corpse. Okay. Li Ningqin obediently nodded and quickly ran to a safe distance. Subsequently, Yi Tianran used the Daqian Longkei sword to slice open the belly of the giant wolf, within the wolf's Qi Si and Soul Palace. He discovered a beast crystal resembling Xian steel. The wolf's fighting spirit resided upon this crystal. With a swift motion, Yi Tianran placed the beast crystal into the fighting spirit space of Han Jiangying. True to her promise, Han Jiangying presented him with a martial technique called Zhutian sword art that a true powerhouse, aside from their own cultivation, must possess a reliable weapon and formidable martial techniques. The previous battle was the best proof of this. Divine weapons and powerful techniques can greatly enhance combat, even enabling one to fight beyond their level. This martial technique reached the level of 9 stars in the realm of fighting spirit, the highest grade of martial techniques that could be cultivated within the fighting spirit realm. There was not another like it in all of Wuzhou. Yi Tianran was taken aback by Han Jiangying's generosity. However, upon reflection, he realized that for someone of her caliber, such a high-level technique likely held little value. Yet for Yi Tianran, it was precisely what he desperately needed. Without hesitation, he began to study and learn it. The sword art was profoundly intricate, far beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person without a teacher. Fortunately, Yi Tianran was no ordinary individual. His exceptional talent and comprehension allowed him to self-learn this martial technique. Thus, Yi Tianran immersed himself in study while seeking out magical beasts in the forest, honing his sword techniques through battle. Meanwhile, Li Ningqin, unable to return without a protector, followed closely behind him. Of course, the little girl was not idle. She had awakened her 7-star medicine spirit fighting spirit 3 years prior, enabling her to sense various precious herbs in the forest through her fighting spirit. It was for this reason that the Taiyan king had dispatched the guards to protect her as she ventured into the Haifeng forest in search of spiritual herbs. Each time she returned, she brought immense profits to the Wangfu. Thus, despite the evident danger, the Taiyan king still permitted her to seek herbs. The innocent little girl, blissfully unaware of the dangers, never thought to question it. However, rumors had long circulated that she was not the Taiyan king's biological daughter, which led some to believe that he did not care for her well-being. Otherwise, with her talent and fighting spirit, it would have been more fitting for her to be betrothed to Yi Tianran rather than her ineffectual sister. Li Ningxiu. 10 days later, Yi Tianran had completely mastered the Zhutian sword art, having slain 13 magical beasts and accumulated 13 beast crystals that he wished to see if offering more fighting spirits to Han Jiangying would yield even better rewards in addition to battling magical beasts. Yi Tianran had also dedicated himself to absorbing the natural energies of heaven and earth, elevating his cultivation level. Over these 10 days, he had broken through 2 minor realms, now reaching the 3rd level of Qi refining. His Qi Si and Soul Palace expanded from the size of a small bowl to that of a water tank. The density of his blood-colored fighting spirit surged exponentially, though he had yet to engage in a battle beyond his level. Yi Tianran felt confident. With his blood-colored chaotic fighting spirit and the Zhutian sword art, he could certainly contend with adversaries at the 4th level of fighting spirit. Old dog Yuan Shan, when we meet next, I will surely slay you. On another front, the deer hide pouch on Li Ningqin's back was now stuffed to the brim with spiritual herbs. Previously, under the protection of the guards, her activities were confined to familiar territories where the herbs had been nearly depleted. However, this time, following Yi Tianran, she ventured into many places she had previously dared not tread, thus reaping far greater rewards. Yet, the girl was not fond of cultivation. Apart from gathering herbs, she spent her time chasing butterflies and picking flowers. thoroughly enjoying herself. When hunger struck, she would pester Yi Tianran to cook meat for her. She adored his grilled meat, and over the course of 10 days, she had gained a few pounds. Her little face had become round and adorable. In Wuzhou City, at the Taiyan Wangfu, ever since attending the celebration banquet, Yi Qifeng had remained within the Wangfu. This was due to the Taiyan king bestowing upon him a highly precious yuanqi breaking pill. For the past 10 days, Yi Qifeng had been in a mysterious meditative state, his cultivation steadily advancing. Today, however, the potency of the pill had finally been exhausted, awakening him from his meditation. Qifeng, how did it go? How many minor realms have you broken through? For these past days, Li Ningxiu had been by his side, eagerly inquiring. Thanks to the grace of the Wang and the princess, I have broken through 5 minor realms, now reaching the 5th level of fighting spirit. Yi Qifeng proclaimed proudly, lifting his chin, that my goodness. I never expected your talent to be so extraordinary. Li Ningxiu gasped in astonishment. For an ordinary person, consuming a yuanqi breaking pill and breaking through 2 minor realms is already commendable. Even Yi Tianran could not possibly break through 5 minor realms. It was evident that this yuanqi breaking pill had originally been intended for Yi Tianran, yet had inadvertently benefited Yi Qifeng. That waste Yi Tianran is not even worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as me. Yi Qifeng disdainfully remarked, in just 20 days, I shall ensure he meets a fate worse than death. He dismissed the mention of that worthless individual. Finding it tedious, Li Ningxiu managed to muster a sweet smile as she declared, my father has decided to arrange a new marriage for me. Oh, Yi Qifeng grinned and inquired, which noble family has been chosen by the prince? My father is yet to make a decision, Li Ningxiu replied with a laugh. However, having waited 10 days and nights for you, you must surely understand my intentions. Yi Qifeng sighed. Merely having intentions is insufficient. The final say rests with the prince. No, you must strive for it yourself. Li Ningxiu asserted to in 20 days on the life and death arena where you will execute Yi Tianran. My father will hold a martial contest for suitors. The victor shall become my ideal husband. A martial contest for suitors? Yi Qifeng frowned. Does that imply that the 3 prominent families, Liu, Xia, and Zhang, will all send representatives? Indeed, Li Ningxiu nodded. Originally, Yi Tianran reigned supreme among the youth in Wuzhou City, with no one daring to challenge him. But now, he has been utterly rendered useless. The talented youth are all eager to make their mark. I understand, Yi Qifeng declared resolutely. Rest assured, in 20 days, I shall exert every effort to become the new leader among the youth of Wuzhou City, and I will proudly take you as my bride. Very well, I shall await your return. Li Ningxiu responded with a teasing smile, moving closer to lean against Yi Qifeng's shoulder. In the Black Wind Forest, Yi Tianran and Li Ningqin sat upon a patch of grass, enjoying delicious roasted venison. Suddenly, a cacophony of malicious laughter echoed from the thickets in the distance. Have you heard? Li Ningxiu has placed a colossal green hat upon the head of that worthless Yi Tianran. Of course, I have heard. The news was leaked by someone from the royal residence, so it's likely true. Li Ningxiu appears to be a graceful lady, yet secretly, she is nothing but a brazen and lewd woman. If the victor of the contest in 20 days is not Yi Qifeng, will Li Ningxiu not bestow a second green hat upon Yi Tianran? Brother-in-law, these scoundrels dare to slander you and sister behind your back. I shall not let them go unpunished. Upon hearing these remarks, the venison in Li Ningqin's hand lost its appeal. Angrily, she stood up, determined to confront the group. Qiner, take care. Yi Tianran followed suit. Soon, they discerned the identities of the individuals involved, members of the Liu family. Leading them was elder Liu Kuchen, accompanied by his 2 grandsons, Liu Qingshan and Liu Qinghai, with dozens of armed guards behind them, evidently also on a hunt for beasts in the mountains. Elder Liu Kuchen, as a respected elder of the Liu family, how can you fail to discipline your descendants? Li Ningqin chastised, hands on her hips. Young princess? The Liu family members were momentarily taken aback. Elder Liu Kuchen quickly inquired. What brings you here alone? Where are your guards? My affairs are none of your concern. Li Ningqin retorted angrily. Your grandsons just slandered my brother-in-law and sister. I demand they kneel and apologize. This left Elder Liu Kuchen noncommittal, glancing around uneasily. Young princess, in this desolate wilderness, you are alone, aren't you afraid of danger? Do not concern yourself with my safety. Li Ningqin replied sharply that if you do not compel your grandsons to kneel and apologize, I will certainly inform my father about what I just heard. Haha, Elder Lu Kuchen chuckled that if you were truly alone here, I fear you may not return. What do you mean? Li Ningqin's heart sank. Elder Lu Kuchen smirked coldly. My grandsons indeed uttered words disrespectful to the princess, and such words must not escape. Are you intending to silence me? Li Ningqin, though naive, was far from foolish. Not merely silencing you. We could also seize a fortune. Elder Lu Kuchen's eyes gleamed greedily as he gazed at the small leather pouch on Li Ningqin's back, already brimming with precious herbs. A substantial treasure, indeed. Grandfather. Not only can we profit, but we could also thoroughly enjoy the young princess's tender embrace. Lu Qingshan and Lu Qinghai leered with lewd grins. Knowing that while the eldest princess, Li Ningxiu, was indeed beautiful, she did not qualify as one of Wuzhou's 4 beauties. Thus, Li Ningqin's beauty must far surpass that of her sister. Indeed, though Li Ningqin is still young, she possesses the makings of a divine beauty. To simply eliminate her would be a grievous waste. Elder Lu Kuchen, already a grandfather, found himself tempted by his grandson's shameless suggestions, eager to partake himself that I have long desired her. Elder Lu Kuchen declared that I shall go first. You two wait at a distance. Yes, Lu Qingshan and Lu Qinghai retreated a short distance, their eyes still fixed on the scene, eager to learn from their grandfather's experience. Shameless old dog. Prepare to meet your end. At that moment, a furious roar erupted from the thicket behind Li Ningqin. Clang! Then came the piercing sound of a dragon's roar, slicing through the air with an icy glare. The Deqian Ke sword? Is there a master protecting Li Ningqin? Elder Lu Kuchen dared not be careless. Swiftly retreating to join his grandsons. Tianran. At that moment, everyone finally recognized the identity of the sword wielder. So it's you, this worthless fool, relying on the Deqian Ke sword's aura. You've nearly caused me a fright. Elder Lu Kuchen scoffed disdainfully. Grandfather, we stand to gain immensely. Lu Qingshan grinned maliciously. The Deqian Ke sword is a treasure of the Taiyan royal residence, ranking among the top 3 on the Wuzhou divine weapon list. We could strike it rich. Not only that, Lu Qinghai added eagerly. After we finish with Li Ningqin, we can claim that Yi Tianran defiled and killed her. When we present their bodies to the Taiyan prince, he will surely reward us handsomely. Upon hearing this, the trio of grandfather and grandsons displayed their shameless, conspiratorial grins. You are simply too shameless, Li Ningqin seethed, her teeth clenched. She had never encountered such audacious, insidious individuals in her life. What need do we have for shame? What we desire are tangible benefits. Lu Qingshan declared. Grandfather, you go and enjoy yourself. I will take care of Etienne. Very well. Elder Lu Kuchen nodded, leering as he approached Li Ningqin. Worthless fool. Prepare to die. At that moment, Lu Qingshan surged forward, a prodigy among the younger generation of the Lu family, having reached the 3rd level of Duqi and honed his skills for years. His energy exceptionally robust. Your younger brother has improved his skills. Lu Qinghai chuckled. One punch from him could obliterate even opponents of the same tier. He can easily turn Yi Tianran into a pulp. As these words left his mouth, Elder Lu Kuchen and the surrounding guards all displayed sinister grins, for in their eyes, Yi Tianran was already a dead man. Clang, but in the next instant, a sword's howl pierced the air, followed by a spray of blood. The crowd was utterly taken aback as Lu Qingshan's head rolled to the ground, his headless corpse still standing, blood gushing forth like a torrential downpour. How is this possible? Lu Qinghai gasped, stunned. Isn't this worthless fool supposed to have failed his awakening? How could he have killed my brother with a single sword strike? No, he has awakened. Elder Lu Kuchen exclaimed in shock. His cultivation has reached the 3rd level of Duqi. His energy is exceedingly profound. Moreover, his sword technique appears extraordinary, likely a high-level Duqi skill. Heavens, what on earth is happening? Lu Qinghai stood frozen, bewildered. Why does the Yi family label such a monstrous talent as worthless? Do they seek to conceal his strength? Is there even a need for that? No, it is not the Yi family's issue. Yi Tianran himself has concealed his abilities. Elder Lu Kuchen asserted gravely. This lad has hidden himself too well. The entire city has been deceived. His cunning is truly terrifying. After regaining his composure, Lu Qinghai remarked, "Fortunately, he is merely at the third level of Duqi. I am one small realm above him. I can certainly eliminate him." Elder Lu Kuchen nodded in agreement. Indeed, this boy must be eliminated. Otherwise, he will undoubtedly become a significant threat to our Lu family. You young fool. Though you have hidden yourself well, how unfortunate for you that we have crossed paths. Regardless of your schemes, today shall be your end. Lu Qinghai summoned his Duqi to its peak, enveloped in searing flames, his murderous intent nearly tangible. Boom! In the next moment, Lu Qinghai unleashed a punch, akin to a blazing meteor. Hurtling towards Yi Tianran's face, the brother-in-law dodge. Li Ningqin cried out anxiously that Lu Qinghai is one small realm above you. The disparity in combat power is over tenfold. You absolutely cannot withstand his fiery punch. Do you think you can evade? Do you believe your speed can surpass mine? Lu Qinghai roared. Little worthless fool, prepare to meet your demise. I shall shatter your skull to avenge my second brother. I possess a sword that shall vanquish the stars. I shall obliterate the sun and moon. I shall annihilate the realms of the heavens. In the face of Lu Qinghai's terrifying onslaught, Yi Tianran stood proud and unwavering, refusing to budge, with sword raised. He summoned the full force of his fighting spirit, the very essence of his sword intent erupting forth, ready to slay across the vast expanse that in an instant, it seemed as though the entire space was enveloped by the sword's edge. All beings destined to be reduced to mere fragments. What a fearsome sword intent! Qinghai, quickly take cover! Lu Kuchen exclaimed in alarm. Yet, how could his cry outpace the swiftness of Yi Tianran's blade? Before his words could fully escape, it was Lu Qinghai's head that fell first. Witnessing the scene before him, Lu Kuchen felt as though struck by lightning. He was utterly devastated. It must be noted that both of his grandsons were prodigies meticulously nurtured by the Lu family, the very foundations upon which Lu Kuchen had secured his position as elder. After dedicating over 20 years to their cultivation, to see them slain by Yi Tianran was a torment far greater than the loss of two vital organs. Heavens, brother-in-law, you actually managed to defeat an enemy of a higher realm in an instant. You are simply monstrous. Meanwhile, Li Ningqin stood utterly stunned, her wide, watery eyes bulging, her rosy lips agape as she gazed at Yi Tianran as if he were a celestial being. Simultaneously, the guards of the Lu family were stricken with terror, their hearts racing, cold sweat pouring down their brows. Had it not been for Lu Kuchen's presence, they would have already fled for their lives. Yi Tianran, I vow that you shall not die a peaceful death. Lu Kuchen seethed with rage, his eyes ablaze with fury, as if they could incinerate Yi Tianran where he stood. Brother-in-law, Li Ningqin exclaimed, her voice tinged with anxiety. This old dog has already reached the 5th level of fighting spirit. Can you handle it? How could a man ever admit defeat? Yi Tianran replied with a cold smile. Hand me your deerskin pouch. If I cannot sever this old thief's head with a single strike, then I shall accept defeat. Chapter 4. The Yi family severed ties. Without hesitation, Li Ningqin removed the deerskin pouch and handed it directly to Yi Tianran. You little waste. What more do you think you can accomplish? Lu Kuchen scoffed, dismissing Yi Tianran's resolve. The disparity in strength is glaring. Do you truly believe you possess any chance of victory? Chaos devour. Yi Tianran paid no heed to Lu Kuchen, instead summoning the power of his chaos fighting spirit. Before him, a swirling vortex of crimson chaos materialized, drawing in the various spiritual herbs from the deerskin pouch in a ceaseless stream. At that moment, Yi Tianran's energy surged dramatically, his cultivation ascending at an astonishing pace. How is this possible? Lu Kuchen and Li Ningqin were both left in awe at the sight. What manner of fighting spirit is this? How have I never encountered it before? Lu Kuchen gasped. Why is your cultivation rising so rapidly? It is unprecedented. Boom! In an instant, a wave of energy erupted from within Yi Tianran's fighting spirit. Under the force of this energy explosion, his energy sea and soul palace expanded exponentially, akin to the capacity of a small pond. The transformation of his energy sea and soul palace was indicative of a breakthrough in his minor realm. You actually managed to strengthen your fighting spirit to such a degree. You have reached the 4th level of fighting spirit. This is utterly terrifying. Lu Kuchen was overwhelmed with shock and immediately launched an assault. You monster. I cannot allow you to exist in this world. Otherwise, the entire Wuzhou will be turned upside down by you. At this moment, half of the spiritual herbs remained within the deerskin pouch, and Yi Tianran continued to consume them. Lu Qiuqin was utterly terrified that if Yi Tianran were to break through another minor realm, today would be the day of his demise. Rumbling. Lu Qiuqin dared not delay for even a moment, unleashing the full extent of his fighting spirit. Violent flames erupted around him, transforming him into a being of blazing fury. Each step he took scorched the ground into ash, and the air around him twisted in the heat. Heavenly Flame Fist Domain. With a thunderous roar, Lu Qiuqin unleashed a barrage of punches, akin to a tempest, enveloping Yi Tianran in a relentless assault. The myriad of punches, combined with the searing flames, formed an impenetrable domain of death. Brother-in-law, Li Ningqin was left aghast, her face drained of color, her anxiety palpable. Yet within this domain of annihilation, Yi Tianran remained as calm as ever. With a single hand upon his sword, he stood unfazed, effortlessly parrying the onslaught, all while continuing to consume the remaining spiritual herbs. Old dog, do not waste your efforts. You have already missed your prime opportunity to kill me. Your fate is now sealed. You await only one word. At last, the spiritual herbs in the pouch were completely consumed. Although Yi Tianran did not break through to a new minor realm, the fighting spirit within his energy sea and soul palace had become 3 times more robust than before. Death! With this word, Yi Tianran suddenly shifted his stance. The surging crimson fighting spirit rapidly enhanced his sword's edge, transforming it into a colossal blood-red blade, accompanied by the manifestation of a blood-colored dragon sparrow. Clang! The sword intent of heaven's judgment cleaved through Lu Qiuqin's heavenly flame fist domain with ease. The momentum unyielding, it advanced towards Lu Qiuqin himself that in an instant. Lu Qiuqin was bisected by the sword's energy. His form split symmetrically into 2 halves. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. The esteemed 3rd elder of the Lu family, a formidable master of the 5th level of fighting spirit. He was cleaved asunder by Yi Tianran's single stroke. Heavens, Yi Tianran is no man but a devil. Flee! Quick, escape! The Lu family guards, gripped by sheer terror, screamed in frenzied panic, putting forth all their strength to scatter in every direction. Alas, how could these ordinary men, devoid of fighting spirits, hope to escape Yi Tianran's grasp? Where the sword passed, it was as if the wind swept away the clouds, heads rolling in its wake, that in mere moments, dozens of Lu family guards lay lifeless. Their bodies bereft of heads, the ground soaked in blood. Clang! 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 Subsequently, Yi Tianran breached the energy sea and soul palace of Lu Qiuqin and his grandsons, extracting 3 soul crystals from them. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Tianran also placed their heads into the fighting spirit space of Han Jiangyi. These 3 heads would surely not yield any rewards. However, Yi Tianran believed that keeping them might prove useful. It is worth mentioning that the fighting spirit space is an extraordinarily mysterious independent realm, attainable only through profound cultivation, but Yi Tianran currently lacked the ability to forge such a space, thus relying on Han Jiangyi's. She ought not to be angered, right? Qiner, let us depart. Yi Tianran beckoned. Li Ningqin stood frozen for a moment, finally snapping back to reality, her face a mask of astonishment as she rushed to Yi Tianran's side. What are you dawdling for? Are you frightened by me? Yi Tianran inquired. Not at all. I have traversed Black Wind Mountain for years. The sight of death has long ceased to faze me. In fact, I wholeheartedly support your actions. Li Ningqin replied, pursing her lips. Father often teaches me that one must eradicate the root of the problem. To show mercy to an enemy is to be cruel to oneself. I am glad you are unscathed. Yi Tianran smiled faintly, brother-in-law. Li Ningqin hesitated before finally asking, were those words they spoke earlier true? Yi Tianran nodded. Indeed, the people of Wuzhou believe I have failed to awaken, that I am a complete waste. What of the Yi family? Li Ningqin pressed. Over the years, you have rendered countless services to the Yi family, facing life and death countless times. Do they also regard you as a waste? The Yi family considers me a disgrace that in 20 days. Yi Qifeng intends to kill me on the life and death platform. Yi Tianran replied calmly, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Infuriating, Li Ningqin cursed. These ungrateful wretches. I shall not let them off. Upon my return, I shall have father deal with them. Yi Tianran chuckled. Silly girl, do you truly believe your benevolent father would confront the Yi family over a waist? This, Li Ningqin was taken aback, hastily pressing. What of my sister? You share such affection. Surely she would stand by your side. Yi Tianran offered no reply, merely sighing silently. Li Ningqin, perceptive as ever, quickly grasped the implication. Brother-in-law. I am so sorry. Silly girl, what have you to apologize for? It is our Li family that has wronged you. As a member of the Li family, I bear the responsibility to apologize to you. The wrongs of the past cannot be laid at your feet, and besides, you may not even truly belong to the Li family. Yi Tianran spoke softly to brother-in-law. How can you believe the rumors circulating in the streets? Li Ningqin's brow furrowed deeply. Yi Tianran replied solemnly. Because your father and sister are entirely different people from you. Li Ningqin shook her head vigorously. No, that cannot be. They are undoubtedly my family. Let us not dwell on these unhappy matters. Yi Tianran said. From this day forth, do not refer to me as brother-in-law. Call me brother instead. How peculiar it is. The brother-in-law, or rather, the elder brother. Such habits become second nature. For a moment, Li Ningqin found it quite challenging to adjust her speech point. 10 days later, Yi Tianran had accumulated 30 beast crystals in his possession, each of a significantly elevated rank, coupled with the 3 soul crystals from the 3 generations of the Lu family. He had a total of 33. This should suffice to exchange for a commendable reward. However, aside from redeeming rewards, Yi Tianran had a second option, to consume all these beast and soul crystals. Such an act would at least enable him to break through 3 minor realms. Yet what choice would yield greater benefits remained uncertain for Yi Tianran, that he intended to converse with Han Jianying first to ascertain what reward she could offer before making a decision. During these 10 days, Yi Tianran diligently absorbed the essence of the heavens and earth, but the higher his cultivation level, the more arduous the breakthroughs became. Consequently, after 10 days, he had only managed to advance 1 minor realm, reaching the 5th level of the Duqi realm. Simultaneously, Li Ningqin's deerskin pouch had once again become filled to capacity. This was due to the fact that the deeper one ventured into the Black Wind Mountains forest, the more perilous and less trodden it became, naturally leading to an abundance of wild, spiritual herbs. That on this particular day, Yi Tianran and Li Ningqin began their journey back, owing to Li Ningqin's slow pace. They took a full 3 days to return to Wuzhou City. Here, this is for you, Yi Tianran said, handing the Deqian Longke sword to Li Ningqin. Without a moment's hesitation, the young girl replied, I gift it to you as a way to compensate for the Li family's indebtedness to you. That I refuse to accept anything from the Li family. Yi Tianran countered. Moreover, the Deqian Longke sword is the prized possession of the Prince of Taiyan. If you bestow it upon me, you shall surely reap no rewards. Does this mean we must part ways? Li Ningqin gazed at Yi Tianran with reluctance and could not help but ask, Brother-in-law, will I still be able to savor the roasted meat you prepare? Of course, if you wish to indulge, feel free to seek me out at any time. Yi Tianran replied with a gentle smile before striding northward towards the city. In the northern herbal shop, Lingzhu was assisting in tidying up. Aunt Zhang casually inquired, Lingzhu, it has been 23 days since the young master departed. Has he contacted you? Did he mention when he would return to fetch you? No, Lingzhu said, her face etched with worry. That little waste must have fled. Just then, Yu Wenshan emerged with a sinister grin. Aunt Zhang, Lingzhu exclaimed in alarm, quickly hiding behind Aunt Zhang. In a swift motion, Aunt Zhang raised her hand and clutched Lingzhu by the throat. Aunt Zhang, you, Lingzhu exclaimed in disbelief. You are the person my brother trusts most. How could you turn against me? Trust? What is trust worth? Aunt Zhang retorted coldly. That waste Yitan has undoubtedly abandoned you and fled. Why should I risk offending the prominent 4th elder for his worthless trust? No, that cannot be. My brother would never flee. He would never abandon me. Lingzhu insisted resolutely. Do you really think Yi Tianran is a fool? Yi Wenshan scoffed that My-san has already broken through to the 7th level of the Duqi realm under the prince's full cultivation. Yi Tianran would never dare return. Lingzhu's face instantly registered shock. Although she was aware that Yi Qifeng was one of the Yi family's prodigies, she had not anticipated his talent to be so extraordinary, reaching the 7th level of the Duqi realm. This level was already considered peak among the younger generation in Wuzhou City, with no more than 3 individuals who could rival him. Of course, this did not imply that Yi Qifeng's talent was particularly high. After all, the Prince of Taiyan's estate provided a continuous supply of the essence of heaven and earth, along with numerous elixirs that enhance cultivation. Even a pig could be forced into decent cultivation through sheer resource allocation. This was precisely the concern that weighed heavily on Lingzhu's mind. Although Yi Tianran's innate talent and comprehension undoubtedly surpassed Yi Qifeng's, he lacked access to equivalent resources, and he might not even have sufficient essence of heaven and earth. The disparity in cultivation levels was too vast. If Yi Tianran returned, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Could it be that my brother has truly left? Lingzhu paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. My brother is indeed clever. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. He has made a wise escape. I hold no grudge against him. I believe he will return to avenge me. Fool! Yu Wenshan scolded that Yi Tianran is nothing but a waste. In this lifetime, he can only scuttle like a lowly insect, surviving in the shadows. What can he do for revenge? Fourth Elder, there is no need to waste words on this stubborn girl. Take her back for some proper enjoyment. Aunt Zhang sneered that if she is uncooperative, I have means to ensure her compliance. Guaranteed to please you? Excellent. Yu Wenshan cackled lewdly. Aunt Zhang is renowned as one of Wuzhou City's best alchemists, particularly famous for her secretive concoctions. I must experience it thoroughly. Old dog, you shall experience your own demise. At that moment, a furious curse echoed from outside. Following that was the anguished wails of the Yi family's guards, as more than a dozen lay sprawled on the ground, either dead or severely injured. Who? Yi Wenshan and Aunt Zhang exclaimed in alarm. It is my brother. My brother has returned. Lingzhu cheered joyously, and no sooner had she spoken than Yi Tianran burst through the door, his body ablaze with fury, his murderous intent palpable, enveloping the space like a ferocious beast, instilling fear in all who beheld him. This is bad. Aunt Zhang gasped, tightening her grip on Lingzhu's throat, that Dio not panic. A mere waste cannot stir up much trouble. Yu Wenshan sneered disdainfully to Yi Tianran. Your death is but 7 days away, and you dare return. Truly, you must be out of your mind. No, worse, you must be utterly foolish. Release Lingzhu. I shall not repeat myself. Yi Tianran commanded sternly. Ha! How utterly laughable. Do you believe you still hold the title of the Yi family's young master? Yu Wenshan mocked lewdly. While I cannot kill you just yet, you shall not prevent me from toying with your servant. Today, I will not return her to you. In an instant, with astonishing speed, Yi Tianran lunged forward. Setting aside his innate talent and duki, his current cultivation level far surpassed that of Yu Wenshan and Aunt Zhang, who were utterly unprepared for his assault. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as Yi Tianran delivered a powerful kick, landing directly in Yi Wenshan's groin. Oh no! Yi Wenshan screeched akin to a distressed hen. The excruciating pain contorted his face as he collapsed to the ground, trembling all over, cold sweat pouring from him like rain. Before long, blood began to seep from his groin. The Yi Tianran's kick had not only inflicted pain, but had completely rendered Yi Wenshan incapable of enjoying the pleasures of life, transforming him into a eunuch. In the moment Aunt Zhang was caught off guard by shock, Yi Tianran had already reached her side. Crack! The sound of a bone snapping rang out as Aunt Zhang's forearm was brutally broken, twisting in the opposite direction. Before she could let out a scream, Lingzhu had already been whisked to safety by Yi Tianran. This is utterly impossible? Aunt Zhang gasped in astonishment that wasn't Yi Tianran a waste. Yet his speed and strength now seemed to be at least at the 5th level of the Duki realm. Why? What could possibly explain this? Yi Tianran did not respond, his voice cold as he questioned. Aunt Zhang, you are the family head's confidant. How do you intend to explain your betrayal to him? Aunt Zhang suppressed her agony and sneered. For me to betray you is the family head's explicit intention. That is impossible, Yi Tianran asserted resolutely. The family head has cherished me since childhood. You cannot be so naive, Aunt Zhang interrupted, mocking him. The family head favors the unparalleled genius. You are but a failure. The news of your awakening failure has long been reported to the family head. Just yesterday, the family head's response declared that from now on, you, Yi Tianran, are no longer a member of the Yi family. Your disgrace belongs solely to you, severing all ties with the Yi family. If you do not believe it, I can show you the family head's letter. Aunt Zhang smirked. And let me remind you, your residence has already been reclaimed by the family. From this day forth you, Yi Tianran, are nothing but a thoroughly disgraced dog. Boom! At these words, Yi Tianran felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He could never have imagined that the family head, who had always favored him, could be so heartless that T.O. preserved the family's face. He had truly cast him out of the Yi family. The mockery and betrayal from the other members of the Yi family he could tolerate. But the family head's actions had chilled his heart to the core. Very well, very well. Yi Tianran sneered coldly. From this day forth, I sever all ties with the Yi family. Consequently, even if I slay you two old dogs, I shall bear no guilt. What did you just say? Yi Wenshan cried out in alarm that if you dare kill me, my son will surely dismember you into 1,000 pieces. Before Yi Wenshan could finish his sentence, Yi Tianran had already planted his foot squarely on his face. Yi Tianran, do not act recklessly. Aunt Zhang hurriedly admonished. Think carefully. Killing the fourth elder is tantamount to declaring war on the entire Yi family. Bah! Yi Tianran exerted force through the soles of his feet, akin to crushing a rotten tomato, and with a sudden impact, he shattered Yi Wenshan's skull. Slowly lifting his gaze, an unprecedented murderous intent erupted from his dark eyes as he pronounced each word with deliberate clarity. If you wish to fight, then let it be so. You are nothing but a madman. Aunt Zhang screamed, clutching her wounded arm, and fled in terror. Zhutian Sword Chi. Yi Tianran stood proudly in place, a surge of crimson fighting spirit emanating outward, transforming into a sharp sword edge that cleaved through the air from behind. In an instant, Aunt Zhang's head rolled to the ground. How incredibly strong you are, brother. What have you endured these past days? Lingzhu was left utterly astonished, fear gripping her as she clutched Yi Tianran's arm, her delicate form trembling uncontrollably. Fear not, no matter what I have faced, I will always be your brother from this day forward. Anyone who dares to bully a sibling shall meet this fate. Yi Tianran said indifferently, casually slicing through the air with two blood-red sword chi, directly piercing through Aunt Zhang and Yi Wenshan's energy sea and forcibly extracting their soul crystals. Subsequently, Yi Tianran confiscated the only 9 spiritual herbs available in the pharmacy, along with over 100 silver coins, and, together with Lingzhu, made his way to the Tongfu Inn established by the Xia family in the eastern part of the city. For Lingzhu's safety, Yi Tianran rented only one room, allowing her to sleep on the bed while he took to the floor the Taian Wangfu. Within the princess's chamber, the indecent sounds of Li Ningxiu and Yi Qifeng echoed. Intolerable to the ears, princess, something terrible has occurred. A dainty maid rushed over in a flurry, knocking urgently at the door. Moments later, the door creaked open to reveal the disheveled Li Ningxiu and Yi Qifeng emerging together. You wretched girl. You've ruined our good time. If you don't explain yourself, just wait and see how I will deal with you. Li Ningxiu's face twisted in fury as she raised her hand and pinched the maid's face forcefully. The maid trembled in pain, tears welling in her eyes, yet she dared not utter a sound, fearing a harsher punishment. Reporting to the princess, young Master Qifeng's father has been murdered in the pharmacy north of Ye's residence. The maid stammered, What? Yi Qifeng's face contorted with rage. Who dares to kill my father? The maid, her complexion pale with fright, hurriedly replied, It is not yet certain who the murderer is, but only a few passers-by mentioned that it seems Yi Tianran was involved. Yi Tianran? Yi Qifeng's face twisted further in disbelief. You must be joking. That waste of space could never have killed my father. The maid, terrified as if faced with a rabid dog, struggled to find her words. Qifeng, calm yourself. Li Ningxiu frowned and questioned, Wretched girl. Clarify this. How did Qifeng's father die? The maid steadied herself and faltered. He was crushed to death, his skull shattered, and his soul crystal was extracted, leaving him unrecognizable. Silence. Yi Qifeng's fury reached its zenith, and he threw a punch that struck the maid squarely in the face. Bang! In the next moment, that delicate maid became a headless corpse. Her skull exploded. Li Ningxiu showed no concern for the maid's demise. Instead, she spoke fiercely, Qifeng, rest assured, I will summon my father to take action. We must capture the murderer. He must be taken alive. Yi Qifeng gritted his teeth, consumed with vengeance for his father's death. Furthermore, the grievances of being left without an heir and having an incomplete corpse were 2 blood debts he could never forgive. I will ensure the murderer suffers a fate worse than death. Li Ningxiu hesitated momentarily and asked, "Do you think it could truly be Yi Tianran? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Yi Qifeng declared vehemently, "That waste is yet to awaken his fighting spirit. My father could crush him with a mere finger." "Very well," Li Ningxiu replied. "I will investigate the murderer. You should focus on enhancing your strength in these final 7 days. Perhaps a significant figure will come to observe." "What significant figure?" Yi Qifeng inquired suspiciously. "Someone greater than the Tian Wang." At the Tongfu Inn, Lingzhu fell asleep early and was in a deep slumber. After securing the doors and windows, Yi Tianran entered the fighting spirit space of Han Jiangyi. Carrying all his spoils, with a great battle approaching, Yi Tianran aimed not only to surpass Yi Qifeng, but also to outshine the head of the Yi family, and even the Tian Wang himself. Otherwise, even if he defeated Yi Qifeng on the life and death stage in 7 days, he would still meet a grim fate. "Kid, I've waited 23 days for you, yet you haven't delivered a single fighting spirit. Instead, bringing me 3 corpses. What do you mean by this?" Han Jiangying's voice was laced with irritation as he coldly questioned. "Calm down. I merely wish to exchange for better rewards," Yi Tianran replied. "I have gathered 35 fighting spirits, including high-level ones of the 4th and 5th stages of fighting spirit. They are ready for use at any moment." Han Jiangying's excitement was palpable. "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry and present them." "Not so fast. I want to hear what rewards you can offer me first." Yi Tianran stated bluntly that if the rewards do not please me, I will consume these fighting spirits and convert them into my own cultivation. "Kid, you're quite clever. You intend to bargain with me." Han Jiangying scoffed. "Rest assured, the items from the lower realms are worthless to me. The rewards I present will undoubtedly satisfy you." Yi Tianran smiled. "It's wise to clarify these matters up front. After all, with so much scheming, don't you tire?" Han Jiangying replied nonchalantly. "Listen carefully. I will offer you 3 rewards. First, the Nanming Lihua sword, unmatched in sharpness, possessing a fire-type spiritual root, embodying both rigidity and vitality. As your cultivation advances, so too will the sword's power, theoretically with no upper limit. Second, the ancient dominance body technique, which fortifies the physical body, rendering it indestructible. This will augment your fighting spirit significantly. Third, the Blood Fury pill. This is for your survival. Upon consumption, it can greatly enhance your combat power for a short time, but once the effect wears off, there will be side effects. It is advised to use it only in dire situations." Han Jiangying elaborated confidently on the 3 rewards he offered. Yet, Yi Tianran was not entirely satisfied. "Do you not have rewards that enhance cultivation levels? Perhaps something like a breakthrough pill?" "None," Han Jiangying replied. "I have exhausted all items that can directly enhance cultivation. However, the 3 items I offer will provide an increase that is certainly not inferior to a cultivation boost. I have no reason to deceive you. After all, if I trick you once, you will no longer be devoted to gathering fighting spirits for me." Clearly, the relationship between Han Jiangying and Yi Tianran was one of mutual benefit and reciprocity. Han Jiangying would not easily disrupt this balance. "All right, I believe you." Yi Tianran then retrieved all the beast crystals and soul crystals he had accumulated from his bag. With a whoosh, a cloud of blood mist swept through, devouring the fighting spirits that resided within the soul crystals entirely. Another wave of blood mist soon followed, delivering the 3 rewards before Yi Tianran. The Blood Fury pill appeared as a crimson elixir, while the ancient dominance body technique was a scroll of ancient text. The most striking of all was the Nanming Lihua sword, measuring 3 feet in length, entirely crimson, appearing neither crystalline nor jade-like. Its surface gleaming with a lustrous sheen. One glance revealed it was no ordinary item, but a magnificent sword. Yi Tianran grasped the Nanming Lihua sword and immediately sensed the accompanying spiritual root at the sword's core. A subtle yet profound connection established itself between the sword's spirit and Yi Tianran's heart. The spiritual treasure recognized its master. Yi Tianran's face lit up with joy. He had never anticipated that this Nanming Lihua sword was indeed a spiritual treasure. Such a weapon of this caliber was virtually non-existent within the Wuzhou realm, and even across the entirety of the Great Wu dynasty, one could scarcely find more than 10 with this sword in hand. Combined with the Zhutian sword technique and the chaotic fighting spirit, Yi Tianran would not only be able to combat across realms, but also achieve invincibility against opponents of lower realms. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. I suddenly have a bold idea. Yi Tianran mused. What would happen if I were to consume the Nanming Lihui sword with the chaotic fighting spirit? Han Jiangying replied, there are two possibilities. First, your cultivation will surge dramatically. Second, your fighting spirit will undergo a transformation. You may choose one of the two. Understood. Yi Tianran chuckled. You truly Haven-T deceived me. If necessary, I can consume the Nanming Lihui sword to enhance my cultivation level. This is a win-win. Han Jiangying remarked, with me, there is no need for such calculations. I still rely on your assistance. So how could I possibly shortchange you? Yi Tianran chose not to respond, immediately delving into studying the ancient dominance body technique. Can you comprehend it? Han Jiangying inquired. If there is anything unclear, feel free to ask. What is there to not understand? I've already self-taught the Zhutian sword technique. How difficult can a body refinement technique be? Yi Tianran settled his mind and soon entered a focused state. Han Jiangying remained silent. Yet her inner thoughts were filled with astonishment. Truly deserving of an imperial bloodline, his innate talent and comprehension were unparalleled, a prodigy of the highest order. Even the Zhutian sword technique could be self-taught by him. There was no martial art or combat technique in the lower realms that he could not master. Estimating the time, as dawn approached, Yi Tianran returned to the real world. Lingzhu had gone to bed early and risen early as well. At this moment, her bed was already tidied, and she was not in the room. According to routine, she must have gone to prepare breakfast, intending to personally serve it to Yi Tianran once it was ready. Yi Tianran was not in a hurry. He took out the ancient overlord body technique and continued his studies. After a night of learning, Yi Tianran had developed a preliminary understanding of the ancient overlord body technique. This martial art consists of two parts: internal refining and external refining. External refining is quite simple. One simply needs to soak in different medicinal baths according to their physical strength. Internal refining is relatively more complex, requiring the operation of unique mental methods and incantations to temper the body through the burning of battle energy. Once the physical body breaks through its shackles, it will bring about an all-encompassing enhancement. Strength, speed, perception, defense, recovery, and endurance, attributes related to the physical body, can all be significantly improved in actual combat. These enhancements can provide the most direct benefits, boasting an exceedingly high cost-performance ratio. Strangely, why had Lingzhu not returned yet? Yi Tianran waited for quite a while before immediately stepping outside to search for her. Upon exiting his room, he found the inn already filled with the royal guards of the Wangfu. Yet, the leader was not the commander of the guards, but rather the grand princess of the Wangfu, Li Ningxiu. Where is Lingzhu? Yi Tianran glared furiously and questioned directly that, you worthless fool, barely able to protect yourself. Yet you still have the time to meddle in others' affairs. Li Ningxiu, wielding the Qianlong K sword, looked at him with a chilling murderous intent that in 6 days, I must ascend to the life and death platform. And you cannot even muster this little patience? Yi Tianran retorted coldly, to be honest, I would find it beneath me to kill you. Li Ningxiu scoffed. However, I have been entrusted by Yi Qifeng to uncover who killed his father. Yi Wenshan was killed by me. Yi Tianran stated unflinchingly, his voice frosty. You had better release Lingzhu immediately, or I will kill you alongside her. What? Li Ningxiu was taken aback. Have you lost your mind? A mere waste, and you dare to speak so arrogantly. You show great disrespect to this princess. I could kill you right now. With a clang, as soon as she finished speaking, Li Ningxiu drew the Qianlong K sword. Pointing it at Yi Tianran, did I ask you one last time? Will you release Lingzhu? Yi Tianran's expression turned cold, and an incomprehensible murderous intent erupted from his dark eyes, akin to the stars in the night sky. Impudent! How dare you speak to this princess in such a manner? You are seeking death. Li Ningxiu, infuriated, swung her sword towards Yi Tianran. In the next instant, Yi Tianran swiftly drew the Nanming Lihui sword and executed a sudden horizontal slash. The sound of metal clashing reverberated through the air as the scene that unfolded left everyone present in utter shock. The Nanming Lihui sword swept through the air, directly severing the Qianlong K sword in two. The treasured weapon of the Taiyan Wangfu, one of the top 3 divine weapons in Wuzhou, was thus cleaved asunder by a single strike in that moment. Li Ningxiu and the surrounding guards were left dumbfounded. as though witnessing a ghost, staring at the Nanming Li Hua sword in Yi Tianran's hand. This sword was simply terrifying. Simultaneously, the blade of the Nanming Li Hua sword was already poised at Li Ningxiu's throat, chilling her heart as an overwhelming fear surged within her. Bold Yi, dare to harm the princess even slightly, and the prince shall surely annihilate your entire clan. The surrounding royal guards drew their weapons, roaring in anger. Annihilate my entire clan? Huh. Yi Tianran chuckled. I would rather you go and wipe out the Yi family. Unfortunately, I have already been expelled from the family. Don't speak of an entire clan. I have not even a single family member left. Yi Tianran, do not act impulsively. Please do not act impulsively. Li Ningxiu was acutely aware that once a person was cornered with nothing to lose, they would no longer have any reservations and could resort to any means. She feared that Yi Tianran, in a moment of rage, would truly take her life. The previous domineering demeanor of the princess vanished, replaced by a tone of meek pleading. Why, Yi Tianran, I beg you, remain calm. I did not capture Lingzhu. I truly do not know where she is. Just then a voice rang out, Brother, I'm back. You must have been craving the pancakes from our doorstep after being away from the city for so long. I specially ran back to buy some. At that moment, Lingzhu, holding the freshly purchased pancakes, entered. Upon witnessing the scene before her, she was instantly taken aback. Lingzhu, come to my side, Yi Tianran commanded. See, I did not deceive you. Right? Lingzhu has returned safely. Li Ningxiu trembled as she pleaded, We have at least known each other for a time. I implore you, spare me. Knew each other? How dare you utter those words? Yi Tianran scoffed. I can honestly say that I once loved you deeply, poured my heart out to you, and cared for you with utmost devotion. But what about you? How did you treat me? I, Li Ningxiu, admit my fault. I wronged you, she lamented. Saying sorry without any sincerity holds no meaning. Yi Tianran replied coldly. Write a letter of divorce, detailing all your transgressions against your marital duties. Then sign it. I want the entire Wuzhou to know that you, Li Ningxiu, have been divorced by me, Yi Tianran. Li Ningxiu certainly did not wish to write such a letter of divorce. She knew that she had betrayed and abandoned Yi Tianran during his time of peril. And then, while their engagement had yet to be dissolved, she had been unfaithful to Yi Qifeng. If these matters were documented, her reputation would be utterly ruined, and the entire Taiyan Wangfu would be brought to disgrace. However, with the Nanming Li Hua sword against her neck, despite her myriad of unwillingness, she could only comply, I will write. I will write. Is that sufficient? Li Ningxiu wailed. With a glance from Yi Tianran, the innkeeper immediately brought forth ink, paper, and brush. Before long, under Yi Tianran's supervision, a letter of divorce that could ruin Li Ningxiu's reputation was completed. Li Ningxiu signed her name and was forced by Yi Tianran to cut her finger, pressing a crimson fingerprint on the document. Witnessing this scene, even the surrounding royal guards could not help but cast disdainful glances at Li Ningxiu. Any man would find such a woman utterly disgusting. You may leave. Yi Tianran collected the letter of divorce, his demeanor indifferent. Let us go. We must leave. Li Ningxiu felt as though she had been granted amnesty and fled in haste, and of course, she was not one to be underestimated. After running a distance, she turned back and shouted, Yi Tian, you are doomed. I will ensure my father dismembers you into 1,000 pieces and feeds you to the dogs. Lingzhu, we should escape quickly. Lingzhu urged anxiously, and no need to flee. Yi Tianran replied coldly. The reason I spared that wretched woman is to observe the Taiyan Wang's attitude. If the Taiyan Wang truly wishes to kill me, then in 6 days, I shall take down the entire Wangfu. This revelation left Lingzhu astounded, her eyes wide with disbelief. How could Yi Tianran possibly be a match for the Taiyan Wang, the strongest in Wuzhou? Sir, could you possibly consider relocating elsewhere? This humble establishment is unworthy of your esteemed presence, the innkeeper said, trembling. Do not rush to go and invite the head of the Xia family over. Just inform him that I, Yi Tianran, request his presence. Yi Tianran's gaze remained calm, his demeanor composed, as if everything was under his control. Very well, the innkeeper dared not oppose and could only comply with Yi Tianran's instructions that I end the next moment. Yi Tianran released 2 streams of battle energy, drawing the fallen pieces of the broken sword into his hands. Although the Deqianlong K sword was shattered, it remained a divine weapon. Yi Tianran had no desire for gifts from the Li family, But this was a trophy he had claimed, and he would not let it go to waste. Lingzhu, we shall return to our room. Inside the room, Lingzhu was exceedingly anxious, while Yi Tianran devoured the pancakes with great delight. Once he had satisfied his hunger, Yi Tianran conjured his blood-red chaotic battle soul and directly devoured the two segments of the Deqian Ke sword. In an instant, a vast energy emanated from the chaotic battle soul. That an anomaly occurred. Yi Tianran, with a flicker of thought, chose not to use this energy to enhance his cultivation, but instead to induce a transformation in his battle soul. In the next moment, this immense energy began to spread within his sea of consciousness. The originally blood-red chaotic battle soul gradually transformed into a brilliant silver hue, and at the center of the chaotic vortex, a sharp and unmatched sword manifested. That a divine weapon battle soul? Yi Tianran's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "This battle soul can significantly enhance my lethality and destructive power, allowing me to slay foes 2 minor realms above me. More importantly, the stronger the divine weapon I consume, the more terrifying the enhancement in lethality and destructive power. There is theoretically no upper limit. The chaotic battle soul is indeed extraordinary. How exhilarating!" At this moment, the outcome once again affirms that Han Jiangying did not deceive Yi Tianran. The enhancement brought about by the transformation of the fighting spirit is indeed comparable to an elevation in cultivation realm. In other words, if Yi Tianran were to consume the Southern Ming Lihua sword, he might be able to vanquish foes even 5 minor realms above him. Merely contemplating this is exhilarating. "Brother, the people from the Xia family have arrived." Lingzhu, who had been vigilantly stationed at the door, promptly alerted Yi Tianran. Rising to his feet, Yi Tianran stepped outside, instructing, "Stay inside. I shall return shortly." Outside, the number of individuals from the Xia family was few, merely 3. However, each one carried significant weight. Leading them was naturally the head of the Xia family, Xia Chonglu. To his right stood the great elder of the Xia family, Xia Jiangnan, while to his left was an exceptionally beautiful young woman. Her features were enchanting, her skin as fair as snow, her bosom ample and her hips curvaceous, her figure possessing an elegance that was simply breathtaking. Though it was Yi Tianran's first encounter with this woman, he could easily deduce her identity without needing to ask. One of the 4 beauties of Wuzhou, the Xia family's once-in-a-thousand-years prodigy, an inner disciple of an external sect, Xia Qingcheng. What could possibly bring her back to Wuzhou City? It is well known that in this world, martial prowess reigns supreme, and the strong are revered. True powerhouses are invariably above the mundane. Cultivating within external sections, even the imperial authority of the great martial dynasty is restrained by the foremost sections. Although Xia Qingqing's sect is not among the top tier, it is sufficient to grant her a transcendent status, compelling even the king of Taiyan to show her deference. Initially, the Xia family was a minor clan. But thanks to her singular strength, the entire family rose to prominence, becoming one of the 4 great families of Wuzhou. Of course, becoming a disciple of a sect is no simple task. Over the past decade, Wuzhou City has produced only Xia Qingcheng among the younger generation. All aspire to emulate her, dreaming of becoming disciples of the sect. Even Yi Tianran once harbored such aspirations, for only by becoming a true powerhouse of the sect could he hope to venture to the primordial ruins in the far north of the great wilderness to seek the whereabouts of his biological parents. However, such thoughts have shifted for Yi Tianran now. With Han Jiangying as a formidable ally, his desire to join a sect has waned. That I in the lower realms. Can any sect truly surpass Han Jiangying? "Young Master Yi, I wonder what brings you to seek me out." Xia Chonglu inquired directly. "That I have been expelled from the Yi family. You may simply address me by my name, Xia family head." Yi Tianran replied calmly, "I have summoned you here to propose an alliance with the Xia family. Once our objectives are achieved, let us jointly govern Wuzhou. Are you out of your mind?" Before Xia Chonglu could respond, the great elder Xia Zhang interrupted, "You a mere wastrel. What qualifications do you possess to ally with my Xia family? To jointly govern Wuzhou? Such arrogance." Clearly, Xia Jiangnan held Yi Tianran in utmost disdain, harboring an underlying hostility. Xia Chonglu remarked, "Yi Tianran, though the great elder's words may be harsh, they are not without merit. What makes you think you are worthy of an alliance with us? Simply because I avenged the murder of your daughter." Yi Tianran proclaimed, gesturing grandly as he produced the severed heads of the 3 members of the Lu family, casting them to the ground. The three members of the Xia family were instantly taken aback, especially Xia Chonglu and Xia Qingcheng, whose expressions shifted to one of profound complexity. That it is known that Xia Qingcheng's parents perished when she was young, raised instead by her aunt, the most cherished daughter of Xia Chonglu. The Xia family's brightest jewel, it was the Lu family, who had ruthlessly tortured and ultimately killed this jewel, that time. The Xia family was merely an inconsequential clan, incapable of avenging such a grievous wrong. Later, although Xia Qingcheng rose to prominence, a vast web of interests saw the king of Taiyan protect the Lu family. The Xia family could not afford to contend with both the Lu family and the Taiyan royal household simultaneously, and thus were forced to swallow their grievances. For years, this enmity has tormented Xia Chonglu and Xia Qingcheng, leaving them powerless. Yet, at this moment, the blood-soaked vendetta has been avenged by the very individual they deemed a waste. Shock, astonishment, joy, gratitude. In an instant, the gazes of Xia Chonglu and Xia Qingcheng towards Yi Tianran transformed entirely. You little bastard! Do you not realize the grave calamity you have unleashed? The great elder Xia Jiangnan roared once more. Those three from the Lu family are under the direct protection of the king of Taiyan. By killing them, you have effectively declared war on both the Lu family and the royal household. You dare come to my Xia family seeking an alliance. Do you wish to drag us down with you? You are utterly malicious. I cannot allow you to go unpunished. You must be captured and handed over to the Lu family for retribution. As his voice fell, a surge of fighting spirit erupted from Xia Jiangnan, his murderous intent boiling over. The head of the Xia family fears being implicated. Yet you, old dog, are so agitated that is it possible that I have compromised your interests? Or perhaps you have already been bought off by the Lu family. Yi Tianran's gaze sharpened, as if he could see through Xia Jiangnan's thoughts. Shut your mouth. You dare slander me even when death is at your doorstep. Xia Jiangnan was enraged, channeling all his fighting spirit into a devastating attack, a crushing punch aimed to kill. Yi Tian, get out of the way. Suddenly, Xia Qingcheng, who had remained silent, shouted at the same time. She made a move to obstruct Xia Jiangnan. However, in the next moment, there was no need for Xia Qingcheng to intervene. That a sound akin to tearing flesh echoed as Xia Jiangnan froze, utterly immobilized. How is this possible? Xia Jiangnan gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. As he looked down to see Tianran's hand, claw-like, having pierced through his flesh, forcefully penetrating into his sea of qi and soul palace. With a swift motion, Yi Tianran withdrew his hand, extracting Xia Jiangnan's soul crystal. Cough! As the soul crystal was separated, Xia Jiangnan coughed up a mouthful of blood. Though his life was spared, his lifelong cultivation had been utterly obliterated, rendering him a true waste. Heavens! Xia Chonglu gasped. Yi Tianran, did you not fail to awaken? How could you possibly defeat Xia Jiangnan in a single blow? No, it is more than just a single blow. Xia Qingcheng's eyes widened in horror. Yi Tianran's cultivation is only at the 6th level of fighting spirit. This should be classified as a level-up kill? A level-up kill? Xia Chonglu was left dumbfounded. A prodigy. A true prodigy. Yi Tianran has deceived us all. He remains the unparalleled genius we once knew, unfazed. Yi Tianran toyed with the bloodied soul crystal and inquired. Do you now believe I am worthy of an alliance with you? Xia Chonglu hesitated. Indeed, Xia Qingcheng declared. You not only qualify to ally with my Xia family, but you are also eligible to join my Yuhua Do sect, becoming an inner disciple just like me. Xia Chonglu was once again left speechless. The mere presence of Xia Qingcheng had already propelled the Xia family to prominence, with Yi Tianran's assistance. Jointly governing Wuzhou would no longer be a mere jest. Xia Qingcheng took the lead, stating, Yi Xiandi, please accompany me to my residence for further discussions. For the next 6 days, you shall reside at the Xia family, and I will ensure your safety. Very well. Yi Tianran nodded. Lingzhu, come forth. We shall relocate. At the Taiyan royal residence, a grand welcoming banquet was underway, with red carpets laid out and lights festooned, creating a lively atmosphere. The core elite of the Yi, Lu, and Zhang families had all come bearing lavish gifts. The list of offerings spanned 3 full pages. Even the royal birthday celebration had never been so extravagant. In the banquet hall, at the place of honor, sat a middle-aged man with silver hair at his temples. The esteemed king of Taiyan, the strongest in Wuzhou, merely occupied the left seat, To the right sat the head of the Liu family, Liu Dingbei, followed by the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Kongxian, and the elder of the Yi family, Yi Shouqing. The seating arrangement alone attested to the terrifying identity and status of this middle-aged man. Indeed, he hailed from an external sect and had arrived alongside Xia Qingqing. He was her fourth senior brother, Sitiyu. Your Highness, it seems we have indulged enough in drink. Now it is time for me to witness the youthful talents of Wuzhou City. Sitiyu proclaimed that My Master observed the celestial signs and noted the descent of the purple radiant star upon Wuzhou, indicating the emergence of an extraordinary talent. Thus, I was dispatched to seek out this individual alongside my junior sister. My master instructed that this unparalleled genius be taken as a direct disciple, nurtured with utmost care, for their future is limitless. One I envy greatly. Upon hearing this, the gathered crowd erupted in excitement. This was an extraordinary opportunity, capable of forging a superlative power that would dominate Wuzhou. Come, everyone come in. With a grand gesture, the king of Taiyan summoned the young talents who had been awaiting his call. And they promptly entered the banquet hall. At the forefront were naturally members of the royal family, including 2 princes and 2 princesses. Sitiyu cast a quick glance, his gaze lingering only for a brief moment on the young princess Li Ningqin. While he offered not even a glance at the other 3, following them were the prodigies nurtured by the 3 prominent families. Sitiyu nonchalantly surveyed them, as if he could see through each individual with a mere glance. Have you found someone to your liking, Master Sitiyu? The king of Taiyan inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Sitiyu shook his head, responding candidly, to be frank, there is not a single individual here who could be considered a peerless genius. If I must choose, only these 2 stand out slightly more. Chapter 6. A barrier to mortals, a shield to the divine. Sitiyu pointed at the 2, who were none other than Li Ningqin and Yi Qifeng. Li Ningqin wore an expression of discontent, while Yi Qifeng was brimming with excitement, his eyes gleaming with fervor. That my dear girl, I have chosen you. Why do you still appear displeased? Sitiyu asked. Li Ningqin furrowed her brows and replied, I have no interest in cultivation, and I do not wish to leave my father and mother. Upon hearing this, the king of Taiyan turned pale, nearly choking on his indignation. What a dutiful child! Sitiyu remarked, In any case, my master only intends to accept 1 disciple, so I shall accommodate your filial piety. Let us choose that young man to accompany me back to the mountain. Thank you, master. Li Ningqin beamed, her charming face radiating beauty that outshone flowers. Gratitude to the master. Thank you. Immediately, Yi Qifeng dropped to his knees, performing 3 prostrations with a face full of obsequiousness. Still calling me master? Sitiyu smiled faintly. Brother master. Thank you, brother master. Yi Qifeng exclaimed, his excitement akin to a person high on adrenaline, his entire being trembling with enthusiasm. Elder Yi Shouqing was equally exhilarated, tears streaming down his face as he proclaimed, Heaven smiles upon us. My Yi family is destined to become the strongest power in Wuzhou. At these words, the king of Taiyan's expression darkened even further, yet he dared not utter a sound. Around them, the members of the Liu and Zhang families were seething, their teeth almost grinding. Yet they could only muster 4 smiles, repeatedly offering their congratulations. To be chosen by an external sect was undoubtedly a divine blessing from above. Summer Qingqing, merely an ordinary inner disciple of the Feathered Transformation Dose sect, had already elevated the Xia family from a mediocre clan to one of the 4 great families. Comparatively, Yi Qifeng being selected as a direct disciple of an elder from the Feathered Transformation Dose sect meant his status, power, and resources would far surpass that of Summer Qingqing. Moreover, the Yi family was already one of the 4 great families, essentially augmenting their strength. Progressing further, the Yi family would undoubtedly become the overlords of Wuzhou, wielding absolute power. Very well, enjoy your meal at your leisure. I will retreat for cultivation, Sitiyu announced as he rose to his feet. That in 6 days, I shall personally observe the competition and see if there are any other talents worthy of note. If not, I will depart for the mountains. Farewell, brother master. Yi Qifeng prostrated himself on the ground like a devoted hound. However, as soon as Sitiyu departed, Yi Qifeng leaped to his feet and took the seat of honor at the main table. This table was filled with his elders, and by sitting in the primary position, he effectively slapped everyone's face. Yet all present dared not voice their anger. Qifeng, congratulations. I raise my glass to you. The king of Taiyan forced a smile and toasted him. Kneel. Yi Qifeng raised his chin, wearing an exceedingly arrogant expression. What? The room was thrown into an uproar. Liu Dingbei shouted, Yi Qifeng, have you lost your mind? How dare you humiliate the prince? Zhang Kongxian was equally furious. Yi Qifeng, the prince possesses royal blood. How could he kneel to you? No, no, no. You misunderstand. Yi Qifeng sneered, I am not targeting the king of Taiyan. Rather, I want every single one of you present to kneel. Everyone was consumed by fury. Even Yi Shouqing was taken aback, never expecting Yi Qifeng to be so audacious. This was bound to incite public wrath. Yet, Yi Qifeng remained unfazed. In this world, strength reigns supreme. The mighty are revered. Even the emperor of the great martial dynasty must kneel before the master of the heavenly sect. I am now a direct disciple of an elder from the Feathered Transformation Do sect. Which makes me your superior. Is it truly beyond your capacity to kneel before me? At these words, everyone fell silent. Although they were filled with rage, they had to concede that Yi Qifeng spoke the truth. The strong truly were the lords of this world. As long as one possessed sufficient strength, it was hardly surprising for emperors to kneel. Did you not say that I have not given you a chance? Yi Qifeng continued, those who kneel and submit to me may retain a place at my side. Those who refuse to kneel will find that upon my return, they and their families will vanish from Wuzhou. A blatant threat. The atmosphere was charged with fury. However, everyone understood that the Yi family becoming the overlords of Wuzhou was an irreversible outcome. The Zhang family was willing to submit. Zhang Kongxian was the first to kneel. His expression a tumult of emotions. The young talents of the Zhang family seethed with resentment, yet they too had no choice but to follow suit. The Lu family surrenders. Liu Dingbei and the young talents of the Liu family also knelt. Their hearts filled with loathing for Yi Qifeng. Finally, only the members of the royal family remained. Qifeng, Li Ningxiu said softly, my father has nurtured you. For my sake, please show him some respect. I never force others. If you do not wish to kneel, you need not do so, Yi Qifeng replied, crossing his legs, his gaze icy. I am willing to submit. The king of Taiyan ultimately knelt. He did not dare gamble his future on such a risk. Witnessing this scene, Li Ningxiu and the other members of the royal family also knelt. Only Li Ningqin stood her ground. Why, Yi Qifeng, you wicked bully! You are tormenting my father. I will not let you off easily. Li Ningqin glared at Yi Qifeng, her face flushed with anger. Qin, do not be rude. Kneel at once. The king of Taiyan scolded angrily. Father, do not be afraid. Li Ningqin retorted, I will go find Master Sidhu and tell him I wish to return to the mountain with him. By then, I shall also be a disciple of the Do sect, and see how I shall deal with Yi Qifeng. Impudent girl, seeking death? Yi Qifeng roared, suddenly lunging at Li Ningqin. Slap. He delivered a resounding slap to her delicate, fair face, rendering her unconscious, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. King of Taiyan, this is the good daughter you have raised. Yi Qifeng turned back, glaring at the king of Taiyan, demanding accountability. Qifeng, Li Ningxiu hurriedly explained. That wretched girl is not my father's biological child. Her misdeeds have nothing to do with my Li family. Yes, that girl was picked up by me. She is not a member of the Li family at all. The king of Taiyan hastily added, wolf-hearted and dog-hearted, heartless and ungrateful. Although Li Ningqin was not of the Li bloodline, she had genuinely treated them as family, showing them utmost filial piety. Yet in their quest for self-preservation, they discarded her without a second thought. Very well, Yi Qifeng declared. If that is the case, let us chop her into pieces and feed her to the dogs. As long as you comply, the previous incident shall be forgotten. Someone Li Ningxiu shouted, take that wretched girl away and do as young Master Qifeng says. As you command. 2 royal guards dragged the unconscious Li Ningqin away. The scene before them was unbearable even for the onlookers. However, the expressions on Li Ningxiu and the king of Taiyan remained utterly unfazed, devoid of any hint of compassion. The Xia family ancestral residence. Summer Qingqing personally arranged accommodations for Yi Tianran and Lingzhu. Moreover, she prepared a plethora of precious medicinal herbs tailored to Yi Tianran's needs. Though these herbs did not reach the level of spiritual medicines, they could still be used to concoct entry-level tonics for the ancient tyrant body refinement technique. Inside the room, Yi Tianran was already immersed in a medicinal bath, enduring an excruciating pain that pierced to his very core. However, compared to the torment he experienced when acquiring the chaotic Do soul, the current agony was nothing in comparison. While enduring the pain from the medicinal bath, Yi Tianren simultaneously operated the heart technique of the ancient tyrant body refinement technique, igniting his Do Qi to refine his body internally. Such talent would astound even Han Jianging if she were to witness it. After several hours, Yi Tianren exhaled deeply. The medicinal bath no longer inflicted pain upon him, and 9 acupoints within his body had begun to exhibit a metallic transformation. This indicated that Yi Tianren had successfully cultivated the ancient tyrant body refinement technique to its first level. Yi Tianren, are you asleep? At that moment, Summer Qingqing's anxious voice called from outside the door. Not asleep. Yi Tianren emerged from the tub, evaporating the residual medicinal liquid from his skin with Do Qi, dressing himself before stepping outside. What is the matter? Yi Tianren inquired. Summer Qingqing explained, the princess of Taiyan visited in the dead of night, wishing to entrust the young princess to me. I fear there may be a plot, so I came to discuss it with you. Ningqin? Yi Tianren responded, there is no need for doubt. Take me there. In the front hall, a stately and elegant woman paced anxiously while cradling the dazed Li Ningqin. Yi Tianren made his entrance. He immediately inquired, and at the same moment, his gaze fell upon the vivid crimson handprint upon Li Ningqin's cheek. Igniting a blaze of fury within him, Yi Tianren, how could you be at the Xia residence? The princess was utterly astonished. However, time was of the essence, and she could scarcely afford to dwell on Yi Tianren. In haste, she recounted the events that had transpired at the royal banquet. That beast, Yi Qifeng, he deserves to die. Yi Tianren's wrath reached its zenith. In 5 days, I shall sever his vile claws. Yet the princess regarded Yi Tianren with disdain, viewing him merely as a waste of potential. Miss Xia, the princess spoke with a grave tone, though I am not Qinir's biological mother. I have spent countless days and nights with her. She is exceptionally filial and has already formed a mother-son bond with me. Today, though I risked my life to rescue Qinir, Yi Qifeng will undoubtedly seek to harm her. Only by entrusting her to you can I find solace. Qinir possesses remarkable talent. If you take her back to the sect, you can ensure her safety. She will undoubtedly be grateful for your saving grace and will serve you in return. Evidently, the princess was astute. In this dire moment, only Xia Qingqing could safeguard Li Ningqin. However, Xia Qingqing shook her head, stating, it is futile. My role in descending the mountain is solely to guide. The true authority lies with my 3rd senior brother. Sit to you. I lack the qualifications to lead anyone back. The princess, now visibly distressed, felt her eyes welling with tears that cascaded uncontrollably. It was evident that she genuinely regarded Li Ningqin as her own daughter. Her heart aching with sorrow. Your Highness, Yi Tianren declared solemnly, entrust Qinir to me, and I shall protect her with my very life. You, the princess replied, her expression tinged with bitterness. I appreciate your goodwill, but how can you safeguard Qinir when you struggle to ensure your own safety? Crack! At that moment, Yi Tianren's foot suddenly exerted immense force, causing the resilient blue steel floor to yield, leaving a deep imprint over an inch deep. Cracks radiated outward like a spider's web, spreading towards the princess's feet. A surge of hidden energy knocked her off balance, nearly sending her sprawling. Heavens, what kind of power is this? The princess was momentarily rendered speechless. Even Xia Qingqing, formidable as she was, appeared taken aback, exclaiming, there's no fluctuation of battle energy. This is purely physical strength. Yi Tianren, you have concealed yourself far too deeply. Yi Tianren, I apologize. I should not have underestimated you, the princess hastily asserted. I entrust Qinir to you. You must take good care of her. Yi Tianren nodded, cradling Li Ningqin in his arms. Rest assured, as long as I, Yi Tianren, draw breath, no one shall harm Qinir. Thank you. Thank you. The princess, unwilling to linger, cast a lingering glance at Li Ningqin before departing with reluctance. Mother, mother! Li Ningqin, in a daze, lifted a small hand, reaching out in an attempt to grasp the departing figure of the princess, as if this farewell might be eternal. Xia Qingqing, I have prepared 2 additional prescriptions. Assist me in gathering them swiftly. Yi Tianren gazed at Li Ningqin with a heavy heart, his murderous intent boiling over. Certainly. Xia Qingqing nodded, then added earnestly, moreover, I must remind you to remember what I have said. Situ Yu is envious of talent. in 5 days, while you may defeat Yi Qifeng, do not let your brilliance shine too brightly. Otherwise, city will never tolerate you. I have noted it. Yi Tianran replied verbally. But internally, he had his own resolution. Forming an alliance with the Xia family was advantageous. It provided him with a refuge, the means to procure medicinal materials for body refinement, and the guidance of Xia Qingqing. However, it seems Xia Qingqing had forgotten that Yi Tianran was the true orchestrator of their alliance, possessing the authority of life and death within his grasp. In the following 4 days, Yi Tianran immersed himself in body refinement. The medicinal materials utilized in the herbal baths became increasingly potent, the pain they inflicted penetrating deeply into his very being, far more intense than the first time. Nonetheless, Yi Tianran bore it resolutely, relentlessly engaging in simultaneous internal cultivation. By the end of those 4 days, his skin and meridians had undergone complete metallization, exuding a hue reminiscent of ancient bronze. Internally, 18 acupuncture points had also transformed into a metallic state, rendering him nearly half a bronze figure. This signified that he had advanced the ancient dominance body technique to the 3rd realm, an immense enhancement. Upon exiting the herbal bath and regaining his composure, Yi Tianran's complexion gradually returned to normal. Just as he donned his clothing and stepped out of his chamber, he was met with the sound of weeping. In a nearby room, Li Ningqin was sobbing inconsolably. While Lingzhu attempted to offer comfort, though it proved utterly futile. "Lingzhu, what has happened to China?" Yi Tianran inquired as he entered. "Brother," Lingzhu replied softly, "the princess has been slain, her head displayed at the entrance of the royal residence. It is said her body has been dismembered and fed to the dogs. That beast, Yi Qifeng." Yi Tianran's fury reached a boiling point. He could scarcely contain his desire to eliminate Yi Qifeng at that very moment. "Sister-in-law," Li Ningqin rushed over, embracing Yi Tianran, crying out, "My father and sister no longer want me. My mother has been killed. You are all I have left. Please do not take risks. Do not, foolish girl, today the danger does not lie with me, but with them." Yi Tianran spoke coldly. "Let those beasts live for another day. Tomorrow, the head of the Yi family shall return. I will ascend the life and death platform and settle the score with them. Yi Tianran, come here." At that moment, Xia Qingqing called from the doorway. Yi Tianran reassured Li Ningqin once more before stepping outside. "There may be unforeseen changes in tomorrow's battle," Xia Qingqing informed him. "Wu Lingqing and Wu Lingxi have returned from the imperial capital." "Oh," Yi Tianran replied with interest. "With their return, the 4 beauties of Wuzhou are now gathered." "What time is it? And you still jest?" Xia Qingqing said sternly. "It is said that the national master of the imperial capital has observed the celestial signs and determined that an extraordinary talent has emerged from Wuzhou. They are likely here under the imperial edict of Empress Wu to seek someone." "Intriguing," Yi Tianran remarked. "These 2 girls were fostered at the Taiyan royal residence during Empress Wu's decline. I wonder if they will stand with the Taiyan prince?" "It seems you are not entirely foolish," Xia Qingqing noted. "That is precisely what I fear. If worrying were effective, I would not need to cultivate at all." Yi Tianran scoffed. "As the storm approaches, let it come even more fiercely." "You are remarkably calm. But do you truly possess the strength?" Xia Qingqing questioned anxiously. "Yi Qifeng and the Taiyan prince already know that my Xia family has taken you in. If you cannot stabilize the situation tomorrow, my Xia family may very well be buried alongside you." Yi Tianran remained non-committal, casually inquiring, "I have long forgotten to ask you. What is your current cultivation level?" "Crystal transformation stage, 5th realm." Xia Qingqing frowned. "Why do you ask? Good heavens, you surpass me by an entire realm." Yi Tianran raised an eyebrow. "Shall we spar to warm up?" "Spar? You must be joking." Xia Qingqing retorted. "With a 1-realm difference, I could crush you with a single finger." "That may not necessarily be the case." Yi Tianran smiled slightly. Xia Qingqing frowned. "Enough of this nonsense. I must continue to keep watch. You must decide how to proceed tomorrow. If you bring ruin to the Xia family, I will haunt you even in death." "Tomorrow." Yi Tianran gazed at the retreating figure of Xia Qingqing, his eyes darkening as he declared with chilling resolve, "What else can be done? If one stands in my way, I shall slay them. If the Buddha stands in my way, I shall slay the Buddha." At the ancestral home of the Yi family, the patriarch Yi Fengyan returned a day early. However, at this moment, Yi Qifeng occupied the position of patriarch. With hair and beard turned white, Yi Fengyan stood in the hall, surrounded by all the elders of the Yi family. Patriarch, you have reached an advanced age. It is time to step aside and allow the capable to take charge. Yi Qifeng proclaimed arrogantly, reclining with his legs crossed. Why, Yi Qifeng? I have long been on your side. Why must you seize the position of patriarch from me? Yi Fengyun's brow furrowed deeply, filled with indignation that he had previously sent word for An Zhang to betray Yi Tianran, effectively aligning himself with Yi Qifeng. Yet now, Yi Qifeng showed no gratitude for his support. The position of patriarch belongs to the strong. This is the ancestral teaching of the Yi family. Yi Qifeng sneered, if you refuse to yield, I will conveniently challenge you on the life and death platform tomorrow. As long as I defeat you, I too can become the patriarch. Do you truly possess such ability? Yi Fengyun, having served as patriarch for a lifetime, was not one to easily concede, to be honest. Just last night, I broke through to the 8th realm of battle energy, and my third senior brother Situ Yu has bestowed upon me 2 secret weapons. Yi Qifeng coldly laughed. I am not boasting. Killing you will be as easy as slaughtering a chicken. Yi Fengyun was utterly stunned. After a moment of silence, he ultimately withdrew the patriarch's token and presented it with both hands. I am willing to step aside. Excellent. Yi Qifeng accepted the token, stating, from now on, you shall be the Grand Elder diligently serving me, and I will not treat you poorly. Thank you, patriarch. Yi Fengyun's molars were on the verge of shattering, yet no matter how despondent and constrained he felt, he could only endure in silence. After all, this was the path he had chosen for himself. Had he resolutely defended Yi Tianran back then, the present would surely paint a different picture. One must tread the path they have selected, even if it means doing so on their knees. Head of the family, the 2 princesses of the Wu family have arrived. At that moment, a servant rushed in to report. Quickly, please invite them in. Yi Qifeng hastily rose to his feet. No matter how arrogant he was, he dared not show any disrespect to these 2 noble ladies. Soon, 2 extraordinarily beautiful young women entered together. They seemed as though they had been sculpted from the same mold. From their breathtakingly exquisite features to their flawless figures, they were strikingly identical. However, their temperaments were starkly different. The elder sister, Wu Lingxing, donned an ice-blue gauze gown, exuding a noble and frosty elegance, reminiscent of an imposing iceberg that kept others at bay. In contrast, the younger sister, Wu Lingxi, wore a soft yellow short dress, her lively and spirited demeanor shining through as her long, fair legs were gracefully displayed, captivating all who beheld her. I have heard that Yuhua Dozong has already found the unparalleled genius of Wuzhou. So my sister and I have come to pay our respects. Wu Lingxi declared with a bright smile. Wu Lingxing, however, remained silent, her expression icy as she stood behind. The person you seek is none other than myself. Yi Qifeng stepped forward, a forced smile plastered on his face. You? Wu Lingxi was momentarily taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at her sister. You are unworthy. Wu Lingxing replied coldly, her countenance unchanging as she uttered those 3 words. Ah, Yi Qifeng stammered. Princess Lingxing, I do not comprehend your meaning. Yuhua Dozong has already chosen me. Whether I am worthy or not is not for you to decide. You are mistaken. Wu Lingxi interjected. My sister means you are not deserving of being called an unparalleled genius. Yi Qifeng was momentarily stunned, recalling that Situ Yu had voiced similar sentiments. During that banquet, not a single one among the youthful talents could truly be considered an unparalleled genius. Selecting him, Yi Qifeng amounted to merely picking the tallest among a group of short individuals. Did I take my leave? Wu Lingxi waved her hand dismissively and turned to leave, while Wu Lingxing remained even more taciturn, not even bidding farewell. How dare they belittle me? Yi Qifeng seethed, gritting his teeth and speaking fiercely. Once I have perfected my cultivation and return home in splendor, I will make these 2 wretched women pay dearly. Head of the family, at this moment, Yi Fengyun furrowed his brow and inquired, do you think the person they are looking for could be Yi Tianran? Shut your mouth. Yi Qifeng retorted angrily. Yi Tianran is nothing but an absolute waste. What connection does an unparalleled genius have to him? Yi Fengyun fell silent, his expression dark and lost in thought, even feeling a tinge of regret. After a lifetime of being the head of the family, he had been publicly scolded by a junior, utterly losing face in the process. How disgraceful. I truly wish Yi Tianran were an unparalleled genius. Yi Qifeng raged that way. Tomorrow, I could brutally slaughter this so-called unparalleled genius in front of third senior brother and those two Wu family wenches. I want them to know that I, Yi Qifeng, am the person they seek. On the streets, Wu Lingxi furrowed her delicate brows and said, Sister, the national master's prophecy cannot be wrong. But in this vast sea of people, where shall we find that unparalleled genius? Let us wait until tomorrow, Wu Lingxing replied calmly. Tomorrow? Wu Lingxi responded, I have heard that Yi Tiran has already been rendered useless. Tomorrow will likely be nothing more than a formality. Devoid of any surprises, that Wu Lingxing shook her head, her voice cold as she declared, The blood-clothes guard will arrive tomorrow. What? Wu Lingxi gasped in shock, her eyes filled with a complex mixture of emotions. The next morning, the entire city of Wuzhou converged upon the Yi family's life and death arena, the atmosphere thick with anticipation for the imminent battle. Chapter 7. The fate turns. 10,000 swords come to greet. At one side of the life and death arena, the Yi family had already erected a viewing platform. Sidi Yu sat in the central seat without a hint of surprise, with Wu Lingxi to his left and Yi Qifeng to his right. The heads of the Taiyan Wang and the three prominent families, Lu, Zhang, and Xia, sat on either side. Additionally, among the gathered crowd were many talented youths from neighboring cities, drawn by the spectacle. For today, in addition to the life and death duel between Yi Qifeng and Yi Tianran, there was also a martial arts competition organized by the Taiyan Wang to select a suitor. Those who could shine in this contest would have the opportunity to be noticed by influential figures and gain a path to success. The suitor selection was merely a bonus. From a distance, atop the 7-story pagoda of Faiyun Temple, a man clad in blood-red brocade and wearing a bronze mask gazed intently at the life and death arena. Captain of the Blood-Clothes Guard, at that moment, a stunning figure descended gracefully, akin to a snowflake, landing softly beside him. Captain Xiao Linggu of the Blood-Clothes Guard turned and clasped his hands, saying, I pay my respects to Princess Lingxing. I find myself unable to escape your watchful gaze. What is His Majesty's intention? Wu Lingxing inquired. Xiao Linggu replied straightforwardly, Our great Wu dynasty is in urgent need of talent, and His Majesty is naturally eager to recruit that mysterious, unparalleled genius. And if you cannot recruit him, Wu Lingxing pressed that if he cannot serve His Majesty, he will naturally be eliminated, Xiao Linggu stated. You are quite confident. Wu Lingxing's beautiful eyes narrowed, an icy killing intent emanating from her like a torrent. Princess, please remain calm, Xiao Linggu said indifferently. Given the current situation, there is no one present worthy of the title unparalleled genius. Why should we stir up trouble? Wu Lingxing did not deny this, her killing intent gradually receding. Princess, Xiao Linggu continued, although you are favored by the Empress, I must remind you that His Majesty is the one destined by fate. Destined by fate? Or is it the heavenly sect that holds greater influence? Wu Lingxing retorted coldly. This time, it was Xiao Linggu who fell silent on the viewing platform. Yi Qifeng stood tall and proud, scanning the crowd with a disdainful gaze that if nothing unexpected occurs, Yi Tianran should have fled. Let us begin the competition, Yi Qifeng declared arrogantly. All young talents present may challenge me. Anyone who defeats me will take my place and join Yu Hua Dozong. As these words left his lips, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. The young talents of Wuzhou felt deflated, not daring to utter a sound. That in contrast, the talented youths from neighboring cities eagerly rubbed their fists, ready to seize the opportunity. In their eyes, this was undoubtedly a golden chance to leap into prominence. The number one genius of each city, Lin Bazan, requests the head of the Yi family for guidance. Soon a muscular young man leaped onto the life and death arena. Instantly, the air crackled with energy, and the surrounding crowd erupted in applause, utterly captivated. However, Yi Qifeng did not even rise from his seat, merely lifting his chin in utter arrogance and declaring, Lin Bazan, you are not worthy to be my opponent. Begone, what? Lin Bazan roared in fury. I am the number one genius of East City. How dare you insult me? With a thunderous shout, Lin Bazan leaped into the air, charging towards Yi Qifeng on the viewing platform. Self-inflicted humiliation. Yi Qifeng's eyes turned cold as he suddenly threw a punch. His speed so swift it was nearly imperceptible, the force akin to a thunderclap. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Lin Bazan was sent flying, collapsing to the ground, coughing up blood incessantly. Waste, do you submit? Yi Qifeng questioned from his elevated position. Absolutely, I submit. Lin Bazan gasped between coughs, his eyes filled with terror. Upon hearing this, Yi Qifeng raised his chin even higher, casting an intentional glance towards Situyu and Wu Lingxi, yearning for their praise. Yet, Situyu appeared utterly uninterested, his demeanor devoid of any emotion, that Wu Lingxi could not help but stifle a yawn. I asked there anyone else willing to challenge me. Yi Qifeng, visibly displeased, scanned the crowd with narrowed eyes. No need for one. Those who wish to challenge me may come forth all at once. Clearly, Yi Qifeng was desperate to prove his strength before Situyu and Wu Lingxi. Indeed, he possessed the capability to sweep through the entire younger generation. The neighboring city's talented youths, who had been eager moments ago, now fell silent, shrinking back, hardly daring to breathe. Third senior brother, Yi Qifeng inquired. That waste-ignorant surely would not dare to come. No one here dares to challenge me anymore. Should we not return to the mountain? Go back, go back. I am utterly bored, Wu Lingxi replied irritably. Very well, let us conclude for today. Situyu nodded, preparing to rise. Wait, at that moment, the Taiyan Wang stood up, a smile illuminating his face as he proclaimed, on this grand occasion, I would like to announce a joyous event. I have decided to betroth my daughter, Li Ningxiu, to Yi Qifeng as his wife. Since both Master Situ and Princess Lingxi are present, they can serve as witnesses. With this announcement, Li Ningxiu hurriedly ran onto the stage, tightly embracing Yi Qifeng's arm. Wait a moment, Wu Lingxi interjected, her brows furrowing. Your Highness, is your daughter not promised to Yi Tianran? How could she be given to another? What an eye-opener this is. Oh, it seems I have been remiss. The cold voice of the king of Taiyan resonated. How could that worthless Yi Tian be worthy of marrying my beloved daughter? Today, with so many witnesses present, I hereby announce the official annulment of the engagement between my daughter Li Ningxiu and Yi Tianran. From this moment forth, they shall have no further ties. Curse your ancestors. At that moment, a furious retort echoed from afar, and all eyes turned in unison to Yi Tianran. It was indeed Yi Tianran who had arrived. How dare this waste show his face again? Is he tired of living? Mad. He must be insane. The crowd erupted in waves of astonishment, while the prominent figures in the viewing platform displayed expressions of complexity. On the pagoda, Xiao Linggu's gaze was grave. Who is that young man? The king of Taiyan shares a bloodline with the emperor. How dare he show such disrespect to the royal ancestors? Wu Lingxi offered no reply, yet a hint of an almost imperceptible smile graced her icy countenance. The Yi Tian was, as ever, audacious. Yi Tianran. Xiao Linggu exclaimed in anger. What qualifications does a mere fifth-tier fighter possess to act so arrogantly? You do not understand, Wu Lingxi replied solemnly. To Ayan Wuzhou, he is regarded as a deity among the younger generation. Xiao Linggu scoffed. Wuzhou is indeed a remote backwater. The youth there possess such a shallow understanding. Shall we make a wager? Wu Lingxi proposed that a wager on what? Xiao Linggu inquired that if Yi Tianran emerges victorious, you shall cripple an arm. She declared that if not, I shall do the same. Princess, have you lost your mind? Xiao Linggu exclaimed, astonished. This Yi Tianran is at least 3 minor realms beneath Yi Qifeng. What grounds does he have for victory? Shall we bet? Wu Lingxi insisted, offering no further explanations. Very well, Xiao Linggu acquiesced. Your talent is astonishing, and should I cripple you today, the emperor will surely reward me handsomely. With a resolute step, Yi Tianran ascended the stage of life and death, proclaiming, Indeed, I have an engagement with Li Ningxiu. But you possess no right to annul it. It is she who has forsaken her marital duties. I, Yi Tianran, hereby formally divorce her. As he spoke, he produced a divorce decree, the characters starkly inscribed in black ink, complete with Li Ningxiu's signature. Simultaneously, the Xia family had discreetly distributed copies of the divorce decree among the crowd, exposing Li Ningxiu's disgrace for all to see. Never did one imagine that beneath her seemingly glamorous facade, Li Ningxiu was so utterly despicable. Yi Qifeng must have been blind to have any affection for such a wretched woman. Flies do not alight upon a seamless egg. Yi Qifeng is no saint himself. Even if I were to win this match, I would not take her as my bride. Compared to her, the girls in the brothels are pure and innocent angels. The crowd buzzed with chatter, each word striking like an invisible slap upon the faces of the king of Taiyan, Li Ningxiu, and Yi Qifeng. Junior apprentice, Situyu's countenance darkened instantly. My master has always valued reputation. You must provide me an explanation for this matter. Yi Qifeng's expression changed dramatically. Third senior brother. This harlot seduced me. I never liked her at all. I hereby sever all ties with her. With that, Yi Qifeng thrust his palm, sending Li Ningxiu sprawling to the ground. Qifeng, how could you treat me this way? Li Ningxiu's eyes filled with tears, disregarding her dignity as she indignantly questioned. In bed, you were like a drugged beast, entangled with me day and night. And now you wish to disassociate yourself? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Harlot. Silence. Yi Qifeng, consumed by rage, kicked Li Ningxiu in the mouth. With a sickening sound, she spat blood and teeth. Her jaw shattered, leaving her unable to utter another word. She wailed in despair, casting a hopeless glance towards the king of Taiyan. Everyone could see she was pleading for her father's rescue, yet the king of Taiyan feigned deafness, showing no inclination to intervene. You have done well. Situyu narrowed his eyes in praise. Remember, my master's reputation is paramount. Rest assured, third senior brother. Yi Qifeng replied, whoever dares to tarnish my master's name, I shall be the first to take their life. Upon hearing this, a flicker of despair crossed the king of Taiyan's eyes, rendering him mute. In terms of strength, he could easily deal with Yi Qifeng, yet he was far from a match for Situyu, and dared not provoke his master. Yi Tianran, you wretched spawn, it is because of you that my daughter has fallen to this state. I shall never forgive you, like a ripe fruit picked for squishing. The king of Taiyan, unable to confront Yi Qifeng and Situyu, could only vent his wrath upon Yi Tianran. Calm yourself, old dog, Yi Tianran scoffed. Once I have slain Yi Qifeng, I shall gladly face you. Bold, Yi Qifeng, equally incensed, bellowed, you worthless fool, facing death, you still dare to speak so grandly. Clearly, Yi Qifeng had failed to perceive Yi Tianran's true strength. In fact, few could see through it, for the chaotic fighting spirit was of an exceptionally high grade, and the fluctuations of chaotic energy were imperceptible to the average person. Only those whose strength far surpassed Yi Tianran could discern his true cultivation. Even Situyu and Wu Lingxi could not see through him, let alone Yi Qifeng. Enough chatter. Come forth and die. Yi Tianran, uninterested in idle conversation, grasped the Nanming Lihua sword at his waist. Yi Qifeng's expression faltered as he suddenly recalled the incident from a few days prior, when the Dakian Longke sword was severed. During the duel on the stage of life and death, weapons are prohibited. Yi Qifeng shamelessly declared. Yi Tianran chuckled. Are you unable to play by the rules? When has there ever been such a regulation in a life-and-death duel? Yi Qifeng felt utterly embarrassed, his face flushed with humiliation before the gathered crowd. Yet, he was deathly afraid of the Nanming Lihua sword. Even if it cost him his pride, he had to neutralize Yi Tianran's trump card. Very well, killing you requires no sword. Yi Tianran removed the Nanming Lihua sword and tossed it backward. Swish, a pale, delicate hand emerged from the crowd, deftly catching the Nanming Lihua sword. Xia Qingqing? The crowd immediately recognized the one who had caught the sword. Master Xia, what does your granddaughter mean by this? Yi Qifeng roared in anger. Master Xia replied solemnly, since you did not invite me to the welcoming banquet for Master Sidu, it is clear you have no intention of leaving a place for my Xia family. Thus, I shall seek another way out. To be candid, my Xia family is already allied with Yi Tianran. We shall share both trials and triumphs. As this declaration fell, the venue erupted in chaos. Old fool. You are quite clever. Yi Qifeng sneered. Indeed. The interests of Wuzhou City are limited. With your family excluded, we can profit even more. I was just contemplating how to find an excuse to annihilate your Xia family. And now you have delivered yourself to the knife's edge. Today, let your Xia family accompany Yi Tianran to the grave. As Yi Qifeng's words fell, the king of Taiyan, Lu Dingbei, and Zhang Kongxian rose simultaneously. Their murderous intent directed at Master X, IA.IT was evident. They had long conspired to eradicate the Xia family and divide the spoils. In this precarious situation, Master Xia appeared calm on the surface, yet was internally terrified, gripped by panic. For Master Xia was aware that he did not truly wish to ally with Yi Tianran. All of this was the decision of Xia Qingqing. Should a battle break out now, Master Xia would undoubtedly perish. Sit down, Wu Lingxi snapped, exasperated. You Wuzhou City folk may bicker amongst yourselves, but do not waste this princess's time. Indeed, Situyu chimed in. I must return to the mountain to report. I have no time to watch your squabbles. Yes, yes, yes. The king of Tyan and others dared not act out, obediently taking their seats once more. Rest assured, third senior brother, with a single move, I can eliminate that waste. I won't delay you for long, Yi Chiefing declared, not daring to defy Situ Yu's wishes. With a firm step, he leaped onto the stage of life and death, standing opposite Yi Tian. Little waste, do you have any final words? I grant you the opportunity to speak. As Yi Chiefing lifted his chin, attempting to act imposing, his expression suddenly shifted dramatically. Swish! For Yi Tianran had no intention of engaging in idle chatter, and had already launched his assault. A wave of astonishment swept through the surroundings. Truly, Yi Tianran was unyielding and spoke little. Yet, what use his ruthlessness? His awakening had failed. He was already a waste. What a pity! Had Yi Tianran not been reduced to this state, all of Wuzhou would have taken pride in him. Indeed, what a pity, boom! As the crowd lamented, a surge of blood-colored fighting spirit erupted around Yi Tianran, causing his speed and strength to surge dramatically. Having lost the initiative, Yi Chiefeng, filled with contempt for Yi Tianran, was utterly unprepared and could not react at all. A chilling wail echoed as Yi Tianran's fist struck Yi Chiefeng squarely in the chest. The terrifying force sent Yi Chiefeng hurtling backward, crashing heavily more than 10 zhong beyond the stage of life and death. Heavens! How is this possible? In an instant, the entire venue erupted in shock. Thousands of spectators below were left dumbfounded, while on the viewing platform, the king of Tyan and others stood abruptly, their eyes filled with disbelief. What is happening? Wasn't Yi Tianran a waste? How could he overpower Yi Chiefeng with a single punch? Yi Chiefeng, how immensely powerful he is. He is utterly defenseless. This is simply terrifying. Could it be that Yi Tianran is the unparalleled genius foretold by the heavenly signs? Gasps of astonishment resound. Just moments ago, many lamented for Yi Tianran. Yet now, the gaze of the crowd towards him has completely transformed, filled with utter shock and awe. How peculiar. Situ furrows his brow. The fluctuations of this boy's fighting spirit are unlike anything I have ever seen or heard. Wu Lingxi's expression is grave as she silently gazes into the distant sky and on the pagoda of the floating stupa. Wu Lingxing states indifferently, Lord Qianhu, the outcome is already determined. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. Xiao Linggu roars. How can such a remote place as Wuzhou possibly give rise to a peerless prodigy capable of battling across 3 minor realms? Do you wish to evade responsibility? Wu Lingxing's eyes turn icy. No, it is not over yet. Xiao Linggu's gaze sharpens as he once again fixes his sights on the life and death arena. Swish, Yi Chiefeng, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly leaps back up. Returning to the arena, blood trickles from the corner of his mouth. Yet his fighting spirit remains vigorous, his combat power scarcely diminished. Yi Tianran, you have concealed your strength. Yi Chiefeng bellows. Have you not concealed your protective armor as well? Yi Tianran retorts disdainfully. Were it not for this armor, that last punch would have shattered your heart and lungs. Swish, aware that his trump card has been exposed, Yi Chiefeng tears his shirt apart. Indeed, he wears an exceedingly rare golden silk armor beneath, one of the 2 secret weapons gifted to him by Situ Yu. This is the Golden Cloud Armor, a 3rd-grade artifact of the common tier. In the Great Martial Dynasty, weapons and armor are classified into 7 tiers. Heaven, Earth, Profound, Spirit, Human, Common, and Mundane, each divided into 9 grades. This Golden Cloud Armor, while appearing modest at the 3rd grade of the common tier, is unmatched throughout Wuzhou. Its defensive power is formidable. At least 70% of Yi Tianran's force from that punch was absorbed by this armor. Without it, how could Yi Chiefeng still be alive? Yi Tianran, you are indeed a monstrous talent, but alas, with the Golden Cloud Armor, I stand invincible. Killing you is merely a matter of time. Just as he speaks, Yi Chiefeng's pupils constrict, assuming a defensive stance. For Yi Tianran charges once more, Yi Chiefeng's eyes glint with malice. He makes no unnecessary movements, waiting for Yi Tianran to draw near. Clang! In an instant, as Yi Tianran approaches, Yi Chiefeng surprisingly draws a soft sword from his belt. Empowered by his fighting spirit, the sword gleams with a fierce radiance, unleashing a chilling sword aura. Swish! That sinister sword energy strikes Yi Tianran, shredding his outer garments, despicable and shameless. Below the arena, Xia Qingcheng erupts in fury, ready to intervene. The crowd is equally incensed, condemning Yi Qifeng's vile actions. However, Yi Qifeng feels no shame, instead reveling in his conduct. Nonsense. There has never been a rule against using weapons in life-and-death duels. He must obey what I say. Can you blame me for being despicable? This is merely his own foolishness. What a fallacious argument, so brazenly shameless. Yi Qifeng's words and actions nauseate the majority, that Wu Lingxi can no longer suppress her fury. Her fists clenched, yearning to teach Yi Qifeng a lesson. Down on the pagoda of the floating stupa, Xiao Linggu sneers. What a pity! A peerless prodigy ultimately succumbs to his own intellect. Ah, princess, would you prefer to lose your left arm or your right? I can assist. Wu Lingxing does not respond, lost in her own astonishment. Unscathed. How can this be? Xiao Linggu stares agog at the life-and-death arena. Unscathed. Yi Tianran, struck in the chest by a sword, astonishingly stands firm. His chest unmarred, exhibiting a physique that is exceptionally robust, akin to metal forged in fire. Witnessing this scene, the crowd erupts again in exclamations of disbelief that my heavens. Even after such a sinister and malicious ambush, Yi Qifeng has not even scratched Yi Tianran. I can now affirm, Yi Tianran is the unparalleled genius foretold by the heavenly signs. No, he is not just a genius. He is a matchless prodigy. An extraordinary monster. Yi Tianran, he remains the pride of Wuzhou, its boundless glory. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. Listening to the surrounding exclamations, the arrogance and pride on Yi Qifeng's face evaporate, replaced by a twisted expression akin to having consumed filth. Yi Qifeng, having schemed so meticulously, acting shamelessly and maliciously, finds himself facing this outcome. The gasps of the crowd strike him like invisible slaps, shattering his pride. This sword, named Mianli, is a first-grade artifact of the common tier, severing gold and jade as if child's play. How can it fail to even graze Yi Tianran? At this moment, Situyu suddenly stands, staring at Yi Tianran as if witnessing a ghost. Clearly, this Mianli sword is the second secret weapon he gifted to Yi Qifeng. Even with the golden cloud armor, Yi Qifeng is injured and bleeding. With the Mianli sword in hand, yet unable to harm Yi Tianran, this situation leaves Situyu utterly shocked, and he suffers a brutal slap to the face. The two secret weapons he bestowed are utterly useless. The reverberation of this slap is nothing short of thunderous body refinement. Is it quite impressive? Yet it is Wu Lingxi who discerns the underlying intricacies, her bright eyes reassessing Yi Tianran. Your sword is too dull. Try mine, Yi Tianran coldly states. Not good. Yi Qifeng gasps in alarm, his gaze immediately darting to the Nanjing Lihua sword in Xia Qingqing's grasp. That is Yi Tianran's trump card, which he fears greatly. Yet, Yi Tianran dismisses it contemptuously. Rubbish. I have already stated to kill you. There is no need for a sword. To ask me to try your sword, yet not use a sword? What do you mean? Yi Qifeng appears bewildered that I end the great Qian dynasty. There exists the sacred Bi Xuanwu, an ancient dragon sparrow that bites its feet and devours its flesh, causing the heavenly mandate to be overturned. Summoning a myriad of swords that Yi Tianran speaks to himself, and suddenly, a blood-red long sword materializes. Its edge glimmers, releasing boundless sword intent, creating myriad sword shadows. That is the great Qian dragon sparrow sword of my kingdom. The Prince of Taiyan exclaims that no, that is Yi Tianran's fighting spirit. Situyu coldly remarks, this is peculiar. I cannot ascertain the number of stars in that fighting spirit. Wu Lingxi's brows furrow, equally perplexed. Even on the tower, Wu Lingxing and Xiao Linggu cannot discern its nature. Yi Tianran, do not try to deceive me. Your pitiful fighting spirit cannot compare to mine? Yi Qifeng bellows, unleashing his fighting spirit, revealing his 6-star fighting spirit, the mountain-shaking tortoise. This beast is a descendant of the sacred Bi Xuanwu. Though it possesses little of the Xuanwu bloodline, it is undeniably a formidable creature of immense strength. The mountain-shaking tortoise fighting spirit can significantly enhance brute force and defensive power that I refuse to believe you can harm me. Yi Qifeng transforms into a turtle, his fighting spirit enveloping him, the Mianli sword held before him. along with the golden cloud armor, rendering him nearly impenetrable to heaven-slaying sword chi. Yi Tianran utters without a hint of hesitation, directing his fighting spirit across the heavens, the sword chi spanning 3,000 zhang. Clang! In an instant, myriad sword shadows converge into one, descending upon Yi Qifeng with lethal intent. Who would have imagined? The mountain-shaking tortoise fighting spirit, renowned for its defensive prowess, would be utterly powerless against the blood-red sword chi. Crumbling at the first touch, shock, awe, the entire arena erupts in disbelief. Yet, the next scene leaves everyone dumbfounded, their scalps tingling with horror as the blood-red brilliance slices through, the Mianli sword shatters, the golden cloud armor cracks. In the next moment, the heaven-slaying sword chi surges into Yi Qifeng's chest, bursting forth from his back, blood spraying backward, splattering over 10 zhang away. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. I possess the mountain-shaking tortoise fighting spirit. I also have the golden cloud armor and the Mianli sword. I, Yi Qifeng, should stand invincible. Yi Qifeng roars in extreme frustration. Swish, swish, but just then, 2 sword chi sever his hands, which drop to the ground. This is vengeance for China. Yi Tianran strides forward, his fingers curling into claws. Crack. One claw pierces through Yi Qifeng's sea of energy and soul palace, forcefully extracting his soul crystal. This is for my own vengeance. Yi Tianran coldly states, I shall make you taste the bitterness of becoming a waste. Third senior brother. Save me. Yi Qifeng wails in despair. Yet Sitayu shows no interest in him, fixated with astonishment on Yi Tianran. He, a cultivator of the feather transformation realm, seeks an unparalleled genius, not a despicable waste. Great elder, save me. Yi Qifeng can only plead with Yi Fengyun. Save you. Have you forgotten who humiliated me before the entire clan? Who took away my position as clan leader? I want you dead. Yi Fengyun roars, charging directly onto the life and death arena that I and the Yi clan. Waste is regarded as inferior to dogs, having thoroughly offended Yi Fengyun. How could Yi Qifeng possibly have a way out? Yi clan master, hold on. At this moment, the Prince of Taiyan, Zhang Kongxian, and Lu Dingbei spoke in unison, pleading for salvation. Your Highness, save me, save me. Yi Qifeng seemed to see a glimmer of hope. As if he had found a lifeline. Save you. You compelled us 3 to kneel before you in subservience, enduring the utmost humiliation. It is high time we settled this score. The trio of the Prince of Taiyan leapt onto the life and death platform. Yi Qifeng's face contorted in anguish, as the flicker of hope in his eyes was swiftly extinguished, replaced by a profound despair that in truth, Yi Tianran's previous strike had severely wounded Yi Qifeng's heart pulse. It would not be long before he succumbed to the torment of death. Yet, one reaps what one sows. Those who harbor hatred would not be inclined to wait a moment longer. Boom, 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 for formidable beings unleash their fury. Their violent fighting spirit crashing down like a tsunami. Moments later, they ceased their assault, and Yi Qifeng had vanished, leaving behind nothing but a gruesome puddle of flesh upon the platform, destined to be fed to the dogs. Yi Tianran, the Prince of Taiyan coldly declared, let us settle our accounts as well. Upon hearing this, Yi Fengyun, Zhang Kongxian, and Lu Dingbei aligned themselves with the Prince of Taiyan, clearly having severed ties with Yi Tianran. Having just witnessed Yi Tianran's terrifying power, they could find no peace while he remained alive. You 4 old dogs, preying upon a young junior. How utterly shameless. At this moment, Sitayu rose, speaking with a grave tone. Fear not, Yi Tianran. With me here, none shall harm you. Upon hearing this, the brows of the Prince of Taiyan and his companions furrowed tightly. That it was evident that Sitayu intended for Yi Tianran to replace Yi Qifeng and join the Yuhua Dozong. This would render it impossible for the Prince of Taiyan and his companions to kill Yi Tianran, that if this child is not eliminated, he shall undoubtedly become a future menace. Panic seized the hearts of the Prince of Taiyan and his companions. However, at that moment, Yi Tianran scoffed, Jin Yunjia, Mian Li Jian, the despicable shamelessness of Yi Qifeng is equally credited to you. You come to protect me. Surely you do not intend to stab me in the back. Situyu's face flushed with anger. The Prince of Taiyan and his allies exchanged sinister smiles, thinking, this ungrateful fool, Yi Tianran, dares to reject the overtures of Master Situ, sister-disciple. Do persuade Yi Tianran, Situyu roared. Third senior brother. I apologize, Xia Qingqing replied coldly. I stand in alliance with Yi Tianran, through life and death, in shared progress and retreat. His will is my own. Enraged, Sitayu bellowed, wretched woman, are you openly opposing me? Or are you blatantly defying our master's wishes regarding discipleship? Xia Qingqing found herself momentarily speechless. She understood well that Sitayu was narrow-minded. From the moment she allied with Yi Tianran, she had prepared herself for enmity with Sitayu. Yet, regardless, she dared not stand against her own master. Discipleship. It may not even be up to your master. Just then Wu Lingxi stood, producing a jade token and proclaiming, by decree of Her Majesty the Empress of the Great Wu Dynasty, I summon the prodigy Yi Tianran of Wuzhou to join the Tianzong Academy. Tianzong? The declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. Chapter 8. He is divine. The Tianzong, the mightiest sect of the Great Wu Dynasty. The current empress, once merely a consort cast into the Cold Palace, ascended to power through her affiliation with the Tianzong, gaining influence sufficient to rival the emperor. One can only imagine the magnitude of the Tianzong's power and terror. The Tianzong Academy is where the young elite of the Tianzong are nurtured. All the exceptional talents of the younger generation across the Great Wu Dynasty converge in that place. The Academy's list of prodigies outlines the illustrious figures who will shape the empire's future for the next century. Their brilliance and fortune intertwined. Indeed, no one could have predicted that Yi Tianran would receive an invitation from the empress to join the Tianzong Academy. The attendees were left in utter astonishment. Those favored by the Tianzong were not to be contested lightly. Sitayu panicked and hastily bowed in submission. Although he had long known that Wu Lingxi was aligned with the empress, he was unaware of the extent to which she valued this unparalleled talent from Wuzhou. At that moment, Sitayu grasped the full weight of the situation. The empress had played her trump card by revealing the Tianzong Academy, indicating her unwavering intent to recruit Yi Tianran. The Yuhua Dozong would undoubtedly be unable to compete. As such, Sitayu had no choice but to capitulate. Begone, Wu Lingxi dismissed him with disdain. Yes, Sitayu felt as though he had been granted a reprieve. Hastily retreating, once at a distance, he turned back, casting a venomous glare at Yi Tianran. Then at Xia Qingqing. Why, Yi Tian? Do you not express your gratitude for the decree? Wu Lingxi urged, holding the token aloft. Wait! At that moment, two figures soared toward them from a far point. One was an enchanting woman, Wu Lingxing, and beside her was the one-armed man, Xiaolinggu. In that instant, Xiaolinggu's entire right arm had been severed at the shoulder, blood still flowing profusely. However, he paid no heed to his injuries and quickly produced a golden dragon token, by the emperor's sacred decree. Xiaolinggu declared solemnly, I bestow upon Yi Tianran the title of imperial son, tutor to the crown prince, prince of Wuzhou, and general of Wuzhou. He shall replace the prince of Taiyan and take command of the military and political affairs of Wuzhou. Boom! The proclamation struck like a thunderclap, shocking the entire assembly. Even Wu Lingxi and Wu Lingqing were taken aback. No one could have anticipated that the emperor would go to such lengths to recruit Yi Tianran. The title of imperial son equated to that of a royal. While serving as the crown prince's tutor, established a bond of loyalty with the future emperor, ensuring enduring prestige. The titles of Prince of Wuzhou and General of Wuzhou conferred immense power, marking him as a rare prince of a different surname within the Great Wu Dynasty. My heavens, the emperor's favor for Yi Tianran was unprecedented. Wuzhou would now have two princes. One could only wonder whom they should heed. Needless to say, Yi Tianran's command over Wuzhou's military and political affairs makes him the undisputed sovereign of Wuzhou. In comparison, the Prince of Taiyan is but a mere little brother. How absurd! The Yi family actually expelled such a prodigious talent as Yi Tianran from their ranks. Truly foolish. Indeed, just look at the faces of the Prince of Taiyan and Yi Fengyun on the life and death platform, both of them ashen. This is what one calls reaping what one sows. On the life and death platform, with a thud, Lu Dingbei and Zhang Kongxian knelt down, that we humbly greet the Prince of Wuzhou. The offenses of the past were entirely at the behest of Yi Qifeng and the Prince of Taiyan. We beseech you to grant us a chance to atone for our sins. From this day forth, the Zhang and Lu family shall serve you devotedly, toiling tirelessly for your greatness. Such opportunism. Their betrayal was swifter than turning pages in a book. These two wretches had no shame in their desperate bid for survival. Stop. Yi Tianran scoffed. Just days ago, you were kneeling before Yi Qifeng, and now you have reduced him to a mere puddle of flesh. What difference does your pledge of fealty make compared to flatulence? Zhang Kongxian and Lu Dingbei were momentarily taken aback, their faces paling to a ghostly white, filled with despair. Ranner, at this juncture, Yi Fengyan stepped forward, tears streaming down his face. That I have always cherished you most dearly. It was only because of that beast, Yi Qifeng, that I was blinded by folly and wronged you. Given our blood ties, could you not forgive me this once? I shall cede the position of family head to you, allowing you to lead our Yi family to unparalleled glory. Disgusting. Yi Tianran retorted coldly. To speak of our kinship is repugnant, given that you nearly caused my death alongside Lingzhu. Moreover, just moments ago, when the Prince of Taiyan sought to settle scores with me, you did not hesitate to side with him. Yuval, old dog, how dare you invoke the notion of family ties? Yi Fengyan was left speechless, filled with regret. He realized too late that he should have staunchly defended Yi Tianran. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. The path he chose was of his own making. He could not blame Yi Tianran. Yi Tianran, at this moment, the Prince of Taiyan could no longer contain himself. Now that matters have come to this, how can you let us go? Do you truly intend to drive us to the brink? As I see it, your head should be severed to avenge the princess. However, since Qiner has interceded on your behalf, you may escape the death penalty. Yet the punishment shall be inescapable. Yi Tianran replied indifferently. If you 4 old dogs wish to live, you must extract your soul crystals, shatter your spirit seas, and resign yourselves to a life of utter worthlessness. The 4 men turned pale, their hearts filled with fierce resistance. To extract their soul crystals and shatter their spirit seas would mean the annihilation of their lifelong cultivation, leaving them without the possibility of ever regaining strength, reduced to mere shells of their former selves. In a world where power reigns supreme, they would be condemned to a life worse than that of a dog, a fate they were utterly unwilling to accept. My patience is limited. I shall grant you 10 breaths to make your decision. Yi Tianran proclaimed with lethal intent, emphasizing each word. Fail to self-destruct, and you shall face the consequences with no mercy. Dominant, tyrannical, simple, and brutal. At this moment, Yi Tianran exuded a chilling aura of murderous intent, his eyes reflecting an unwavering resolve. With a swift motion, Zhang Kongxian was the first to draw his blade and extract his soul crystal, unleashing a devastating force upon the soul palace. Cradling the soul crystal in his hands, he lamented, I have been ordered to self-destruct. I implore your majesty to spare the Zhang family a chance at survival. Witnessing this scene, the remaining 3 were utterly shattered. Yi Tianran granted them but 10 breaths to contemplate their fate. Leaving no room for hesitation, Taiyan Wang, Yi Fengyan, and Lu Dingbei acted in unison, resorting to self-destruction, extracting their soul crystals and presenting them before Yi Tianran. Begone. Yi Tianran accepted the 4 bloodied soul crystals, while the 4 old dogs clutched their wounds, scuttling away from the death arena. Their powers had been utterly obliterated. From this moment forth, the most formidable force in Wuzhou would be Xia Chonglu. Further bolstered by Yi Tianran's dominance, ensuring their residual influence remained firmly in check, they could no longer pose a threat to Yi Tianran. Thus, Yi Tianran truly fulfilled his promise to jointly govern Wuzhou with the Xia family. Xia Chonglu was overwhelmed with excitement, immensely grateful for his wise granddaughter, who had made the most prudent decision. Yet he was acutely aware that all credit belonged to Yi Tianran. Without him, the Xia family would have faced utter ruin. With no hope for future glory, Wu Lingqing spoke with a voice of icy authority. You have leveraged our power to eliminate all threats. Now, it is time to reveal your choice. Whom shall you serve? Clearly, in Wu Lingqing's eyes, the 4 old dogs far surpassed Yi Tianran in power. Had it not been for the emperor and empress backing Yi Tianran, how could those 4 have yielded and self-destructed? Thus, Wu Lingqing naturally assumed that Yi Tianran would select one of them as his master. You are mistaken. Yi Tianran shook his head defiantly. Even in your absence, I could easily subdue those 4 old dogs. Arrogance. Xiao Linggu retorted furiously. If not for our support, any one of those 4 could have dispatched you with ease. At this proclamation, anger flared in Wu Lingqing's eyes. Little did they know that during the previous battle, Yi Tianran had barely exerted himself. Although he had unleashed his soul power, sword techniques, and physical prowess, it had merely been a warm-up. Particularly with the ancient overlord body technique, he had not even utilized a third of its potential. Were he to unleash his full strength, eliminating those 4 old dogs would be a mere formality. Kill me at your leisure? Yi Tianran fixed his gaze on Xiaolingu, a cold smile gracing his lips. Why not allow you to receive a sword strike from me first? Impudence. Xiaolingu seethed. Do you not realize I have reached the crystal transformation realm? Slaying you would be akin to slaughtering a chicken. Enough! Wu Lingqing interjected sternly. There is no point in further debate. Yi Tianran's decision is paramount. Indeed. Xiaolingu composed himself, understanding that his mission was to persuade the emperor to secure Yi Tianran's allegiance. If he were to alienate Yi Tianran, it would prematurely signify the failure of his task. With Wu Lingqing shielding Yi Tianran, it would ultimately be Xiaolingu who suffered the consequences, having already lost an arm in a wager. He had witnessed Wu Lingqing's terrifying prowess and dared not take further risks. I regret to inform you that I shall not accept the invitations from either of your factions, Yi Tianran stated calmly. However, this seemingly simple declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd, more stunning than thunder from the heavens. The 4 old dogs, not far from the scene, twisted their expressions in rage, spewing blood and frustration. Madman. This lad is an unadulterated lunatic. How could he simultaneously reject the overtures of both the emperor and the empress? Tian Wang exclaimed, blood spilling from his mouth as he raged. Had we foreseen this outcome, we need not have self-destructed. We could have confronted him head-on. How infuriating. We have been duped by that little wretch. Yi Fengyun glared furiously, collapsing onto the ground, unable to rise. Zhang Kongxian and Lu Dingbei shared similar twisted expressions, cursing vehemently. Their previous self-destruction had stemmed from fear of the emperor and empress, yet now Yi Tianran had blatantly rebuffed both powers. This meant their self-sacrifice had been entirely in vain, a foolish miscalculation. The more they contemplated, the angrier they became, their blood pressure surging until one by one, they fainted from rage. Boy, are you jesting? You do not desire the unprecedented favor of the emperor. Xiaolingu's gaze darkened, akin to a coiled serpent, fixated intently on Yi Tian. Nay, I desire it all, Yi Tianran retorted. However, one must possess life to enjoy such privileges. If I were to align with the emperor, could the empress and Tianzong allow me to thrive? Xiaolingu fell silent as Yi Tianran continued. Conversely, should I choose the empress, I fear I would be ambushed before even returning to the imperial capital. Xiaolingu's eyes widened in shock, realizing the depth of Yi Tianran's intellect. Previously, he had mocked Yi Tianran for his naivety. Now, he recognized Yi Tianran's sharp wit. The notion of eliminating what one could not possess was a thought buried deep within Xiaolingu's mind. Yet Yi Tianran had articulated it with precision. This realization struck Xiaolingu profoundly, compelling him to reassess Yi Tianran's capabilities. Astute. Wu Lingqing remarked solemnly, yet if you refuse to choose either side, you will meet your demise regardless. Yi Tianran's smile vanished as he pronounced, almost syllable by syllable, then let us see whether your lives are more resilient, or if my blade is sharper. Qingqing. The sword comes. With a swift motion, Xia Qingqing hurled the south bright fire sword into the fray. However, the one to catch the sword was not Yi Tianran, but Xiaolingu. Xia Qingqing. You betray me? Yi Tianran's countenance darkened, his eyes ablaze with fury. That I apologize. I did not wish for this outcome. Yet Xiaolingu has threatened the entirety of the Xia clan, leaving me no choice but to comply. Should you perish, I shall accompany you to the grave. Xia Qingqing knelt, her face etched with regret. That it was apparent that she had no desire to betray Yi Tianran. Alas, she had no alternative to why Yi Tianran's face paled, erupting in a furious roar. What of the spirit Pearl and Chiner? I entrusted them to your care. I have already sent them out of the city under the cover of night. Xia Qingqing replied, her voice tinged with bitterness. Xiaolingu is unaware of their existence. They are now in a safe place. That Yi Tianran finally breathed a sigh of relief. You have done at least one commendable deed. Otherwise, I would have shown you no mercy. I am truly sorry. Xia Qingqing lowered her head, tears streaming uncontrollably. Yi Tianran. To be fair, this matter cannot be solely blamed on Xia Qingqing. Wu Lingqing interjected. The blood-clad guards are notorious for their ruthless methods. Even if Xia Qingsheng had not betrayed you, you would still find yourself ensnared. Humph. Xiao Linggu toyed with the South Bright Fire Sword, sneering. Since Lady Lingqing has said as much, there is no need for further concealment. Where are the blood-clad guards here? In an instant, the crowd erupted with a thunderous roar as hundreds shed their outer garments to reveal the crimson attire beneath. Indeed, the blood-clad guards had long posed as onlookers, mingling among the crowd surrounding the death arena. Now, hundreds unsheathed their daggers and brandished their concealed crossbows, their battle cries echoing, a formidable force ready for combat. The net had been cast. Yi Tianran was truly trapped without escape. Yi Tianran, it is not too late to choose the Empress. We can ensure your safety. Wu Lingqing, disapproving of the blood-clad guard's actions, extended yet another olive branch. Yet, Yi Tianran still rebuffed her offer. While I appreciate your goodwill, the dangers before me pale in comparison to the tumultuous currents of the imperial capital. If I cannot survive this trial, reaching the imperial capital would merely lead me to another grave. What purpose does it serve? This left Wu Lingqing speechless. She had to concede that Yi Tianran possessed unparalleled insight. While others marveled at the surface-level favors and benefits, Yi Tianran had already discerned the essence of the situation. What audacity! Xiao Linggu sneered. I shall witness how you navigate today's peril. With a clang, Xiao Linggu raised the South Bright Fire Sword, declaring, Do not accuse me of taking advantage of numbers. Today, if you can withstand a single strike from me, I shall concede defeat. Utterly shameless. Wu Lingqing could not help but scold. You are a captain of the blood-clad guards in the crystal transformation realm. 100 Yi Tianrans could not withstand a single blow from you. One might think you were being fair. Yet at that moment, Yi Tianran smiled indifferently, stating, No matter, I shall accept his strike. Have you lost your mind? Wu Lingqing expressed disbelief. Boy, you are far too arrogant. Xiao Linggu shouted, This strike will be your undoing. I will ensure the world knows the fate that befalls those who betray the Emperor's grace. With a flourish, Xiao Linggu summoned his full might. Channeling all his energy into the South Bright Fire Sword, he was, after all, a captain of the blood-clad guards, cold-blooded, ruthless, and meticulously trained. He would never underestimate his opponent, nor would he allow Yi Tian any opportunity for a comeback. The first sword is also the last sword. He would undoubtedly exert every ounce of his strength to strike with lethal precision. With the surging and overwhelming energy of combat, the fire element of the Nanming Lihua sword suddenly erupted with an incomprehensibly terrifying sword intent. It was as if a blazing brilliance had manifested between heaven and earth, capable of shattering the very fabric of time and space. A magnificent sword indeed. Xiao Linggu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yi Tianran was doomed. That Wu Lingqing and Wu Lingxi couldn't help but express their regret with sighs. Boom! In the next instant, Xiao Linggu swung his sword, the fierce sword intent resembling a shooting star, shaking the very heavens and earth. Even someone as formidable as Wu Lingqing dared not claim he could withstand this strike. However, Yi Tianran appeared utterly unfazed, showing no inclination to dodge or defend himself. Kid, you can't possibly be scared silly, can you? Haha. Xiao Linggu laughed triumphantly that he could already envision the ghastly scene of Yi Tianran being reduced to ashes by that blazing sword energy. Fool, but at this critical juncture between life and death, Yi Tianran revealed a wicked, cold smile. My sword. Is it something you can wield? Clang. In the next moment, the Nanming Lihua sword erupted with a piercing shriek. The sword energy that was originally aimed at Yi Tianran suddenly reversed direction, rebounding against Xiao Linggu. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Countless streams of sword energy twisted and tore through the air, leaving numerous gashes on Xiao Linggu's left arm, blood gushing forth, and his tendons severed. Lingling treasure? This sword has already recognized its master as a spiritual-grade, divine weapon. Xiao Linggu stared in disbelief, hastily discarding the Nanming Lihua sword. Divine treasure? Wu Lingxi and Wu Lingqing gasped in astonishment, their beautiful eyes widening. One must understand that within the territory of Wuzhou, not a single weapon of this caliber could be found. Even throughout the entire Great Wu dynasty, there might not be more than 10 such treasures. The greatest characteristic of a spiritual-grade divine treasure is its ability to establish a mental connection with its master through its inherent spiritual root. Once a divine treasure recognizes its master, only the master may wield it. Any outsider attempting to manipulate the divine treasure without the master's consent will inevitably face a backlash. At this moment, Xiao Linggu was indeed being countered by the Nanming Lihua's sword. His entire left arm was rendered useless. Had he not hastily discarded the sword, his heart veins would have suffered a similar backlash, leaving him either dead or severely injured. Tiran, you've hidden your capabilities well. You possess such a terrifying divine weapon. You've caused me to stumble in the shadows. Xiao Linggu howled in agony, his eyes filled with rage. Hey, is this what you call hiding well? Yi Tianran chuckled. Qingqing, you performed admirably. I'll treat you to a chicken leg tonight, what? At this declaration, all eyes turned towards Xia Qingqing. She had just been kneeling on the ground, crying pitifully, but unbeknownst to them, she had already risen, the tears wiped away, and a captivating smile gracing her delicate features. Xia Qingqing. Ew. Xiao Linggu stared in shock, his eyes bulging as if they might pop out. Fool! Did you truly believe I would betray Yi Tianran? Xia Qingqing replied with a charming smile. After you threatened me, I immediately informed Yi Tianran of the situation. It was he who devised this plan, intentionally tossing the Nanming Lihua's sword to you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Linggu was instantly engulfed in fury, his entire body trembling, his hands and feet icy in the sweltering heat. Xia Qingqing, are you out of your mind? I, Xiao Linggu, had the upper hand, so why would you still support Yi Tianran? What on earth is your reasoning? You wouldn't understand. Xia Qingqing's beautiful eyes narrowed, her tone grave. In Wuzhou, Yi Tianran is regarded as a god by the younger generation. Xiao Linggu was taken aback. During the incident at the foot of the tower, Wu Lingqing had uttered the very same words. Yi Tianran is a god. It was because of this statement that Wu Lingqing was willing to stake an ARM. It was this same statement that led Xia Qingqing to risk her entire family. Madness. They've all gone mad. Xiao Linggu's heart experienced an intense jolt, filled with rage and frustration to the utmost degree. In fact, Yi Tianran had become even more terrifying than before. Wu Lingqing's expression grew serious as she remarked, I couldn't comprehend before why he would choose to throw the sword to Xia Qingqing rather than placing it on the ground or hanging it back at his waist. It appears that all of this was part of his scheme. Flattery will get you nowhere. Yi Tianran replied with a smile. Scheming is not exclusive to the blood-closed guard. Since they can deceive me, why can't I deceive them? Wu Lingqing spoke solemnly. It's all scheming. But you are far more astute than they are. Really, such flattery. Yi Tianran grinned, feeling a sense of accomplishment at receiving Wu Lingqing's praise. How amusing. At that moment, Wu Lingxi wore a harmless smile. Yet her words were laced with sharp barbs aimed at Xiao Linggu. Lord Xiao, you've played with schemes your entire life, only to end up being outsmarted by Yi Tianran and made a fool of. Your reputation is in tatters. If I were you, I'd rather die. Xiao Linggu was utterly humiliated and infuriated. At that moment, he was so enraged that he spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire being wilting. Swish, swish, swish. Meanwhile, hundreds of hidden arrows were aimed directly at Yi Tianran. The moment Xiao Linggu gave the command, Yi Tianran would be riddled with arrows. Your Highnesses, just then, Xia Qingqing bowed respectfully, saying, I am willing to serve under Her Majesty the Queen. May I ask if you would accept me? Accepted. Wu Lingqing decisively proclaimed. It was evident that Xia Qingqing was a rare talent, and the Xia family would inevitably rise to prominence in Wuzhou, making her worth courting. Thus, she requested, I ask for your protection over my family and friends. Xia Qingqing's tone was earnest, especially emphasizing the words family and friends. After speaking, she positioned herself protectively in front of Yi Tianran, clearly indicating her terms that if the queen wished to recruit her, she must ensure the safety of the Xia family and Yi Tianran. This demand was not unreasonable and would also place Yi Tianran in her debt, which I agreed to. Wu Lingqing gracefully stepped forward like a snowflake drifting to Xia Qingqing. The intent to protect was unmistakable. Lord Xiao. Wu Lingxi lifted her chin proudly, saying, My sister has already expressed her stance. Why are you still here with these worthless scraps? Depart. We're leaving. Xiao Linggu lamented, leading the blood-closed guards away from the scene. He had never been a match for Wu Lingxi, let alone now. With both arms incapacitated and his heart veins in turmoil causing internal injuries, even Wu Lingxi could likely defeat him. How could he dare confront them directly? Yi Tianran, you owe me a favor. Do you acknowledge this? Wu Lingqing inquired. That I do. Yi Tianran replied earnestly. Initially, I wish to remain neutral, but now that I have severed ties with the emperor, even if I do not require your protection, the Xia family needs it, and the Yi family needs it too. You still hold on to familial bonds. That Wu Lingqing's beautiful eyes flickered. Regarding Yi Tianran, with a newfound respect, that Yi Tianran replied calmly. Not all members of the Yi family are villains. Those who deserve to die have perished, and those who are to be discarded have been. Why pursue complete annihilation? Wu Lingqing stated, prepare yourself. We shall return to the imperial capital together. I'm sorry, but I cannot accompany you. Yi Tianran declared that I can accept the queen's invitation, but not at this moment. When then? Wu Lingqing pressed at Yi Tianran responded earnestly. My parents went missing in the ancient ruins of the great wilderness in the extreme north. I must go search for them. Once I fulfill this wish, I will seek you in the imperial capital. The great wilderness in the extreme north? Wu Lingqing sighed. You might be disappointed that I know. It is an incredibly dangerous place. But I must go. Yi Tianran replied coldly. Even if my parents are no longer alive, I must see what entity took them from my life. Understood, that Wu Lingqing affirmed. I shall wait for you in the imperial capital. We will meet again. Long live understanding. Yi Tianran smiled. That Wu Lingqing then said, Xia Qingsheng, prepare yourself and return to the imperial capital with us. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianran's smile vanished instantly. Hostage. Wu Lingqing's insistence on taking Xia Qingsheng back was merely to use her as a pawn, ensuring Yi Tianran would not go back on his word. All right. Xia Qingsheng replied without hesitation, soothingly stating, Yi Tianran, I'm fine with this. Being next to the queen is certainly safer than returning to the feathered battle sect. Not just safe, Wu Lingqing added. The cultivation opportunities offered by Her Majesty, the queen, surpass 100 feathered battle sects. Very well then. Yi Tianran nodded. After a moment of calm contemplation, he recognized this was indeed the best outcome. Upon returning to the Xia family, Ling Zhu and Li Ningqin were present, unharmed and not taken away. Brother, upon spotting Yi Tianran, two young maidens rushed towards him without a moment's hesitation, embracing him tightly from either side. They had been consumed with anxiety, fearing he might not return. Seeing him safe and sound, overwhelming joy swept over them, and they could not help but weep tears of relief. That in the evening, the Xia family hosted a grand celebration banquet. Yet, amidst the revelry, Yi Tianran quietly departed from the Xia residence. Outside the city, in a dilapidated temple, Xiao Linggu sat alone, recuperating from his injuries. The other blood-clad guards were of no assistance. He had sent them away. With a cough, Xiao Linggu expelled blood, his internal injuries severe. The excruciating pain contorted his face into a grimace. Yi Tianran, you wretched scoundrel. The humiliation I suffered today, I shall repay 1,000-fold in the future. Just as his words fell, a blood-red sword, seemingly forged from jade, yet not quite, cleaved through the air with tremendous force. The sword's aura surged, spanning thousands of feet. Xiao Linggu felt a chill at his throat before his head tumbled to the ground. His expression frozen in shock. His eyes bulged like a bull's, yet his pupils contracted as if pierced by a needle. The sudden strike had left him utterly horrified, fear and unwillingness coursing through him. The one who wielded the sword was none other than Yi Tianran. Since the age of 3, I have understood that to eradicate weeds, one must eliminate their roots. If you seek revenge, it shall have to wait until your next life. Yi Tianran extracted Xiao Linggu's soul crystal and vanished into the night. The following morning, 2 stunning maidens trailed behind a young man as they ventured towards the outskirts of the city. Are you truly determined to accompany me to the desolate northern wasteland? Wherever you go, we shall follow. This journey may be fraught with peril. If that day comes, where your body lies, so shall ours. Goodness, I haven't even wed yet. Spare me such morbid talk. That is simple enough. I can be your bride. I can too. Chapter 9. Ignite my vital essence. Explode across the heavens. Yi Tianran, accompanied by Ling Zhu and Li Ningqin, arrived at the city gate, where thousands had gathered, including the entire Xia clan and representatives from various factions. Xia Chonglu stood at the forefront, clasping his fists as he spoke. Our journey to the vast wilderness is long, and we have come to bid you farewell. Thank you, Yi Tianran replied, returning the gesture. Xia Chonglu gestured towards 3 horse-drawn carriages, saying, "These vehicles contain our humble offerings. Please accept them." Upon inspection, Yi Tianren noted the carriages were laden with substantial crates of silver coins, gold bars, and rare medicinal herbs, an impressive tribute from the various clans. Yet he deemed it all his rightful due and felt no need for pretense that I shall accept these gifts, and I thank you once more. Yi Tianren surveyed the crowd, expressing his gratitude. There are additional gifts prepared by me. Xia Chonglu presented a 3-layered wooden box. The first layer contained a detailed map of the great martial empire, marked with various dangers and topographical features, an invaluable resource. The second layer held a broken cotton core sword and a damaged golden cloud armor. Though both were in disrepair, their materials were precious. The third layer contained a blood-stained soul crystal. Its rank modest, yet Yi Tianren recognized the aura. It was Li Ningxiu's soul crystal. Desiring to avoid filthy hands, Yi Tianren had instructed Xia Chonglu to handle Li Ningxiu. Xia Chonglu had personally extracted her soul crystal, destroyed her sea of consciousness, and imprisoned her for eternity. "Thank you, Elder Xia." Yi Tianren accepted the wooden box and addressed the crowd once more. "Listen well, from this day forth, the Xia family shall reign supreme in Wuzhou City. Those who dare defy this will face my wrath upon my return." Understood. The families of Yi, Lu, Zhang, and Li all pledged their allegiance, bowing in submission, eager to express their loyalty to Yi Tianren. Witnessing this scene, Elder Xia and the entire Xia clan stood tall, brimming with pride and exhilaration. From this moment onward, the Xia family would be the overlords of Wuzhou, fully aware that all of this was thanks to Yi Tianren. Their respect and gratitude for him were profound, and they could not help but mock the upper echelons of the Yi family for their folly in expelling Yi Tianren from the clan. Truly, it was a display of sheer ignorance. Shortly thereafter, Yi Tianren, Ling Zhu, and Li Ningqin each commandeered a horse-drawn carriage, leaving the crowd behind that on the city wall. Watching the receding carriages, Wu Lingqing and Xia Qingsheng exchanged complex glances. "Sister," Wu Lingxi mischievously blinked. "If you can't bear to part with Yi Tianren, why not follow him? It would be a perfect opportunity to keep an eye on him." "How dare you?" Wu Lingqing shot her sister a glare. "Just teasing." Wu Lingxi grinned playfully. "Sister has ascended the Academy's talented individuals list, living in entirely different realms than Yi Tianren. How could you possibly yearn for him?" "By the heavens," Xia Qingsheng gasped, realizing Wu Lingqing's formidable strength, yet she had not anticipated her sister's position on the list. The Heavenly Academy's talented individuals list chronicled the future luminaries of the empire for the next century. These figures were either capable ministers or formidable heroes, with no room for mediocrity. Tio claimed that the fate of the entire great martial dynasty hinged on this list would not be an exaggeration. "Lingxi, never underestimate Yi Tianren," Wu Lingqing warned solemnly. "I assert that if he survives, he will indeed secure a place on that list." Both Wu Lingxi and Xia Qingsheng were taken aback, deep in contemplation. As dusk fell, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky crimson. Yi Tianren, accompanied by Ling Zhu and Li Ningqin, had ventured deep into the black wind forest for 100 miles, due to the rugged terrain and obstructing ravines. They discarded the cumbersome carriage, transferring all valuables into the Spirit Beast spatial pouch for a lighter load. As darkness approached, Yi Tianren hunted a spotted deer, igniting a campfire to roast the meat until golden and crisp, delighting both Ling Zhu and Li Ningqin. After their meal, the two maidens leaned against Yi Tianren, listening to the cicadas and birds while counting the twinkling stars above, feeling utterly relaxed and at ease. Suddenly, a figure burst through the underbrush in a panic. Rushing towards them, It was a beautiful young woman, panic-stricken, her hair disheveled, and her clothing torn, exposing large swathes of pale skin. "Help! Someone is trying to violate me. Please, noble sir, save me," the woman cried, attempting to throw herself into Yi Tianren's arms. With a swift motion, Yi Tianren drew his fingers and unleashed a blade of sword energy, and in the next instant, the woman's head, wearing an expression of sheer horror, rolled to the ground. "Brother, why did you kill her?" Ling Zhu and Li Ningqin were equally shocked. This was supposed to be a heroic rescue, yet the moment the maiden appeared, she was slain by the hero. What manner of absurdity was this? There was no one chasing her, only a solitary figure standing 30 feet away, observing from the shadows. Yi Tianren narrowed his gaze towards that direction. coldly commanding, "Show yourself." In this perilous world, fraught with dangers at every turn, where were all the gallant heroes to save the damsels in distress? It was all merely a ruse. I never anticipated your perceptiveness. I had deliberately concealed my presence, yet you still detected me. From the darkness emerged a young man, his appearance delicate and attire extravagant. "How did you know someone was there?" Li Ningqin questioned, perplexed. "It is the result of body refinement." Lingzhu explained, "My brother's physical training has heightened his senses far beyond the average person's. The eyes, ears, nose, and tongue are all parts of the body. Ye Tianran had cultivated the heavenly domineering body technique to the third level, significantly enhancing his physical prowess, sensibility, and perception. Truly, he was a peerless genius favored by both the emperor and empress." The delicate young man squinted, smiling. "To be honest, I am His Royal Highness, the fourth Prince Li Longyin." "Prince?" Lingzhu and Li Ningqin gasped in astonishment. Ye Tianran remained expressionless. "Just because you are a prince, do you believe you can plot against me?" Li Longyin chuckled. "I apologize for my tardiness. I missed your performance on the life and death stage. So I devised this test to gauge your abilities, with no malicious intent." "No malicious intent? Do you take me for a fool?" Yi Tianran's gaze fixed on the woman's left hand, where minuscule metallic threads were nestled between her fingers. Should she approach him, the consequences would be dire, either severing flesh or a fatal throat slash. Thus, Yi Tianran acted decisively, eradicating the threat before it could blossom. "It was my oversight. I shall make amends." Li Longyin remarked. The lifeless body of Xiao Linggu was discovered in a dilapidated temple outside the city. "The Blood Robe Guard has issued a kill order against you. I will intervene to suppress this matter." Yi Tianran responded with indifference. "If you can truly suppress it, we shall be even." Though Yi Tianran himself harbored no fear of the Blood Robe Guard, the presence of Lingzhu and Li Ningqin by his side meant that if he were pursued, it would spell considerable trouble. Moreover, lurking in the shadows was a terrifying elder with a predatory gaze. Thus, accepting Li Longyin's offer of reconciliation was undoubtedly the wisest course of action at this moment. "Very well," Li Longyin said. "I shall not beat around the bush any longer. Are you interested in joining my ranks?" "Not interested," Yi Tianran replied without hesitation. "I am aware that you have already pledged your allegiance to the Empress. But I am entirely unperturbed by that," Li Longyin declared. "You could serve as my secret agent beside her. The Empress offers you one benefit, and I will provide another. Is that not advantageous?" Yi Tianran replied coldly. "It has nothing to do with benefits. I simply do not like your kind." "Impudent," the elder at a distance suddenly bellowed. Instantly, the air trembled with his voice, causing Lingzhu and Li Ningqin to wince in pain as their eardrums throbbed, blood surging in their veins. Never mind," Li Longyin chuckled. "Though you may not favor me, I find you quite to my liking." With that, he produced a token stating, "This is the command token of the Blood Robe Guard's commander, capable of commanding any Blood Robe Guard up to 1,000 households. Consider it a gift. I do not require it." Yi Tianran decisively shook his head. "Lingzhu Qiner, let us depart. How intriguing." Observing the trio's retreating figures, Li Longyin squinted, a cold, sinister smile gracing his face. "Your Highness, this lad refuses to serve you. Should we eliminate him?" the elder inquired icily. "Certainly not. I genuinely favor such individuals," Li Longyin sneered. "Such arrogant disposition will eventually lead him to poke a hole in the heavens. When that time comes, the struggle between the emperor and empress will benefit a bystander." "Yet, you are not the only bystander," the elder replied sternly. "The crown prince, the 8th prince, and even the 9th princess might all reap the rewards." "You are overly concerned," Li Longyin laughed. "The crown prince is the heir apparent. The 8th prince possesses a divine physique. The 9th princess is even the grand marshal appointed by our father. They do not believe in the celestial signs and have not regarded Yi Tianran at all. Otherwise, why would I be the only one hastily rushing to Wuzhou?" Li Longyin's gaze sharpened as he asserted, "I can even wager that those 3 fools will inevitably pay the price for underestimating Yi Tianran." The elder fell silent, clearly not optimistic about Yi Tianran. With such low cultivation, daring to be so brazenly arrogant, this ignorant youth would typically meet an early and tragic demise. "Your Highness, someone is pursuing." 7th layer of the crystal transformation realm. The elder suddenly spoke. While Yi Tianran may battle across lower realms, he would never be able to contend against someone of a higher realm. This night shall mark his demise. Go protect him at once. Li Longyin furrowed his brow. Yi Tin, gather your strength. I just praised you. You would not dare to make me look foolish so soon. Would you battle across higher realms in the entirety of the Great Wu dynasty? No one can achieve such a feat. Not to mention, that uninvited guest is several realms stronger than Yi Tianran. The disparity between them is as vast as heaven and earth. Even if Li Longyin holds Yi Tianran in high regard, at this moment he does not believe Yi Tianran stands a chance of victory. He directly commanded the elder to go protect Yi Tianran, then on the other side, Lingzhu, Qiner, get behind me. Yi Tianran shouted, spreading his arms to shield the two young women. His gaze fixed intently on a dense thicket ahead. You little brat, I've been waiting for you in the Black Wind Forest for a long time. Then a familiar figure emerged, stepping forth with deliberate slowness. Sit to you? Yi Tianran frowned. What do you want? In the pitch-black night, in this desolate wilderness, what else could I want? Of course, to kill you. Sitayu grinned malevolently, though we harbor no deep-seated enmity. Why entertain thoughts of murder? Yi Tianran questioned. Situyu's eyes gleamed with greed. An innocent man is guilty when possessing a treasure. In an instant, Yi Tianran understood. You are after the southern bright leaf fire sword? Precisely, Sitayu laughed. Yesterday, on the life and death platform, you cleaved the battle soul, severing Nianli and shattering Jinyuan, defeating Yi Qifeng in a matter of moments across 3 minor realms. Truly astounding. However, to be frank, while your battle soul and sword techniques are remarkably profound and powerful, the greatest credit lies with that southern bright leaf fire sword. Sitayu, indeed a disciple of a transcendent sect, possessed exceptionally precise and incisive insight. The gap of 3 minor realms without the southern bright leaf fire sword. Even if Yi Tianran could win, it would certainly not be so effortless. Brother, why not give him the sword? Lingzhu, trembling with anxiety, suggested. Futile. Yi Tianran shook his head. Even if I were to hand him the sword, he would undoubtedly kill us to silence us. Quite right. Sitayu chuckled. You have now pledged your allegiance to the Empress, possessing tremendous backing. Should I not eliminate you, I would surely face retribution from the heavens, leaving me without a burial place. What shall we do? Lingzhu and Li Ningqin were both flustered at in their eyes. The sex master was an invincible superpower, absolutely unconquerable. Death loomed ominously close that I have not yet married you, and I do not wish to perish here. Li Ningqin, in her panic, once again referred to Yi Tianran as her brother-in-law. Ah! Yi Tianran was amused. Silly girl, we shall not die. Your brother still possesses cards yet to be revealed. Really? That is splendid. Li Ningqin and Lingzhu immediately felt reassured, though they were unaware of Yi Tianran's hidden cards. They would unconditionally believe whatever he said. Feign. Continue to feign. Your clumsy lies may fool those 2 young girls, but you think to deceive me, Sitayu. Not in this lifetime. Sitayu narrowed his eyes. A look of I've seen through you on his face. Meanwhile, Li Longyin and the mysterious elder had arrived just in time. However, the elder did not rush to a CT that in a low voice. He inquired, Your Highness, do you believe Yi Tianran possesses any stronger hidden cards? Or is he merely posturing, attempting to intimidate his opponent? How would I know? Li Longyin replied, Let us observe for now. If Yi Tianran is in danger, you are to intervene immediately to protect him. The elder shook his head. I must speak frankly. That southern brightleaf fire sword is indeed an exceedingly rare spirit-tier treasure. Why not kill him and seize it for yourself? Li Longyin smiled. I shall not be the one wielding the sword. I intend to be the master of the one wielding it. The elder's pupils constricted, and he sheepishly remarked, Your Highness is indeed wise. It is the narrow-mindedness of this old fool. You little brat, prepare to meet your end. On the other side, Sitayu, regardless of whether Yi Tianran had any hidden cards, was determined to strike and test the waters that if he could win, he would. If not, he would flee. After all, the initiative was firmly in Situyu's grasp. Boom! Sitayu, a disciple of the sect, approached without any hint of underestimating his opponent, that he activated his fighting spirit to its utmost from the outset. When he finally attacked, he did so without reservation. Truly steady as a rock, the explosive 7 mysterious black water battle soul surged forth like an abyss, vast and tumultuous. The sheer force of the gust generated twisted and shattered the surrounding flora, leaving the earth scarred with countless ravines. Water cloud palm. Sitayu roared, not only expending all his strength, but also employing his palm technique, the seven-star technique of the fighting spirit realm. Though not comparable to the slaying heaven sword technique, still offered a significant boost to combat power, further widening the gap between their strengths. Soul sword unity. At this moment, Yi Tianran, too, did not dare to exhibit any hint of negligence. He summoned the Southern Bright Leaf Fire Sword, merging it with the Chaos Divine Weapon Battle Soul, uniting the two as sword energy and fighting spirit complemented each other, instantaneously amplifying their might. Is this it? Sitayu scoffed disdainfully. If this is your strongest hidden card, then you may as well prepare to die. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a colossal hand formed of black, fighting spirit descended upon him like Mount Tai, pressing down with overwhelming force. Ancient Dominance Body, suppress the wilderness. Simultaneously, Yi Tianran let out a low roar. The power of the Ancient Dominance Body technique's third layer was fully unleashed, and in an instant, his skin transformed to a fiery red, resembling a molten bronze figure. Sweat evaporated, waves of heat surged, and even his clothes began to ignite. Clang! In the next moment, Yi Tianran unleashed his utmost power, striking forth with his strongest sword. With a resounding crack, the enormous black hand was cleaved in twain. Swish! The sword energy, undiminished, surged towards Sitayu with a heart-rending scream. Sitayu's right arm was forcefully severed. How can this be possible? Upon witnessing the scene before them, Ling Zhu and Li Ningqin were rendered utterly speechless, staring blankly as if turned to stone. Li Longyin's eyes bulged like those of a startled bull, his mouth agape, as the regal demeanor of the prince evaporated into thin air. The elder beside him, overwhelmed with astonishment, felt a deep flush of embarrassment creep across his aged visage. From the very beginning, he had dismissed Yi Tianran, convinced of his inevitable demise, and anticipated a gruesome end. Yet the current outcome struck him like an invisible slap, harshly smacking across his face. Not only had Yi Tianran survived, but he had also gained the upper hand in their initial clash, had it not been for Sitayu's quick reflexes. Narrowly dodging to the side at a critical moment, that last strike could have cleaved him in twain. The sound of that blow was resoundingly loud. "You little scoundrel! I vow that you shall not have a peaceful death." Sitayu bellowed in a fit of rage, completely losing control, his battle spirit and murderous intent now more terrifying than before. Evidently, despite having lost an arm, Sitayu still possessed the strength to fight. In stark contrast, Yi Tianran's condition was increasingly dire. Gasping heavily, he appeared utterly exhausted. His hands, clutching the sword, were akin to shattered porcelain, covered in a myriad of gaping wounds, blood and flesh in a state of disarray, nearly slipping from his grasp. Clearly, the power of that last strike had far exceeded Yi Tianran's limits of endurance. Fortunately, he had practiced the Celestial Overlord body technique. Otherwise, the repercussions would have left not only his arms in tatters, but also his very internal organs shattered. Is it the physical body that has been overdrawn? Sitayu snarled ferociously. You have drained every ounce of your strength and fighting spirit to unleash that strongest sword strike. Now, I could crush you with just a single finger. Enough of your prattle. Come at me directly. Yi Tianran retorted boldly, unleashing a wave of battle intent and murderous spirit even more fearsome than Sitayu's, that witnessing the spectacle, Ling Zhu and Li Ningqin were reduced to tears. While Li Longyin and the elder were once again profoundly shaken, all present, this was perceived as Yi Tianran's final act of defiance before death, a display of sheer audacity, unwavering spirit, and undeniable masculinity. Your Highness, I shall go to his aid. Even the elder, who had consistently doubted Yi Tianran, was moved to action, prepared to intervene. Hold on. Just then, Li Longyin's gaze suddenly fixated on Yi Tianran's left hand. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Tianran had produced a blood-red elixir, which he promptly swallowed whole. What did you consume? Sitayu exclaimed in shock that in a cautious move, he unleashed his combat technique, the water cloud palm. With a thunderous crash, a colossal black hand, identical to the previous one, bore down upon Yi Tianran with crushing force. Given Yi Tianran's current state, he could easily be reduced to a mere smear of flesh. Blood fiend of infinite darkness, illuminate the ages. Yet at that moment, Yi Tianran let out a sudden, primal roar. Ignite my blood essence. Unleash the heavens. In an instant, Yi Tianran's blood surged to a boil, enveloping him in a fiery crimson aura. The blood pouring from his arms acted as fuel, further intensifying this sanguine blaze that in that fleeting moment, his eyes glowed a vivid red, exuding an overwhelming aura of slaughter. Within the haze of the crimson flames, he resembled a fearsome demonic entity, exuding an indescribable air of arrogance and dominance. Die. With a swift motion, Yi Tianran unleashed his sword. There were no intricate techniques, no elaborate maneuvers, just a straightforward, unadorned strike. Clang in the next heartbeat, the enormous black hand disintegrated beneath the blade's edge. The momentum of the sword remained unyielding, continuing its trajectory towards Situyu. Heavens! This strike is several times faster than before. How is he accomplishing this? Situyu gasped in horror, hastily drawing two short blades to defend himself. These were clearly his trump cards, vastly superior to his previous weaponry. However, Yi Tianran's strike was not only exponentially swifter than before. Its power was now multiple times more ferocious. Clang, clang. As the sword sliced through, it cleaved the two short blades effortlessly, sending them tumbling to the ground. Spare my life, Situyu, realizing the imminent danger, screamed in desperation. Yet before he could finish his plea, his head had already severed from his body, his eyes wide open in shock, his face a mask of profound regret. That it was only in his final moments that he recognized the folly of pursuing Yi Tianran to the brink of death. Regret. Oh, how I regret it. Meanwhile, Yi Tianran collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained, his body aflame with agony as if every bone were shattered, each breath a torment beyond measure. Brother! Lingzhu and Li Ningqin rushed to him, tears streaming uncontrollably down their faces. That on the other side, the elder squinted, saying, Your Highness, I shall send over a profound life pill to preserve his life, ensuring he owes us a significant favor. No need. Li Longyin shook his head. With Yi Tianran's perceptive abilities, he is already aware of my presence nearby. Given the perilous circumstances he just faced, he did not call for my help, nor will he accept it now. I understand, the elder nodded in acknowledgement, secretly elevating his regard for Yi Tianran. The heavens are ever resilient. A gentleman must strive ceaselessly. With Yi Tianran's indomitable spirit, his future is bound to be limitless. Such arrogance. It turns out, this too is a virtue. The elder mused quietly, turning to follow Li Longyin away to not weep any longer. It is but a minor injury that I shall go to a certain place where I can heal swiftly. Yi Tianran reassured them that he then activated the combat soul space of Han Jiangying. Indeed, it is not feasible. Yi Tianran realized he could not bring Lingzhu and Li Ningqin into the space together. You two must remain here. Do not venture anywhere until I return. Yi Tianran instructed firmly, trembling as he extracted Situyu's soul crystal and retrieved the two severed blades from the ground. With a thought, Yi Tianran entered the combat soul space of Han Jiangying. Brother? As they witnessed Yi Tianran vanish in an instant, Li Ningqin and Lingzhu were left in utter astonishment. However, they both understood that this was Yi Tianran's greatest secret. Exchanging a glance, the two young girls silently resolved to keep Yi Tianran's secret safe, even at the cost of their lives. How did it come to be that you were left with but half a life? Did you consume the blood fury pill? Within the combat soul space, Han Jiangying's voice resonated, ethereal and melodious as ever. That I did. It is truly a marvelous item. Yi Tianran licked his lips, resembling a bloodthirsty demon. Do you have any more? Bring me a few more. Even if there were, I could not give them to you. Han Jiangying's tone suddenly turned severe. The blood fury pill has grave side effects. With your current physique, you cannot afford to use it multiple times. What is there to fear? Is there not the blood fiend essence? At this point, Yi Tianran began absorbing the surrounding blood fiend essence, witnessing his injuries heal at a visibly rapid pace, even his depleted strength and combat energy rejuvenating alongside it. The blood fiend essence is finite, Han Jiangying admonished. Moreover, do you think you can rely on luck every time? I must inform you that two powerful individuals were lurking in the shadows earlier. Should they choose to act, your demise would be inevitable. You can sense the conditions outside. Yi Tianran asked in surprise. Han Jiangying replied, with my current strength, I can sense the situation within 100 feet around you. Ye Tianran frowned. Then why did you not allow those two girls to enter? Is it dangerous outside? Do not fret. I will keep watch for you. They are quite safe. Han Jiangying assured him that MY Combat's soul space is not accessible to just anyone, especially that girl named Lingzhu. Her aura instills fear in me. Ah! Yi Tianran was taken aback that he had not anticipated that the formidable Han Jiangying would feel threatened by the seemingly gentle Lingzhu. Enough about them. Han Jiangying interjected. Have you collected many combat souls? Hurry and present them to me. Yi Tianran nodded, responding, sure, but among the rewards you offer, there must be 3 blood fury pills. Impossible. Han Jiangying retorted that if you consume 3 more blood fury pills, your bloodline will be utterly ruined. Not even the blood fiend essence can restore it. 2. Yi Tianran compromised slightly. Not a chance. Han Jiangying firmly declined again. I will not give you even 1. I cannot bear to see your body deteriorate. Oh! Yi Tianran raised an eyebrow, grinning mischievously. Surely you aren't developing feelings for me. The last time you gave me blood fury pills, you showed no such concern for my well-being. You speak nonsense. How could this old ancestor possibly fall for a mere boy like you? Han Jiangying fumed in indignation that if you wish to court death, I shall simply allow it. In the next moment, 3 blood fury pills materialized before Yi Tianran. Yi Tianran was amused, laughing. I was merely jesting. I did not expect you to be so sensitive. How adorable. You, Han Jiangying was momentarily speechless, nearly driven to exasperation. She was, after all, the illustrious blood fiend combat ancestor, sweeping through the heavens and overpowering gods and Buddhas alike. Mentioning her name, even the most talented and extraordinary beings would tremble in fear. Yet at this moment, Yi Tianran, this fellow, actually dares to call her cute. Cute? Han Jiangying was on the verge of losing her mind. Her illustrious reputation had been utterly tarnished. Don't be angry. Look at what I've gathered for you. Abundant and of high quality, with impressive levels. As Yi Tianran's injuries gradually healed, his spirits also lifted as he cheerfully extracted all the soul crystals he had on hand. Among them, the soul crystals of Xiao Linggu, King Taiyan, and Sitayu had all reached the crystal transformation stage, noticeably larger, more refined, and faintly gleaming with a metallic luster. The goal of cultivating to the crystal transformation stage is to refine the soul crystals into a metallic state of soul elixir. Upon successful formation, one can ascend to the next significant realm. In addition to these 3 crystal transformation soul crystals, there were also soul crystals from the 3 great masters, as well as from Yi Qifeng and Li Ningxiu. The quality and level of this batch of soul crystals far surpassed those previously collected. The rewards I can exchange should not disappoint me, right? Yi Tianran rubbed his hands together, eagerly awaiting the rewards. Russell. Han Jiangying was evidently angered and ignored Yi Tianran. However, the rewards gradually arrived before him. After all, she still needed Yi Tianran's assistance. There was no way she could afford to default on her obligations. Miss, while you may be upset, at least introduce these rewards to me. I'm quite unfamiliar and don't recognize any of them. Upon seeing the array of rewards before him, Yi Tianran's mood brightened, and he beamed with delight. Han Jiangying coldly stated, the first 3 items are the Hanbing Xuanji, Jinghong San, and Jiuchong Chao, all for refining your physique. Wonderful! Yi Tianran exclaimed in joy, these are precisely what I need. The significance of physical strength was thoroughly demonstrated in today's battle. Without a robust physique, even the mightiest sword strike and the side effects of the blood fury pill could render Yi Tianran without a grave. Moreover, the perceptive ability, insight, and recovery capacity of the physique are all exceedingly vital attributes to enhance that. It is evident how crucial physique cultivation is. Furthermore, as the level of physique cultivation increases, the quality and rarity of the medicinal materials needed for the medicinal baths also skyrockets. Not to mention their immense value. Often, even with wealth, one may not be able to procure some exceedingly rare spiritual herbs. For this reason, if Han Jiangying could consistently provide physique-enhancing spiritual herbs, it would spare Yi Tianran from the troubles of the heavenly path, saving him astronomical sums of wealth. Han Jiangying continued, the middle 3 are 3 combat techniques. None of them can compare to the Zhutian sword technique. If you wish to practice them, do so, or feel free to sell them. Understood. Yi Tianran nodded, still wearing a satisfied smile. It is worth noting that the Jutian sword technique is the highest grade combat technique available at the 9 stars of the Duki realm. Hence the 3 techniques before him cannot surpass it. Upon a brief glance, Yi Tianran noted that the 3 combat techniques were all of the 8 stars of the Duki realm, highly sought after in the Great Wu dynasty. Gold bars and silver coins would not suffice to acquire them. One must use Yuan stone to express their value. Moreover, Yuan stones are precisely what Yi Tianran urgently needs, as they contain pure and rich heavenly and earthly essence, which he can directly devour to enhance his cultivation. Though Han Jiangying had long since exhausted her stock of Yuan stones to bolster her own power, she must have many more such combat techniques, including those requiring even higher realms for cultivation. These techniques are akin to a treasure trove of Yuan stones, providing continuous support to Yi Tianran. Just the thought of it is exhilarating. The final 3 items are 3 methods for crystal transformation. Once you reach the crystal transformation stage, you may cultivate one of them. The remaining 2 can be sold off directly. Excellent, excellent. You are indeed very considerate. All these are precisely what I need. How can you be so virtuous? I'm starting to like you a bit. Yi Tianran mischievously smiled, playfully teasing Han Jiangying. However, Han Jiangying remained silent, completely ignoring him. Though he could not see her, imagining her aloof, ethereal voice, Yi Tianran couldn't help but envision a pouting, adorable beauty, increasingly charming in his thoughts. With that, Yi Tianran exited the divine pearl space. Soon after, an eerie voice echoed softly, "Old ancestor, you seem a bit out of sorts today. That lad desires the blood fury pill. Why not simply give it to him? Why bother with his fate? Instead, you are mocked by him. You know nothing." Han Jiangying retorted sternly that in the past, I could disregard his fate, but recently his performance has been astonishing. I realize I have vastly underestimated his value. I have decided to use him as a foundation for more long-term plans. Therefore, he cannot die. At the very least, he cannot perish due to the side effects of the blood fury pill. That would be utterly foolish. Old ancestor, your wisdom is unmatched. The eerie voice paused before adding, "But are you truly not concerned about him because you have taken a liking to him? I find that lad quite handsome. With exceptional talent, moreover, he is sufficiently bold and spirited. Such a man is most coveted by women." "Shuet Sangwan, I see you're getting cheeky," Han Jiangying exclaimed in anger. "Currently, my power is just shy of enabling you to break free from your seal. If you do not wish to leave, simply say so. I will send another Blood Reaper apostle out." "Oh," Shuet Sangwan panicked. "Old ancestor, I was wrong. I am nearly going mad from wanting to leave. Please, I implore you. Do not change personnel." Finding a soft patch of grass, Yi Tianran settled the spirit pearl and Li Ningqin down to rest. However, he himself was wide awake, directly retrieving the damaged cotton sabers, the golden cloud armor, and the 2 short blades he had just severed. Swallow, Yi Tianran thought, and all these items were consumed by the chaotic battle soul. This time, Yi Tianran chose to enhance his cultivation, as the battle soul had already undergone a mutation once. Another mutation would require devouring treasures of a level far exceeding that of the De Qian Long K sword, and the items before him were insufficient. With a wave of mysterious power sweeping through his body, Yi Tianran's cultivation level surged by 2 minor realms, directly reaching the 7th heaven of the Duki realm. Following this, Yi Tianran began to peruse the 3 combat techniques he had just acquired: Dai Luo Palm, Ninefold Waves, and Windwalking Steps. All are highly practical combat techniques. However, one cannot be greedy to what Yi Tianran contemplated. I shall only learn the Windwalking Steps. The Jutian sword technique is already the most formidable combat technique I can master at present. There is no need to learn Dai Luo Palm and Ninefold Waves. With this thought, Yi Tianran began his studies immediately. Windwalking Steps. Wine travels a myriad of miles, rising swiftly, gathering from all directions, vanishing in 10 directions. This is an extremely exquisite body technique combat skill, which, once mastered, can significantly enhance speed and agility, proving to be highly practical. 5 days later, Yi Tianran, accompanied by Li Ningqin and the Spirit Pearl, traversed the Black Wind Forest. Arriving at the foot of Yi City. Throughout these 5 days, Yi Tianran had tirelessly studied and successfully mastered the Windwalking Steps, simultaneously honing his skills against demonic beasts, now able to use them with ease. Li Ningqin's Seven Treasures Medicine Spirit Battle Soul discovered numerous spiritual herbs along the way, causing the deer hide pouch she carried to swell once again. In contrast, the Spirit Pearl showed no signs of performance, leading her to feel inferior, even believing herself to be a burden to Yi Tianran, which was quite disheartening. Yi Tianran, of course, noticed this. Thus, as soon as they entered the city, he took the Spirit Pearl and Li Ningqin on a delightful shopping spree, purchasing every item the young girl admired along the way. Li Ningqin beamed with joy, skipping happily. The Spirit Pearl's mood also brightened, and the three shared laughter throughout their journey. Although Yi City was not vast, it was bustling with activity. The Spirit Pearl had never left Wuzhou City since childhood, and this was her first glimpse of another city's scenery. Of course, Li Ningqin, well-versed in various matters, smiled brightly and explained. Wuzhou Prefecture is the central administrative hub of Wuzhou, naturally the largest. However, in terms of prosperity, Yi City is the foremost in Wuzhou. Why is that? The Spirit Pearl inquired with curiosity. Li Ningqin replied, because the Gathering Treasure Chamber chose Yi City to establish their Wuzhou branch. Gathering Treasure Chamber. The Spirit Pearl's face was filled with confusion. Li Ningqin elaborated. The Gathering Treasure Chamber is the largest commercial organization within the Great Wu Kingdom. In every city of the empire, one can find a branch of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. There are even rumors that half of the taxes of the Great Wu Empire come from the Gathering Treasure Chamber. In other words, this single chamber sustains half of a nation. Yi City thrived precisely due to the establishment of the Wuzhou branch of the Gathering Treasure Chamber, transforming it from a once impoverished locale into the bustling haven it is today. This chamber is truly remarkable, the Spirit Pearl exclaimed in awe. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Tianran had purchased a large, heavy black cloak from a roadside shop, capable of concealing his entire face when the hood was drawn. Brother, why did you buy this? It looks quite scary, Li Ningqin pouted, asking. Yi Tianran replied, I'm going to the Gathering Treasure Chamber branch. You two take this money and buy some delicious food. The Gathering Treasure Chamber? I want to go too, the Spirit Pearl exclaimed with excitement. Absolutely not. Yi Tianran responded, do you remember Sitiyu's words? Remember, a common man bears no guilt, but possessing a gem can be a crime. Ling Zhu is remarkably astute, perceiving immediately. Brother, you intend to trade treasures. You must not reveal your identity. Otherwise, you might find yourself pursued. Clever. Yi Tianran nodded, then made his way towards the Gathering Treasure Chamber. As this is the Wuzhou branch of the Gathering Treasure Chamber, its scale far surpasses that of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion within Wuzhou City. Upon entering, a young and beautiful maid approached to greet him. Welcome, esteemed guest. How may I assist you? She inquired respectfully. I wish to sell some items. Yi Tianran's face was obscured by the brim of his hat, and he endeavored to make his voice sound deep and weathered. The maid nodded. No problem. Please present your goods, and I will appraise them for you. However, Yi Tianran shook his head. You are not authorized to make decisions. Summon your hall master. What? The maid was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in surprise, Are you jesting? Our hall master status is such that even the Prince of Taiyan cannot meet him at will. Yi Tianran remained unfazed, speaking sternly. 8-star Do technique of the Do Qi realm. 3 manuals in total. Can you decide? The maid gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment, staring fixedly at Yi Tianran. Within her mind, wild speculation arose. Who could this figure beneath the cloak truly be? Yi Tianran, growing impatient, commanded, if you cannot decide, then fetch your hall master. Do not waste my time. Yes, please wait a moment. The maid gulped nervously and hurried toward the back hall. Yi Tianran smiled, as if he had anticipated this outcome. It is known that Do techniques are exceedingly rare resources, and high-star Do techniques are even scarcer. Although the 3 manuals Yi Tianran possessed were merely of the Do Qi realm, they all achieved the rank of 8 stars, making them even more precious. Such techniques are invaluable for nurturing the younger generation, yielding remarkable results, and are highly coveted by major sects and esteemed families, often priced beyond measure. It is no wonder that the composed and dignified maid dashed away with such urgency. Senior, please come in. Shortly thereafter, the maid returned, having altered her address for Yi Tianran. In the back hall, an opulent reception room awaited. A middle-aged man stood at the entrance, already awaiting him. I am Zhao Qinghong, the hall master of the Gathering Treasure Chamber, Wuzhou branch. The man clasped his hands in greeting, exuding an air of distinction and elegance. "Let us proceed directly to the appraisal," Yi Tianran stated succinctly, producing the Do Technique manual for the wind walking step and handing it to Zhao Qinghong. "Please hold on a moment," Zhao Qinghong replied, taking the manual with both hands and examining it closely. As he perused the text, he also instructed someone to consult archival materials. After roughly half an hour, Zhao Qinghong beamed. "Thank you for your patience. Our final appraisal for this Do technique is 100 inferior grade yuan stones." Upon hearing this, the surrounding maids and those consulting the records displayed expressions of shock. It is worth noting that yuan stones are also exceedingly rare resources. One inferior grade yuan stone is valued at 10,000 gold bars, sufficient to provide a lifetime of comfort for an ordinary family. 100 inferior grade yuan stones could incite fierce competition among medium-sized sects. Yi Tianran nodded, then produced the manuals for the layered palm and the ninefold wave, offering them for sale at the same price. No problem. Please wait a moment. Zhao Qinghong nodded fervently, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This time, the verification was much quicker. Soon, Zhao Qinghong had yuan stones brought forth, along with a golden ring. "Esteemed senior, this ring is called the Gathering Treasure Ring, possessing a unique storage function. You may store yuan stones and gold or silver within it for convenient access." Zhao Qinghong emphasized. Additionally, this Gathering Treasure Ring serves as a symbol of status. With it, you become a distinguished guest of our Gathering Treasure Chamber. Many conveniences await you within the great martial kingdom. "Thank you." Yi Tianran accepted the Gathering Treasure Ring, and with a thought, stored 300 yuan stones within it. Later, he could also place several large boxes of silver coins and gold bars inside. Although he could also store them within Han Jiangying's Do soul space. Retrieving them would reveal the blood-colored chaos, potentially leading to significant troubles if discovered. Subsequently, Yi Tianran departed. Unsurprisingly, someone trailed him from behind, maintaining a distance. Yet they could not escape Yi Tianran's keen perceptiveness that if you continue to follow, do not blame me for resorting to violence. Yi Tianran halted, turning to sternly admonish the pursuer. "Hiss," the follower gasped, swiftly fleeing at a distance. Upon returning to the Gathering Treasure Chamber, Zhao Qinghong awaited him at the entrance, inquiring, "What did you discover? Did you trace any leads?" "None," the tracker replied in terror. "The individual is surely a senior expert. I was discovered almost immediately. Had I not fled swiftly, I might not have returned." Strange, Zhao Qinghong frowned. In this remote state of Wuzhou, how could a senior expert come to trade? The pursuer queried, "Haven't many significant figures recently arrived in Wuzhou City? It is said that a prodigious talent has emerged from the Yi family, one who could seize the world." Silence. Zhao Qinghong snapped, "Do you dare utter such words? If the blood-clothed guards hear you, your entire clan will be exterminated." The pursuer gasped in fear, sealing his lips tightly. "However, your reasoning holds merit." Zhao Qinghong mused. That esteemed senior is likely drawn to the Yi family's extraordinary talent. With such a genius emerging, the Yi family is bound to dominate Wuzhou. "Haven't you heard?" the pursuer exclaimed. "The foolish higher-ups of the Yi family have already exiled that prodigious talent from the clan." "Ah, such a thing exists?" Zhao Qinghong was taken aback. The higher-ups of the Yi family must be intoxicated. To call them foolish is an insult to pigs. Meanwhile, Yi Tianran, in a secluded alley, removed his cloak and stored it in the Gathering Treasure Ring. He then set off to locate Ling Zhu and Li Ningqin on the street he had just visited. That moment, beside Ling Zhu and Li Ningqin, a strikingly beautiful woman had appeared. Her skin was as smooth as cream. Her eyes sparkled like stars. With waist-length hair and a graceful figure, her mere presence captivated the attention of all the men nearby. However, this enchanting woman was accompanied by a towering figure clad in black armor, resembling an iron tower, ensuring that the surrounding men dared not approach. "Step aside." Just as Yi Tianran was about to approach, the armored man issued a low, thunderous growl that sent shivers through the nearby onlookers, who quickly retreated. Although Yi Tianran was not intimidated, he acutely sensed the heavy pressure emanating from the armored man. This individual was a formidable expert, of a high caliber. "Do not misunderstand. He is my brother," Ling Zhu hastily clarified. Upon hearing this, the extraordinarily beautiful woman finally cast her gaze upon Yi Tianran, coldly ordering, Let him approach. The armored man nodded, stepping aside to clear the path. Ling Zhu. Who are they? Yi Tianran inquired as he approached. This elder sister claims to be Knight's sovereign and wishes to take me to join a sect. Ling Zhu hesitated, biting her lip. I want to accept her offer. This, Yi Tianran frowned, glancing at Li Ningqin, who subtly shook her head. Clearly, both Yi Tianran and Li Ningqin were unfamiliar with the figure known as Knight's sovereign. Yi Tianran spoke gravely. Ling Zhu, while I should respect your decision, I cannot bring myself to entrust you to another. Fool! The woman identifying herself as Knight's sovereign retorted coldly. Your sister possesses great potential. Remaining by your side will only lead to her obscurity. Only I can elevate her to greatness. Why should I trust you? Yi Tianran questioned, furrowing his brow. Because your life and death are but a thought away from me. Knight's sovereign's gaze turned frigid, resembling ice and crystal, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Arrogant, domineering, unquestionable, brother, I am willing to follow this elder sister, Ling Zhu declared, biting her lip. I do not wish to be your burden. I want to grow stronger, to be able to help you, even to protect you. Until now, Ling Zhu had always been the gentle, submissive girl, rarely making decisions for herself. Yet at this moment, she had resolved firmly, making it difficult even for Yi Tianran to persuade her. Very well. Yi Tianran nodded, that he recalled Han Jiangying's words about the aura surrounding Ling Zhu, instilling fear in her. It was evident that Ling Zhu's talent and potential were extraordinarily formidable. With Yi Tianran's current abilities, he was far from capable of awakening Ling Zhu's potential. Moreover, Han Jiangying likely would not assist her. Thus, securing a promising opportunity for Ling Zhu, indeed, seemed a wise choice. Yi Tianran stated, I will agree to your decision. But I have one condition. I must know where you are going, and I must be able to visit you at any time. Ling Zhu bit her lip, gazing at Yi Ziyuan. Yi Zun cast a cold glance at Yi Tianran, his tone indifferent as he remarked, I can divulge this information to you. However, I strongly advise against your curiosity that I must know. Yi Tianran stated emphatically, otherwise, do not expect to take my Ling Zhu away. Chapter 11. No good man exists. The Xian Sect Academy. This is where I intend to take your sister. Yi Zun declared calmly, as long as you fear for your life, you may come to Sacred Prison Mountain to find her at any time. Xian Sect? Sacred Prison Mountain? Yi Tianran and Li Ningqin exchanged bewildered glances, having never heard of such places before. I have provided you with the answer you sought. Now, I must take my leave. Yi Zun grasped Ling Zhu's wrist and turned to depart. With a mere step, he vanished to a distance of 100 zhang, his figure ethereal and ghostly. Ling Zhu, Yi Tianran exclaimed in shock, unable to bid farewell before Ling Zhu disappeared from his sight. Stop calling out. With her departure, you are now in two separate worlds. The armored man sneered, his eyes glinting with disdain from the gaps in his helmet. Swish! As soon as he finished speaking, the armored man stepped forward and vanished without a trace. What do we do now? Li Ningqin was thoroughly panicked. Do not be alarmed. Yi Tianran inhaled deeply. Clearly, they harbor no intention of harming Ling Zhu. Otherwise, they would not be wasting words on me. As long as they do not harm her, I shall eventually track them down to reclaim Ling Zhu. Yes, Li Ningqin nodded earnestly. I will also double my efforts so that I can accompany you to the Xian sect to rescue Ling Zhu. What a spirited young girl. Just then, a lewd, sinister laugh echoed from nearby. Turning to see the source, they found a lavishly dressed, rotund young master, Lin Murue, flanked by a group of sycophantic companions, all scions of the prominent families in East City. Little sister, you seem unfamiliar. Have you just arrived in East City? Would you allow your brothers to show you around? Lin Murue leered at Li Ningqin, while his companions chuckled lewdly. Get lost, Yi Tianran, already in a foul mood, found their insolence intolerable. Huh? Lin Murue shot a venomous glare at Yi Tianran, barking, You dare meddle in my affairs? I see you are tired of living. Smack! Without hesitation, Yi Tianran struck him across the face. The sound echoed, and Lin Murue was sent flying backward, colliding with his companions, causing chaos among them. Ouch! You're killing me! Lin Murue howled, blood streaming from his mouth, mingling with shattered teeth. You wretch, how dare you strike me? Do you know who I am? I am the third young master of the Lin family, the foremost clan in East City. You shall not leave here alive. Smack before he could finish. Another slap landed. Ouch! Lin Murray fell to the ground again, his face smeared with blood, both cheeks swollen, transforming his already rotund visage into a grotesque sight. Hiss! Witnessing the scene, his companions could not help but gasp in shock, feeling sympathy for Lin Murray's plight. Call for help! Call for help! Lin Murray screamed frantically, never having suffered such humiliation with any city, that if this grievance went unavenged, he would be a laughingstock, and the Lin family would share in his disgrace. Whoosh! At that moment, one of the young masters fired a crimson flare into the sky. Swiftly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from all directions. The Lin family was the most powerful clan in East City. This was Lin Murray's domain. Soon, 100 people surrounded them, determined to ensure Yi Tianran could not escape. Such a bunch of fools. However, at that moment, Li Ningqin, with her hands on her hips, retorted, "My brother is in a foul mood, and you insist on provoking him. How utterly foolish! What did you say?" Upon hearing Li Ningqin's words, every member of the Lin family was enraged, baring their teeth in fury. Even this little girl dares to look down on the Lin family. How outrageous! At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the back of the crowd, resonating with authority. The sheer force of the cry indicated that the speaker was no ordinary individual. Young Master. The young master has arrived. Lin Murray's spirit soared. Wretch, your time is up. My family's young master is the greatest genius in East City. Killing you is easier than slaughtering a chicken. Oh, really? Yi Tianran's eyes turned icy, his murderous intent rising. Of course, my young master is a prodigy. He could crush you with a mere finger. Lin Murray sneered again. Naturally, I will let the young master spare your life. I intend to enjoy tormenting this lovely girl right before your eyes. He, seeking death? Yi Tianran's fury ignited as he swiftly drew back his right foot. In the next instant, his foot shot forward like a cannonball, aiming directly at Lin Murray's groin. This was a strike that would ensure his lineage ended. Stop! The Lin family young master arrived just in time, bellowing, "If you harm my brother, I will kill you, bang!" However, before the Lin family young master could finish his threat, Yi Tianran's kick had already found its mark. Lin Murray let out a wail akin to a slaughtered chicken, his legs clenching tightly, hands gripping his groin as he crumpled to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Crimson blood seeped through his fingers. He was utterly ruined. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Instantly, gasps of shock resonated throughout the crowd, each man instinctively crossing his legs, for only they could fathom the excruciating pain inflicted to "Oh my!" Li Ningqin smiled mischievously, akin to a little fox, and added insult to injury. "My brother told you to leave, yet you refused. Now look at you, your plans are in tatters, and you'll spend the rest of your days as a neutered wretch." Lin Murray was so enraged that he spat a mouthful of blood. He was a man of insatiable lust, and this outcome was more unbearable than death itself. "Young master, avenge me!" Lin Murray howled in despair, his resentment palpable. "Fear not, if I do not avenge this grievance. Let the name Lin Baijian be reversed," the Lin family young master roared, charging at Yi Tianran. "Huh? How can it be you?" As he approached, Lin Baijian was rendered dumbfounded, his eyes wide and his pupils constricted. As if he had seen a ghost, his body froze, unable to advance a single step. Yi Tianran's voice was cold. "Did you not wish to avenge your brother? Come, I shall accompany you to the end." Thud! Without a word, Lin Baijian dropped to his knees. "I am so sorry. I truly am. I never anticipated that Lin Murray would provoke someone of your caliber." The onlookers were utterly stunned. "Young master, what are you doing?" Lin Murray screamed. "You are the young master of the foremost family in East City. How can you kneel before such a wretch? Silence, you fool!" Lin Baijian bellowed. "You have provoked a figure that our entire Lin family cannot afford to offend. The family will face annihilation because of you." "How can this be?" Lin Murray was left speechless. Around them, all the Lin family members were equally astonished. This insignificant wretch is someone our entire family cannot offend. "This is impossible. Have you all lost your minds?" Lin Baijian roared. "This young master is none other than the unparalleled genius who has taken the great martial dynasty by storm. Yi Tianran." "What?" At this declaration, the crowd felt as though they had been struck by lightning, their scalps tingling, hearts racing, and goosebumps rising. Yi Tianran. That name had long echoed throughout Wuzhou. The fateful duel on the life and death stage in Wuzhou had become the stuff of legend. In the hearts of the Wuzhou populace, Yi Tianran had almost been deified. Thud, thud, thud. In the next moment, every member of the Yi family who had previously mocked Yi Tianran fell to their knees. Faces pale with terror, limbs cold, fearing retribution. Slap, slap, slap. Soon, Lin Mui also knelt on the ground, vigorously slapping himself, tears streaming down his face as he wailed, "Young Master Yi, I am sorry. I was blind to your greatness. I failed to recognize the mountain. I implore you not to stoop to my level. I am sincerely sorry." Lin Murui has thoroughly succumbed to fear. It is crucial to understand that in the city of Wuzhou, the Zhang family, the Liu family, the Yi family, and the royal Li family of the Tianwang have all been meticulously orchestrated by Yi Tianran. The Lin family, as Lin Baijian has stated, is indeed unable to provoke Yi Tianran. Lin Murui is not foolish. He certainly does not wish to see the entirety of the Lin family face annihilation due to his own actions. Thus, he desperately slaps himself in contrition, fervently begging for forgiveness. In the deepest recesses of his heart, he dares not harbor even the slightest resentment towards Yi Tianran. "Move aside! Everyone move aside!" At that moment, a multitude of elders rushed in from the back of the crowd. Head of the Lin family, greetings, young Master Yi. Presenting 10 low-grade essence stones and 5 chests of silver coins, along with 2 chests of gold bars, to congratulate young Master Yi on his triumphant rise to fame. Head of the Su family, greetings, young Master Yi. Presenting 2 chests each of gold bars and silver coins to celebrate young Master Yi's meteoric ascent. Head of the Wu family, greetings, young Master Yi. Presenting 8 chests of silver coins to wish young Master Yi smooth sailing in all endeavors. News spread rapidly, and the heads of several prominent families in each city hurried to pay their respects, each offering lavish gifts. Among them, the Lin family's offering was the most substantial, clearly not only to extend congratulations, but also to express an apology, an undeniable show of great sacrifice. The head of the Gathering Treasure Merchant Association's Wuzhou branch approached. Bowing, greetings, young Master Yi. Presenting 30 low-grade essence stones to congratulate young Master Yi on gaining entry into the Tianzong Academy with a boundless future ahead. At that moment, even Zhao Qinghong hurried over to present her gift, the value of which far surpassed that of all the other families combined. After all, a single low-grade essence stone is worth 10,000 gold bars, and even during the zenith of Tianwang's power, they could not produce 30 low-grade essence stones. That everyone's generosity is overwhelming. I, Yi Tianran, shall graciously accept all. Yi Tianran was not inclined to be modest with these individuals. He accepted every offering without reservation. You have a ring on your hand, young master. Zhao Qinghong, being an astute individual, naturally noticed the gathering treasure ring that Yi Tianran wore. Yi Tianran replied nonchalantly, "This is the gathering treasure ring, a gift from the Empress's envoy." "I see." Zhao Qinghong smiled. "With this ring, you are indeed a distinguished guest of our Gathering Treasure Merchant Association. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to inform me." It was evident that all gathering treasure rings bore identical designs. Thus, Zhao Qinghong was unaware that Yi Tianran was the very individual cloaked in black, whose identity had been obscured beneath the brim of his hood while he had taken away 300 essence stones in one breath. "I do have a pressing matter," Yi Tianran inquired. "Zhao Hall Master, being well-traveled, have you ever heard of the Holy Prison Mountain or the Xian sect?" "I have not." Zhao Qinghong shook her head. "In my early years, I traveled with merchant caravans across every corner of the great martial kingdom, yet I have never heard of the Holy Prison Mountain, nor do I know what the Xian sect is." "That's fine. Perhaps I misremembered." Yi Tianran brushed it aside, not mentioning the Knight Sovereign or the Armored Man. Subsequently, Yi Tianran exchanged pleasantries with everyone before taking his leave with Li Ningqin at the Wuzhou Air Harbor. Numerous airships of varying sizes floated upon the expansive waters. This was the only air harbor in the entirety of Wuzhou, wholly managed by the Gathering Treasure Merchant Association, utilizing airships to transport passengers nationwide. "Brother, are we going to ride an airship? I've never done that before," Li Ningqin exclaimed, her curiosity palpable as she gazed around excitedly. "Indeed," Yi Tian nodded, "our destination, the Great Wilderness, is thousands of miles away. Traveling by foot would take an eternity." "Excuse me, how may I assist you?" A young, vibrant attendant approached respectfully. Yi Tianran inquired. What is the next departure to Huangluo City? Today, unfortunately, that airship is fully booked, the attendant expressed with a hint of regret. The next departure is a month from now. Tianran furrowed his brow. He had chosen to travel by airship to save time, and waiting an entire month was simply unthinkable. Did I ask there any way to make an exception? I am acquainted with Zhao Qinghong. Yi Tianran revealed the gathering treasure ring on his finger. I have already noticed your gathering treasure ring, the attendant replied, her tone tinged with helplessness. Under normal circumstances, I would certainly do my utmost to accommodate you. However, this time is different. Someone has booked the entire airship. Booked the entire ship? Both Yi Tianran and Li Ningqin were taken aback. That it was common knowledge that the fare for an airship was exorbitant. With each cabin costing as much as 3 gold bars, to reserve an entire ship would require at least 300 gold bars, an expense that was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Indeed, it is fully booked, the attendant confirmed. To be candid, the young lady who reserved the entire airship is also a distinguished guest of the Gathering Treasure Merchant Association, and her status surpasses yours. I truly cannot afford to offend her. Even Zhao Hall Master would think twice before crossing her. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianran and Li Ningqin were even more astonished. Zhao Qinghong's status was such that she could disregard Tian Wang. Yet this esteemed guest was of even higher standing. The identity of this individual was indeed terrifying. I shall not make things difficult for you, Yi Tianran stated. Simply inform me where I might find this esteemed guest. I will speak with her personally. No need to search. I am right here. A cold, ethereal voice echoed from behind. The attendant immediately bowed deeply. Her demeanor profoundly humble. Yi Tianran and Li Ningqin turned to see a remarkably beautiful woman. Her features exquisitely refined, her skin fair and delicate. Clad in a sheer white gown, her graceful figure was subtly accentuated, a vision of breathtaking beauty. Particularly striking were her long, shapely legs, which stood tall and alluring. A true marvel. Hello, I am Yi Tianran. He began to speak. That there's no need to say anything. I know what you wish to convey, the woman interjected icily. Men are all scoundrels. That is why I have reserved the entire airship. And it is also why I refuse your request. Yi Tianran was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated being turned down before he could even finish his sentence. This woman was exceedingly arrogant, yet undeniably justified in her demeanor. For even at that moment, he could not detect her presence. This indicated that her strength was at least comparable to that of the mysterious elder beside the fourth prince, Li Longyin, if not even more formidable. Wait a moment. An idea struck Yi Tianran. Could it be that such a powerful individual had come to Wuzhou, this remote place, in pursuit of the celestial phenomenon legend? Miss, my name is Yi Tianran. He introduced himself directly. Upon hearing his name, the attendant's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression brimming with excitement, as if beholding a living deity, filled with boundless admiration. However, the aloof beauty once again interrupted Yi Tianran's introduction with a frigid tone. I do not care what your name is. In any case, men are all scoundrels. Yi Tianran found himself utterly flabbergasted. In Wuzhou, there existed someone who had not heard of the moniker peerless genius Yi Tianran. The crucial factor was that this haughty beauty harbored a profound resentment towards men, making rational discourse utterly futile. Sister, my brother is not a bad man, Li Ningqin protested, pouting her lips in defense of Yi Tianran. You are still young and do not comprehend the vile nature of men. The woman replied kindly to Li Ningqin. When you reach my age, you will understand that no man is worthy of trust. Miss, at that moment, Yi Tianran interjected, boldly proclaiming, You are unwell. Chapter 12. The Xianbing Gathering Spirit Bridge. The Four Wise Soul Guarding Palace. What? Yi Tianran's simple declaration left those around him utterly dumbfounded. The attendant was stunned. Li Ningqin was astonished. Even passers-by cast bewildered glances their way, while the long-legged beauty's expression darkened, her bright, star-like eyes flashing a hint of murderous intent. Young man, if you wish to die, simply say so. I, Feng Qiwu, shall fulfill your desire. Feng Qiwu? The name seemed vaguely familiar to Yi Tianran, causing him to pause momentarily, though he could not recall why. Yet the faces of those surrounding them displayed sheer astonishment and palpable fear. Just from their expressions, it was clear that this long-legged beauty held an identity and power that was nothing short of terrifying. She could traverse Wuzhou without the slightest concern that I speak truthfully. You are indeed unwell. Despite the gravity of the situation, Yi Tianran refused to back down, clearly reiterating his statement in front of the gathering crowd. Brother, while I wholeheartedly support you, I must say, your words are rather impolite, Li Ningqin whispered softly, pursing her lips. Look, even your sister is more sensible than you. Were it not for her adorableness, I would have struck you down with a single blow. Feng Qiwu remarked coldly. While I still possess a sliver of patience, vanish from my sight at once. Otherwise, before Feng Qiwu could finish her warning, Yi Tianran boldly interjected, your brow is tinged with green, and your eyes display ice spirit patterns. After nightfall, you endure a bone-chilling cold that is unbearable. Feng Qiwu was momentarily stunned, her exquisite phoenix eyes wide open in disbelief, as if she had just encountered a ghost while gazing at Yi Tianran. Li Ningqin blinked in surprise and remarked, Brother, it seems you were right after all. It must be true. Yi Tianran replied with a calm smile. This is merely a side effect of practicing the Ice Spirit Crystal Transformation Technique. How could it escape my notice? The Ice Spirit Crystal Transformation Technique. Li Ningqin suddenly recalled. That's the book you've been poring over whenever you have a spare moment. Yi Tianran nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the Ice Spirit Crystal Transformation Technique is one of the 3 transformation techniques awarded to me by Han Jiangying. During their journey, Yi Tianran had taken the opportunity to read through all 3 techniques in preparation for breaking through the crystal transformation realm. Young man, oh no, this esteemed gentleman. Have you also practiced the Ice Spirit Crystal Transformation Technique? Feng Qiwu's expression had completely changed, and even her address to Yi Tianran had subtly transformed. That I haven't practiced it, but I possess the complete incantation and mental methods, Yi Tianran stated. The reason you are experiencing such side effects is precisely because your incantation is incomplete. Yes, Feng Qiwu nodded emphatically, saying, the version of the Ice Spirit Crystal Transformation Technique I practiced is indeed lacking. I implore you to teach me. Yi Tianran chuckled, there are no free lunches in this world. I understand, Feng Qiwu replied. You may accompany me on a cloud boat to Huangluo City. Do you take me for a fool? Yi Tianran's smile faded as he spoke coldly. The side effects of the Ice Spirit Crystal Transformation Technique could cost you your life. Do you truly believe your life is worth merely 2 boat tickets? Surely not. Feng Qiwu frowned. My master told me that such side effects are not fatal, as long as I endure the excruciating pain each night. I will be fine. Your master is quite misleading. Yi Tianran remarked that is it not true that every time you break through a cultivation boundary, you inexplicably fall into a deep slumber for an extended period? Moreover, the higher your cultivation, the longer you sleep. Indeed. Feng Qiwu nodded, adding, the last time I broke through to the 9th layer of the crystal transformation realm, I slept for a full 10 months. I only just awakened. Now it makes sense. Yi Tianran mused, and no wonder she has never heard of my name. She has been asleep all this time. Exactly, Yi Tianran continued, when you break through the limits of the crystal transformation realm and reach the next significant stage. Your soul crystal will be completely frozen. After another slumber, you will never awaken again. Feng Qiwu's expression changed drastically. Although she was hesitant to fully trust Yi Tianran, she was even less willing to gamble with her life. I beseech you to save me. Feng Qiwu had entirely abandoned her earlier domineering demeanor, transforming into a pitiful woman begging for Yi Tianran's mercy. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were once again astonished. They never expected the renowned Feng Qiwu to display such a vulnerable side. Simultaneously, they began to speculate about Yi Tianran's identity. He was truly formidable, capable of subduing even Feng Qiwu. If you wish for my assistance, you must agree to one condition, Yi Tianran declared. That is to serve as my bodyguard and escort me to the far northern region of the Great Wilderness. Bodyguard? Feng Qiwu was taken aback. She never imagined that Yi Tianran would make such a demand. That a bodyguard? Is that not akin to being a servant? With my noble status and elevated position, how could I accept such humiliation? Yi Tianran raised an eyebrow and mimicked Feng Qiwu's earlier tone, saying, if it weren't for your favorable attitude towards my dear Ningqin, I wouldn't bother with your life at all, while I still have a modicum of patience. You best make your decision swiftly. Otherwise, this opportunity will slip away. Feng Qiwu was utterly unprepared to be so swiftly rebuffed. She felt an immense sense of frustration, but she dared not risk her life in a quarrel with Yi Tianran. I agree to your terms, Feng Qiwu said. However, the great wilderness is extremely perilous. I can only escort you to the outskirts, not accompany you inside. Deal. Yi Tianran nodded decisively. Let us proceed to the cloud boat. With that, Yi Tianran took the lead, resembling a master as he took Li Ningxin's hand and stepped onto the flying cloud boat that Feng Qiwu had chartered, while the proud Feng Qiwu could only follow behind, begrudgingly accommodating the situation. The cloud boat was quite spacious, featuring 3 levels and nearly 100 rooms. The rooms on the 3rd level were not only expansive but also offered a magnificent view, making them the most luxurious. With no other passengers aboard, they could select any room they desired. Yi Tianran and Feng Qiwu entered a room on the 3rd level, while Li Ningxin, full of curiosity, explored eagerly, darting about joyfully. Xianbing gathering spirit bridge, for wisdom guarding soul palace. Yi Tianran did not hold back and recited 2 lines of incantation. Wow, Feng Qiwu was eager to try, and as she circulated her fighting spirit, she executed the ice spirit crystal transformation technique for a small cycle. Incredible! Simply astounding! Feng Qiwu exclaimed. With the addition of these 2 lines of incantation, the technique flows more smoothly, and I can distinctly feel the chill within my Qi Soul Palace has diminished significantly. Is that even a question? Yi Tianran chuckled. I'm no fool. What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? Feng Qiwu, filled with impatience, urged, Sir, continue. Do not stop. The incantation I possess is missing a total of 18 lines. Hurry and tell me. That won't do. Yi Tianran shook his head. I cannot fully trust you. If I reveal all the incantations, you might simply kick me off the cloud boat. That would be trivial. But should you betray me and take my life, I would have no time to lament. Feng Qiwu paused in surprise, realizing that despite his youthful appearance, Yi Tianran's mind was exceptionally astute. That it is often said that one should harbor no malicious intent, but must always be wary of others. Rest assured, I, Yi Tianran, am a man of my word. Yi Tianran asserted seriously. As long as you escort me to the far northern region of the great wilderness, I will disclose all the incantations to you. Very well, Feng Qiwu acknowledged, fully aware that the initiative lay with Yi Tianran. Her words held no weight, and she could only accept the reality. Soon, the cloud boat trembled and slowly ascended into the air. It was Yi Tianran's first time aboard a flying cloud boat, and he curiously moved to the window that he noticed a mysterious formation at the bottom of the boat, which provided the vessel with the ability and power to fly. As a burst of spiritual light flickered, the massive cloud boat soared into the sky, piercing the clouds. That it seems this is your first time witnessing such a sight? Feng Qiwu inquired. Indeed, Yi Tianran replied calmly. I have trained diligently within my family since childhood and later fought for our family's interests. I have never left Wuzhou. Feng Qiwu nodded. I have heard that in Wuzhou's noble families, there is an unwritten rule that younger generations are sent out to vie for interests. Precisely, Yi Tianran explained. By sending the younger generation, even if there are casualties, it doesn't jeopardize the family's foundation. However, if the elders intervene, it could lead to a deadly clan war. Given your cultivation, you must be among the most outstanding of Wuzhou's youth. Feng Qiwu complimented. With you as a trump card, your family could dominate Wuzhou. How could they bear to let you leave? Yi Tianran laughed. They did not let me leave. Rather, they expelled me from the family. What? Feng Qiwu exclaimed in astonishment. Are the higher-ups of your family completely foolish to cast you out? Do they truly wish to forsake all their existing benefits? Yi Tianran was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that such a beautiful woman would use profanity without a hint of embarrassment. Feng Qiwu's face flushed crimson, feeling quite awkward. All right, I shan't tease you any longer. Yi Tianran shifted the topic. Tell me about the principles behind the cloud boat's flight. I am quite curious. The principle is rather simple. Feng Qiwu explained. A flying formation is set at the bottom of an ordinary ship, and it utilizes the combustion of the world's elemental energy to achieve flight. Combustion of elemental energy? Yi Tianran frowned. Doesn't that mean a considerable amount of elemental stones would be consumed for a single trip? The ticket prices are not high. Wouldn't that result in a colossal loss? Certainly not elemental stones. The gathering treasure chamber is no fool. Feng Chiwu clarified. At the bottom of the cabin closest to the formation, there are dozens of boat slaves who rotate shifts, injecting their fighting spirit into the formation day and night. The formation converts their fighting spirit into the world's elemental energy. Once the boat slaves take a break, their fighting spirit will naturally recover. Thus, this venture is not only profitable but exceedingly lucrative. Unfortunately, finding boat slaves is quite challenging, so this business is almost monopolized by the gathering treasure chamber. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianran was taken aback, realizing this was a fascinating operation. Truly, those who engage in business know how to play the game. The schemes to exploit and profit are limited only by one's imagination. All right, I shall return to my room to rest. You must fulfill your duties as my bodyguard. Yi Tianran, satisfied with his understanding of the cloud boat's operation, departed. Fulfill my duties? What duties? As Yi Tianran departed, Feng Chiwu wasted no time in voicing her discontent. What danger could there possibly be flying in the sky? They are deliberately making things difficult for me. Men are all worthless. Upon returning to his room, Yi Tianran did not rest, but instead retrieved the 340 low-grade yuan stones he had previously acquired and swallowed them whole. With a flicker of thought, Yi Tianran devoured all these yuan stones into his chaos fighting soul that a wave of mysterious power surged throughout his body, and he swiftly broke through several minor realms, ascending directly to the 9th level of Qi refining, achieving the pinnacle of that realm in a state of perfect completion. The efficacy of the yuan stones is indeed remarkable. With this, I am merely a step away from the crystal transformation realm. Yi Tianran contemplated. Shortly, I shall visit a large city and sell the 3 crystal transformation techniques for a substantial fortune. Wuzhou is exceedingly remote, and the number of individuals who have reached the crystal transformation realm is few and far between. Hence, it is quite challenging to fetch a good price for the techniques in each city. However, passing through the grand city of Zhongzhou would be an entirely different matter. It is known that the 3 crystal transformation techniques provided by Han Jiangying are all of the 9-star caliber in the crystal transformation realm. There will undoubtedly be major sect masters fighting for them, even to the point of bloodshed that I have heard that Zhongzhou's grand city boasts an auction house. If auctioned, the profits would surely be even greater. Yi Tianran, being exceptionally astute, naturally sought to maximize his gains. Very well, I shall first dedicate myself to studying and selecting one of these 3 as my personal cultivation method. Yi Tianran steadied his mind and began to delve deeply into the 3 techniques. Previously, he had only skimmed through them during his journey, and many details required meticulous contemplation. After all, one may only choose a single technique, and this choice is irrevocable for a lifetime. That it must be done with utmost caution. No, time is of the essence. Merely reading would be a waste. Yi Tianran raised an eyebrow and immediately began to search. The upper floor of this building was quite spacious, consisting of multiple room suites. Upon entry, there was a living room, followed by a study and a bedroom. To his surprise, Yi Tianran discovered a bathroom as well. It was not overly large, yet it was well-equipped. In the center stood a large wooden tub for bathing. And in the corner was a cabinet stocked with clean, soft towels and fragrant flower petals. Moreover, this bathroom featured a window, allowing one to soak while admiring the beautiful scenery in the sky. If clouds and mist were to drift in through the window, it would feel as though one were bathing among the clouds. A truly delightful ambience. But where could he find water? Yi Tianran, experiencing the novelty of riding the flying cloud boat for the first time, was somewhat puzzled. Dear guest, may I bring you some tea and snacks? Is it convenient for me to enter? At that moment, a maid called from outside the door that it's quite convenient. Yi Tianran grinned and replied, just place the snacks on the table and help me prepare some water for bathing. Certainly, please wait a moment. After the maid set down the tea and snacks, she turned and left. Before long, she returned with several other maids, each carrying a bucket of water, filling the large wooden tub in the bathroom to about 80% full. Dear guest, please check the water temperature. If it is unsatisfactory, we can adjust it for you. The most beautiful maid said respectfully, no worries. I can handle both hot and cold. Yi Tianran smiled, feeling quite carefree. Then, would you like us to assist you in undressing? The maid inquired again. Undressing? Such a special service exists. Yi Tianran was taken aback. Goodness, the pleasures of the wealthy are truly beyond imagination. No wonder everyone strives desperately to seize profit, eager to become affluent. Such services do not extend to outsiders. The maid pointed at Yi Tianran's hand and said, "Because you are a distinguished guest of our gathering treasure chamber, we will do our utmost to ensure your satisfaction." This Yi Tianran raised his hand to glance at the gathering treasure ring. Clearly, being an ordinary wealthy person was insufficient. One must possess both status and rank. There's no need to trouble yourselves. Yi Tianran shook his head and stated, "Just close the door behind you as you leave." "As you command." The maids, though somewhat surprised, did not utter another word and promptly exited with the wooden buckets. Outside, the maids directly entered Feng Chiwu's room. Feng Chiwu furrowed her brow and asked, "Why did you come out so soon? Has that fellow completed his task already?" The leading maid, pouting slightly, replied, "That gentleman is a true gentleman. He did not allow us to assist him in undressing, nor did he engage in any subsequent actions. Impossible." Feng Chiwu frowned, saying, "Men are all worthless. I would sooner believe that a sow could climb a tree than think a man is not lecherous." The maid continued, "Perhaps that gentleman is an exception. His eyes were pure, devoid of any wicked thoughts. Enough. Leave." Feng Chiwu's irritation surged, and she felt a profound sense of defeat. Meanwhile, Yi Tianran was mixing the frosty ice mysterious grass given by Han Jiangying with numerous medicinal herbs he had previously brought from Wuzhou City. Following a specific ratio, but he placed them all into the wooden tub. Indeed, Yi Tianran was preparing to research the techniques while simultaneously engaging in a medicinal bath to refine his body, maximizing his time efficiency. Hiss! As the medicinal potency surged, Yi Tianran winced in pain upon entering the water. However, every beginning is difficult. As long as he endured the initial torment, he would gradually acclimate that in the past. He would refine his body through internal cultivation of his mental method and external medicinal baths simultaneously. This time, however, he would read while undergoing the medicinal bath, and whenever he encountered a bottleneck in his reading, he would switch to internal cultivation, completely clearing his mind. After circulating several major cycles of energy, he would return to his reading, a method that proved incredibly effective. This cycle continued, and before he knew it, the sky gradually darkened. "Dear guest," at that moment, another maid called from outside, "It is time for dinner. Master Chiwu invites you to the dining hall." Yi Tianran had no intention of stopping. "I won't be going. Have her and Qin eat first, as you command." The maid responded but did not move. Yi Tianran steadied himself, preparing to continue his reading, when he suddenly sensed something amiss. "Strange. That girl China usually clings to me. I haven't seen her all afternoon. This cloud boat is so small, it's impossible for her to play for so long without coming to find me. Oh no, something must have happened." Yi Tianran's expression changed dramatically, and he immediately rose, channeling his energy to evaporate the medicinal liquid from his body, donning his clothes before bursting out the door. Chapter 13. You dare to let me drink your bath water. "Dear guest, why have you come out again?" The maid from earlier had not wandered far, and quickly spotted Yi Tianran. With a clang, without a moment's hesitation, Yi Tianran summoned the southern bright fire sword, swiftly positioning it at the maid's throat. "Dear guest, what are you doing?" The maid exclaimed in terror. "Where's my China?" Yi Tianran demanded sternly. "She's in the dining hall," the maid replied, looking pitiful with a swift motion. Yi Tianran beheaded the maid. Clang! As her head fell, a dagger hidden in her sleeve clattered to the ground. Without hesitation, Yi Tianran charged toward the dining hall. Inside, several maids were tidying up why Yi Tianran stormed in, his face a mask of fury, and asked, "Where are Feng Chiwu and my China?" The maids, seeing the fury on Yi Tianran's face and the bloodied southern bright fire sword in his hand, were taken aback that we operate in secrecy. "How did you uncover our ruse?" The most beautiful maid stepped forward in no more pretense. "Let us lay our cards on the table." An icy murderous intent enveloped the entire dining hall. The other maids also revealed daggers concealed in their sleeves, ready for action. "Enough with the pleasantries. Hand over the people, and I shall leave your corpses intact." Yi Tianran roared, his gaze dark and hollow, resembling a vengeful spirit, instilling fear with a mere glance. Such audacity! The most beautiful maid scoffed. "Even Feng Chiwu has been captured by us. Do you think a mere thief like you can escape our grasp? It seems mere words will not suffice. Blood must be shed." Yi Tianran, being decisive by nature and deeply concerned for Li Ningqin's safety, would not delay at heaven's slaying sword. Without a hint of mercy, Yi Tianran launched a lethal attack. His sword aimed straight at the most beautiful maid. "You think you can kill me?" The maid retorted with disdain, drawing a dagger from her sleeve, revealing a glimmer of cold light. Clearly, that dagger was a rare and formidable weapon. "Whoosh!" she swiftly countered, her dagger slicing through the air with a pale blue glow, infused with powerful energy, thrusting directly towards Yi Tianran's heart. So ruthless, so decisive, and most importantly, so powerful, judging by her energy fluctuations. She had evidently reached the pinnacle of the 9th level in the Do Qi realm, a state of great perfection. She was merely 3 or 4 years older than Yi Tianran, deserving of the title of genius. No wonder she was so confident. Clang! In the next instant, the southern bright fire sword clashed head-on with the sharp dagger, producing a piercing shriek. However, before the crowd could react, the dagger, as if crafted from mere paper, was effortlessly severed by the South Ming's Li Hua sword. In a flash of crimson sword light, the most exquisite maid's head fell to the ground. Sir Qianhu. The surrounding maidens were utterly horrified, unable to suppress their screams. "Qianhu, are you members of the blood-clothed guards?" Yi Tianran's gaze sharpened, his voice stern with inquiry. Indeed. The maidens boldly revealed their identities, declaring, "We are the blood-clothed guards of the Great Wu. We conduct investigations, capture, and interrogate, executing first and reporting later, as sanctioned by imperial authority. You have slain our Sir Qianhu. The crime warrants extermination of your clan, so they are agents of the emperor." Yi Tianran scoffed. "Since you are the blood-clothed guards, you must have heard of my name, Yi Tianran? Yi Tianran?" Upon hearing this, the maidens' pupils constricted, their hearts racing, every hair on their bodies standing on end. "You are the one who severed Xiao Qianhu's arm on the life-and-death platform in Qingqing, and then took advantage of his injuries to slay him at the dilapidated temple outside the city?" "Precisely," Yi Tianran replied with a smile. "Sir Qianhu of the blood-clothed guards, killing is no grand feat." The maidens were rendered speechless, their expressions becoming exceedingly complex. That it was known that the higher-ups of the blood-clothed guards had long since issued a kill order against Yi Tianran, which was revoked by the current 9th Prince. It was understood that the 9th Prince held the authority over the blood-clothed guards throughout the realm. In other words, their superior was committed to protecting Yi Tianran. It was not merely a matter of slaying 1 or 2 Qianhus. Even if he were to kill 10,000 nobles or commanders, Yi Tianran would remain unfazed. "Seeing your expressions, Li Longyin truly helped me suppress the kill order." Yi Tianran, ever astute, quickly discerned the crux of the matter. His voice turned cold. "Let Feng Qiwu and my sister Qiner go at once. Otherwise, you shall surely meet your demise." The maidens exchanged glances, their determination evident as they gritted their teeth. Then, one after another, they collapsed to the ground, breathless. Clearly, the blood-clothed guards were all death warriors. The consequence of failure was death. They had concealed small poison sacs within their teeth. Biting them led to instant death, a fate no divine intervention could avert. "Damn it!" Yi Tianran furrowed his brow. Having long heard that the blood-clothed guards were inhumane, but he never anticipated their ruthlessness would extend even to themselves, without a hint of hesitation, with no time to dwell on them. Yi Tianran grasped the South Ming Li Hua sword and continued his search. Fortunately, this was in the sky. People couldn't simply sprout wings and fly away. After all, they were still aboard this cloud vessel. At last, Yi Tianran discovered Feng Qiwu and Li Ningqin in the vessel's lowest chamber. Feng Qiwu was evidently poisoned, her countenance dazed, her body devoid of strength. Li Ningqin, on the other hand, appeared alert, not seeming poisoned. But her hands and feet were bound, her mouth gagged with a cloth. Upon seeing Yi Tianran approach, Li Ningqin struggled incessantly, her expression one of acute anxiety. "Silly girl. Your brother sensed long ago that there were hidden ambushers. You need not worry." Yi Tianran, brimming with confidence, employed his formidable perception and insight to easily locate the concealed assassins. "That there's one over there, 2 over there, and another one there. Come out." Yi Tianran pointed towards 4 distinct directions. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the next instant, 4 shadowy figures indeed erupted from the directions Yi Tianran indicated. Clad in black stealth attire and wearing black masks, the 4 moved with extraordinary speed, akin to phantoms descending upon them. "Oh!" Li Ningqin gasped in horror. Although she understood that Yi Tianran was powerful, the enemies shamelessly outnumbered them and launched a simultaneous assault from all sides. No matter how strong Yi Tianran was, he could scarcely contend against 4 adversaries. Wind stride. At that moment, Yi Tianran feigned a maneuver, his form akin to a wisp of breeze, slipping out of the encirclement at an exquisitely cunning angle. Bang! The 4 assassins, caught unawares, collided violently due to their momentum. Not only did they tumble head over heels, but 3 of them were also impaled by their own comrades' daggers, blood gushing forth. Fools! Yi Tianran scoffed, sweeping his sword with disdain. With wind stride enhancing him, the sword's momentum surged like a dragon commanding the winds, howling and racing forth. The sword light flashed and vanished, akin to a divine dragon whose head was seen, but whose tail was not. Swoosh! A piercing shriek echoed as the 4 assassins fell silent in an instant. Splatter, 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 splatter. Only when Yi Tian sheathed the South Ming Li Hua's sword did the heads of the 4 assassins roll to the ground, blood erupting from their necks like a fountain. In an instant, the sky was drenched in a rain of blood, transforming the scene into a veritable hellscape. Qiner, are you unharmed? Yi Tianran hurried over, removing the cloth gag from Li Ningqin's mouth and severing the ropes binding her. I'm fine, Li Ningqin replied anxiously. But Sister Qiwu is poisoned. I overheard those wicked scoundrels say that they carried no antidote, and only at the blood-clothed guards' headquarters could it be lifted. No matter. Yi Tianran cast a glance at Feng Qiwu and said, as long as she remains alive, I shall find a way to help her detoxify later. Li Ningqin nodded, still glancing at Feng Qiwu with concern. By the way, Qiner, how come you weren't poisoned? Yi Tianran inquired. I see you bear no injuries. How could they have captured you without a sound? Clearly, with Yi Tianran's perception, any commotion aboard the cloud vessel would have been detected by him immediately. Feng Qiwu must have been poisoned in her food, leading to her predicament. But how was Li Ningqin captured? They poisoned me too. At the time, a maid brought me some pastries, and after I took a bite, I felt completely weak and fell unconscious. Li Ningqin explained. Yet for some reason, after sleeping for a while, I felt fine. Just as I was about to call for my brother, they gagged me. No way. Yi Tianran was momentarily taken aback. The renowned Feng Qiwu was still in a state of utter debilitation. Yet you little girl, recover after a single nap? I don't know. Li Ningqin pondered. Could it be related to my medicinal spirit battle soul? That shouldn't be the case. Yi Tianran frowned. That I've never heard of a medicinal spirit battle soul having detoxifying properties. Could it be that your battle soul is not an ordinary medicinal spirit battle soul? It was evident that since obtaining the chaos battle soul, Yi Tianran's vision and perspective had far surpassed those of the lower realms. Although the people of Wuzhou City regarded Li Ningqin as possessing a 7-star medicinal spirit battle soul, Wuzhou was merely a backwater of the lower realms, with limited scope and understanding. At this moment, Yi Tianran had ample reason to suspect that Li Ningqin's battle soul was a unique existence surpassing even the 9 stars. Exactly. It must be. Yi Tianran declared, you little girl are always slacking off and disinterested in cultivation, which is why your battle soul's prowess remains unmanifested. More importantly, despite your idleness, your cultivation far surpasses Li Ningxiu. This further indicates that your battle soul is indeed exceptional. Li Ningqin beamed sweetly. Perhaps I am a rare genius after all. This girl had always held Yi Tianran in high esteem. This moment, receiving his praise, she was positively elated. Seems I must find you a worthy opportunity. Your talents must not go to waste. Yi Tianran sighed. I don't want that. Li Ningqin decisively rejected. I'm not Lingzhu. I have no desire to grow stronger. I just want to stick by my brother like a salted fish and be his wife. Big fool. Yi Tianran couldn't help but be amused by her words, affectionately pinching her delicate little nose. Just then, the floor was suddenly pushed open, revealing a hidden compartment. An emaciated, ragged old man emerged. Who are you? Yi Tianran inquired. The old man weakly replied, I am but a humble slave aboard this cloud vessel. I heard the sounds of combat, so I came to see what was amiss. Upon seeing the 4 decapitated bodies around, the old man's face turned ashen, trembling uncontrollably. Fear not. Continue operating the cloud vessel. I shall not harm you. Yi Tianran paused before adding, if convenient, could you send a few individuals to help me extract the soul crystals from the corpses and dispose of the bodies overboard? Whoosh! Having said that, Yi Tianran produced a box of silver coins, stating, "This shall be your reward." Upon witnessing this scene, the old slave was momentarily dumbfounded. Slaves were the lowest of the low, bound to serve their masters unconditionally. Never receiving wages or rewards, that he had never seen such a large box of silver coins in his entire life. It was truly astonishing. "And no problem. Please wait a moment." The old slave immediately turned and descended into the hidden chamber beneath the floor. Shortly after, he returned with several young men. These young men were similarly ragged and emaciated, their eyes vacant and exhibiting great trepidation. "Brother, they look so pitiful," Li Ningqin remarked, her delicate brows furrowed. The Yi Tianran sighed softly. "Such is the plight of slaves. Once you witness it more often, it will no longer seem strange." "Why do they become slaves?" Li Ningqin inquired. The Yi Tianran replied, "War, famine, and the onslaught of monstrous beasts. Various calamities have ravaged their homes. They find themselves unable to survive. Thus they are compelled to become slaves." Upon hearing this, Li Ningqin fell into deep contemplation and no need for thanks. The world is in chaos, far beyond our capacity to alter. Yi Tianran affectionately ruffled Li Ningqin's hair, that he then approached and effortlessly lifted Feng Qiwu into his arms. One must admit, this woman possessed an exquisite figure, full bosom and rounded hips. The very act of embracing her enveloped Yi Tianran in an overwhelming softness, stirring the primal force within him. That moment, Feng Qiwu suddenly emitted a soft hum. Her delicate and slightly hoarse voice felt like a feather teasing Yi Tianran's ear, sending a shiver from his heels to the crown of his head. Being a spirited young man, the primal force within him nearly erupted. "Brother, it seems Sister Qiwu is a bit angry." Li Ningqin whispered it. Yi Tianran glanced down to see Feng Qiwu's face etched with fury. Her stunning phoenix-like eyes appeared ready to unleash flames, as though she wished to incinerate Yi Tianran on the spot. Clearly, Feng Qiwu was merely weak in body, yet alert in mind. She had always harbored a profound animosity towards men and had likely never shared such intimate contact with another man in her life. It was no wonder she was indignant. Yi Tianran, who initially felt a tad awkward, couldn't help but chuckle upon witnessing Feng Qiwu's fiery visage. "Just look at you playing the bodyguard role. Yet here I am, the young master, having to protect you. What a failure." Yi Tianran teased with a mischievous grin that if you don't want me to carry you, I'll summon a boat slave to do so. "You must be taken back to your room. We can't just sleep here and drift to Huangluo City. Can we?" "No," Feng Qiwu managed to utter with great difficulty. Being held by Yi Tianran already made her feel profoundly sullied. She absolutely could not allow a second man to touch her. Especially not those lowly boat slaves. Absolutely not. She considered just sleeping there, but then realized that Yi Tianran and Li Ningqin couldn't possibly remain by her side, with dozens of boat slaves around. What if they dared to do something unspeakable? That would be a regret too late to remedy. With no other choice, Feng Qiwu closed her eyes and resigned herself to the reality of being carried away by Yi Tianran. Upon returning to the room, Yi Tianran gently placed Feng Qiwu on the bed. Li Ningqin returned to her own quarters to fetch some clean water, preparing to wash away the blood and grime. Yi Tianran, unable to dispel the poison, allowed Feng Qiwu to drift into slumber while he retreated to the bathroom to continue his physical training and study the transformation techniques that Yi Tianran, filled with a thirst for power, would not squander even a moment of time. Moreover, a significant portion of the medicinal bath's potency remained, which he could not afford to waste. Otherwise, seeking spiritual herbs again would become a troublesome endeavor. "Sir, are you in there?" Just as Yi Tianran was about to bathe, the old boat slave arrived outside his room. Having just shed his clothing, Yi Tianran, feeling too lazy to redress, stepped outside bare-chested. Upon opening the door, the old boat slave promptly presented 10 soul crystals and 10 daggers. "These are the items you requested," he stated. "The bodies have already been disposed of, and we will clean the bloodstains from the floor. Additionally, the food on the boat is no longer edible. We must stop at Lang City for resupply." "Good." Yi Tianran nodded, praising him. "You handle matters efficiently. I shall reward you later." "No, no, no," the old boat slave exclaimed, visibly flattered. The previous reward was already ample. "We dare not be greedy." Yi Tianran smiled slightly, non-committal, and replied, "Go on, I know what I'm doing." "Understood." The old boat slave bowed his head, placed the items down, and promptly exited, not daring to glance around the room. Indeed, a wise man, Yi Tianran thought, quietly commending the old boat's slave. That it was worth noting that Yi Tianran had not instructed this old boat's slave to gather the weapons of the deceased. Yet the old boat's slave not only delivered the 9 intact daggers, but even included the broken one, signifying loyalty to Yi Tianran. That it was a clear indication that the boat's slaves bore no weapons, thus posing no threat to him. Dealing with intelligent individuals was always a pleasure. Yi Tianran need not be wary of their schemes, and they could preserve their lives in peace. A win-win situation. Rogue! As Yi Tianran closed the door and turned, he was greeted with a teasing remark from Feng Qiwu. Unperturbed, he smirked. "I'm the one without a shirt. It's not like you were shirtless. If anyone's the rogue here, it's you for peeking at me." Feng Qiwu felt a surge of anger, almost to the point of spitting blood. "Men, you mean to say there is not a decent one among them, right? I'm tired of hearing that." Yi Tianran chuckled. "As the saying goes, bad boys attract women. I see you have a penchant for the naughty." Feng Qiwu was truly on the verge of losing her composure. She despised being poisoned, which made speaking a challenge. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly unleashed a torrent of curses upon Yi Tian. "Don't glare at me. Though your gaze is fierce, your body betrays you." Yi Tianran jested. "Your face is flushed. Your breathing is rapid, and your heart is racing. I bet you adore my muscles. Shameless." Feng Qiwu, unaware of her own blush, could feel the heat rising in her cheeks and earlobes. Her breath and heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. The most infuriating part was that she couldn't resist the urge to sneak a glance at Yi Tianran's physique. To be fair, Yi Tianran's physique was nothing short of perfection. It wasn't the bulky, grotesque kind of muscle, but rather a refined, well-defined physique with exquisite lines, especially those 8 abdominal muscles. Any woman who laid eyes upon them would surely be entranced, perhaps even drooling. "Leave." Feng Qiwu shut her eyes, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame. "Feng Qiwu, can you not show a bit of dignity? It's just a few muscles. What is so appealing about them? They're not attractive. Not at all." She bit her lip, striving to suppress the impulse to peek. If Yi Tianran caught her, she would have no choice but to find a hole to hide in. "I'm going to take a shower. Don't you dare peek," Yi Tianran exclaimed playfully before stepping into the bathroom. As soon as he entered, Feng Qiwu opened her eyes. Wow, his back muscles are stunning too. Perfect V-shape. So alluring, she could no longer suppress the tumult within, becoming almost entranced by the sight. Only when Yi Tianran entered the bathroom did she let out a wistful sigh. Inside the bathroom, Yi Tianran locked the door, donned his clothes once more, and with a thought, entered the soul-fighting space of Han Jiangying. "Hello, miss. I've returned." He produced the 10 soul crystals he had just collected. In an instant, the crystals vanished. Moments later, several rewards appeared before him. "Seriously? After all this time? Are you still upset with me?" Yi Tianran frowned slightly and said, "I was just joking last time. Don't ignore me. I have questions to ask you." "The ancestor doesn't wish to converse with you. If you have inquiries, direct them to me." A strange voice echoed ominously. "Who are you? Where is Han Jiangying?" Yi Tianran's heart raced. Without a doubt, Han Jiangying's safety was of utmost importance to him. This concern stemmed not from any emotional attachment, but from the binding of his chaotic fighting soul with Han Jiangying's. If anything were to happen to her, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Don't be alarmed. The ancestor is quite well." The voice responded, "I am one of the 12 blood fiends under the ancestor's command. You may call me Shuet Songwan, though I prefer being addressed as the Songwan Emperor." "Blood fiend? I've never heard Han Jiangying mention such a thing." Yi Tianran remained wary, refusing to trust the voice easily. Cough, cough. Just then, a familiar voice chimed in. It was Han Jiangying. Clearly, she wished to put an end to Yi Tianran's inquiries, thus intervening on behalf of Shuet Songwan. With assurance restored, Yi Tianran smirked. "Little Jiang, aren't you being a bit petty? I was merely joking. Do you truly intend to ignore me for eternity?" Han Jiangying offered no response, but Shuet Songwan coldly warned, "Boy, I advise you not to recklessly test the limits of your life. The ancestor's patience thus far has been a tremendous act of mercy." "What do you know?" Yi Tianran replied earnestly. "Little Jiang has been sealed for so long. You cannot imagine how lonely she must feel. My jest was never meant to harm. I merely sought to alleviate her solitude. I fear that one day she may succumb to despair, and I would follow her into the void." "How foolish of you to jest." Shuet Songwan replied, exuding exasperation. What a profound mindset our ancestor possesses. What grand aspirations. How could one possibly fall into solitude and melancholy over a mere few millennia? Fine, fine. Let it be that my kindness goes unreciprocated. I shall refrain from such jests in the future, Yi Tianran remarked. I have a friend outside who has been poisoned, and I wish to inquire if you possess any antidotes. That is quite simple. Shuet Songwan chuckled. The antidote is as distant as the heavens, yet as near as our sight. Soon after, Yi Tianran returned to reality, emerging from the bathroom with a handful of murky liquid. Bodyguard, quickly open your mouth. Yi Tianran rushed to Feng Chiwu's side, extending his hand. What is this? Feng Chiwu's eyes widened in disdain as her face reflected her contempt. It's the antidote. Drink it, and you shall be fine. Yi Tianran insisted, bringing his hand to her lips. Remove it, you foul thing. Feng Chiwu protested, her voice strained yet resolute. Bitter medicine is good for the body. Hurry and drink. Yi Tianran was not one to show pity. He thrust his hand into her mouth. Thud, thud, thud. Feng Chiwu was rendered motionless, unable to expel the liquid, which was forcibly consumed. Remarkably, she soon exclaimed, I feel an unexpected surge of strength. My heavens, I can finally speak comfortably. Yi Tianran wiped his hands on his clothing, smiling gently. I told you it was an antidote. Did you think I would deceive you? Apologies, Feng Chiwu murmured, her lips pursed, though men are generally untrustworthy. I must admit you are an exception. I apologize for my earlier offenses and doubts. And no need for formality. Yi Tianran teased with a smirk. I procured your antidote so that you might protect me. You are the only bodyguard I managed to deceive into coming here. It would be unreasonable for me to care for you throughout. Deceive. Feng Chiwu's eyes widened in disbelief. Please, you are my bodyguard whom I painstakingly invited. Yi Tianran hastily corrected himself. Feng Chiwu shot him a playful glare, but did not remain angry. Evidently, her perception of him had significantly shifted to be by the way. How did you acquire the antidote for the blood garment's fatal poison? Such a peculiar toxin is specially crafted by the blood garment guards, and only they possess the antidote. Feng Chiwu marveled, moreover, the antidote is exceedingly rare and precious. Hence, the blood garment guards on missions would never carry it. Only those captured and deemed of value may receive the antidote. Yi Tianran hesitated briefly, then nonchalantly fabricated. I have a bit of medical knowledge and happen to have the appropriate herbs on hand. So I concocted the antidote. You just prepared it. In the bathroom, Feng Chiwu's mouth twitched, her expression growing increasingly complicated. Yi Tianran fell momentarily silent, unable to maintain his ruse. No, you are deceiving me, Feng Chiwu exclaimed, suddenly rising and rushing to push open the bathroom door. A familiar scent wafted toward her, and upon closer inspection, she discovered the exceedingly rare antidote contained within the large wooden barrel at the center of the bathroom, ample enough for all her needs. Bathwater? Yi Tianran, you dare make me drink your bathwater? Feng Chiwu completely lost her composure, her shrill scream resonating throughout the entire cloud ship, scattering even the clouds outside with her ferocious roar. Wait, allow me to explain. Yi Tianran was sweating profusely. In theory, this large barrel is indeed bathwater, but in reality, it is also the antidote. Look at the fine herbs inside, including the exceedingly precious ice spirit Xianji. Silence, Feng Chiwu roared. Even if you added dragon liver and phoenix heart, it remains your bathwater. Yi Tianran's head throbbed from the shock, his ears ringing. You've already consumed it. How about you try to expel it? Expel? No way, Feng Chiwu fumed. Utterly humiliated, in a fit of rage, she lunged at Yi Tianran, seizing his collar, intent on teaching him a lesson. Sister, please do not act impulsively. Yi Tianran panicked. If it comes to that, let me drink your bathwater too, and we shall be even. Shameless lecher. You dare wish to drink my bathwater? Feng Chiwu was thoroughly enraged. Losing control of her strength, she accidentally tore Yi Tianran's clothing. As Yi Tianran slipped and fell backward, Feng Chiwu, caught off guard by her own excitement, stumbled and fell atop him, her exquisite form pressing closely against him, a softness that was simply breathtaking. Yi Tianran's primal instincts surged forth. Ready to make a move, bro, are you alright? At that moment, Li Ningqin burst in, clutching a stick she had acquired from who knows where. Shortly thereafter, even the elderly boatman rushed in. Customer. What is happening here? That scream just now shook the flying array. Both Yi Tianran and Feng Chiwu, soaked and disheveled, were left dumbfounded. The atmosphere was palpably awkward. Naturally, the most embarrassed was Feng Chiwu. Sister Chu, why are you a top brother? And why did you tear his clothing? What were you planning to do? Li Ningqin asked, her delicate brows furrowed in confusion. The elderly boatman quickly interposed himself before Li Ningqin, awkwardly saying, "Little girl, this is an affair for adults. Do not inquire or gaze. Come, let us be on our way. Do not leave." Feng Chiwu screamed again, that if this matter were not clarified, her reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. "Do not leave?" The elderly boatman widened his eyes. "Do you require someone to watch you while you conduct your affairs? Do you have such a peculiar preference?" Feng Chiwu nearly spat blood in exasperation. What business could possibly warrant such scrutiny? Li Ningqin tilted her head, her big, innocent eyes gazing at Feng Chiwu once more. Feng Chiwu felt utterly humiliated, wishing for nothing more than to vanish from existence. Chapter 14. If you were to castrate yourself, this matter would be forgiven. With mortification beyond measure, Feng Chiwu felt as though even plunging into the ocean would not cleanse her shame. Fearing the situation would worsen, she swiftly leaped away, vanishing into the shadows. "That I take my leave," the elderly boatman, perceptive to the tension, lowered his head and departed. However, the inquisitive Li Ningqin continued to press. "Brother, what were you two doing? Why is Sister Chiwu's face so red?" "I was assisting her with the poison. Her flush may be a side effect of the antidote," Yi Tianran replied sheepishly. "Brother, you are so impressive." Li Ningqin's eyes sparkled with admiration. "But why is your face also red?" Yi Tianran was momentarily at a loss for words. "That I am merely a normal man. It is quite commendable to maintain composure. How could I not be flushed?" Just then, Li Ningqin's stomach growled unexpectedly. "Are you hungry?" Yi Tianran grinned. Yes, Li Ningqin blushed, her cheeks rosy. "The food on the cloud ship is no longer edible. Let us hold on until we reach the next city. And I shall treat you to a meal." Yi Tianran responded with a smile. "I do not wish to dine out. I only crave the roasted meat you prepare, brother," Li Ningqin exclaimed, her mouth watering. "You little glutton," Yi Tianran laughed. "According to the old boatman, our next stop is Lank City, a grand city in the central continent, prosperous and bustling, filled with delectable dishes. Surely, they will surpass your roasted meat." "Gurgle!" Li Ningqin blushed furiously. "Brother, do not say such things. The more you speak, the hungrier I become." "Customer." At that moment, the elderly boatman reappeared, saying, "We have special rations aboard that have not been contaminated by others. If you do not mind," he held out two dry, hard gray buns, seemingly apprehensive that Yi Tianran and Li Ningqin would find them unappetizing. "Not at all. We do not mind in the slightest." "Thank you, old sir." Li Ningqin, famished, eagerly snatched both buns, taking a large bite from one and offering the other to Yi Tianran. Yet, Yi Tianran frowned. "We are grateful, but what will you eat?" "Huh." Li Ningqin froze, her face flushing with guilt. She had been so hungry that she had not considered the deeper implications. The rations for slaves were already meager. By offering these two buns, the elderly boatman would surely go hungry. The elderly boatman, however, smiled gently. "No matter, I am accustomed to hunger. Grandfather, I will return half to you. This half has not been touched and is clean," Li Ningqin insisted, breaking her bun in half and returning a portion to the elderly man. "What a kind child!" The elderly boatman beamed warmly. "No need. You are both at a growing stage and must not go hungry. As for me, I am in the twilight of my years. Missing a meal or two is of no consequence." "Chiner, eat up." Yi Tianran greeted and began to nibble on the bread in his hand. "Brother, you really are quite unreserved," Li Ningqin said, her delicate brows furrowing in embarrassment that Yi Tianran remained noncommittal, and then remarked, "Old man, once we arrive in Lank City, I shall visit the gathering treasure chamber to help you redeem your freedom from servitude, purchase a modest dwelling, and enjoy your twilight years in peace." Upon hearing this, Li Ningqin immediately raised both hands in agreement. "You overthink things, old man. I did not offer these 2 pieces of bread for your generosity." The old boatman laughed lightly. "I have no desire for freedom. I wish only to serve in this life, until my last breath." With that, the old boatman lowered his head and departed. What a peculiar old man. Why would he prefer to be a slave? Li Ningqin pondered, her face filled with confusion. That he is a man with a story. Yi Tianran remarked with curiosity. Shall we eat this bread? Li Ningqin hesitated, feeling undeserving of the offering. Of course. We must not waste the old man's kindness. Yi Tianran chuckled and continued to devour the bread heartily. Indeed, although Li Ningqin was a little princess, she had long been accustomed to foraging for herbs in the Haifeng forest, braving the elements and subsisting on dry rations. At that moment, she consumed the gray bread even faster than Yi Tianran, relishing it so greatly that an observer might think she was indulging in some exquisite delicacy. She was far from spoiled. So easy to please. After satisfying her hunger, the obedient girl returned to her room to sleep. Yi Tianran, on the other hand, returned to the medicinal liquid, seizing the opportunity to continue his body refinement. The medicinal effects had yet to be fully realized, and the intense pain persisted, indicating that Yi Tianran's physique had not yet strengthened to the corresponding level of the medicinal liquid. Once his body was fortified to that level, the pain would cease. How strange! Suddenly, Yi Tianran recalled that Feng Qiwu had consumed this medicinal liquid without experiencing any pain. Could it be that her physique was exceptionally robust? Yi Tianran was slightly taken aback. After all, this medicinal liquid caused him great agony. Yet it had no effect on Feng Qiwu, indicating that her constitution was indeed stronger than his, comparable to the strength of the fourth tier of the primordial overlord body technique. This suggested that, like Yi Tianran, Feng Qiwu also practiced both body and soul cultivation. Quite remarkable. As night fell, Yi Tianran became engrossed in his reading. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open with a crash. Feng Qiwu had arrived again. Yi Tianran was taken aback. Not you again, sister. Is it really necessary to be so brazen? Bursting into a respectable man's bath. Enough of your nonsense. I have something important to ask you, Feng Qiwu stated earnestly. What spiritual herbs did you put in this bathing water? Why do you ask? Yi Tianran frowned slightly. Are you perhaps infatuated with this fragrance and wish to concoct it for yourself? Keep your tongue in check, or I may not be so courteous. Feng Qiwu's delicate face turned cold as she declared, typically at this hour, my cold symptoms would flare up, causing me unbearable pain. Yet today, I feel absolutely fine. Is that so? Yi Tianran was taken aback. Although he had taught Feng Qiwu a mantra, he was certain it was not sufficient to completely eliminate her agony. It could only provide slight relief. Perhaps it is the effect of the ice spirit mystic herb, Yi Tianran suggested. However, this herb is quite rare, and it only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. Therefore, I recommend you learn the complete ice spirit transformation technique. Rest assured, Feng Qiwu never goes back on her word. Feng Qiwu replied with seriousness. Even if I find the ice spirit mystic herb, I will uphold my promise to ensure your safety to the outskirts of the great wilderness. Ah, I truly appreciate those who honor their commitments. Yi Tianran smiled, and then inquired, by the way, why are the blood robe guards after you? Feng Qiwu shook her head. You should not ask about that. Knowing too much will not benefit you. Fine, I shall not pry, but you must at least reveal your identity. Yi Tianran asked with curiosity. Feng Qiwu nodded. My identity is not a secret. I am the chief disciple of the Purple Moon sect. The Purple Moon sect? Yi Tianran realized, now I understand why your name sounds familiar. A few years ago, the Purple Moon sect made quite a stir in Wuzhou, inviting the Moon people to descend. I see. Yi Tianran raised an eyebrow. After that incident, the Purple Moon sect was declared a cult by the great martial emperor, with a kill order issued, and no wonder the blood robe guards are after you. Feng Qiwu did not deny it, but chose not to continue the topic, maintaining her silence. However, she underestimated Yi Tianran's intelligence. Even without her words, he could continue to deduce further. Wait, Yi Tianran's gaze sharpened. The emperor issued a kill order, stating that any captured members of the Purple Moon sect are to be executed on the spot, leaving no survivors. You must be hiding a significant secret. Feng Qiwu's expression changed slightly. Stop guessing. If you figure it out, you will become a target of the blood robe guards too. With that, Feng Qiwu swiftly departed. She realized that Yi Tianran was far too astute. If they continued, she would surely reveal a flaw. The next midday, the cloud boat arrived over Lang City. The three stood at the bow of the ship, gazing down at the sprawling city below. Wow, brother! Lang City is so vast and prosperous, Li Ningqin exclaimed, leaning over the ship's railing. Unable to contain her excitement at why Ikarin nodded. Indeed, a major city in the Central Plains has its own unique grandeur. When we reach the imperial capital, it will be even more spectacular and bustling. Li Ningqin marveled. This world is so vast and magnificent. I feel so insignificant. Indeed, I share that sentiment, Ikarin nodded, his heart filled with deep reflections. Having never left Wuzhou, Yi Tianran had always been a prodigy in his own right. That it was only after the arrival of Han Jiangying that Yi Tianran was introduced to a new realm of existence. For the first time in his life, he truly comprehended what it meant to be a person among people, a world beyond worlds. In the realm of the great martial empire, Wuzhou was but a small, impoverished corner. And in the vastness of the universe, the great martial empire was merely a speck of dust. This world is too captivating and immense. Yi Tianran was filled with curiosity, yet also a profound sense of crisis. In this world where strength reigns supreme and the strong are revered, Yi Tianran remained far too weak. Strength is of utmost importance. Only with sufficient power can one attain influence and status, thus firmly grasping their own destiny. The weak are akin to withered leaves in a tempest, not only at the mercy of others, but also at risk of being utterly destroyed at any moment. I must grow stronger. I will exert every effort to become powerful. Yi Tianran's heart screamed in fervent determination, his blood boiling with an unprecedented thirst for strength. Soon, the cloud boat descended at the airport of Lang City. This airport was more than 10 times larger than the one in East City, accommodating luxurious private cloud boats and massive cargo cloud ships towering several stories high. That it was a magnificent sight that left both Yi Tianran and Li Ningqin in awe. Dear guests, regarding the incident on the cloud boat, I shall explain it to the gathering treasure chamber. The old boatman declared, you may explore the area. The supplies on the boat will be completed before nightfall. You can depart immediately upon your return. Of course, if you wish to linger in Lang City for a few days, that is also permissible. After all, this is a grand city in the Central Plains. Well worth a thorough exploration. Thank you, Yi Tianran replied with a slight smile as he led Li Ningqin and Feng Qiwu away. Li Ningqin felt somewhat anxious, uncertain if the gathering treasure chamber would believe the words of a mere boatman. However, they had not walked far when they noticed a steward from the gathering treasure chamber approaching the old boatman. To their surprise, the steward was exceedingly courteous, nodding and smiling at the old man as if he were his own father. Naturally, there were matters the old boatman did not wish to disclose, and Yi Tianran did not pry further, quietly leaving the airport. Lang City was indeed exceptionally prosperous, with a plethora of shops and a bustling crowd. The wide, smooth streets were teeming with traffic, and those riding exotic beasts were a common sight. Curious and delighted, Li Ningqin was captivated by everything she saw, her usual cravings for snacks temporarily subdued by her curiosity. As they wandered, the trio arrived at the entrance of the gathering treasure auction house. Not by chance, for Yi Tianran had taken the opportunity to inquire about its location along the way, deliberately steering them in that direction. Feng Qiwu, not one to be easily fooled, directly asked, are you planning to auction something? I have such intentions, though nothing is yet finalized, Yi Tianran replied. What valuable item do you possess that you hesitate to part with? Feng Qiwu inquired. 3 books of transformation techniques. Yi Tianran explained that I wish to select one for my cultivation, but I am torn over which to choose. Several stellar techniques. Feng Qiwu asked that if it comes to it, just sell them to me. All 3 are at the 9-star level of the crystal transformation realm. Quite formidable, making the choice difficult, Yi Tianran admitted. What? Feng Qiwu gasped in shock, her eyes wide as if her eyeballs might pop out. All 3 are 9-star? Are you certain you're not joking? Why would I joke about such a thing? Yi Tianran replied, to be honest, the complete ice spirit transformation technique is among these 3 books. My goodness, who on earth are you? Feng Qiwu exclaimed in astonishment. How I remember, our Ziyue sect expended tremendous efforts, sacrificing thousands of disciples and elders, just to acquire the ice spirit crystal transformation technique. And even that was incomplete. Yet here you are, possessing the complete version of the ice spirit crystal transformation technique. And on top of that, you have 2 additional techniques of the same rank. This is simply terrifying. It is worth noting that even the Tianzong might struggle to present 3 techniques of the crystal transformation realm's 9 stars. Feng Qiwu was utterly dumbfounded. Even Li Ningqin, who stood beside her in a daze, began to grasp the gravity of the situation that Li Ningqin, having a better understanding of Yi Tianran, had never known he concealed such formidable techniques, boasting without any restraint. At that moment, a sarcastic voice echoed from a distance that it belonged to a young master, clad in lavish attire, exuding an air of arrogance, flanked by a group of menacing lackeys. It is no exaggeration to say that even techniques of the crystal transformation's 7 or 8 stars are treasures of national significance. The young master sneered. You claim to possess 3 techniques of the crystal transformation's 9 stars. Such foolishness would hardly convince a 3-year-old. Why does it concern you? Yi Tianran retorted coldly that I do not care if you boast. But if you deceive these 2 beautiful ladies, I, Tian Buqing, will not allow it. The young master assumed a righteous stance, believing himself quite dashing as he threw flirtatious glances at Feng Qiwu and Li Ningqin. Get lost, Feng Qiwu snapped. Your words may sound pleasant, but in reality, you're just a lecher. You, Tian Buqing frowned. I am merely offering a kind reminder. If you refuse to appreciate it, that's one thing, but to insult me is simply ungrateful. Leave, or I'll take you down myself. Feng Qiwu warned with a cold voice. What audacity! Tian Buqing's face twisted with fury. Since he had failed to charm the ladies, there was no need to maintain a facade any longer. Do you know who I am? I am the young master of the Tian family, the foremost family in Lank City. In Lank City, no one dares to lay a hand on me. The mention of the Tian family caused Feng Qiwu's expression to falter slightly. Her earlier bravado diminished. That it was clear that the Tian family's power was formidable enough that even she was reluctant to provoke them. Taking a deep breath, Feng Qiwu awkwardly stated, So it is young Master Tian. I have heard much about your family's reputation. It would be best to resolve this as a misunderstanding. Shall we? Are you afraid? Tian Buqing immediately sneered. You are quite beautiful, and I would naturally prefer not to fall out with you. How about this? If you and that lovely lady spend a night with me, we can consider the matter settled. Upon hearing this, Tian Buqing cast a lecherous glance at Li Ningqin that he had a peculiar preference for underage girls. And were he to choose between Feng Qiwu and Li Ningqin, he would unhesitatingly select Li Ningqin. Say that again if you dare. Just then, before Feng Qiwu could respond, Yi Tianran stepped forward, his aura radiating murderous intent. Tian Buqing's expression changed dramatically, overwhelmed by the terrifying presence emanating from Yi Tianran. Seeing this, his lackeys quickly surrounded him, forming a protective barrier. Little punk, what do you intend to do? One of the lackeys, seemingly the strongest among them, charged forward, shouting, My young master has taken a liking to these 2 women. It is a blessing from their ancestors. If you are wise, step aside, and my young master might reward you with a little something. But if you are foolish, I will personally end you and toss your body to the wild dogs. Arrogance, haughtiness, bullying others with their power. From the actions and words of this lackey, it was evident that the Tian family was notorious in Lank City, committing atrocities without a second thought. Silence. Get lost. This is not a place for a dog like you to speak. Yi Tianran's expression was as cold as ice, his dark gaze ignoring the lackey as it zeroed in on Tian Buqing. Have the courage to say that again, you little punk. Who do you think you are? The lackey bellowed back. Even if I am a dog of the Tian family, I am still infinitely more noble than you. I said, shut your mouth. Yi Tian enunciated each word with chilling clarity. That I won't. Who do you think you are? The lackey, emboldened by the support of the Tian family, dismissed Yi Tianran entirely. But at that moment, Yi Tianran suddenly stepped forward, his movements swift as a phantom, too fast for the eye to follow. In an instant, he was before the lackey, gripping his hair with one hand while slicing through the air with the other. The sword energy pierced through, and in the next moment, the lackey's body crumpled to the ground, his head held aloft by Yi Tianran. Oh no! Feng Qiwu's expression changed drastically. This meant they had now made an enemy of the Tian family for good. Li Ningqin, however, was unfazed, accustomed to Yi Tianran's decisive nature, ruthless in his dealings, exuding an aura of dominance that was simply breathtaking. You little punk! You dare kill my most capable subordinate! Tian Buqing roared. You are declaring war on the Tian family. And what of it? Yi Tianran replied coldly. If you dare to lay a hand on my Qiao, I will not hesitate to destroy your Tian family. At these words, Li Ningqin felt a surge of sweetness and happiness. momentarily forgetting the might of the Tian family. As long as Yi Tianran cared for her, she would fear nothing, even if the sky were to fall. However, Feng Qiwu was alarmed. Yin, you have stirred up a great disaster. The power of the Tian family far exceeds that of the families in Wuzhou. And what of it? Yi Tianran asserted, even a dragon has its reverse scales. Touch them, and you shall die. The spirit pearl and shower are my reverse scales. Dare to harm either, and I would not hesitate to slay even the emperor. At these words, the entire assembly was taken aback. Feng Qiwu's scalp tingled, cold sweat pouring from her. Tian Buqing, too, bellowed in outrage. I have seen my fair share of braggarts, but never one as audacious as you, to kill the emperor. Just for that, I could annihilate your entire clan. And if you were to eradicate my entire clan, what of it? Yi Tianran tossed the severed head to the ground, crushing it underfoot. If you wish to self-castrate, this matter will be put to rest. Otherwise, I will ensure that your Tian family knows no peace. What? Tian Buqing's face contorted with rage. You little punk. You cannot even protect your own life, and you dare demand such a thing of me. How dare you even think it? Enough of this nonsense. Come with me. Feng Qiwu was in a panic, reaching to grasp Yi Tianran's wrist. This moment. Even Li Ningqin urged, brother, let it go. That guy was just talking big. And he hasn't truly done anything to me. Evidently, this little girl, typically carefree, was actually quite sensible and obedient. However, it was precisely because she was so understanding and compliant that Yi Tianran would never allow her to endure any humiliation or degradation. Since Tian Buqing harbored such vile thoughts, he must pay the price. Qiwu, take shower and leave first. I will handle this. Yi Tianran's blood surged, his fighting spirit ignited. He was even prepared with 3 blood-burst pills, determined to achieve his goal, vowing not to relent until his last breath. Thinking of leaving? Don't be ridiculous. This is the Tian family's territory. At that moment, Tian Buqing suddenly produced a flare, shooting it into the sky. An incredibly bright red light erupted, visible from every corner of the venue, that a signal for an army of thousands to come forth. In no time, numerous figures began to converge from all directions, the majority being members of the Tian family, with the rest drawn in by curiosity that it's over now. Feng Qiwu's complexion turned pale. The head of the Tian family is an ancient monster, one major realm above me. Even if I were to fight to the death, I wouldn't be able to protect you too, brother. Li Ningqin's anxiety heightened. Could I in Wuzhou? Yi Tianran could sweep through all, but here in Zhengzhou, Lang City was a major city, and the power of the first family was beyond Yi Tianran's capability to shake. Do not fear, Yi Tianran stated coldly. I will carve a path of blood for you to escape. Fool! Just then, an elder from the Tian family, Tian Fengshan, stepped forward, disdainful. With your ant-like cultivation, you think you can carve a path of blood. Do you take the experts of the Tian family for mere paper dolls? At his words, the crowd erupted in derisive laughter, their gazes fixated on Yi Tianran as if he were a fool. You little punk, Tian Buqing sneered, if you kneel now and lick the soles of my shoes clean, then self-dismember, I might spare your wretched life. But if you refuse to obey, not only will I have you killed, but I will also ensure you endure the most brutal torment before your demise. You will witness how I humiliate and conquer that little beauty. You will die with a green hat upon your head, unable to rest in peace. Ha! At these words, Li Ningqin's fair face turned ashen. She could scarcely imagine a fate more horrific than that of hell. Meanwhile, Feng Qiwu's expression grew grave, filled with despair, as she racked her brain for a way to turn the tide. However, the ultimate outcome remains unchanged. This is an utterly insoluble deadlock. Wind-walking step. Yet, Yi Tianran pays no heed to such matters, stepping forward, as the howling wind surrounds him, his figure becoming ethereal, akin to an elusive gale, charging straight at Tian Buqing. Young master, be careful, Tian Fengshan roared, and in an instant, he struck with a devastating mountain-crushing fist aimed directly at Yi Tianran's back, hoping to force him back with this unparalleled blow. Bang! A dull thud echoed, leaving everyone around stunned, including Tian Fengshan. That fearsome mountain-crushing fist landed squarely on Yi Tianran's spine, for Yi Tianran did not evade at all. The force behind that punch was evident to all, capable of obliterating any cultivator below the crystal transformation realm. That Yi Tianran was certainly aware of this. Yet, he simply did not dodge. He braced himself against that lethal blow. Bang! In the next moment, another dull thud erupted. But this time, it was Yi Tianran who struck back. His right leg bent back, resembling a taut bowstring. And in an explosive motion, he kicked out, swift as an arrow released from the bow, delivering a blow with the force to shatter mountains and stones. Striking true, he sent Tian Buqing soaring through the air like a human-shaped rocket. Ow! Tian Buqing emitted a shriek akin to a distressed hen as he flew through the air, clutching his groin with both hands. Blood seeping through his fingers. Goodness! Is that the legendary severing lineage kick? How ruthless! Just watching it is painful. Who on earth is that kid? How audacious! Knowing full well the might of the Tian family, he still employs such merciless techniques. This is a complete disregard for the Tian family. However, on second thought, that young man's physique is simply extraordinary. He actually withstood Tan Fengchuan's mountain-crushing fist. Given his age, to have refined his body to such a degree, he can surely be deemed a super genius. Absolutely. Body refinement is immensely challenging, requiring one to endure torment beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals. Achieving such a level at 50 or 60 years of age is already commendable. And he is merely in his teens. His future is boundless. It is a pity. Why would he provoke the Tian family for no reason? Is it truly the heavens being jealous of exceptional talent? The onlookers around expressed their astonishment and regret, while the members of the Tian family seethed with fury, their murderous intent palpable, like a pack of ferocious beasts, eager to pounce and devour Yi Tianran, leaving not even a bone fragment behind. You little rascal! How dare you harm Buqing before me? I will not let you off. Tian Fengshan initially intended to force Yi Tianran back with a single punch. Who would have thought that Yi Tianran would treat him with such disdain, outright enduring his punch? In front of so many witnesses, Tian Fengshan felt utterly humiliated. Clenching his fists once more, he vowed to reclaim his dignity. Revenge. Revenge! Meanwhile, the human rocket, Tian Buqing, had already crashed to the ground, dazed and confused, his eyes filled with stars, unable to articulate anything other than the word revenge. Come on! Let me kill you swiftly. Yi Tianran's lips bled. Clearly injured. However, this minor pain was negligible in the face of his formidable physique. At this moment, he clutched a bloodburst pill in his hand. His objective had always been Tian Buqing, and now that he had achieved his goal, as long as he could carve a path through bloodshed, this battle could be deemed a resounding victory. Killing one would not be a loss. Killing two would be a great gain. Tian Fengshan roared, suddenly lunging at Yi Tianran. Stop! Yet, at that moment, a furious shout rang out from a distance. The voice was like a mountain's roar or a tsunami, utterly overwhelming. It resonated as thunder rolling, audible throughout the entire Lank city. Who is it? Tian Fengshan was taken aback, instinctively halting his attack. Just from that furious shout, he could ascertain that the newcomer was certainly not an ordinary individual. Indeed, not only Tian Fengshan, but everyone present, including Yi Tianran, was greatly shaken, unable to contain their wild speculations about the identity of the one who had bellowed. Chapter 15. A calculated move, the raptor's frenzy. In that instant, countless gazes converged toward that direction. They beheld a robust man, clad in iron armor and helmet, striding toward them. The armor he wore was notably dense and ancient, its rusted patches reminiscent of recently unearthed historical artifacts. Particularly, the iron helm encased his head entirely, leaving only a narrow slit for his eyes, rendering his face and emotions entirely obscured. What brings him here? Yi Tianran and Li Ningqin were momentarily stunned. This ironclad giant was none other than the attendant of Yi Zun. Do you know him? Feng Qiwu was utterly astonished. Even the Tian family members were left in disbelief. Well, sort of, but not very well, Yi Tianran replied. Not very well? Then why is he helping you? Feng Qiwu asked incredulously. I have no idea. Let us just wait and see. Yi Tianran shook his head, genuinely perplexed. Iron Sect Master, what brings you to Lank City? Tian Fengshan approached with a face full of ingratiation, bowing and scraping. What business is it of yours? The ironclad giant spoke with a stern tone, showing no regard for the Tian family. Just moments ago, Tian Fengshan had lost face and, like a frenzied wild boar, was intent on killing Yi Tianran. Yet at this moment, the entire Tian family had lost face, and Tian Fengshan and his kin dared not utter a single word. This clearly demonstrated the terrifying status and identity of the ironclad giant. "Tell your people to disperse," the ironclad giant commanded imperiously. Tian Fengshan hesitated for a moment, instantly sensing a chilling aura of murderous intent enveloping him. His pupils constricted, his scalp tingled, and every hair on his body stood on end. "As you command, as you command." Tian Fengshan dared not utter another word, and with a wave of his sleeve, he dispersed the members of the Tian family. Even the onlookers quietly retreated, unwilling to linger further. "Iron Sect Master, I take my leave." Tian Fengshan hastily carried the now hapless Tian Buqing and fled faster than a rabbit. "Thank you, Senior." Yi Tian approached the ironclad giant and cupped his fists in gratitude. "No need to thank me. If anyone is to be thanked, it should be the Saintess," the ironclad giant replied indifferently. "Saintess? Which one?" Yi Tianran's expression changed dramatically. "Could it be Lingzhu?" the ironclad giant suddenly bellowed. "You must not speak the Saintess's name so casually." This left Yi Tianran and Li Ningqin utterly dumbfounded. Just a few days had passed, and the once delicate Lingzhu had become the saintess of that mysterious sect. Though this outcome was unexpected, it was entirely within reason. Let us not forget, the aura surrounding Lingzhu had even instilled fear in Han Jiang. Yi Tianran steadied himself and inquired, "Was it Lingzhu?" "No. Did your saintess send you to follow me?" "Certainly not," the ironclad giant replied coolly. "I merely happened to pass by, and was too lazy to intervene. However, I did not wish for the saintess to be distressed and delay important matters." Yi Tianran pressed further. "How could you happen to pass by? Is your saintess also in Lank City?" "The saintess has long returned to the sacred prison mountain," the ironclad giant stated indifferently. "You will likely never have the chance to see her again." Yi Tianran's expression turned cold as he stated solemnly, "The sacred prison mountain is not some heavenly realm. Why would I not have the opportunity? Even if it were the heavenly realm, I would eventually make my way there." "How audacious! You remind me of my youthful self." The ironclad giant chuckled rarely, but alas, there are always greater talents beyond the horizon. "I, too, was once great in my youth, but it is best left unspoken." Having said that, the ironclad giant turned and departed. Do not be deceived by his imposing stature. With each step, he covered 100 feet, moving with an ethereal grace, enigmatic and unfathomable. "What did you two just discuss?" Feng Chiwu asked curiously. "Sister Chiwu, you weren't far away. Didn't you hear?" Li Ningqin inquired, puzzled. Feng Chiwu smiled wryly and shook her head. "The Iron Madman is a master of profound techniques. With a single thought, he could sever my 6 senses." "What are the 6 senses?" Li Ningqin asked. "They refer to the eyes, ears, mouth, nose, body, and mind, corresponding to vision, hearing, taste, smell, touch, and spiritual perception. Once you reach the crystal transformation realm, you will understand," Feng Chiwu explained casually, then turned her curious gaze back to Yi Tianran. "Why?" Yi Tianran replied. "We didn't discuss much. I merely expressed my thanks." "How do you know the Iron Madman?" Feng Chiwu exclaimed. "This fellow is quite remarkable. Even our elders from the Purple Moon sect do not regard him highly. I have only met him once. We are not well acquainted," Yi Tianran replied. "Rather, I am curious to know who he truly is." "You really aren't familiar with him?" Feng Chiwu squinted, examining Yi Tianran's expression, which seemed genuine. Moreover, the ever-curious Li Ningqin had already perked up her ears, eagerly awaiting the answer. Feng Chiwu collected herself and said, "The Iron Madman is a legendary figure from Zhongzhou. In his youth, he was hailed as the #1 genius of Zhongzhou. Later, he was recruited by the Heavenly Sect Academy, where he triumphed in every battle during the Academy's grand competition, sweeping all opponents away. In merely 2 years, he withdrew from the Tianzong Academy, citing a complete lack of challenge. Subsequently, he carved out his own domain, establishing the Futu sect on Iron King Mountain from that moment forth. He dominated the region, casting a shadow over all beneath him. During those years, the central continent almost formed an empire of its own, with both royal families and commoners alike looking up to the Futu sect, treating the commands of the Iron Madman as sacred edicts. On one occasion, the Emperor of Dawu dispatched envoys bearing a decree, intending to confer upon the Iron Madman the title of the Empire's first foreign prince. However, the decree was shattered underfoot, and the announcing official was flayed and strung up on a cart, dragged back to the imperial capital. At this juncture, Feng Chiwu's expression grew increasingly uneasy, her eyes filled with awe. How audacious! No wonder he is called Iron Madman. Ningqin paused momentarily, pondering, why add the character for slave? That's unclear. Feng Chiwu explained originally his name was Iron Mad Warrior, but somehow it changed to Iron Mad Slave. Yi Tianran maintained a composed facade, yet internally he was profoundly shocked, recalling the Iron Mad Slave's words. There are always those beyond the heavens. There are always heavens beyond the heavens. Yi Tianran had surmised the reason behind the name change. In his early years, Iron Mad Warrior was also a prodigy akin to Yi Tianran, equally arrogant and unrestrained. Yet upon encountering the Knight Sovereign of the Xian sect, Iron Mad Warrior was transformed into Iron Mad Slave. The Iron Mad Slave is terrifying. The Knight Sovereign is even more so, and the horror of the Xian sect is beyond description. Such a dignified figure as Feng Chiwu, unaware of the reason behind Iron Mad Slave's name change, naturally remained oblivious to matters concerning the Knight Sovereign and the Xian sect. Iron Mad Slave, who held the Tianzong Academy in disdain, now bowed as a slave beneath the Knight Sovereign. The implications of this were already clear to Yi Tianran. To meet the Spirit Pearl, Yi Tianran must, at the very least, surpass Iron Mad Slave. If he wishes to seize control over his fate and that of the Spirit Pearl, he must become one who transcends the ordinary. With such a significant incident unfolding, it seemed the auction would be futile. Yi Tianran chose not to delve further into this matter with Feng Chiwu and instead affectionately ruffled Li Ningqin's hair. "Qiner, let us indulge in some delectable treats. Wait." Just then, a man stepped forward from within the auction house. "I am Lu Hingyu, the proprietor of this establishment." He announced that if you truly possess 3 techniques of the crystal transformation realm at the 9-star level, I would be more than willing to auction them for you, and I guarantee a high price. Could you first assess what price this particular volume might fetch? Yi Tianran inquired, retrieving the Ice Spirit Crystal Transformation technique and presenting it to Lu Hingyu. Upon witnessing this, Feng Chiwu's eyes lit up, and she became visibly excited. She had long dreamt of acquiring the complete Ice Spirit Crystal Transformation technique, having expended considerable effort over the years in search of it, with no leads whatsoever. Yet here was Yi Tianran, casually presenting it, implying that this was likely the least significant of the 3. Feng Chiwu was incensed. "Verification will take some time. I kindly ask the 3 of you to rest inside." Lu Hingyu suggested. "Brother, I don't want to wait idly inside. I want to eat something delicious," Li Ningqin pouted, playfully demanding. "That is quite simple," Lu Hingyu replied. "What would the young lady like to eat? I shall have someone fetch it immediately." "What delightful foods does Lang City have?" Li Ningqin inquired. "There are plenty. The roasted bear paw from Guangda Tower, the Linghua cream from CS Studio, the colorful sugar figurines from Juyun Alley." Lu Hingyu listed off a myriad of delicious offerings. Li Ningqin was nearly moved to tears by the tantalizing descriptions. Yi Tianran, with a fond smile, said, "Then I must trouble you, Boss Lu, to bring a selection of Lang City's renowned delicacies for my dear Qiner." "Money is no object. Certainly, certainly." Lu Hingyu beamed, ushering the 3 inside and providing them with excellent water, and it must be said that Lu Hingyu's efficiency was commendable. The array of delicacies he had just named began to arrive one after another. Each dish a feast for the senses, a rarity in Wuzhou, and even unheard of until now. Li Ningqin, the little foodie, completely let herself go, relishing every bite, no longer concerned about how long they had to wait. Seeing Li Ningqin enjoy her meal, Feng Chiwu couldn't help but join in, shamelessly indulging alongside her. Yi Tianran felt a twinge of desire as well. However, the matter at hand held precedence, and he needed to keep a close watch on Lu Hingyu. After all, the value of the crystal transformation technique far surpassed that of mere combat techniques. After a while, Lu Hingyu declared, "Young master, this crystal transformation technique has been confirmed. My conservative estimate is 3,000 lower-grade elemental stones." Lu Hingyu continued excitedly, "This is a rather cautious valuation. At the auction, I will do my utmost. It is highly likely to exceed this estimate." "No need for the fuss," Yi Tianran replied directly. "You can give me 3,000 lower-grade elemental stones, and I will sell you the technique outright." Any excess from the auction will be yours. Lu Hengyu was taken aback. Having never encountered such a business approach before, he could clearly make more money. Yet Yi Tianran was choosing not to profit. Had his mind been muddled? Why the days? Yi Tianran urged, I am in a hurry and cannot wait for the auction. Or is it that you cannot produce 3,000 lower-grade elemental stones? I can, Lu Hengyu chuckled. However, such a substantial sum requires a little time for me to arrange. You can produce it from your ancestors. Yi Tianran shouted, suddenly drawing the Nanming Li Hua sword, placing it directly at Lu Hengyu's throat. Young master, what is the meaning of this? Lu Hengyu exclaimed in alarm. Without uttering another word, Yi Tianran swiftly severed Lu Hengyu's head with a single stroke. Feng Qiwu and Li Ningqin were left utterly stunned by the scene before them, their appetites vanishing entirely. Get out. Yi Tianran did not offer an explanation, his gaze sweeping to the distance, such a sharp lad. Remarkable perception indeed, approaching the level of crystal transformation awareness. To sense my aura. From behind the screen, Tian Fengshan emerged with a sinister grin. This shocked Feng Qiwu, as even she had not detected anyone lurking behind the screen. In rapid succession, numerous experts from the Tian family converged from all directions, completely enclosing the room. Kid, you are fortunate to have the Iron Sect master backing you. Alas, your intellect is lacking. How dare you publicly state your unfamiliarity with him? Tian Fengshan sneered that Lu Hengyu was already one of my Tian family's men, deliberately stalling for time. Now, with the Iron Sect master out of the city, killing you is as easy as slaying a chicken. Feng Qiwu's face turned pale. Just moments ago, had she not pressed Yi Tianran for answers, he would not have been standing at the auction house door, discussing Iron Mad Slave. It was precisely then that Lu Hengyu had learned of Yi Tianran's unfamiliarity with Iron Mad Slave. Thus, as Lu Hengyu stalled for time, he relayed the information back to the Tian family. Tian Fengshan, seizing the opportunity, brought numerous strongmen to confront them, resulting in their current predicament. That I do not blame you. I entered here with intent, but just then, Yi Tianran squinted, revealing a malevolent smile. Entered with intent? What do you mean? Feng Qiwu asked, thoroughly perplexed, though she considered herself quite clever in the face of Yi Tianran's scheme. She suddenly felt her intellect insufficient, that why Yi Tianran replied coolly, with my keen perception, if Lu Hengyu could hear our conversation, then naturally, I would detect him eavesdropping. My entrance was intentional, to discern what tricks he would play. As the saying goes, a bright spear is easy to dodge, but a hidden arrow is hard to guard against. Since I have already detected the hidden arrow, I shall turn the tables and eliminate this threat before it becomes a lingering problem. Upon hearing this, Feng Qiwu's understanding dawned, and her gaze toward Yi Tianran transformed entirely. Truly impressive, brother, fantastic. While Li Ningqin usually appeared carefree and adorable, she was not lacking in intelligence, immediately grasping Yi Tianran's intentions and subsequently idolizing him wholeheartedly. You are quite clever, young man. However, it seems this time, your cleverness will lead to your downfall. Tian Buqing sneered that if your strength were sufficient, you might indeed remove a hidden arrow. But alas, lacking strength, you are merely walking into a trap. In the next instant, the surrounding Tian family experts drew their weapons, their murderous intent coalescing into a palpable aura, suffocating the atmosphere. A mere gathering of rotten potatoes and spoiled eggs. Do you think I am not present? At that moment, without Yi Tianran needing to intervene, Feng Qiwu stood up. Her delicate face was frosty, her eyes sharp as blades, and she radiated an overwhelming aura of killing intent, effectively counteracting the murderous energy emanating from those around her. Heh, Tian Fengshan chuckled. I have long discerned your remarkable strength. The food you consumed was laced with qi-dispersing powder. You can no longer channel your fighting spirit. Is that so? Feng Qiwu retorted coldly. In the next moment, an overwhelming torrent of fighting spirit erupted from Feng Qiwu's being, sending shockwaves that rendered the surrounding individuals unstable. This is impossible. Tian Fengshan stood there, dumbfounded. The qi-dispersing powder was personally administered by me. Moreover, you all consumed it. How could it possibly be ineffective? Did you drug us? Li Ningqin tilted her head, licking a colorful sugar figurine. I feel nothing at all. Is this some sort of counterfeit medicine? You unscrupulous merchant. Are you trying to lead me to my demise? Tian Fengshun's face contorted in anguish, resembling someone who had just consumed a foul substance that he was under the delusion that he had purchased a fake drug. Little did he know, even in his wildest dreams, that Feng Qiwu had undergone rigorous training since childhood, rendering ordinary poisons utterly ineffective against her. To bring down Feng Qiwu, one would need to employ a poison of the caliber of blood clothing and vitality loss powder. As for Li Ningqin, there was no need to elaborate. Even the formidable blood clothing and vitality loss powder could not harm this young girl, that a mere low-grade poison like air dissipation powder would hardly have any effect on her. Run, quick, escape! Tian Fengshun bellowed, turning to flee. However, the room was packed with people, and there was but a single exit. Tian Fengshun found himself trapped. Ironically, just moments ago, he had claimed that Yi Tianran was walking into a trap. Yet now that very trap ensnared him. Truly, a case of intelligence backfiring. He had brought misfortune upon himself. In the next instant, a blue ice phoenix spirit manifested around Feng Qiwu. With a single step, she traversed a straight line. The ice phoenix surged directly toward the door, leaving behind a cacophony of agonized wails. All the powerful members of the Tian family in its path were brutally torn apart. Truly, my bodyguard is formidable. Yi Tianran sheathed the southern bright flame sword, adopting a spectator-esque demeanor. Li Ningqin had long since cultivated a heart of steel, while they engaged in their own slaughter. She remained unperturbed, focused on her own enjoyment of the feast. As for the air dissipation powder in the food, Li Ningqin chose to disregard it entirely. Spare me, spare me. Feng Qiwu guarded the entrance, trapping the Tian family members like fish in a barrel, leaving them with no escape but to kneel and plead for mercy. Especially Tian Fengshun, who was the first to bow desperately, banging his head against the floor until the tiles cracked beneath him. A man of his status, accustomed to a life of luxury and ease, was particularly fearful of death. Alas, if begging for mercy were effective, Feng Qiwu would not be the formidable figure she was. One word: kill. In just a moment, everyone in the room was slaughtered, not a single soul left alive. You help me collect the soul crystals, and I shall see if there is anything of value. Yi Tianran called out before heading into the inner room. During his earlier observation of the auction house's layout, he had noted the presence of a locked cabinet in the inner room. The key was surely on Lu Hengyu. However, Yi Tianran was too indifferent to search through the pile of corpses for it. With a clang, he summoned the southern bright flame sword and effortlessly cleaved the copper lock in two. Upon opening the cabinet, Yi Tianran felt a mix of surprise and disappointment. Inside lay a collection of low-grade essence stones. This was precisely what Yi Tianran needed, and he was indeed delighted. However, disappointment washed over him as he realized there were only about 500 stones. Far fewer than Lu Hengyu's inflated claim of 3,000, and of course, it was evident that Lu Hengyu had been lying, rendering his words untrustworthy. With this thought, Yi Tianran's disappointment lessened. After all, 500 low-grade essence stones constituted a significant fortune. Alas, his strength was insufficient. Otherwise, he would have raided the Tian family's treasury, undoubtedly containing more than 500 stones. With a flourish, Yi Tianran stored all these essence stones in his treasure-gathering ring before stepping back outside. Feng Qiwu was quite adept, having already collected all 33 soul crystals. The three of them then exited the auction house through the back door. Although Feng Qiwu was powerful, she was not a match for the head of the Tian family. So the trio decided against lingering in the city and swiftly returned to the airfield. Meanwhile, the supply replenishment for the cloud vessel was still ongoing, and they would have to wait for about half an hour. The three of them boarded the cloud vessel to rest and await departure. During this interval, Yi Tianran retrieved the extraordinary powder and the cuckoo grass given by Han Jingying, combining them with other herbs to concoct a large barrel of medicinal liquid. Continuing his body refinement on the journey, on the other hand, as the owner of the chartered boat, Feng Qiwu was approached by the steward, who inquired about the previous circumstances and the upcoming requirements. Feng Qiwu, disinterested in elaborating, made a singular request: that the subsequent journey on the cloud vessel be devoid of maidservants, retaining only the original crew of boat slaves. As a distinguished guest, the steward complied without hesitation. As for the grudges between Feng Qiwu and the blood-clothing guards, the steward dared not inquire further. Sometimes, ignorance is the safest course. At last, the replenishment was completed, and the cloud vessel took to the skies, ascending toward the horizon ablaze with the fiery hues of sunset. Without maidservants, The three had to attend to their own needs. Fortunately, Yi Tianran was Li Ningqin's favorite barbecue prince, capable of grilling an array of meats to perfection, creating new culinary delights that never grew tiresome. However, when it came to cooking vegetables, Yi Tianran was less skilled than I in her eagerness for some greens. Feng Chuwu volunteered to stir-fry a dish of tomato and egg, only to nearly make Yi Tianran and Li Ningqin retch. The taste was simply overwhelming. Ultimately, Yi Tianran had to summon the old boat slave to prepare an authentic vegetable stir-fry for them. "Old sir, please sit down and join us for a meal," Yi Tianran beckoned. The old boat slave shook his head. "That is not permissible. I cannot break my own rules." Yi Tianran paused for a moment. He had previously stated his desire to serve as a slave for life, until death parted him from this existence. Since he had chosen to be a slave, he naturally could not dine at the same table as his master. Yi Tianran did not press him further. "Very well, then you may withdraw for now. I shall call for you later to share a drink. I noticed some fine wine among the supplies we received today." The old boat slave smiled, no longer refusing the offer. For a chance at a couple of cups of wine from his master, he was more than willing to accept. This old man is quite peculiar. Li Ningqin pouted, deep in thought. Just then, an ear-piercing shriek echoed from outside. "What is that sound?" Li Ningqin furrowed her brow, a hint of unease in her eyes. "That is the black feather eagle," Feng Chiwu explained. "This fierce bird is unique to the region of Zhongzhou and prefers to hunt at night. However, they do not attack cloud vessels, so there is no need for concern." Something feels off. Yi Tianran frowned, stating, "It sounds like there are countless black feather eagles." "That is typical," Feng Chiwu replied. "Group hunting is inherent to the black feather eagle's nature. If there were only one or two solitary ones, that would be unusual." Li Ningqin smiled sweetly, feeling reassured. "Sister Chiwu is so amazing, knowing everything. You all eat. I will step outside for a moment." Yi Tianran, ever cautious, rose and made his way to the deck. The further he ventured, the louder and more piercing the cries became. In the boundless darkness, it felt as though countless wailing spirits were lamenting, sending chills down his spine. Yi Tianran's unease intensified, and he even drew the southern bright flame sword, gripping it tightly in his hand. There are so many. Upon reaching the deck, Yi Tianran beheld a vast swarm of black feather eagles in the distance, a dark cloud looming ominously, countless in number. They appeared to be still 100 feet away. This exceeded Yi Tianran's perception range, leaving him momentarily unsure of the situation. However, the black feather eagles were rapidly approaching, swiftly closing the distance to the cloud vessel. "Wait, did not Feng Chu say these fierce birds do not attack cloud vessels?" Yi Tianran's expression grew, increasingly grave, and his unease continued to swell. 80 feet, 60 feet, 50 feet, the massive swarm of black feather eagles finally entered Yi Tianran's perception range. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Yi Tianran shouted at the top of his lungs. He could distinctly sense the presence of powerful individuals riding atop those black feather eagles. The strongest among them, flying at the forefront, emanated an aura that sent shivers down Yi Tianran's spine, causing his heart to race. Under normal circumstances, powerful beings tend to conceal their auras. Yet at this moment, the one at the forefront unleashed their presence entirely, creating a terrifying field of pressure that spanned 50 feet. This oppressive aura was so intense it left Yi Tianran trembling, making it clear how fearsome that individual's strength must be. In no time, Feng Chiwu and Li Ningqin also arrived on the deck. "This is dire." Feng Chiwu's face paled instantly, cold sweat beading on her forehead. "It is the head of the Tian family. Tian Chongxiao. He has come in person, Sister Chiwu. Did you not say there was no need to fear?" Li Ningqin trembled, shrinking closer to Yi Tianran, tightly clutching his arm. Feng Chiwu felt a wave of embarrassment. Just moments ago, she had been enlightening Yi Tianran and Li Ningqin about the black feather eagles, assuring them there was nothing to fear. And now, she was faced with the swift reality of her naivety. "You insignificant wretch! You dare to prevent my beloved grandson from having heirs. I shall not let you off lightly." The pursuing enemies are approximately 30 zhang away, and the thunderous roar of Tian Chongxiao reverberates through the heavens. Although the Tian family is abundant with descendants and boasts a thriving male lineage, this particular branch of Tian Chongxiao's bloodline has struggled to produce sons that in the generation of Tian Chongxiao's grandchildren. Only Tian Boqing remains as the sole heir. Tian Chongxiao has placed all his hopes on Tian Boiqing to extend their lineage and ensure the continuation of their ancestral flame. However, fate has dealt a cruel blow. Before the flame could even flicker, this lone sprout has been delivered directly into the clutches of the eunuch division by Yi Tianran. Upon discovering this, Tian Chongxiao was so enraged that he spat out a mouthful of blood. His hatred for Yi Tianran has become beyond the realm of words that at this moment. Tian Chongxiao has mobilized every formidable force at the Tian family's disposal, vowing that he will not rest until Yi Tianran is slain. This is utterly disastrous. Feng Qiwu furrowed her delicate brows and lamented, I had heard whispers of the Tian family's plan to train the black-feathered eagles, but after years of slumber, I never imagined they would achieve such extraordinary success. The vast multitude of black-feathered eagles stretches endlessly before our eyes, numbering at least in the thousands, if not tens of thousands. In all truth, this constitutes a fiercely formidable aerial army, faced with such a tempest of raptors. Even if Tian Chongxiao were absent, I would find it impossible to withstand. And now, not only do we face this avian maelstrom, but Tian Chongxiao himself is present to oversee it. I am utterly devoid of hope. The situation is bleak, a hopeless deadlock. Little scoundrel, come and face your doom. The tempest of raptors is merely 10 zhang away from catching up to the cloud boat, and Tian Chongxiao can no longer wait. He violently stomps down on a black-feathered eagle, shattering its bones and sending it crashing to the ground, bloodied. Seizing the momentum, he leaps into the air, soaring 10 zhang like a divine warrior descending from the heavens. Aiming directly for Yi Tianran. How formidable! Yi Tianran is struck with immense shock. This power, this speed. Even if I were to consume 3 blood fury pills, I doubt I could match him. Am I truly destined to perish here? But at that moment, as Tian Chongxiao leaps through the air, he seems to lose all strength, plummeting downwards. Following suit, countless Tian family warriors and their black-feathered eagles also fall like kites with severed strings. In this lofty expanse of hundreds of zhang, the majority will surely meet their demise upon impact. Even the strongest among them will suffer grave injuries. What in the world is happening? Yi Tianran is left in a state of disbelief. Li Ningqin is bewildered. Feng Qiwu is equally astonished. From profound despair to overwhelming joy, the stark contrast leaves them feeling as if they are ensnared in a dream, hardly able to trust their own eyes. Brother, is this an illusion? Li Ningqin murmurs. I have heard this phenomenon referred to as a mirage. This is no mere illusion. Yi Tianran shakes his head. Perhaps Iron Madman is nearby. Iron Tower, uncle? Li Ningqin ponders. It seems that could be the only explanation. No, this is illogical. Feng Qiwu interjects, frowning. Though Iron Madman is powerful, it is impossible for him to cause the raptor tempest to fall silently and without warning. Li Ningqin reminds her, Sister Qiwu, you have been in slumber for so many years. Iron Tower Uncle's cultivation must have advanced significantly. Perhaps, Feng Qiwu muses, seemingly left without alternative explanations. She can only accept this conclusion. Esteemed guest, where are the enemies? We are here to assist you. Just then, a large group of oarsmen armed with sticks and brooms rushes forth. Earlier, Yi Tianran had rewarded them with a substantial sum of silver coins. And they remember his kindness, even willing to risk their lives for him. All is well. You may return. Yi Tianran's gaze sharpens as he locks onto the elder oarsman within the crowd. Elder, kindly stay for a moment. Chapter 16. You treat me as a national hero, and I shall repay you as such. What is your command, esteemed guest? The elder oarsman gazes at Yi Tianran with confusion. The white Yi Tianran smiles. Did we not agree to share a drink? Indeed. The elder oarsman inquires, where do you wish to drink? If the restaurant is not to your liking, let us drink here on the deck. Yi Tianran cheerfully suggests. Excellent, with the companionship of the moonlight and the brilliance of the stars. What could be better? The elder oarsman nods, merrily scuttling towards the storage room. Before long, he returns, cradling 2 jars of fine wine. Feng Qiwu and Li Ningqin, disinterested in the libation, return to the restaurant to continue their dinner. The old man offers a toast to the esteemed guest. The elder oarsman, evidently eager, uncorks a jar and takes a hearty swig to while Yi Tianran chuckles, for everything unfolds just as he anticipated. Those with stories often cherish wine above all else. And the elder oarsman's status as a slave has afforded him scant opportunities to indulge in such exquisite vintages reserved for the elite. With a hearty gulp, the elder oarsman is left beaming with delight, intoxicated by the experience. "Why do you not drink, esteemed guest?" The elder suddenly slaps his forehead. "I forgot to bring you a wine cup." "No need." Yi Tianran responds with a hearty laugh, mimicking the elder's actions by lifting another jar to his lips. Taking a generous swig. Though not a connoisseur of alcohol, the potent drink ignites a fiery warmth in his mouth and belly, causing his cheeks to flush. "Take it easy, esteemed guest." The elder cautions, "We are not in a drinking contest. There is no need to consume so recklessly." "That will not do," Yi Tianran insists. "My father always taught me that drinking should be approached with the same spirit as life. One can fall after giving their all. But one must never be hypocritical or timid, lest they become the subject of ridicule." Well said, the elder praises, inspired by Yi Tianran's words, and takes another hearty gulp from the jar, that a tiger begets no dog. "With such sagacity, it is no wonder your father could instill such spirited valor in you, worthy of a true man. Old senior." Yi Tianran's expression shifts as he inquires, "I observe your demeanor and speech. You do not appear to be an ordinary person. Why would you willingly choose a life of servitude?" The elder oarsman chuckles. "Since you have broached the subject, I shall not feign modesty. I am Su Kuyu. In my youth, I was much like you, clad in green, wielding a sword, freely roaming the world, living a life of joy. But then, I encountered the love of my life. We pledged ourselves to one another, basking in unparalleled happiness. Little did I know, my beloved was of the Tianzong clan. When the Tianzong arrived, they threatened my beloved's life, stripped me of my cultivation, and demanded I serve as a slave for the rest of my days. To dare break free from my bonds would mean her death." At this point, the elder's voice catches in his throat, a testament to the decades spent in servitude for the sake of his beloved, an unwavering loyalty that speaks of profound emotion. "The Tianzong, they are truly despicable." Yi Tianran's brow furrows with barely concealed fury. "It is not the Tianzong's fault, but rather my own weakness." Su Kuyu takes several hearty swigs of wine, suddenly shifting his tone. "If I were powerful enough, I would ensure the annihilation of the entire Tianzong clan." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianran is taken aback. Indeed, this world places value on strength, and power reigns supreme. To be weak is to bear the original sin. If you are weaker than the Tianzong, you can only submit to their bullying. If you are stronger, you can effortlessly eradicate the Tianzong with a mere flick of your finger. It is harsh, but it is the truth of this world. Only true strength can shield one from the oppression of others. "Old senior, come with me," Yi Tianran declares solemnly. "Internally, I shall consider you a friend. Externally, you shall be regarded as my household servant," thus rendering the Tianzong unable to find fault. "Thank you for your generous offer, young friend, but I have no reason to accompany you." Su Kuyu shakes his head, taking another hearty gulp of wine. "Shortly, I plan to join the Tianzong Academy. Perhaps you and your beloved could reunite." Su Kuyu is momentarily taken aback, clearly intrigued. "What, do you still have reservations, senior?" Yi Tianran smiles. "Additionally, on this journey, there will be an abundance of fine wine." "Thank you, young master, for your kindness," Su Kuyu replies bitterly. "If I still possessed my cultivation, I would certainly accompany you. Alas, I am but a shell of my former self, and I would only hinder your progress." Yi Tianran laughs. "Let us speak candidly. The two women by my side, one is naive, and the other I cannot fully trust. Therefore, I require your assistance, old senior. As the saying goes, the truth lies in the details. To me, your wisdom and experience far outweigh mere cultivation." Su Kuyu is momentarily stunned that he had not anticipated that Yi Tianran's invitation was not a mere whim, but rather a well-considered decision born from meticulous observation and contemplation. Su Kuyu squints, re-evaluating Yi Tianran with fresh eyes. This youth possesses depth, ambition. Most importantly, he possesses the judgment and decisiveness to match. He is not the type to rush into things heedlessly. This is the bearing of a true leader. In the future, he shall undoubtedly achieve greatness. "Old man, no. Old servant, I am willing to follow you," Su Kuyu resolves firmly. "Excellent, splendid." Yi Tianran's spirit soars as he lifts the jar of wine, declaring, "Come, let us drink to this." With that, Yi Tianran drinks deeply without reservation, Su Kuyu stood frozen in place, utterly astonished and bewildered, unable to swallow another drop. The white Tianran had consumed nearly half a jar, his face flushed a deep crimson. His gaze becoming hazy and unfocused, intoxication surging through him, that as he swayed, he collapsed onto the deck. Young master! Young master! Su Kuyu called out several times, but Yi Tianran remained unresponsive, thoroughly inebriated. The following dawn, Yi Tianran awoke on his bed. His robust physique granted him remarkable recuperative abilities. Despite the previous night's drunken stupor, he felt no discomfort that morning that as he opened the door, he found Su Kuyu waiting at the entrance. Old Su? What are you doing here? Surely you didn't stand guard all night. Yi Tianran inquired, that Su Kuyu replied earnestly, You have treated me as a national hero. I shall repay you in kind. Yi Tianran paused, then chuckled. Dealing with intelligent individuals is always a pleasure. Let us go have breakfast. Our culinary skills are abysmal. You must take charge in the kitchen. Indeed, Su Kuyu nodded, following closely behind Yi Tianran, that as he observed Yi Tianran's back. A sense of reverence welled up within him. Indeed, beyond mere admiration, there was also a hint of trepidation. Last night, Yi Tianran had not merely intoxicated himself foolishly. Rather, that grand display of inebriation was a declaration of his stance to Su Kuyu. It was crucial to note that Yi Tianran had truly been inebriated, and Su Kuyu could have done anything to him. This signified that Yi Tianran had entrusted his life and fortune entirely into Su Kuyu's hands, a testament to the utmost faith he placed in him. Thus, Su Kuyu's words, You have treated me as a national hero. I shall repay you in kind, were spoken with gravity to why Yi Tianran's absolute trust had garnered Su Kuyu's unwavering loyalty. Consequently, Su Kuyu held Yi Tianran in high esteem. Simultaneously, Yi Tianran's intelligence, depth, and audacity made Su Kuyu feel as though he were not facing a mere youth, but rather a being who had lived for centuries, a monstrous entity. This unsettling fear stemmed from that very realization. After breakfast, Yi Tianran inquired Old Su, Are there any nearby airports for landing? The nearest is Lingfu City. Why do you ask, young master? Su Kuyu responded. Last night, the Tian family suffered a catastrophic fall, and I intend to retrieve their soul crystals. Yi Tianran declared. The incident occurred in the Juyao mountain range, where the beasts are exceptionally fierce and numerous. Su Kuyu warned that I can ascertain that the corpses of the Tian family are likely to be scarce. The risks of your return far outweigh any potential gains that it is truly unnecessary. All right, very well. Let us continue on our journey. Yi Tianran grinned, clearly appreciating Su Kuyu's role. For someone like Yi Tianran, who had never ventured beyond Wuzhou, this was akin to a fish in water, a tiger gaining wings. Subsequently, Yi Tianran returned to the bath to refine his body. The medicinal bath prepared the previous day had been delayed due to the Tian family's ambush and his drunken slumber. Fortunately, the potency of the medicine would not dissipate, and the refining effects remained unchanged. After braving the agonizing pain of the medicinal bath, Yi Tianran took out the 500 low-grade spirit stones he had procured from the auction house the day before and consumed them directly. The chaotic battle spirit ignited his inner power, resulting in a remarkable surge in his cultivation. Unlike previous occasions, this time his realm did not simply break through. Rather, a mysterious force enveloped his Qi Si and Soul Palace, continuously refining Yi Tianran's soul crystal. After approximately 2 hours, Yi Tianran's soul crystal had significantly enlarged, emanating a metallic sheen. Indeed, Yi Tianran had transcended to a higher realm. He had advanced from the peak of the 9th level of the Battle Qi realm to the 1st level of the Crystal Transformation realm. Crystal Transformation. The most apparent change was the metallicization of his soul crystal. This transformation dramatically increased the capacity of his Qi Si and Soul Palace, expanding it by several times. Previously, the capacity of his Qi Si and Soul Palace could be likened to a large water tank, while now it resembled a small pond. The denser the battle Qi, the more formidable the battle spirit's power, resulting in a substantial increase in both the frequency and potency of battle techniques. This was akin to an all-encompassing enhancement of strength. Consequently, within the great martial emperor's domain, few could engage in battle across such significant realms. Even someone as formidable as Yi Tianran could only achieve this with the aid of blood fury pills. This illustrated the immense disparity between major realms. Beyond the enhancement of pure strength, the breakthrough into a higher realm had also awakened Yi Tianran's sixth sense, spiritual awareness. This was a unique form of perception, allowing him to sense the existence and general conditions of things without relying on sight, hearing, taste, smell, or touch. For instance, a crystal transformation realm expert could peer into the cultivation levels of others, relying solely on their spiritual awareness. Naturally, spiritual awareness was only effective against entities of lower rank. For example, Feng Qiwu could use her spiritual awareness to discern Yi Tianran's cultivation level, but could not penetrate the depths of his battle spirit level. Moreover, it was not just Feng Qiwu. Within the entire domain of the great martial empire, it was likely that no one could see through Yi Tianran's chaotic battle spirit. Following his breakthrough into a higher realm, Yi Tianran recognized the necessity of selecting a crystal transformation technique. After considerable research in recent times, he ultimately decided upon the Frenzied Thunder Crystal Transformation Technique for his cultivation. The Ice Spirit Crystal Transformation Technique was excessively gentle, which did not suit Yi Tianran's preferences, while the Nine Yang Crystal Transformation Technique was overly aggressive and lacked the flexibility he desired. Therefore, he settled on the Frenzied Thunder Crystal Transformation Technique, which combined ferocity with swiftness. Having previously studied it, he was able to commence his training immediately. For the next 7 days and nights, Yi Tianran simultaneously refined his body and practiced the Frenzied Thunder Crystal Transformation Technique. While most individuals would struggle to manage two tasks concurrently, often resulting in a lack of progress on both fronts, Yi Tianran's extraordinary talent, coupled with his imperial bloodline, enabled him to achieve remarkable efficiency, an endeavor yielding double the results with half the effort. After 7 days, Yi Tianran's physique had ascended to the 4th level of the ancient dominance body technique. His physical strength had been comprehensively enhanced, particularly in terms of perception and insight, which had even surpassed spiritual awareness. Simultaneously, the Frenzied Thunder Crystal Transformation Technique had also been successfully cultivated. Around the blood-red chaotic divine sword battle spirit, golden lightning flickered, while the blood-red soul crystal gleamed with a metallic luster. This further augmented Yi Tianran's strength. Although he had only just broken through to the 1st level of the crystal transformation realm, he possessed the capability to contend against an adversary at the 3rd level of the crystal transformation realm. After a week of travel, the cloud vessel finally arrived at the outskirts of the Great Wasteland, the one and only city, Huangluo City. Upon disembarking, Yi Tianran rushed to the gathering treasure chamber to secure Su Kuyu's release. Subsequently, the 4 of them decided to stay in the city for a night, planning to set off at dawn the following day. Brother, isn't Huangluo City a small frontier town? Why is it even busier than Lang City? Li Ningqin expressed her curiosity as she observed the bustling crowd around her, while Yi Tianran shrugged, uncertain. Feng Qiwu interjected eagerly. Although the Great Wasteland is fraught with danger, it also conceals vast opportunities. Powerful individuals flock here to train. Huangluo City serves as the sole refuge for these strong practitioners. They must rest and recuperate within the city, resulting in a lively and diverse atmosphere. Sister Qiwu, you're so impressive knowing everything, Li Ningqin praised. Feng Qiwu proudly lifted her chin, casting a sly glance at Yi Tianran, as if to ask, what do you think? Isn't my knowledge remarkable? Yi Tianran ignored her and turned to Su Kuyu. What is your perspective? Su Kuyu smiled calmly and elaborated. Due to the dangers of the Great Wasteland, the weapon trade, medicinal concoctions, and bounty hunting businesses in Huangluo City are thriving. Additionally, because of the numerous opportunities within the Great Wasteland, those who gain benefits are often anxious to cash in, leading to a bustling auction scene in the city. Once they sell their gains, they are inclined to spend, which further stimulates the economy of inns, brothels, gambling houses, and other ventures. As the saying goes, wherever there is prosperity, there are profits. With business and interests at play, it is difficult for Huangluo City not to be lively. Is that so? Li Ningqin responded, giving Su Kuyu a thumbs up. Grandpa Su is even more impressive than Sister Qiwu. Feng Qiwu was left speechless, her expression turning sour. Evidently, Feng Qiwu's view was quite one-sided, while Su Kuyu had struck to the heart of the matter. The difference was evident, leaving Feng Qiwu without a retort. Young master. At that moment, Su Ku's gaze suddenly fixed upon a small stall by the roadside. What is it? Yi Tianran inquired, puzzled. That green orb. Su Kuyu whispered, no matter the cost, we must acquire it. Chapter 17. A ferocious dragon crossing the river. Boss, how much for this orb? Yi Tianren approached casually, picking up the green orb. Its crystal-like texture was obscured by dust. Appearing rather unremarkable, 300 silver coins. The stall vendor replied, his impatience evident at why Yi Tianren asked, how about 10 silver coins? Will you sell it? Sure. The vendor agreed without hesitation, his earlier irritation replaced by a mocking smirk. As if regarding Yi Tianren as a fool, Yi Tianren promptly paid the 10 silver coins and returned with the orb. Brother, you're such a skilled negotiator. Li Ningqin beamed with admiration. It's not that I'm skilled. It's just that this orb is exceedingly ordinary, Yi Tianren replied with a wry smile. Under normal circumstances, no one would want it. Perhaps even 3 silver coins would suffice in a proper negotiation. Feng Qiwu, reveling in misfortune, remarked, 3 silver coins have multiplied. That vendor is laughing at you behind your back. Yet Yi Tianren remained unfazed, asserting, I have faith in old Su. Su Kuyo, with a calm smile, interjected, this is a damaged wood spirit armor pearl. Once restored, it will reveal the hidden powers of a divine weapon with wood attributes. An armor pearl? How is that even possible? Feng Qiwu exclaimed, his wide eyes reflecting astonishment. What exactly is an armor pearl? Li Ningqin inquired curiously. Su Kuyo explained, powerful divine weapons often possess the ability to grow. Through special energy nurturing, their levels can be enhanced continuously. The armor pearl is specifically designed for nurturing and strengthening divine weapons. I see. Li Ningqin nodded. It's akin to a bird's nest where a mother bird incubates her eggs. With careful care, healthy and robust chicks can hatch. Very clever, Su Kuyo praised. However, Feng Qiwu remained skeptical. It can't be. I see no signs of this. If you could see it, this pearl would have been purchased by someone else already. Yi Tianren chuckled. Old Su, no, Senior Su. Feng Qiwu queried with intense curiosity. Who exactly are you? Su Kuyo merely smiled, choosing to share his past solely with Yi Tianren. Stop right there. At that moment, a boisterous voice echoed from nearby. That pearl is mine, a man, clad in luxurious attire and exuding arrogance, approached flanked by a horde of fierce-looking bounty hunters, armed and ready. Kid, you must have heard of my name, Du Longquin, the man declared, his chin held high. You can't take that pearl. Just name your price and I'll buy it. Du Longquin. Never heard of him, Yi Tianren shrugged. That pearl is not for sale. You may leave, what? Du Longquin's eyes widened in fury, his teeth bared as he roared. How dare you speak to me like that? You must have a death wish, clang. As his words fell, the surrounding bounty hunters drew their blades, menacingly aimed at Yi Tianren. Su Kuyo quickly cautioned. Young master, the strength of these bounty hunters is formidable. Bounty hunters, you say? Yi Tianren laughed. How much do you earn serving Du Longquin? 100 gold bars, the bounty hunter leader sneered greedily. Bang! Yi Tianren produced a large chest brimming with gold bars, tossing them all onto the ground without counting. Kill Du Longquin, and these gold bars are yours. The bounty hunters were rendered speechless, glancing at the pile of gold bars. Over 500 at the very least. You little brat, I didn't realize you were so wealthy. Du Longquin scoffed. But alas, bounty hunters can never betray their employer. Otherwise, their reputation is tarnished, and no one will dare hire them again. Suddenly, before Du Longquin could finish, the bounty hunter leader plunged a knife into his abdomen. Stab! 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 The other bounty hunters swiftly joined in, ensuring Du Longquin met a most unpleasant demise. That Li Ningqin was left in shock, while Yi Tianren, Feng Qiwu, and Su Kuyo remained composed, entirely unperturbed. Thank you, young master. The bounty hunters bowed to Yi Tianren before eagerly scrambling to collect the gold bars. After seizing the gold, they even extracted Du Longquin's soul crystal and stripped him of all valuables. They resemble beasts, mercilessly devouring every last morsel. Li Ningqin furrowed her brow. Yi Tianren remarked, I've long heard that bounty hunters are a breed that thrives on bloodshed for money. They will do anything for a bounty. Just then, the earlier vendor approached. Trembling, he offered 10 silver coins with shaking hands. I was disrespectful to you earlier, mocking you behind your back. Please accept this money and spare me your wrath. Heh, Yi Tianren chuckled. Do you think I would care about the mockery of an insignificant insect? With that, he departed with his companions, leaving the vendor frozen in place, trembling that in that moment, he felt like a fool. Blind to the intricacies of the armor pearl and the depth of Yi Tianran, truly, he was a foolish and blind insect. Had Yi Tianran quibbled over trifles, it would have been beneath him. Brother, I sense the aura of a spiritual herb. After meandering through the streets for a while, Li Ningqin suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "It's a herb of exceptionally high grade. I've never seen one so advanced." Upon hearing this, both Feng Qiwu and Su Kuyo became intensely curious, unaware that Li Ningqin possessed an extraordinarily unique medicinal spirit battle soul. "Let us go take a look." Yi Tianran, without further ado, took Li Ningqin's hand and followed her. After traversing several streets, they arrived at the entrance of an auction house. "It's inside there," Li Ningqin pointed out. "The closer we get, the stronger the aura. This herb's level is truly unprecedented. Let us go in and have a look." Yi Tianran's curiosity was piqued. "Stop right there." However, as they approached the entrance, they were halted. Two guards in black armor disdainfully stated, "This auction is exclusive to esteemed guests. No commoners are allowed entry." "Esteemed guests, you say?" Yi Tianran smirked coldly, raising his hand to reveal the gathering treasure ring. The two guards were momentarily taken aback, then immediately knelt on one knee. "We apologize. We were blind and have offended the esteemed guest. We hope for your forgiveness. Enough with the pleasantries. Lead the way." Yi Tianran spoke with calm authority. These were mere insects, unworthy of his ire. "Right this way, please." One of the guards promptly stood and escorted Yi Tianran and his companions into the auction house. Inside, the auction house was filled to capacity with individuals, all dressed in splendid attire, exuding wealth. Yet Yi Tianran's status surpassed theirs, as the guard led them directly to a private box on the second floor. The box was comfortable, furnished with tea and snacks, far more pleasant than being cramped among the crowd, serving as a symbol of status and prestige. "Please wait a moment. The auction is about to begin," the black-armored guard announced. "Call your manager over." Yi Tianran instructed that, of course. "Please hold on." The guard nodded and departed. Shortly after, a plump middle-aged man entered, grinning broadly. "I am Li Shengquan, the manager of this auction house. How may I assist you, esteemed guest?" "I wish to sell some items." Yi Tianran revealed the ice spirit crystal transformation technique. Upon seeing this, Feng Qiwu's lips twitched in disbelief. "What is this?" Li Shengquan examined the ice spirit crystal transformation technique briefly. "Heavens, this is actually a technique of the 9th star in the crystal transformation realm." Upon hearing this, even Su Kuyo exhibited surprise that it was known to be the highest level technique available for cultivation within the crystal transformation realm, exceedingly rare and precious. Though Su Kuyo had long known of Yi Tianran's profound capabilities, he never expected him to casually produce such a valuable technique for sale. After a thorough examination and evaluation, Li Shengquan remarked, "Esteemed sir, I estimate this technique could fetch around 3,000 lower-grade elemental stones at auction. If you agree, I can arrange for it to be sold at this auction." "Very well." Yi Tianran nodded, producing the 9-Sun crystal transformation technique and the Thunderous Fury crystal transformation technique. "Let us sell these two as well." "What? There are two more?" Li Shengquan was utterly astonished that Su Kuyo was equally dumbfounded, and even Feng Qiwu was left in shock. Although Feng Qiwu had heard of Yi Tianran possessing 3 top-tier crystal transformation techniques, she had never witnessed him produce them, leaving her with lingering doubts. But now, with all 3 techniques laid bare before her, her previous skepticism became a mere jest. "What are you waiting for? Can you do it or not? Give me a straight answer," Yi Tianran urged impatiently. "Yes. Absolutely." Li Shengquan nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. "Our auction house takes a commission of 20%. Are you agreeable to this? That expensive?" Yi Tianran glanced at Su Kuyo, who nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, this was the auction house's standard practice that if the 3 techniques were valued at 9,000 elemental stones, a 20% commission would amount to 1,800 stones. This was no trifling sum. Even Yi Tianran felt a pang of regret, akin to losing a piece of flesh. However, there was no alternative, as the auction house was not a charitable organization, and its ultimate goal was profit. To utilize this platform, one must naturally bear the associated costs. Very well, let us proceed as per the rules that Yi Tianran resigned himself to the reality. "Excellent. Please wait a moment. I'll arrange everything immediately." Li Shengquan returned the 3 volumes of cultivation techniques to Yi Tianran and then hurriedly rushed out. Before long, the auction commenced at a woman, clad in revealing attire and possessing a voluptuous figure, ascended the auction stage, instantly capturing the attention of the entire audience. Her name was Yasi, the star attraction of this auction house. Many dignitaries and wealthy patrons frequented this venue not solely to purchase items, but rather to catch a glimpse of her enchanting presence. Esteemed guests, today's auction features a few slight modifications. Yasi announced with a sultry smile, her voice as smooth as silk, weaving its way into the ears of the attendees, that a mysterious seller has provided a top-tier crystal transformation technique. This is undoubtedly a coveted item that one can only hope to encounter. Therefore, I have taken the liberty of prioritizing its auction. At her proclamation, the room erupted in a flurry of excitement. All eyes sharpened with anticipation. The first item up for auction is the Ice Spirit Crystal Transformation Technique. Yasi elaborated. This premier ice-type technique was once known to have a fragmented edition circulating in the martial world, which incited fierce competition among various factions. A bloody affair that I am sure you are all aware of. Today, however, we present a complete edition of the Ice Spirit Crystal Transformation Technique. Due to the technique's profound mystery, I shall refrain from elaborating further. The starting bid was set at 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, with increments no lower than 50 low-grade spirit stones. With that, the auction officially commenced, and Yasi's enchanting smile ignited a fervor throughout the hall, fueled by both the allure of the beauty and the Ice Spirit Crystal Transformation Technique. 1100 surprisingly, it was Feng Chiwu who stood up first. Bodyguard, I didn't realize you were a little heiress. Yi Tianran raised an eyebrow. Why should that concern you? Feng Chiwu shot Yi Tianran a glare, her expression brimming with expectation as she looked down. Did I bid 1050? I bid 1200. The price escalated without a hint of uncertainty. Feng Chiwu was soon left speechless to why Yi Tianran chuckled. Little heiress, is 1,100 your limit? Feng Chiwu pouted, visibly displeased. That don't engage in futile struggles. Just fulfill your role as my bodyguard, and I shall naturally impart the complete technique to you. Why waste money? Understood. Feng Chiwu, thoroughly deflated, resigned herself to the reality. 3,000. At that moment, a deep and authoritative voice resonated from the adjacent private room. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. It is worth noting that 3,000 low-grade spirit stones were a sum even the grandest families of Zhongzhou would find challenging to produce in one go. And no one else in the room possessed such financial capability. 3,000 once, 3,000 twice, 3,000 thrice. Yasi raised a small wooden hammer and brought it down heavily on the auction table. Sold. Congratulations to the esteemed guest in box No. 1 for successfully acquiring the Ice Spirit Crystal Transformation Technique, marking the successful commencement of today's auction. With this announcement, a staff member approached to collect the payment. Shortly thereafter, Li Shengquan arrived before Yi Tianran, bringing with him a total of 2,400 low-grade spirit stones after deducting a 20 commission. Yi Tianran then handed the Ice Spirit Crystal Transformation Technique to Li Shengquan, finalizing the transaction. Next, we proceed to auction the second volume. The 9-Yang Crystal Transformation Technique, Yasi began, only to be interrupted once more. 3,000. The same authoritative voice from the adjacent room cut through the air, maintaining the silence in the hall. Yasi smiled gently. I assume no one will raise the bid. Congratulations to the esteemed guest in box number 1 for acquiring yet another top-tier crystal transformation technique. This declaration once again stirred the crowd. Everyone's attention converged on the scene. For while it was difficult for the prominent families of Zhongzhou to produce 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, this individual was poised to spend a total of 6,000. Even Yi Tianran felt a surge of curiosity regarding the identity of this formidable buyer. The payment was made swiftly, and Yi Tianran received the funds without delay. As Yasi began to introduce the third item, she was yet again interrupted by the same voice. No need for formality. 3,000 per volume. I'll take as many as you have. This is the last volume. Yasi maintained her smile, though internally astonished by the buyer's wealth and assertiveness. That, of course, it wasn't just Yasi. Everyone present was equally taken aback. However, at that moment, the buyer spoke again. Is the seller present? I would like to make an acquaintance. The room erupted in astonishment. Indeed, the seller was equally enigmatic. Even the formidable Tianzong could not produce 3 top-tier crystal transformation techniques. It was evident that the seller's background was likely even more formidable than that of the buyer. Who would have thought that today, in the city of Huangluo, 2 formidable figures would emerge simultaneously? Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Li Shengquan beamed at Yi Tianran. "Sir, would you care to meet the buyer? If you wish, I can take you over. Let him come to me." Yi Tianran reclined back casually. Crossing his legs, "This may not be appropriate," Li Shengquan stammered. "The identity of the other party is quite significant." "What do you mean? Am I insignificant?" Yi Tianran retorted coldly. "No, that is not what I meant." Li Shengquan shook his head vigorously. "Please wait a moment. I'll speak with him. Be bold." Just as Li Shengquan approached, a furious roar erupted from the adjacent room, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that sent a shiver through the crowd. Feng Shuo's complexion changed dramatically as she stammered. "Yi Tian, it seems you provoked someone you shouldn't have. What is there to fear?" Yi Tianran continued to lounge, unfazed at Li Ningqin, visibly anxious, quietly shifted her chair to sit beside Yi Tianran, while Su Kuyo wore a complex expression, hesitating to speak. Soon, the door to the private room swung open. Under Li Shengquan's guidance, 2 men and a woman entered. Both men were well-groomed and dressed in fine attire. One walked calmly, his expression devoid of emotion, clearly the backbone of the group. The other was furiously glaring, fists clenched as if Yi Tianran owed him a small fortune, veins bulging with rage. Clearly, he was the source of the earlier roar. The last of the trio was an exceptionally beautiful woman, whose features bore a resemblance to Li Ningqin. However, in strict comparison, she fell short that Li Ningqin's exquisite features were flawless, her skin fair as snow and delicate. And at her tender age, she had already grown to an enviable stature, destined to become a top-tier goddess in time. The woman before them could be deemed beautiful, yet she could not compete with a goddess. "I am Gong Yuming. This is my brother Gong Yufeng and my sister Gong Yumei." The composed man stepped forward, clasping his fist. "It is indeed fate that we meet here today, and I wish to establish a friendship with you." "Brother, what is your status? Why must you demean yourself to approach him?" Gong Yufeng shouted angrily. Gong Yumei remained silent, her bright eyes scanning Yi Tianran up and down. "My name is Yi, and I hold no significant status. Is that disappointing?" Yi Tianran replied calmly. "Not at all. A hero does not inquire about one's background," Gong Yuming said with nonchalance. "Moreover, the fact that young Master Yi can produce 3 top-tier crystal transformation techniques speaks more than any status or title. Please have a seat." Yi Tianran gestured, but only 2 chairs remained in the room. After Gong Yuming sat down, Yi Tianran added, "This young lady should take a seat as well." "Thank you," Gong Yumei replied coolly. "Taking her place? And what about me? Am I to stand here?" Gong Yufeng bellowed, baring his teeth in anger. "Why?" Yi Tianran smirked. "I have no desire to befriend you. Exit to the right. Find somewhere cooler to linger." Gong Yufeng was nearly driven to the brink of fury. "You insolent wretch. I am second brother." "Enough," Gong Yuming suddenly admonished sternly. "Fine." Though Gong Yufeng was hot-tempered, he obeyed his brother, gritting his teeth as he retreated. "My younger brother is quite the character. I apologize for any offense he may have caused you," Gong Yuming said with a wry smile, offering an apology. "Not at all. I am not acquainted with him. Why should I be bothered by a barking stray dog?" Yi Tianran chuckled. Gong Yuming's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of malice flickering in his eyes. "Young Master Yi, do not overstep your bounds." Gong Yumei slammed the table, exclaiming, "Even if my second brother is somewhat reckless, you should not insult him as a dog." "Reckless? Such a light term." Yi Tianran's tone turned icy. "His overwhelming murderous intent is clearly aimed at tearing me to shreds. Do you call this recklessness? It seems you are no strangers to indiscriminate slaughter." Gong Yumei fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Yi Tianran continued with a sneer, "Let us take a step back. He can call me a little wretch, and I cannot retort. Little sister," Gong Yuming has solemnly stated, "this matter indeed places your second brother in a position of blame. Do not hold a grudge against young Master Yi." "Understood," Gong Yue responded, seemingly sulking, clearly letting the words enter one ear and exit the other, harboring resentment towards Yiran nonetheless. "May I inquire, young Master Yi, do you possess any other supreme techniques?" Gong Yumingsu asked. Evidently the true reason behind his desire to befriend Yi Tianran. "None left, just those 3 books," Yi Tianran replied. However, there may be more in the future that if you have sufficient funds, I can sell them directly to you, thus sparing you the need to attend auctions. Excellent. That would be splendid, Gong Yimingsu exclaimed, retrieving a token from his waist, saying, "This is the insignia of my Yaowang Valley. With it, you can conduct transactions at any of our apothecaries or pill shops throughout the empire." Yaowang Valley. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Feng Qiu and Su Kuya instantly shifted dramatically, particularly Feng Qiu, whose delicate form trembled uncontrollably. Understood. Yi Tianran took the token and remarked, "However, let me make it clear that I cannot guarantee I will sell to you. Ultimately, it will be the highest bidder who prevails." Understood. Gong Yimingsu asserted confidently, "I can assure you that the bid from Yaowang Valley will be the highest." Very well. Then I shall not see you out. Yi Tianran continued to lounge casually. With a cupped fist, Gong Yimingsu rose and departed with Gong Yue. As soon as they left, Feng Qiu could no longer contain herself and sprang up, exclaiming, "Yi Tianran, how dare you act so brazenly in front of someone from Yaowang Valley? How many lives do you think you have? Keep your voice down." Yi Tianran furrowed his brow. "Do not be misled by my calm exterior. Inside, I am utterly anxious." "What do you mean?" Feng Qiu was taken aback. "Such composure you possess," Su Kuya remarked. "Thankfully, you remained as steady as Mount Tai just now. Otherwise, we might have already met our demise." "Why is that?" Li Ningqin asked, equally bewildered that I in the adjacent room. Gong Yufeng fumed, "Brother, why did you stop me just now? That group of ants, I could have annihilated them with a mere snap of my fingers." "You do not understand," Gong Yimingsu replied gravely. "That ye fellow is far too composed. Just based on his unflappable demeanor, I cannot gauge his depths. Indeed," Gong Yue nodded in agreement, "that ye truly is as steady as a mountain, revealing not a hint of fear. Otherwise, we would have long since killed him and reclaimed the essence stones. Eldest brother, younger sister, you are both too cautious." Gong Yufeng scoffed. "I observed, the strongest among them is merely at the pinnacle of crystal transformation. After the meeting, I shall follow them and undoubtedly reclaim the essence stones. Do not act recklessly," Gong Yimingsu admonished, "that ye is unfathomable. I would rather forego those essence stones than let you take such a risk." "Indeed," Gong Yue immediately concurred. "Second brother, you are being too impulsive. It is not worth the risk for just a few thousand essence stones. What if that fellow possesses more supreme techniques?" Gong Yufeng stated solemnly. "Do not forget, our Yaowang Valley is set to undertake great endeavors, and these techniques are essential." "There is no rush," Gong Yimingsu replied. "Matters that can be resolved with money are not truly problems. I have made arrangements with that Yi. Should he acquire any supreme techniques in the future, he will sell them to me first. Eldest brother, you are solely focused on buying. The essence stones of Yaowang Valley do not come easily. A few thousand essence stones could fund an army. What is the hurry?" Gong Yue smiled. "Although we cannot discern that fellow's depths this time, with more transactions in the future, we will gradually become familiar, and clarity will emerge." Gong Yufeng paused, a sinister expression crossing his face. "I understand. We shall wait until we ascertain his background before taking action, forcing him to return what he has consumed." With interest, Gong Yimingsu smiled knowingly. "Clever, truly worthy of being my second brother. Henceforth, if anyone dares to claim you are merely brave yet lacking in strategy, I shall be the first to disagree." I am indeed clever." Gong Yufeng beamed, unable to contain his joy at his elder brother's praise. Meanwhile, Li Ningqin spoke with a heavy heart. "Brother, the high-level spirit herbs I mentioned earlier are indeed in the possession of that Gong Yimingsu." Yi Tianran replied, "The opponent is too formidable. Do not entertain any ill thoughts. That is not it." Li Ningqin furrowed her brow. "I feel an inexplicable familiarity with that aura, as if I have encountered it somewhere before." "But wait," Yi Tianran interjected. "Did you not claim that it was a spirit herb of an unprecedentedly high grade?" "I truly do not recall having encountered such a spirit herb before," Li Ningqin admitted. "However, when I was near just now, the sense of familiarity was overwhelmingly intense." Yi Tianran's expression shifted slightly, triggering some unusual associations, yet he chose not to voice them. "That it is of no consequence. Do not dwell on it. Shortly I shall take you to enjoy some candied fruits." Yi Tianran smiled. "All right." Upon hearing about food, Li Ningqin's face instantly brightened. her worries forgotten. By the way, old Su, what sort of force is Yawang Valley? Why did you and Feng Q react so strongly? Yi Tianran inquired. That Su Kuya considered for a moment before responding. Let me put it this way. The head of Yawang Valley is the foremost divine physician, alchemist and poison master of the great martial empire. Even the Lord of Tianzong seeks his aid when injured. That explains everything. Yi Tianran understood instantly that as mortals consume grains, they inevitably face ailments and misfortunes. Compounded by the chaotic state of the world, injuries and poisonings are not uncommon. Thus, the status of physicians has always been exalted, with commendable incomes that as for alchemists, they are even rarer. The imperial alchemist of the great martial emperor enjoys the status equivalent to that of a national teacher. While the head of Yawang Valley, renowned as the foremost alchemist of the great martial empire, undoubtedly surpasses that esteemed national teacher. One can only imagine how many people must seek the favor of Yawang Valley within the great martial empire. It is no wonder that people from Yawang Valley are so overbearing and affluent. What does a poison master do? This is the first time I have heard of such a profession. Yi Tianran asked with curiosity. To poison using insects, Su Kuya explained. Poisoning is easily understood, but the intricacies of insect poison are rather complex, and it cannot be explained briefly. Just know that based on this poison technique alone, the head of Yawang Valley could be considered the second most powerful individual in the great martial empire. Impressive. Yi Tianran was struck with thought he never anticipated that Yawang Valley could be so formidable. Reflecting on his earlier display of bravado, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, feeling a pang of regret. The following morning, Yi Tianran and Su Kuya set out early to purchase 4 fine steeds from a merchant. Then, the 4 of them rode northward, halting by a small river around noon. The humans were not fatigued, but it was necessary to allow the horses to rest properly. Yi Tianran. Feng Q voluntarily seated herself beside him, saying, "We agreed beforehand. I can only escort you to the outskirts of the great wilderness. There are still 2 phrases of the incantation left. Teach them to me now." "What is the hurry?" Yi Tianran replied. "Only 2 more days of travel remain. I would not deceive you. What if you deceive me?" Feng Q retorted, "Men are all untrustworthy." Yi Tianran laughed. "Are you foolish? If I were to deceive you, you could simply slay me. Could you not? You are so powerful. I am no match for you." Feng Q bit her lip and leaned against Yi Tianran, the softness and fragrance overwhelming him, stirring his primal instincts. "That I like you," she confessed, her cheeks flushed, her enchanting eyes captivatingly alluring. "Wait, great bodyguard. What are you doing? Chiner is still here. Aren't you ashamed?" Yi Tianran frowned. "What is there to be ashamed of in liking someone?" Feng Q continued unabashedly. Inching closer, "I like brother too." Li Ningqin chimed in with a sweet smile. "Moreover, I want to become brother's wife." This was truly shameless. Yi Tianran felt a headache coming on. In this world, boys were indeed in perilous situations. "Yi Tianran." Feng Q leaned in close, her red lips nearly brushing against his ear, her voice barely above a whisper. "There is a small grove over there. Let us go and enjoy ourselves, and you can teach me the last 2 phrases of the incantation." "All right." Her voice was soft and sultry, like a feather brushing against his ear. "Are you out of your mind?" Yi Tianran replied irritably. "Fine. I concede. I will teach you the remaining 2 phrases, but do not cling to me. If you lead Chiner astray, I will have nothing to do with you." Subsequently, Yi Tianran imparted the final 2 phrases of the incantation to Feng Q. Wow. Feng Q eagerly began her practice, soon completing a full cycle of the great circulation. "Confirmed. Farewell for now." She rose instantly, her fighting spirit ignited, her form transforming into a streak of ice-blue light, vanishing without a trace. "Young master, she deceived you," Su Kuya exclaimed, astonished, not expecting Feng Q to turn so swiftly. Yet Li Ningqin frowned. "Sister Q is not that kind of person. She has already fled, and you still defend her." Yi Tianran scoffed. Li Ningqin's brows knitted in concern. "I do not care. Sister Chiwu is a good person. She would never deceive us. However, even good people can fear death." Yi Tianran shook his head. "What does that mean?" Li Ningqin tilted her small head, her face full of confusion. Just then, a series of intense hoofbeats echoed from afar. Su Kuya's expression changed drastically. "Young master, they might be coming for us. Judging by the sound of the hooves, there are no less than 100 riders. You two retreat. Yi Tianran's gaze turned icy as he summoned the Nanming Lihua's sword, ready to face 100 riders alone. Chapter 19. Golden Threads and Emerald Leaves. The formless sacred tree. The thunderous sound of hooves, originating from a distant point, stretched into a line, resembling a massive black wave surging towards Yi Tianran. In the face of this tidal wave of riders, Yi Tianran appeared diminutive. 100 zhang, 50 zhang, 10 zhang. As the distance narrowed, the ground beneath his feet trembled violently. Clang, clang, clang. On horseback, over 100 bounty hunters drew their blades. Their eyes devoid of hatred, filled only with insatiable greed. They are coming for the money, for the sake of riches. Bounty hunters can be more ferocious than beasts. In an instant, a chilling gleam pierced the sky. The murderous aura soaring high, swish. Yi Tianran understood. Last night, he had amassed 7,200 low-grade essence stones, which was the root of all this calamity. This battle is absolutely unavoidable. Draw the sword. Exterminate the heavens and earth. With a piercing shriek, the Nanming Lihua sword unleashed a fiery red sword energy that cleaved through the air. The sword energy swept across like a long spear. Striking 5 riders directly, it severed the necks of their steeds and pierced through the waists of the riders. With a single strike, 5 steeds decapitated, 5 riders dismembered. How is that possible? Witnessing this scene, the surrounding bounty hunters were struck with terror. This kid's cultivation is merely at the first level of crystal transformation. How could he be so powerful? Indeed, he is at the first level of crystal transformation. But he excels in battle spirit. He excels in combat skills. He excels with that divine sword. This boy is unfathomable. What is there to panic about? If we cannot confront him head-on, we can always resort to underhanded tactics. For the sake of wealth, bounty hunters will stop at nothing. Clatter, clatter. In the next moment, the bounty hunters split into 2 groups. One entangled Yi Tianran, while the other charged directly at Li Ningqin and Su Kuya. You are courting death. Witnessing this scene, Yi Tianran was instantly enraged. Originally, there was no deep-seated hatred between the 2 parties. Yi Tianran had no intention of exterminating them, only wishing to intimidate them. Yet at this moment, they dared to threaten Li Ningqin and Su Kuya. This is something Yi Tianran cannot tolerate. Wind and thunder. Divine movement. With a single step, Yi Tianran surged forth like a tempest, his speed accelerating dramatically. This is the wind step. However, at this moment, lightning crackled beneath his feet, instantly amplifying his speed tenfold. True speed like wind and lightning whoosh. With a sharp shriek, Yi Tianran burst forth from the encirclement at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Where he passed, a red sword energy surrounded by lightning trailed behind him, as dozens of men were thrown from their mounts so fast, so fierce. This is the enhancement of a top-tier crystal transformation technique. If I'm not mistaken, this is one of the techniques he sold, the Storm Thunder Crystal Transformation Technique. No wonder it is a top-tier technique. The enhancement is immense. It allows him to kill foes 3 small realms above his own. Hurry, capture the hostage. Otherwise, we will surely perish. Zing! Just as the crowd gasped, Yi Tianran had already surged ahead, moving with astounding speed towards the other end. Lightning flickered and sword energy surged. Yi Tianran was like a beast that had plunged into a flock of sheep. Unstoppable and invincible. Wherever the sword pointed, heads rolled. In just a moment, the group of bounty hunters attempting to capture the hostage was nearly annihilated. The last 2 or 3 attempted to flee, but were met with a sword energy that cleaved them from behind. Run, run. On the other side, the group that had surrounded Yi Tianran was utterly terrified, scattering like birds and beasts. Brother, chase them. Leave no roots behind. Li Ningqin urged loudly. No. Yi Tianran shook his head. Now, the entire city of Huangluo knows I possess several thousand essence stones. This route cannot be completely eradicated. Moreover, there may be other dangers around. If I pursue, what will happen to you too, brother? Why is the world like this? Li Ningqin rushed over, tightly embracing Yi Tianran's arm. She was in the prime of her innocent youth, but had been forced by the world to utter such words about leaving no roots behind. They say human hearts are treacherous, but are they not all shaped by the world? Since they are coming for the essence stones, I might as well exhaust them all. 1 comes, I slay 1. 2 come, I slay a pair. Yi Tianran's gaze hardened as he directly retrieved all 7,200 low-grade essence stones. Swallow. With a thought, Yi Tianran activated the chaotic battle soul. The first wave consumed 1,000 low-grade essence stones, breaking through to the second level of crystal transformation. The second wave consumed 2,000 low-grade essence stones, breaking through to the third level of crystal transformation. The third wave consumed 4,000 low-grade essence stones, breaking through to the fourth level of crystal transformation. In a mere moment, he advanced through 3 small realms. Li Ningqin was utterly astonished. Even Su Kuya, who was well-versed in the world, was left wide-eyed, his scalp tingling that he had never witnessed such a rapid elevation in cultivation. It was simply against the heavens. Yi Tianran exhaled deeply, retracting the chaotic battle soul. The 7,200 low-grade essence stones had now dwindled to merely 200. His upgrading could only pause for the time being. With a wave, Yi Tianran sent all the surrounding corpses into the battle soul space of Han Jing. There were too many, so let Han Jing or Xue Tsangwan extract the soul crystals. This is no place to linger. We must depart. With a call, Yi Tianran led Li Ningqin and Su Kuya away on horseback. This time, the trio changed to the bounty hunter steeds, which were faster and more enduring. Needing to hasten to the great wilderness, Huangluo City. Within the drunken immortal tower, several bounty hunters rushed into a luxurious private room in a state of panic. Young master, we have suffered a great defeat. The leader of the bounty hunters lamented. That kid is too strong. From my observations, he could easily kill foes 3 small realms above him. Understood. You may leave to receive your reward. Gong Yuming waved his hand. Thank you, young master. The leader bowed and then departed with his men. Brother truly possesses foresight. That kid is indeed unfathomable. Gong Yumi praised. Unfathomable my foot. Gong Yufeng retorted. 3 small realms above. That merely amounts to the 4th level of crystal transformation. I could crush him with a single finger. The important aspect has never been cultivation, but the power behind him. Gong Yumring declared solemnly. Have you ever considered what kind of force could nurture a top-tier prodigy capable of overcoming 3 small realms? That Gong Yufeng frowned. The heavenly sect cannot do it. My Medicine King Valley cannot either. That is precisely what I am concerned about. Gong Yuming stated, what if he is backed by the Xian sect? If we kill him, my Medicine King Valley will be doomed. We can kill him without anyone knowing. Gong Yufeng remarked. He is heading towards the great wilderness, dying at the hands of the savage beasts and chaos. Who could possibly clarify? I think we should let Feng Qiwu handle the assassination. Gong Yumi said coldly. Feng Qiwu is cowardly and fears for her life that I merely lightly reprimanded her this morning. And she fled alone. Such a person is easy to manipulate. The DOU both agree to kill him. Gong Yuming furrowed his brow. Kill. Kill, kill. Is there a reason to keep him alive? Gong Yufeng's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Gong Yuming's expression turned sinister. Let us kill him. Now is a prime opportunity. While it would be more prudent to proceed with caution later, it may not be possible to eliminate him then. That makes sense. Gong Yuming nodded in agreement. Little sister is spot on. This kind of prodigy must not be allowed to grow at a leisurely pace. Otherwise, it will lead to endless troubles. Brother, I will go for the assassination, Gong Yufeng said eagerly. I will ensure it is done cleanly. Even the Xian sect won't find a trace. Brother, I should go, Gong Yumi also insisted. Using Feng Qiwu would be more convenient. No, Gong Yuming narrowed his eyes, sneering. I want you both to work in tandem. I will personally oversee everything to ensure no future troubles arise. As the sun set, Yi Tianran and his companions finally found a suitable place to rest. As they drew nearer to the great wilderness, the surrounding environment grew increasingly harsh. The journey ahead would only become more arduous. Young master, may I inquire why you are so determined to go to the great wilderness? By the campfire, Su Kuya finally could not restrain his curiosity, to why Yi Tianran replied. The extreme north of the great wilderness has seen the emergence of an ancient relic. My parents vanished within, and I wish to uncover the truth. Ancient relic. Su Kuya frowned. Young master, forgive my bluntness, but with your current strength, you may not be able to reach there. Yi Tianran's gaze sharpened. I know the great wilderness is perilous, but my strength now surpasses that of my parents. The path they traversed, I too shall walk. Su Kuya frowned. Have you considered that they might have not possible? Yi Tianran's eyes instantly dimmed. Roar! At that moment, a terrifying beast roar erupted from not far away. It was a lion, armored with scales and possessing a tail like a scorpion's. Sukuya quickly warned, "Young master, it's a scaled scorpion lion. Once it reaches adulthood, it can rival a crystal transformation expert. What is there to fear?" Li Ningqin did not even lift her eyelids, engrossed in devouring the roasted meat. With a flourish, Yi Tianran pointed his fingers like a sword, unleashing a blade of energy that tore through the ground for dozens of feet, splitting the very air and rending the clouds asunder. The massive scaled scorpion lion, momentarily intimidated by the sword intent, let out a roar that quickly devolved into a whimper, retreating with a swiftness surpassing that of a rabbit. "Brother, why not slay it? I still wish to taste its meat." Li Ningqin, a true gourmet, had her cheeks puffed up from the roasted meat in her hands, contemplating the flavor of the scaled scorpion lion. Yi Tianran, with a hint of bitterness, replied, "The strength of my parents back in the day may not have been sufficient to contend with this scaled scorpion lion." "Indeed," Sukuya remarked, "heeding wise counsel may be unpleasant, yet I must insist, the path ahead grows ever more perilous. Young master, it is not too late to turn back. As a son, how can one abandon the journey halfway?" Yi Tianran declared that if you choose to retreat, I shall hold you in contempt for the rest of my days. At that moment, a graceful figure emerged from the shadows. "Sister Ku, what brings you back?" Li Ningqin exclaimed, joyfully abandoning her roasted meat to rush towards her. Feng Ku stated, "I am a person of my word, having promised to protect Yi Tianran until the outskirts of the great wilderness. I shall see it through." Embracing Feng Ku, Li Ningqin beamed with delight, exclaiming, "I always knew Sister Ku was a good person who would never deceive us." Yi Tianran exchanged a glance with Sukuya, his demeanor cold as he said, "Feng Ku, a good horse does not turn back to graze on old pastures. Your return now signifies your diminished worth. How can I still utilize you, since you do not trust me? Do not blame me for what follows." Feng Ku's expression shifted dramatically as she clutched Li Ningqin's throat, proclaiming loudly, "Shall the three of you reveal yourselves now? Yi Tian does not trust me. Deception is of no use." With her words, Gong Yuming, Gong Yufeng, and Gong Yue slowly emerged from the darkness. "Little brat, we meet again." Gong Yufeng licked his lips, embodying the essence of a dark reaper, exuding a murderous aura. "Feng Ku, should you harm Qiner, I will ensure you meet a fate worse than death." Yi Tianran's expression hardened, his murderous intent flaring, surpassing even that of Gong Yufeng. "Excellent. You truly care for this little girl." Gong Yuming sneered. "If you wish for her safety, then hand over all your trump cards." The three from the Gong family approached with unyielding confidence, while Feng Ku tactfully retreated behind them. "Adio, not harm Qiner. I will give you anything you desire." Yi Tianran's face was as cold as ice, his gaze fierce. He was consumed by rage yet dared not risk Li Ningqin's safety. "The sword. I demand your sword." Gong Yufeng's greed and fervor were palpable. "Very well." Yi Tianran immediately drew forth the southern Ming Li Hua's sword. "Wait," Gong Yuming interjected coldly. "That is a spirit-grade treasure, is it not? Once bound to a master, any unauthorized use by outsiders will result in backlash. First, sever the bond of ownership before tossing it over." Cautious, astute, and meticulous, Gong Yuming was undeniably a formidable character that Sukuya hastily warned. "Young master, should we lose that sword, we shall have no means of turning the tide." "Presumptuous! Do you presume to speak here?" Gong Yufeng roared. Ugh! Sukuya, stripped of his powers and reduced to mere mortality, was struck by the force of that roar. Erupting in a mouthful of blood, his fate uncertain. "Old Su!" Yi Tianran gasped, his fury reaching a fever pitch. "Little brat, are you still concerned for others?" Gong Yufeng grinned maliciously, advancing toward Yi Tianran. Gong Yuming promptly cautioned. "Second brother, do not approach. Beware of that lad's trickery. Brother, you are far too cautious." Gong Yufeng dismissed that I in this dire situation. What further chaos can that little brat conjure? Watch as I crush him, and this sword shall remain unclaimed. Exercise caution. Gong Yuming reiterated. "Caution for what? I could annihilate him with but a finger." Gong Yufeng sneered, extending a finger in disdain, as if Yi Tianran were merely an insignificant insect. "Stop." Yet, in an unexpected turn, Feng Ku's voice rang out sharply. Gong Yufeng and Gong Yuming instinctively turned, their expressions shifting to one of alarm to their astonishment. Feng Qiu had drawn a curved blade across Gong Yue's throat. Li Ningqin cowered behind her. "You vile wretch, dare you deceive us?" Gong Yufeng bellowed, ready to charge at Feng Qiu. However, this reckless brute had forgotten that he stood with his back turned to Yi Tianran, who wielded the southern Ming Li Hua sword. A flash of lightning heralded the strike, and then the sword surged forth like a dragon. With a decisive thrust, the blade plunged into Gong Yufeng's back, piercing flesh and nearly reaching his heart. Yet, Gong Yufeng's formidable strength erupted, unleashing a surge of fighting spirit that forced Yi Tianran back several yards, though the sword's tip did not strike his heart. The bones in his back were grievously injured, and the sword energy coursed through him, causing him to spew forth a copious amount of blood, nearly collapsing under the strain. Swiftly, Gong Yuming reacted, pulling Gong Yufeng close to shield him. Otherwise, a second strike from Yi Tianran would surely spell doom for him. Point 2. Gong Yue shrieked, "Feng Qiu, why have you deceived us? Do you take me for a fool? If I heed your words and allow Yi Tianran to perish, you would undoubtedly kill me to silence me." Feng Qiu replied sternly, "I would rather risk my life to fight alongside Yi Tianran than be cast aside as a mere tool," she declared. "Compared to you, Yi Tianran at least is a man of his word. You are nothing but crocodiles, devouring without leaving a trace." "You vile wretch!" Gong Yufeng spat, blood staining his lips, his visage twisted with rage. "I had intended for you to die a swift death, but now I shall assure you, you will suffer immensely. I will cripple your powers and sell you to the filthiest brothel, where you will be at the mercy of countless men, unable to live or die." With a swift motion, Feng Qiu drew her blade across Gong Yue's throat. "Second brother, do not provoke Feng Qiu further." Gong Yue screamed, blood flowing from her neck, the specter of death looming ever closer. "Feng Qiu," Gong Yuming declared sternly, "release my sister. Let today's events be forgotten. Forgiveness is not an option." Feng Qiu replied coldly, "It is painfully obvious that you will never let me go, even if you spare me now. You would seek revenge in the future. Must we truly descend into mutual destruction?" Gong Yuming's murderous intent surged forth. The violent aura of fighting spirits surged like a tsunami, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Clearly, the situation had reached an impasse. Feng Qiu could not release Gong Yue, yet if she were to kill her, both she and Yi Tianran would find no escape. Caught in a dilemma, Li Ningqin interjected softly. "Sister Ku, could you refrain from killing her? I sense their presence is familiar and comforting." "What?" Feng Qiu froze in place. "Brother!" Gong Yufeng exclaimed with surprise. "This little girl bears a resemblance to my sister." Gong Yuming nodded, inquiring, "Little sister, what is your name?" "Li Ningqin, though I may not bear the surname Li." "Qin, do not speak carelessly." At that moment, Yi Tian had maneuvered to stand beside Feng Qiu, shielding Li Ningqin from harm. In that instant, Gong Yuming produced a leaf, emerald and lustrous, with intricate veins resembling golden threads that in a flash. A radiant glow enveloped the area, and an aroma of herbs wafted through the air. Both Yi Tianran and Feng Qiu were astonished. It was evident that this was an extraordinary treasure. "What is this? It feels remarkably familiar," Li Ningqin gasped, filled with curiosity, her hand almost reaching out to touch it. "This is the sacred artifact of my Yaowang Valley. The golden thread green leaf," Gong Yuming explained. "Little sister, if you release a hint of your fighting spirit, the sacred object may recognize you and answer your queries." "Brother?" Li Ningqin glanced anxiously at Yi Tianran, hesitant to comply. "Give it a try," Yi Tianran replied, his expression complex. "All right," Li Ningqin nodded, slowly releasing a wisp of azure fighting spirit. In an instant, that wisp of energy danced like a serpent, soaring toward the golden thread green leaf. She is indeed a member of the Gong family. The faces of the three Gong family members shifted dramatically. Yet, the most astonishing events were just beginning to end. The next moment, the golden thread green leaf flew forth, landing upon Li Ningqin's brow, seamlessly merging with her being. Immediately, the fighting spirit within Li Ningqin surged uncontrollably, escalating to unprecedented heights as she broke through her limits. After a brief moment, Li Ningqin ascended several levels, reaching the pinnacle of the Duqi realm. With only a final step needed to enter the Jingbian realm, at the same time, Li Ningqin's Duhun manifested, Previously, her Duhan was merely a swirling mass of green mist, identified by King Taiyan as a 7-star medicinal spirit Duhan. However, at this moment, the mist dissipated, revealing a small green plant with a single leaf, specifically a Jinlu Bai. This was the legendary Wuxiang holy tree Duhan. The three members of the Gong family were struck as if by lightning, their eyes wide with astonishment. With a thud, Gong Yuming and Gong Yufeng knelt on one knee, saying, "We pay our respects to the young master. We have been disrespectful in the past. Please forgive us. Am I really a member of the Gong family?" Li Ningqin asked, her face filled with confusion. "That it cannot be wrong." Gong Yuming replied, "The Jinlu Bai has been refined by secret methods, recognizing our Gong family's bloodline. Moreover, 13 years ago, when the young master was born, there were celestial phenomena, allowing the young master to awaken the Wuxiang holy tree Duhan. This cannot be fabricated. Is that so?" Li Ningqin could hardly believe it and turned to look at Yi Tianran. She only trusted Yi Tianran. It should not be false that Yi Tianran furrowed his brow, reluctant to accept this outcome. Yet he had no choice but to. Gong Yuming seized the moment, saying, "We request that the young master return with us to Yaowang Valley. The valley master and your parents will be overjoyed." "Parents?" Li Ningqin's expression instantly grew complex. "Brother, I want to go," she stated. "Young master," Gong Yuming said solemnly, "you are already a daughter of heaven. Why must you always consider that insignificant fellow's feelings? He is but an ant. Be quiet," Li Ningqin retorted irritably. "Did I not only want to consult my brother on everything, but I also want to heed his words? If my brother does not allow me to go, then I shall not go." Gong Yuming's lips twitched slightly. In terms of blood relations, he was indeed Li Ningqin's cousin. However, in her eyes, this cousin was not even worth a single hair of Yi Tianran. The slap in the face was resoundingly loud. Good girl. Meanwhile, Yi Tianran's heart was nearly warmed through. All the pain he had borne for this little girl had not been in vain. Initially, Yi Tianran was unwilling to accept all this, fearing that Li Ningqin might leave and never return. But now, seeing her attitude, he could finally relax. Calmly, he said, "Qiner, I respect your decision. If you wish to go, then go. Once I finish my matters, I will come to see you." Li Ningqin replied, "I will go back and tell my parents that I want to become my brother's bride. I will wait for my brother to come and marry me." Upon hearing this, the corners of the mouths of the three members of the Gong family twitched. The esteemed young master of the Gong family actually wanted to marry an ant? If this were to spread, the entire Yaowang Valley would become a laughingstock throughout the land. "Silly girl, your status is different now. Perhaps when you grow up, you won't want to marry me anymore." Yi Tianran ruffled Li Ningqin's hair, his gaze complex. "That won't happen." Li Ningqin replied with a sweet smile, "That in my heart, my brother will forever be the unparalleled genius, the greatest hero, the best man in the world." Yi Tianran laughed, and in a moment of affection, he embraced Li Ningqin tightly. After a long while, Li Ningqin said, "Sister Q, let that sister go. That might not be possible." Feng Q replied cautiously, "What if they turn against us? We could be left without a burial place." "That won't happen," Li Ningqin assured, "that I can control their bloodline power." Look, with a thought, Li Ningqin enveloped Gong Yue in a mysterious force. Suddenly, a large amount of blood oozed from the wounds on Gong Yue's neck. However, as Li Ningqin altered her intention, the blood flowed back, and even the wounds healed rapidly. Yi Tianran and Feng Q were both astonished by the scene before them, while the three members of the Gong family displayed genuine awe. It was evident that this was the true reason why Gong Yuming and Gong Yufeng were willing to kneel. They were not necessarily loyal to Li Ningqin as their young master, but rather feared the extraordinary abilities of the Wuxiang holy tree Duhan. "All right, I will release her," Feng Q sighed in relief, putting away her dagger. Li Ningqin then approached Su Kuyu, her fair hand releasing 2 streams of green duki, infusing them into Su Kuyu's body. In no time, Su Kuyu awakened, his wounds healed, and he appeared even healthier than before. After accomplishing this, Li Ningqin departed with the 3 members of the Gong family. "Yi Tianran, are you truly at ease?" Feng Q gazed at Li Ningqin's retreating figure, sighing, "From this day forth, she shall be a prodigy soaring above the clouds. When you meet again, you will be from 2 different worlds. You still have the leisure to worry about me." Yi Tianran's expression turned cold as he said icily, "You broke our agreement and fled alone. I have yet to settle that score with you." This Feng Q's heart tightened, and she grew anxious at Yi Tianran. "You can't be so petty, can you? I have returned to help you. What do you want?" Yi Tianran smirked, his lips curling into a wicked smile. "There's a small grove over there. Accompany me inside to have some fun, and we can wipe the slate clean, you." Feng Q was rendered speechless. Recalling her earlier antics of enticing Yi Tianran, her cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Swish! While there were no cracks in the ground, Feng Q transformed into a shadow and vanished without a trace. "Young master, you deliberately allowed Miss Chiner and Miss Q to leave, didn't you?" Su Kuyu stood not far away, his deep eyes seemingly able to see through everything. "The road ahead is uncertain. I do not wish to involve innocent people." Yi Tianran replied calmly, "Old Su, you should return as well, that if I can survive and leave the great wasteland, I will seek you out in Huangluo City." "It seems the young master is determined," Su Kuyu said with a somber expression. "I would prefer not to leave, but as an old servant, I am a burden to you." "Do not speak such gloomy words," Yi Tianran said. "When I emerge from the great wasteland, I will take you to find Chiner. Perhaps Yawang Valley has a way to restore your cultivation." "Thank you. Young master, I will await you in Huangluo City. Until you return, I will not leave." Su Kuyu bowed deeply before riding off. The cold moon hung high in the sky, the wasteland exuding a deadly silence. Ahead lay the fearsome expanse of the great wasteland that Yi Tianran strode forward, undaunted by life or death. Chapter 20. A beauty destined to captivate. You are too weak. The following 2 days of travel were uneventful, and Yi Tianran successfully reached the outskirts of the great wasteland. However, starting on the 3rd day, the journey became exceptionally arduous. The vast, boundless desert was fraught with quicksand, geothermal heat, sandstorms, and numerous beasts lurking underground, making every step treacherous. Moreover, the weather was unpredictable. One moment, the scorching sun could ignite withered grass, while the next, torrential rain could transform the desert into a muddy quagmire. As the rain poured down, Yi Tianran had already encountered his 3rd storm since entering the great wasteland just 1 day prior. Fortunately, he found a cave. Using the deadwood he had collected during the day, he lit a fire to dry his clothes and roasted some of the blood and flesh of the beasts he had hunted earlier, barely managing to spend the night in relative comfort. "Brother, there is a firelight in the cave ahead. Let us go take a look." At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the cave. Shortly after, 5 drenched men rushed inside. "Young man, the rain is simply too heavy tonight. May we borrow your shelter for a while?" One burly man said with a broad smile as he approached and clasped his hands in greeting. "I don't mind. This cave is spacious enough," Yi Tianran casually replied. The 5 burly men then settled down near the entrance of the cave. "Young man, could you lend us some firewood to cook?" The same man asked, still grinning broadly. "Help yourselves," Yi Tianran responded. The man grinned widely, turned, and began to gather a substantial amount of wood, specifically selecting large, burnable pieces, treating it as if he were at home. Fortunately, Yi Tianran's clothes were already dry, and he was too lazy to fuss over such trivialities. However, it wasn't long before the man returned again. "Young man, could you share some of that roasted meat with us? It smells divine. It's so tempting." Swish! Yi Tianran directly took out a large piece of beast leg meat and tossed it over. Thank you, you are truly a great help." The burly man shouldered the meat and then, drawing his sword, began to slice it up, threading it onto the blade like a meat skewer to roast. "Brother, does that kid know some kind of beast magic? How can he conjure up meat out of thin air?" asked a younger man, his voice low. "But that's not beast magic. It's a storage ring." The leader of the group muttered that a storage ring. "That must be quite valuable, right?" The young man inquired again. "Stop asking so much. The meat is going to burn." The leader of the group brought the topic to a close. "Young lad." Subsequently, he produced a wine gourd and inquired, "You have provided us with meat. We have wine. Would you care for a drink?" "I shall abstain," Yi Tianran replied with notable caution. By the way, young man, what brings you alone to the great wilderness?" The leader probed. "Experience," Yi Tianran replied casually. "You must be a promising disciple of a sect." "My apologies," the leader chuckled, continuing his inquiry. "I am Wu Chonglin, a bounty hunter from Huangluo City." May I ask your esteemed name and the sect to which you belong? Not wishing to offend, Yi Tianran replied nonchalantly. I am Yi Tianran, without a sect or affiliation. Without a sect or affiliation? Wu Chonglin's eyes glimmered with a barely perceptible surprise, prompting his four companions to rise in unison. Young brother, our meat is ready. Do sample our culinary skills. They approached, brandishing their swords that held the roasted meat. Young lad, Wu Chonglin proclaimed, you have just declined our wine. It would be quite disrespectful to refuse our roasted meat as well. Respect. Yi Tianran's gaze turned icy as he replied indifferently. What need have the dead for respect? Wu Chonglin sneered. Oh, you are not as foolish as you appear. Then let us drop the pretense, brothers. Let us reveal our true intentions. With that, the four men cast the roasted meat aside, their gleaming sword edges aimed directly at Yi Tianran, their greedy eyes fixated on his treasure ring. Young man, allow me to impart a lesson before you meet your end. In your next life, remember to keep your wealth concealed when you venture forth. Wu Chonglin jeered. And I shall impart a lesson to you. Yi Tianran calmly replied while seated on the ground. One hand tending to the meat, the other slowly raised. I end your next life. Should you lack sufficient strength, refrain from being a villain. As his words fell, Yi Tianran transformed his fingers into a sword. Slicing through the air, with a swift motion, a blade of thunderous fire surged forth, cleaving Wu Chonglin in two. The sword energy did not wane, but surged onward, dispatching the four companions in a similar fate. The cave fell silent once more as Yi Tianran resumed his roasting of meat, too apathetic to extract the soul crystals, opting instead to consign the half-corpse of those men bearing soul crystals into the soul-fighting space of Han Jiangying. Earlier, during the cavalry charge, Yi Tianran had slain 63 foes, followed by 5 beastly creatures over the subsequent 2 days, and now, adding these 5, he had accumulated a total of 73 soul crystals. This time, Han Jiangying did not offer a reward, but promised to assist Yi Tianran in repairing the wood spirit armor pearl upon collecting 100 soul crystals. That Su Kuyu had once mentioned that the wood spirit armor pearl concealed a formidable wooden weapon. Yi Tianran found himself eagerly anticipating this. Thus he momentarily refrained from requesting other rewards. After all, the great wilderness was rife with beasts, and with fools like Wu Chonglin delivering themselves, gathering 100 soul crystals would not take long. Excuse me, may I interrupt? At that moment, a young woman rushed in, her features somewhat pleasing yet drenched, resembling a drowned rat, her hair disheveled and devoid of makeup, hardly qualifying her as a beauty. Young master, may we take shelter from the rain? Just as she began to speak, her eyes fell upon the 5 corpses that, oh no, more accurately, 5 half-corpse remnants. In these chaotic times, corpses were not terrifying. What was alarming was that Yi Tianran was roasting meat. Roasting meat! My apologies for the interruption. The young woman, horrified, turned to flee. Is she a fool? Yi Tianran shook his head, seeing the meat was nearly ready. He took it off to eat. Where is the man-eating demon? Just as he took a few bites, the girl re-entered, accompanied by 2 young men clad in green robes and wielding swords. That's him. The young woman pointed at Yi Tianran, her voice trembling. He has consumed the lower halves of 5 individuals. And he does not even spit out the bones? A man-eating demon? Only the lower halves? Yi Tianran was drenched in sweat. I say, dear lady, what kind of eyes do you possess? This piece of meat in my hand is clearly demon. Surrender your life. Before Yi Tianran could finish, the 2 young men lunged forward with their swords. Ignorant fools. Yi Tianran's eyes darkened as he raised his hand again. You 2 disciples, retreat swiftly. Even I cannot discern this demon's cultivation. Do not throw away your lives. Allow me to deal with him. Just then, a commanding voice rang out from outside the cave, followed by the sight of a figure draped in a fiery red gown rushing in. With a flick of his wrist, Yi Tianran did not even lift his gaze, one hand occupied with meat, the other slashing at the assailants, unleashing another surge of sword energy. Yi Tianran. At that moment, the newcomer exclaimed in surprise that a familiar voice. Alarmed, Yi Tianran instinctively unleashed a second wave of sword energy. Boom! The first wave of sword energy had not been executed with full force. Thus the second could overtake it, shattering the first. With a fierce sound, the residual force of the sword energy struck the rock behind, carving a terrifying scar over a span of 10 feet and a width of a palm. Who are you? Yi Tianran frowned as he regarded the woman in her ed. It is I, she replied, lowering her weapon, her alabaster hands brushing back the rain-soaked hair. Instantly, a stunningly beautiful face emerged, the raindrops glistening like pearls upon her flawless skin. Reminiscent of a lotus flower emerging from the water, breathtakingly enchanting, to at that moment. The rain-soaked gown clung to her figure, accentuating her voluptuous curves, a sight to behold. Beautiful. A beauty that could topple nations. Xia Qingqing. Yi Tianran's face lit up with astonishment. What brings you here? Senior Sister Xia. Do you recognize this demon? The somewhat foolish young woman furrowed her brow. We are disciples of the Heavenly Sect Academy. A prestigious sect. How could we consort with evil? Xia Qingqing smiled sweetly. Foolish Lu Chan. He is not a demon, but the one you admire most, Yi Tian. What? Lin Luchen was taken aback, the two young men beside her stunned into silence. He is the unparalleled genius, the one causing a stir in the imperial capital. Yi Tianran? Indeed, it is he. Xia Qingqing approached, seizing Yi Tianran's wrist and bringing the roasted meat to her nose. This is merely tiger meat. Come and smell for yourself. She laughed at ah. Lin Luchen leaned in to sniff. Her face instantly flushed. I apologize, Yi Xiang. I misunderstood you earlier. No harm done, Yi Tianran replied, but why do you refer to me as Shi Xiao? Lin Luchen explained. You are a named disciple of the Heavenly Sect Academy. We from the Elementary Academy are all your junior brothers and sisters that I pay my respects to Yi Xiao. Immediately, the two young men rushed forward, cupping their fists in salute, their eyes filled with awe and admiration that I pay my respects to Yi Xiao. Even Xia Qingqing bowed respectfully. Yi Tianran chuckled. What bond do we share? No need for such formalities. We cannot avoid it, Xia Qingqing replied with a wry smile. I am now also a disciple of the Elementary Academy, leading junior brothers and sisters on their excursions that if I do not observe proper etiquette, they may learn poorly. Senior Sister Xia, what is your relationship with Yi Xiao? Lin Luchen inquired curiously, the two young men also pricking up their ears, their expressions complex. Both were quite fond of Xia Qingqing and thus were eager for an answer. A bond of life and death, Xia Qingqing smiled. Back in Wuzhou City, I entrusted my life and fortune to him. Lin Luchen nodded, while the two young men exchanged glances, a hint of jealousy flickering in their eyes. They had seldom witnessed Xia Qingqing smile, but today, her joy in Yi Tianran's presence surpassed all her previous smiles combined. Come, sit here, dry your clothes, Yi Tianran beckoned. Xia Qingqing moved to sit on his left, while Lin Luchen timidly settled on his right. Observing this left embrace, right hug scene, the two young men seethed with jealousy. However, their low cultivation levels prevented them from expressing their feelings, forcing them to sit obediently across from them. Qingqing, how did you end up in the Elementary Academy? Did not the Empress express her intent to promote you? Yi Tianran asked with curiosity. It is not the Empress's fault. My cultivation is simply too low. Xia Qingqing replied with a bitter smile. Our Wuzhou is indeed a remote and impoverished place that it was only upon arriving at the imperial capital that I realized there are always those stronger than oneself. My cultivation is akin to that of an ant in the presence of the Academy's disciples. Even if I were admitted, I would lack the courage. Thus, the Empress allowed me to first join the Elementary Academy. The disciples there are all young geniuses that if I can pass the year-end assessment, I can smoothly advance. The Empress has invested considerable resources in my training, and now my cultivation has reached the 7th level of the crystal transformation realm. I am quite confident for this year's assessment. As the conversation progressed, Xia Qingqing's face was alight with anticipation. She was clearly not one to settle for mediocrity. She had been diligently striving to grow stronger, yearning for the day when she could proudly step into the Tianzong Academy. Yi Tianran furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, if what you say is true, I might as well join the primary academy. My cultivation is still inferior to yours. Xia Qingqing replied, indeed, your battle spirit is unique, making it difficult for others to discern your cultivation level that I still cannot fathom what realm you currently occupy. Yi Tianran responded, I am at the 4th level of the crystal transformation realm, which is 3 minor realms beneath you. Wow. Yi Tianran, are you even human? Xia Qingqing teased playfully. You have only awakened your battle spirit less than 2 months ago. At this rate, in just another 2 months, won't you surpass me? Her words left Lin Luchen and the two male disciples utterly astonished. Truly, she was a peerless genius as foretold by the heavens. To achieve such progress in less than 2 months was akin to matching the arduous cultivation of an ordinary person over a lifetime. Even for a prodigy, it would typically take 3 to 5 years. Aided by ample resources, to reach such heights. This was the stark contrast between an ordinary genius and an extraordinary one. Heaven above! How unfair! Without comparison, there can be no pain. Lin Luchen stood in a daze. Overwhelmed by shock, while the two male disciples were consumed by a burning jealousy. I said just the 4 of you on this expedition. That seems rather unsafe. Yi Tianran remarked. Not at all. Xia Qingqing shook her head. This time, both the academy and the primary academy are participating, albeit in separate teams, each acting independently. I am leading these 3, that then Wu Lingxi and Wu Linking have come as well. Yi Tianran inquired. Yes, Xia Qingqing confirmed. Both of them are elite disciples of the academy, and they have likely ventured deep into the great wilderness by now, while our primary academy disciples dare only linger around the periphery. It was evident that the deeper one ventured into the great wilderness, the more perilous it became. Only those with sufficient strength would dare to explore its depths. That why Tianran's goal was to reach the far northern end of the great wilderness, which required not just entering it but traversing its entirety. What realms have those sisters attained? Yi Tianran asked. Uncertain, Xia Qingqing replied that at the very least, they are likely one major realm above me. Moreover, the resources provided to them by the Empress are far more abundant. Ensuring their advancement is undoubtedly swifter than mine. These words caused Yi Tianran to furrow his brow deeply. With his current cultivation level, traversing the great wilderness would be akin to courting death. Xia Qingqing recognized Yi Tianran's intent and softly urged, preserving one's life is paramount. There is no need for you to take risks now. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead. Yi Tianran replied solemnly. Logically speaking, I have already waited for over a decade, that a few more years are inconsequential. But this time, I am determined to push through to the end. Why? Xia Qingqing asked, puzzled, because, back then, my parents had even lower cultivation levels. If I cannot reach the end, they may. Yi Tianran's brow furrowed, hesitating to continue to, I understand, Xia Qingqing said, her nose tinged with a sense of sorrow, her eyes reddening, that why Yi Tianran was not afraid of death. Rather, he was unwilling to accept that his parents might have perished along the way. Thus, he was resolved to fight on, that if he could overcome the dangers he faced, perhaps his parents could as well. He was wagering his life for a glimmer of hope, however faint it may be. He would exert every effort, perhaps in vain, but he sought to remain true to himself. What a lively scene we have here. Just then, 4 more individuals entered the cave. The leading man, clad in battle armor and wielding a long sword, resembled a valiant general, exuding an air of gallantry. The 3 men behind him were evidently his subordinates. Greetings, senior brother Dong Lai. Upon seeing the newcomers, Lin Luchen and the 2 male disciples promptly rose to pay their respects. However, Dong Lai ignored them completely, narrowing his eyes as he gazed at Xia Qingqing. Xia Qingqing, upon encountering your senior brother, why do you not rise to pay your respects? He sneered. Xia Qingqing's expression turned icy, and she replied indifferently, you and I are both at the 7th level of the crystal transformation realm. Why should I pay you homage? In the Tianzong, strength dictated respect. The hierarchy within the sect was determined by one's power. The strong were regarded as senior brothers and sisters, even capable of becoming elders or deputy sect leaders. As long as one's fists were strong enough, one could ascend to greatness. Dong Lai scoffed. Yes, our cultivation levels may be equal, but I am the son of the North Guardian General. You, on the other hand, are merely a commoner unworthy of standing on equal footing with me. Greetings, Brother Dong. Xia Qingqing, wishing to avoid conflict, had no choice but to rise and pay her respects. Who is this fellow? Dong Lai squinted at Yi Tianran. This is the renowned Yi Tianran. Without waiting for Xia Qingqing to respond, the 2 male disciples from her team eagerly interjected, he is merely at the 4th level of the crystal transformation realm. Yet he has the audacity to join the academy instead of the primary academy. Furthermore, his relationship with Sister Xia is quite intimate. Zhang Zhao. Zhang Sun, Xia Qingqing's anger flared instantly. Are you 2 stirring trouble? Do you think I cannot hear your insinuations? Zhang Zhao retorted with a sneer. We merely find it unfair. Why should Brother Dong, with superior cultivation and a more distinguished lineage, be overshadowed by Yi Tianran? Isn't that so? Zhang Sun added. Brother Dong has pursued Sister Xia, but has been repeatedly rejected, while she seems to favor Yi Tianran. Isn't that a slap in the face for Brother Dong? The two of them played off each other's words masterfully, while Dong Lai's expression darkened ominously, his gaze towards Yi Tianran brimming with hostility. Dong Lai, do not heed their provocations, Xia Qingqing said urgently. Yi Tianran and I share no romantic entanglements. You need not explain, Dong Lai snarled. There is a rule in the Tianzong. Juniors may challenge seniors at will, and seniors cannot refuse. Xia Qingqing's face turned ashen. Dong Lai, do not act recklessly. Dong Lai grinned maliciously. Why, Yi Tianran? I have long heard of your reputation as a peerless genius. Today, I shall challenge you, of course. If you are too cowardly to accept, you can kneel and bow to me as your senior brother. Then crawl out of this cave beneath my legs, forever barred from associating with Xia Qingqing. At this proclamation, both Xia Qingqing and Lin Luchen were filled with anxiety. Zhang Zhao and Zhang Sun, however, were eager to witness Yi Tianran's humiliation that I in their eyes. Yi Tianran, being 3 minor realms beneath Dong Lai, would undoubtedly shy away from the challenge. Thus, the so-called peerless genius would be transformed into a laughingstock. Ridiculed throughout the Tianzong and even the entire imperial capital, that I accept your challenge, Yi Tianran said nonchalantly, munching on roasted meat, his words shocking. However, you are truly too weak. Take half an hour to find some help. Chapter 21. Husband? What did you say? Dong Lai's face contorted in rage. Why, Yi Tianran? What are you trying to portray? You are 3 minor realms beneath me, yet you dare to claim I am weak. Li Zhao chimed in sarcastically. Brother Dong, this Yi Tianran believes himself to be a peerless genius, completely disregarding you. Li Sun followed suit. Brother Dong, this is beyond a mere slap in the face. It's as if he is grinding your face into the dirt. Lin Luchen panicked. Li Zhao, Li Sun, how can you behave this way? You should be trying to mediate with Brother Dong. Advise your ancestors. Dong Lai was already furious, raising his long sword and charging at Yi Tianran. Yi Tianran, you must flee. I'll hold him off. At that moment, Xia Qingqing dashed forward, brandishing a pair of crescent-shaped blades. Clang! Before Yi Tianran could utter a word, Dong Lai and Xia Qingqing had already clashed head-on. The chaotic energy erupted with a piercing shriek, and a wave of force swept through the cave, causing it to tremble. With a single strike, Dong Lai was forced back 3 steps. However, Xia Qingqing lost her balance and was sent flying backward. Fortunately, Yi Tianran reacted swiftly, catching her securely in his arms. In that fleeting moment, the two were closely entwined, the astonishing softness and captivating fragrance igniting Yi Tianran's primal energy, especially as Xia Qingqing was damp from the fray. The exquisite sensation made it nearly impossible for Yi Tianran to maintain his composure. Dong Lai, it's been a few days, and your cultivation has improved. Xia Qingqing's face was pale, her eyes filled with anxiety. It was evident that although she and Dong Lai were of the same realm, Dong Lai held the upper hand in actual combat, that if the battle continued, her defeat was merely a matter of time. How many times must I say it? I am the son of the North Guardian General. Dong Lai declared arrogantly that my father governs a vast territory, and all resources are funneled to me. This is the very essence of our disparity. It was apparent that Xia Qingqing possessed greater innate talent than Dong Lai, yet the resources she had access to were vastly inferior. Tio put it bluntly, if the resources consumed by Dong Lai were to be piled onto a pig, even that pig would possess impressive cultivation. Yi Tianran, who would have thought that a so-called peerless genius would resort to hiding behind a woman? Dong Lai sneered with a triumphant grin. Since you dare not accept the challenge, then according to our agreement, kneel down and call me Dong Shixiao. After that, crawl out of this cave from beneath me, and you are forever forbidden to associate with Xia Qingqing. As these words fell, the surrounding male disciples revealed sinister smiles on their faces. Lin Luchen hastily remarked, Yi Shixiao, a true man knows when to bend and when to yield. You should heed Dong Shixiao's words. This is your only option. Don't say another word, Luchen. At this moment, Xia Qingqing interrupted Lin Luchen, speaking in a grave tone. I know Yi Tianran. He would never kneel before anyone. Not kneeling. Then death awaits. Dong Lai roared angrily, launching another assault on Xia Qingqing. As long as he could defeat her, Yi Tianran would be like a turtle in a jar, at Dong Lai's mercy, to toy with as he pleased at Yi Tianran. Find an opportunity to escape. Xia Qingqing intended to break free from Yi Tianran's embrace, but discovered it was utterly futile. Let go of me. Are you trying to embrace death together? Xia Qingqing exclaimed in shock. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Tianran grinned mischievously. I didn't realize your waist was so slender. Curse your ancestors. Even at death's door, you dare to flaunt your affection before me. I will make you. MMPH, Dong Lai bellowed as he charged. But halfway through, he let out a chilling wail. With a swift movement, Yi Tianran held Xia Qingqing with one arm, while his other hand casually unleashed a blood-red sword aura that I in the blink of an eye. That sword energy pierced through Dong Lai's battle armor, carving a gash deep enough to expose bone on his chest. Ugh! The armor clattered to the ground as Dong Lai collapsed, violently spitting out a mouthful of blood. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. What was that sword energy? How could it be so terrifying? Li Zhao's eyes bulged with disbelief, cold sweat pouring down his face. This is impossible. The gap between three minor realms could be crossed with a mere flick of a hand. Am I dreaming? Li Sun felt his body hair stand on end, his legs trembling uncontrollably, as if he might soil himself. Thud, thud, thud. Meanwhile, the three male disciples who had followed Dong Lai all fell to their knees. 3 thuds and 9 bows. They cried in unison, disciples of the Shaogong from Tianzong, we pay our respects to Yi Tianran Shixiao. We followed Dong Lai merely for training and meant no offense to you. Yi Shixiao. Please spare us. Very well. You 3 may leave. Yi Tianran responded, clearly distinguishing between enmity and mercy, and thus did not make things difficult for these onlookers. Thud, thud. Li Zhao and Li Sun soon knelt as well. Without further ado, these two began to knock their heads fervently against the ground until their foreheads bled and the earth cracked beneath them. Only then did they wail, Yi Shixiao. Spare us. We were momentarily bewitched by madness, leading us to act so foolishly. Please, let us go. The overwhelming fear shattered Li Sun and Li Zhao's composure, and they instinctively began to wet themselves. Stop howling. I won't kill you, as you're filthy, Yi Tianran said disdainfully, even too lazy to cast a glance at Li Sun and Li Zhao. Thank you, Yi Shixiao. Thank you. Li Sun and Li Zhao, feeling as though they had received a reprieve, scrambled to escape. You two scoundrels. Had it not been for your instigation, I wouldn't have offended Yi Shixiao. But at that moment, Dong Lai raised his blade and roared, if Yi Shixiao finds it filthy, I do not. I shall send you on your way now. Swish! Gripping the hilt of his battle blade, Dong Lai swung his arm with ferocity, the blade slicing through the AI, in the next instant. The heads of Li Zhao and Li Sun rolled to the ground. Afterwards, Dong Lai sheathed his blade, enduring the agony in his chest, and bowed 3 times with 9 knocks. Disciple of Shaogong, Dong Lai pays respects to Yi Shixiao. In this battle, Dong Lai concedes wholeheartedly, for all prior offenses. I shall accept any punishment from Yi Shixiao. Dong Lai possessed some intellect. He was fully aware that he was no match for Yi Tianran, and thus chose to submit. Where there is life, there is hope. Yi Tianran said indifferently, I can't be bothered to punish you. As you said, crawl out. From now on, you are forbidden to associate with Xia Qingqing. Understood. Dong Lai feigned compliance, yet his heart boiled with resentment. As the son of the illustrious general of the North, he had always prided himself on being of noble stature. Now, however, he was reduced to a kneeling clan, crawling out like a dog. This was an utter disgrace to him, and a tremendous humiliation to his father and family. Nonetheless, he understood that he was not Yi Tianran's equal, so he must endure. Only by enduring this moment could he seek revenge in the future. Xia Qingqing voiced her concern. Yi Tianran, this isn't like you. Are you certain you can leave the roots untouched? The roots aren't here. Yi Tianran shook his head. Unless I can eliminate the general of the North. Killing Dong Lai now would only invite greater trouble that I understand. Xia Qingqing was astute, grasping the underlying meaning immediately. There were many disciples of Shaogong nearby, and it was certain that some would have witnessed Xia Qingqing and Dong Lai entering the cave in quick succession. If Dong Lai were to die, Xia Qingqing would undoubtedly face the wrath of the general of the North. Conversely, Letting Dong Lai go meant that the enemy she would face in the future would be Dong Lai, a threat far less severe than directly confronting the general of the North. Thus, it was evident that decisiveness in killing and removing roots both required wisdom. Blindly slaughtering was not an option. The following morning, after the torrential rain ceased, the sun hung high in the sky. The unprecedented heat scorched the earth. As the night's rain evaporated into white mist by noon, the land had once again turned into a parched desert. Yi Tianran, ahead lies Ghost Head Ridge, Xia Qingqing remarked somberly, gazing at the endless black mountain range before them. That I once heard a senior sister say that within it lies a forest of bones. A mountain of skulls, human heads form mats, human skin rots into dust. It is truly a hell on earth. Yi Tianran nodded. You two should return. We shall meet again in the imperial capital. Xia Qingqing expressed her concern. I know that by following you, Luchen and I will only hinder you. I also know that I cannot dissuade you. My only hope is that if you encounter life-threatening danger, you must escape. I will wait for you in the imperial capital. Always wait. Yi Tianran felt a surge of emotion, but did not wish to reveal it. He feigned a wicked grin. I haven't had my fill of your delicate waste yet. How could I bear to die? You rogue. As long as you return to the imperial capital, I will let you embrace as much as you like. Xia Qingqing playfully glared at Yi Tianran, her tense demeanor finally easing a bit. Let us go. Yi Tianran stepped forward, not looking back, and waved his hand with great flair. Goodbye, Yi Shixiao. Lin Luchen bounced and waved energetically. Sister Xia, why are your eyes so red? Lin Luchen asked with a worried expression. That it's nothing. The wind and sand are just too strong. Xia Qingqing replied with a smile, lowering her head. After a while, Yi Tianran finally entered that black mountain range. Initially, Yi Tianran had been skeptical about the legends, believing that even if there was some truth, it would be exaggerated. However, upon truly entering the mountains, he realized that the legends were all true, and not a single bit was embellished. Pale, withered bones were scattered everywhere, some human, some from beasts. The ground was thick with a viscous, foul-smelling black mud, teeming with all manner of writhing worms and venomous creatures, reminiscent of maggots in a dung pit. The further he ventured, the more severe the conditions became, but he even began to see freshly deceased corpses, their bodies crawling with those same worms and venomous creatures, slowly being corroded and devoured, with brain matter and internal organs spilling everywhere. Yi Tianran felt that the term hell on earth hardly sufficed to describe the horrors he witnessed. Yet, in such a dreadful and terrifying environment, he could still observe traces of human activity. For opportunities often lie hidden behind dangers. The more perilous the place, the greater the chance for fortune. Thus, those with genuine prowess would venture north of the Black Mountains to explore. For instance, Wu Lingqing and Wu Lingxi, as Xia Qingqing had mentioned, had crossed the Black Mountains early that day. They might have already traversed Ghost Head Ridge and entered an even more perilous realm, brimming with greater opportunities. Help! Help! At that moment, a woman's scream echoed from a distance that Yi Tian initially had no intention of intervening. However, the woman came barreling towards him, throwing herself into his arms. Young master, save me. A beast is chasing me. The woman was strikingly beautiful. With an oval face, willow-like brows, a tall and graceful figure, and a lithe silhouette. Particularly striking were her long legs, which had been torn by the beast, fully exposed. They were as white, straight, slender, and long as could be. Yet, several gashes marred her thigh. Detracting from her beauty, roar! Yi Tianran genuinely wished to avoid getting involved, but the beast had already leapt into the air, lunging towards them. That it was a fiery-maned old lion. Measuring 3 zhang in length, with claws like knives, its massive maw gaping open like a bottomless pit. Empowered by its fighting spirit, its claws could rend and devour anything. Wind and thunder divine movement. The fiery-maned elder lion possesses formidable prowess and exudes immense strength that in a moment of urgency, Yi Tianran could only momentarily evade its onslaught. With the enhancement of thunderous energy, he executed the wind-walking technique. Swiftly retreating several paces with the woman in tow. You must get away. Yi Tianran urgently pushed the woman from his embrace and unsheathed the southern bright fire sword with a swift motion. Take care, my husband. I shall await you at our rendezvous. The woman shouted, her voice piercing the air before she turned and fled. Husband? Yi Tianran, astute as he is, instantly realized he had been manipulated to roar. Yet, the fiery-maned elder lion relentlessly pursued him, leaving Yi Tianran no choice but to turn and strike with his sword. Clang! The blade, imbued with the essence of thunder, surged forth with greater speed and power. Wankai, get out of the way, a voice cried out from behind. As the fiery-maned elder lion unleashed its combat aura, sidestepping with a sudden movement. Slash! The sword's edge found its mark, carving a deep wound into the lion's shoulder. Exposing the bone beneath. One could even discern a concave scar etched into its bone. Had its bones not been exceptionally sturdy, that foreleg would surely have been severed. That, of course, had no one alerted it, the lion would have likely lost its head to Yi Tianran's strike. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, 7 or 8 figures rushed forth, led by a middle-aged man. Fu Qingzhu, Wankai, are you unharmed? Fu Qingzhu hastened to the side of the fiery-maned elder lion, frantically retrieving healing powder to sprinkle over its wound. The powder, remarkably potent, immediately halted the bleeding and began the process of scabbing over. Fu Qingzhu then fixed his gaze upon Yi Tianran, bellowing, "Rascal! Did you think you could protect that wretched Bai Xian? Pray, temper your fury." Yi Tianran interjected, brow furrowed in explanation. "I was merely exploited by that woman. I am not acquainted with her. I never intended to be your adversary. Do you take me for a fool?" Fu Qingzhu retorted angrily. "That wretched Bai Xian repeatedly calls you husband, as if we Haven Tea heard her." Yi Tianran's brow tightened further. "I truly do not know her. If you capture her, I am willing to sever her head to prove my innocence." "Is that so?" At that moment, the woman, having returned, was followed by a cacophony of approaching footsteps. "This is bad. That wretched woman has summoned reinforcements. We must retreat." Fu Qingzhu's complexion shifted dramatically as he turned and fled with his companions. Chapter 22. A fool dies from speaking too much. "Boy, why are you not running?" Bai Xian squinted, regarding Yi Tianran as though he were a simpleton. Yi Tianran, his voice cold, replied, "I saved your life, yet you turn and use me as a weapon. This debt must be settled." "Ha, and how do you intend to settle it?" Bai Xian sneered disdainfully. Meanwhile, a host of monstrous figures emerged behind her. These creatures, resembling humans yet possessing dark blue skin, sported elongated arms that nearly dragged on the ground, and only a single eye, situated upon their foreheads. Yi Tianran had never encountered such creatures. It seems you remain unaware of the might of these cyclopean goo slaves. Bai Xian grinned maliciously. "Did I implant poisonous goo into the bodies of powerful individuals, causing their forms to mutate and granting them the strength of beasts? Truly a formidable enhancement." "Poisonous goo?" Yi Tianran's expression momentarily faltered, that he recalled that the leader of the Medicine King Valley was renowned as the foremost goo master of the great martial realm, capable of attaining the rank of the second strongest through the art of poison and goo. This underscored the potency of such techniques. Do you still wish to settle scores with me?" Bai Xian raised her chin, exuding an air of confidence that suggested she had ensnared him. Surrounding them were at least 10 cyclopean goo slaves, brandishing their claws with predatory intent. It was evident these creatures had long lost their humanity. Reduced to savage beasts utterly obedient to Bai Xian, her command, they would rush forth to devour Yi Tianran whole, leaving no trace behind. "The debt must be settled," Yi Tianran declared, his voice icy. "However, I can allow these monsters to entertain me first." Swish! No sooner had he spoken than Yi Tianran surged forward, sword in hand. "Kill him, kill!" Bai Xian was taken aback, shrieking in alarm. The image of Yi Tianran, having repelled the fiery-maned elder lion with a single stroke, was still fresh in her mind. She dared not underestimate him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! In an instant, 10 cyclopean goo slaves lunged forward in unison. Their strength may not match that of the fiery-maned elder lion, yet their speed surpassed it by far. Most notably, their long arms, rigid as spears and supple as whips, allowed them to launch attacks from every conceivable angle. Wind and thunder divine movement. Yi Tianran, refusing to be careless, infused his movements with blood thunder energy, channeling his physical prowess to the fullest. This enabled him to barely evade the onslaught of the 10 cyclopean goo slaves. Such remarkable speed and eerie combat aura. These cyclopean goo slaves cannot even touch him. Bai Xian was left utterly stunned. Swish! At that moment, Yi Tianran suddenly unleashed a sword strike. Slash! The blade grazed the chest of one Cyclopean goose slave, merely slicing through flesh without reaching the bone, leaving no visible mark upon it. This indicated that the bones of these Cyclopean goose slaves were even harder than those of the fiery-maned elder lion. More alarmingly, these creatures exhibited no sensation of pain and bore no fear of death. Roar! The injured Cyclopean goose slave, with its chest torn open, did not retreat. Instead, it emitted a terrifying roar that rivaled that of a ferocious beast at why Yi Tianran was taken aback. Yet, what transpired next left him utterly unprepared. Puffed! The wounded Cyclopean goose slave spewed forth a jet of dark blue blood. This sudden occurrence, occurring at such close range, left Yi Tianran no time to evade, resulting in him being splattered with the blood mist. Instantly, his garments underwent severe corrosion, disintegrating into tatters. The blue blood that fell to the ground even corroded the rock, creating gaping holes. How is this possible? Yet, at that moment, Bai Xian let out a gasp of disbelief. For Yi Tianran's skin, upon contact with the blue blood, remained unscathed, not even exhibiting the slightest sign of swelling. Had an ordinary person encountered even a drop of that blue blood, their skin would have rotted away instantly. Without prompt removal of the necrotic tissue, they would succumb to a gruesome demise. This illustrated the extraordinary resilience of Yi Tianran's physique, soul sword fusion. Meanwhile, Yi Tianran was not idle. The chaotic divine weapon spirit converged with the southern bright fire sword, merging into a singular entity. The sword energy and combat aura complemented one another, as the crimson light and thunderous brilliance surged, amplifying their might exponentially. Clang! A piercing sword cry resonated as 5 Cyclopean goose slaves before Yi Tianran were swiftly decapitated. To compel me to resort to soul sword fusion, these creatures are indeed formidable. Yi Tianran's gaze darkened as he locked onto Bai Xian with the precision of a hawk. Hiss! Bai Xian inhaled sharply, feeling as though she were being scrutinized by the Grim Reaper, her heart racing, cold sweat cascading down her brow, and her limbs turning icy. Thud! Bai Xian collapsed to her knees, pleading, "Senior, spare my life. Please spare me." Simultaneously, the remaining 5 Cyclopean goose slaves ceased their assault. Clearly, these 5 creatures could at best prolong the inevitable by allowing Yi Tianran to unleash a few more strikes. They could not alter the outcome. Apart from pleading for mercy, Bai Xian had no alternative. "I have no reason to spare you." Yi Tianran slowly raised his sword, his murderous intent palpable. "There is a reason." "There is," Bai Xian wailed. "I can serve you like a beast. I can even guide you to the Sword Demoness lair." The Sword Demoness lair? Yi Tianran's curiosity was piqued. "You are unaware? I assumed you had come for that very purpose," Bai Xian hastily explained. "Recently, celestial phenomena have shifted, causing the Sword Demoness lair to manifest. Various factions have converged, seeking to locate the lair and seize opportunities. Intriguing." Yi Tianran's interest was significantly aroused. The recent expedition of the Tianzong Academy might very well be aimed at that Sword Demoness lair. The fact that the Tianzong regarded it with such importance indicated that immense opportunities lay hidden within. "What reason do I have to trust you?" Yi Tianran inquired. "Senior, please look." Bai Xian promptly produced a map from her bosom, still warm and fragrant, declaring, "This is the map to the Sword Demoness lair, which I pilfered from Fu Qingzhu and his companions, hence their relentless pursuit of me." Yi Tianran, cautious, extended his sword and retrieved the map. Glancing at it briefly before asking, "The Sword Demoness lair lies within the Ghost Head Ridge of the Black Mountain Range." "Indeed." Bai Xian nodded earnestly. The sword demon Yin Beha resided in Ghost Head Ridge, famously known as the Wooden Sword Corpse. Yi Tianran acknowledged with a nod, yet his murderous intent remained unabated. "Very well. I have gleaned enough. You may die now, senior." "How could you do this?" Bai Xian's complexion paled drastically. "What do you mean by that? I never said I would spare you." Yi Tianran chuckled coldly. "You have only yourself to blame for your foolishness in presenting the map to me. You have outlived your usefulness and now pose a threat. I shall not be foolish enough to raise a tiger to my bosom." Bai Xian was momentarily at a loss for words, utterly astonished that Yi Tianran, such a fair and handsome young man, could be so scheming and ruthless, decisive in his actions. However, if the roles were reversed, Bai Xian knew that she would never allow Yi Tianran to live. It was simply the chaotic nature of the world. Where intricate schemes abounded, kindness was not always rewarded, and decisive action, rooting out threats, was often the wisest choice. That I still possess value, Bai Xian hastily declared. The journey to the Sword Demon's cave is perilous. With swarms of poisonous insects and a multitude of demonic beasts lurking about, that I am skilled in the use of poisons, as well as in their antidotes. Skilled in poisons? Yi Tianran's gaze sharpened. Intrigued that you possess a deep understanding of venomous creatures and toxic substances? Indeed, Bai Xian nodded earnestly. Very well. I offer you a chance to become my servant. Yi Tianran proclaimed. The seven-colored ringed python, the purple-toothed scorpion, and the three-legged green toad. If you can help me procure these three creatures, I shall spare your life. You may even regain your freedom. Bai Xian's beautiful eyes widened in shock. These three poisonous creatures were exceedingly rare and would not be easy to find. Until you find them, you will serve as my servant. Once they are in my possession, I will grant you your freedom. Agreed. It is settled. Bai Xian had no other options, regardless of whether she could find them. She had to agree for the time being. Subsequently, Yi Tianran remarked, these 5 one-eyed goose slaves are too conspicuous. I do not wish to carry them with me. Understood, Bai Xian replied. When I typically move, I do not take them along, lest we inadvertently alert our enemies. Lie down, Bai Xian commanded, and instantly, the 5 one-eyed goose slaves dropped to the ground, burrowing into the earth. Remarkably, once they lay flat, their presence completely vanished, making it impossible for anyone to detect them. That these creatures possess soul crystals? Yi Tianran inquired. They do, and I shall unearth them for you, Bai Xian nodded, extracting the soul crystals from the slain 5 one-eyed goose slaves. With a flick of his mind, Yi Tianran sent the 5 soul crystals into the soul battle space of Han Jiangying, adding them to the soul crystals he had collected from Li Sun and Li Zhao the previous night. He now had a total of 80 soul crystals, drawing closer to his goal of 100 that soon after. Yi Tianran and Bai Xian set off towards the Sword Demon Cave according to the map. Bai Xian led the way, while Yi Tianran followed closely behind, sword in hand. Should Bai Xian make any sudden moves, he would strike her down without hesitation. Master, may I inquire what you intend to do with those 3 poisonous creatures? Bai Xian asked, her heart racing as she sought to divert her anxiety. Refine my body, Yi Tianran replied. Refining your body with poisonous substances? Are you affiliated with the demonic sect? Bai Xian questioned suspiciously. I have no ties to the demonic sect. My methods of body refinement are simply rather unconventional, Yi Tianran casually stated. Indeed, Yi Tianran's physique had already reached the 4th level of the ancient overlord body technique. And the 5th level was a crucial threshold to break through. He needed not only spiritual herbs, but also the 3 aforementioned poisonous creatures to enhance the efficacy of the medicinal bath. Should he successfully break through to the 5th level, he would not only augment his physical strength, but also acquire a new ability, immunity to all poisons. This ability was of great importance to Yi Tianran, which was why he had spared Bai Xian's life. Otherwise, Yi Tianran, who was typically devoid of compassion, would not have hesitated to eliminate her. Master, conceal yourselves. At that moment, Bai Xian suddenly shouted, her gaze fixed ahead. Yi Tianran's perceptive abilities far exceeded hers. He had already noticed individuals ahead, but they were rushing in another direction, so he paid them little heed. That is the 5 poisons sect, Bai Xian exclaimed. They may possess what you seek. Very well. Let us follow them, Yi Tianran replied coldly. You had best not deceive me. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to end your life. I would never dare. Bai Xian's face was filled with trepidation. Meanwhile, a group of 10 from the 5 poison sect rushed toward a forest of withered trees. The leader, named Si Yuin, was a gaunt man with a pallid complexion, resembling a corpse. That he was a prodigy among the younger generation of the 5 poison sect. And the 9 individuals behind him were all elite disciples. The unity of 10 signified that their mission was undoubtedly significant. Third senior brother, it seems someone is tailing us. Should we release poisonous fog to eliminate them? The elite disciple Han solemnly inquired as they hurried forward. Not bother. Let them follow. Si Yuin sneered, and we shall need living flesh as bait to lure out the 7-colored ringed python. Understood. Han solemnly responded with a sinister smile. Soon, the group halted before a vast swamp bubbling with purple gas. The noxious fumes emanating from the bubbles were exceptionally potent, rising into the air like smoke, preventing even birds from flying overhead. "Take the antidote," Si Yuan commanded. The members of the five poison sect promptly consumed the antidotes they had prepared beforehand and approached the swamp out on the other side. Yi Tian ran, and Bai Xian hid at a distance. Bai Xian stammered, "Master, I do not have any antidote. We cannot proceed. You are truly of no use." Yi Tian frowned and began to stride forward. "Master," Bai Xian exclaimed, momentarily stunned before turning to flee. Yi Tian paid her no mind and continued onward. At that moment, the gaze of the five poison sect members turned towards him, looking at him as if he were a fool. "Boy, take another 3 steps forward, and you will surely meet your demise." Han Sanli scoffed. That's so?" Yi Tian did not halt. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The poisonous gas enveloped Yi Tian's body, causing his skin to swell and his breathing to become labored. Yet he did not falter. Nor did he perish. A monster. Han Sanli was left speechless, utterly taken aback by the turn of events. Si Yuan tossed him a pill and said, "Boy, I commend your bravery. Take the antidote, and then we shall talk." Very well. Yi Tian had observed them consuming the same antidote earlier, so he confidently ingested it. The antidote swiftly took effect. Yi Tian's breathing normalized, and the swelling of his skin subsided rapidly. Si Yuan then asked, "Speak. What brings you to chase us so desperately?" "The 7-colored ring python." Yi Tian replied, "That I can assist you in capturing it, but upon success, I require one of its venomous fangs." Si Yuan scoffed. "That demand is not unreasonable. Yet we do not need your assistance." "Not necessarily." Yi Tian's gaze sharpened as he continued. "I can sense an extremely formidable presence emanating from this swamp. If I am not mistaken, the 7-colored ring python is far stronger than you realize." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the five poison sect members darkened. "Do you dare to underestimate us?" Han Sanli bellowed furiously. "You look to be no more than 16 or 17. Any one of us could easily surpass you. If you wish to die, just say so. We could use a bait." Yi Tian smirked. "Without the antidote, I possess a 50% chance of victory. With it, my odds rise to 100%. "What?" Han Sanli was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean by odds?" Yi Tian's lips curled into a devilish smile as he declared, "The odds of slaughtering every last one of you. You ungrateful wretch." Han Sanli shouted angrily, "That I am not ungrateful." Yi Tian replied calmly, "That I merely wish to convey that I can eliminate you all, yet I can also spare you." "How audacious." Han Sanli drew a venomous, emerald green curved blade from his waist. "I want to see how you intend to wipe us out." "Enough," Si Yuan interjected sternly. "This brother only desires a venomous fang. Grant him his wish. The more hands we have, the more secure our endeavor." "Absolutely not," Han Sanli retorted fiercely. "Third senior brother, this brat clearly looks down on us. You may tolerate this insult, but I cannot." "Oh," Si Yuan's gaze turned icy. "Are you attempting to instruct me on how to act?" "And if I am?" Han Sanli replied coldly, "To be honest, I have mastered the poison dragon stab and have been eager to spar with you, third senior brother." Si Yuan chuckled. "I wondered why you were so talkative along the way. It seems you have long wished to usurp my position and take charge." With matters laid bare, Han Sanli scoffed, "My talent is no less than yours. It is merely that your master favors you, granting you more resources. I have never acknowledged your superiority. Taking your place is only a matter of time." Clang! At that moment, a sword chi surged forth, swift and deadly, severing a head from its body. Han Sanli was dead. The scene left all members of the five poison sect, including Si Yuan, utterly astonished. In that instant, they could scarcely comprehend from whence the sword had come. Only then did Yi Tian witness a sword piercing through Han Sanli's soul crystal. After which he calmly remarked, "Just a waste, and yet so many empty words. The bait is ready. Will you cooperate or not? Give me a clear answer." Chapter 23. The Intimidation of the Elder Brother. "Cooperate? Of course, we shall cooperate. Your Excellency's cultivation is unfathomable, a tremendous boon to us." Si Yuan unhesitatingly provided his answer. "Furthermore, since you have removed that treacherous dog, Han Sanli, I owe you a favor. Once the task is accomplished, I am willing to share the profits with you." Initially, Yi Tian had only desired a single venomous fang. Yet at this moment, Si Yuan was prepared to offer half of the profits. This indicated Si Yuan's clarity in matters of gratitude and enmity, primarily due to the overwhelming fear instilled by Yi Tianran's displayed prowess that Si Yuan's very life now hinged on Yi Tianran's whims, not to mention sharing the profits. Even if Yi Tianran wished to monopolize them, Si Yuan would dare not utter a word of dissent. At this moment, Si Yuan's suggestion of sharing was, in fact, a test. Should Yi Tianran acquiesce, it would be a gain for him, while a refusal would leave him powerless. Well then, let us split the profits, Yi Tianran replied. After all, I am not well versed in the seven-colored ring python, and I still require your assistance. Additionally, I hope to establish a long-term collaboration with you. Evidently, Yi Tianran would need even more potent poisons in the future, offering Si Yuan some incentives to facilitate his efforts, thereby averting numerous complications that at least, in Yi Tianran's eyes, Si Yuan was far more useful than Bai Xian. My lord, I have returned. At that moment, Bai Xian reappeared, bringing with her 5 one-eyed goose slaves. Why have you returned? Yi Tianran inquired, his confusion palpable. Bai Xian replied anxiously, I want to fetch reinforcements to rescue you. Then I suppose I should thank you. Yi Tianran's lips curled into a smirk, a semblance of a smile that was not quite a smile. Clearly, with Yi Tianran's perceptive abilities, he had long discerned that Bai Xian had not ventured far, but was instead observing from the shadows. Should Yi Tianran perish, Bai Xian would be free to leave without a care. Conversely, with Yi Tianran still alive and having forged an alliance with Si Yuan, had she fled, he would undoubtedly seek retribution upon their next encounter, with even the 5 poisoned sect aiding in her capture. Thus, she dared not escape and was compelled to return. Her claims of protecting Yi Tianran were merely a pretext for her own retreat. Bai Xian, feeling exceedingly guilty, stammered, No, I am your maid. It is only right for me to assist you, so there is no need for thanks. Yi Tianran coldly replied, I appreciate intelligent women, but I detest those who presume to be clever. Should there be a next time, you may as well forfeit your life. Bai Xian gasped sharply, her pupils constricting in fear. That I dare not. I shall never dare again. Let us commence. Yi Tianran disregarded Bai Xian, shifting his attention to Si Yuan. All right, proceed as planned. Si Yuan commanded. The remaining 8 disciples of the 5 poison sects spread out around the marsh's edge, each producing a peculiar weapon. The main body comprised iron chains, with the front resembling dragon claws adorned with curved hooks and barbs. Swish! Immediately, Si Yuan hurled Han Sanli's corpse into the marsh, not carelessly, but precisely at the center of the positions held by the 8 disciples. Bubbling sounds erupted, and soon the marsh began to churn with enormous bubbles that no longer did purple poison mist emerge. Instead, white steam began to rise. Suddenly, a massive serpent, as thick as a colossal tree, burst forth from the marsh, its gaping maw akin to a city gate, swallowing Han Sanli in the blink of an eye. Attack! Si Yuan ordered without hesitation. That in an instant, the 8 disciples, already in position, flung their hooked weapons. The barbs successfully latched onto the serpent's scales, and the 8 swiftly whirled, using the iron chains to ensnare the serpent in a tight embrace. The serpent was firmly bound, unable to retreat into the marsh, while the foul, viscous black sludge slid off its body, revealing a resplendent, rainbow-like array of scales, dazzling and beautiful. A true embodiment of rising from the filth untainted to heart-piercing spike. Concurrently, Si Yuan had prepared a thick, elongated spike in his hand and leaped into action. With a swift thrust, the spike plunged deeply into the serpent's neck, targeting its vital spot, for the heart of a serpent lies near its throat that a single decisive strike could determine the outcome. Truly, he was the most outstanding genius among the younger generation of the 5 poison sect, effortlessly besting the 7-colored ring python. Bai Xian exclaimed in astonishment, genuinely admiring Si Yuan. Not yet finished just then. Yi Tianran bellowed, charging forward with his sword drawn. Boom! Almost simultaneously, the serpent's body twisted violently, snapping the chains as if they were mere threads. The 8 disciples were thrown into disarray, and even Si Yuan was flung aside. While the 8 disciples merely stumbled on the bank, Si Yuan was different. He was thrown directly toward the depths of the marsh. Should he fall in, his demise would be assured. Wind and thunder god steps. Fortunately, Yi Tianran had anticipated the unfolding chaos and reacted immediately that he leaped into the air, using the serpent's body for leverage, and propelled himself to Si Yuan's side. With a swift motion, Yi Tianran seized Si Yuan's arm and hurled him back to safety on the shore. Swish! The seven-colored ring python, however, was not to be trifled with. It lashed its tail toward Yi Tianran. Clang! Unfazed, Yi Tianran met the massive tail with a powerful strike of his sword. The blade clashed against the scaled armor, sending sparks flying. Yet, despite the scales being severed, the flesh remained unscathed. Swish! Simultaneously, the serpent's head lunged from behind. Due to the sheer size and speed of the serpent, Yi Tianran found himself caught off guard. Bang! A dull thud resounded as Yi Tianran was struck squarely in the back by the serpent's head, sending him hurtling away like a meteor. He crashed to the ground several dozen yards away. The force of impact creating a significant crater in the earth. All is lost. Bai Xian gasped, preparing to flee. That previous strike had been terrifying enough to shatter Yi Tianran to pieces. Brother! On the other side, Si Yuan rushed over, retrieving various healing elixirs in an attempt to administer aid to Yi Tianran. Damn. That hurts. Yet at that moment, Yi Tianran stood up, grimacing as he shrugged, loosening the muscles in his back. How is this possible? Bai Xian and Si Yuan were left utterly stunned by the scene before them. Even the seven-colored ring python appeared astonished, its gaze wide with disbelief as it regarded Yi Tianran. This diminutive human, who should have been obliterated, had risen to his feet, merely expressing discomfort, his body seemingly unscathed, not even a drop of blood spilled. Clearly, the previous blow had only inflicted minor superficial injuries. Brother, your physique is truly monstrous. Si Yuan's eyes bulged in amazement. That my lord, you are incredible. So dashing. Bai Xian, now too afraid to flee, shamelessly lavished praise upon him. Swish, meanwhile, the seven-colored ring python, having lost its will to fight, turned and burrowed back into the marsh. All that effort wasted. Si Yuan lamented, we have already startled the snake. With it retreating into the marsh, luring it out again will be nearly impossible. Heavenly Dragon Claw. Just then, a furious roar echoed from the distance. Following this, a massive claw of golden light, forged from fighting spirit, descended from the heavens. Reaching toward the marsh, swish, in the next moment, the colossal seven-colored ring python was forcibly dragged out by the golden claw. Writhing desperately like a small eel, unable to escape its grip, crack, suddenly, a sharp cracking sound was heard as the serpent's neck was twisted, swiftly ending its life. How terrifying! Bai Xian was left utterly dumbfounded. Heavenly Dragon Claw. Si Yuan gasped, dropping to one knee. Disciples of the Five Poison Sect, pay respects to the elite of the Heavenly Sect. Elder Hua. Heavenly Sect Elite. Yi Tianran's expression shifted as he recalled that Xia Qingqing had mentioned that Wu Lingxi and Wu Lingqing were elite disciples of the Heavenly Sect. It seemed that this individual who had intervened was indeed on par with Wu Lingqing and Wu Lingxi. That in a breathtaking moment, a strikingly handsome man descended from the heavens, clad in white garments and boots, with golden eyes and hair. Behind him, a golden dragon spirit manifested, exuding an aura of both beauty and formidable power. Ignoring Siyu's presence entirely, Hu Tianlong summoned his dragon claw spirit, severing the head of the seven-colored ring python and extracting its serpent's gall and soul crystal. With a delicate touch of his toes upon the ground, he floated gracefully before Yi Tianran. Give me the sword. Hu Tianlong did not spare Yi Tianran a glance, his gaze fixated on the southern bright fire sword. Impossible. Yi Tianran knew the terrifying might of his opponent. Yet he was resolute in not losing the southern bright fire sword, that if Yi Tianran were a fierce tiger, then the southern bright fire sword was his claw. Losing it would significantly diminish his combat prowess. Desperate to enhance his strength, he could not allow such a reduction to transpire. Do you wish to perish? Hu Tianlong's eyes turned cold as his immense dragon claw, which had just crushed the seven-colored ring python, loomed over Yi Tianran's head. If you force my hand, I shall fight with all my might. Yi Tianran's brows furrowed in defiance as he discreetly retrieved 3 blood fury pills. Undoubtedly, Hu Tianlong's strength was such that 1 or 2 blood fury pills would be insufficient to counter him. Even consuming 3 might not guarantee victory. However, Yi Tianran could not afford to cower. He would risk everything to protect the southern bright fire sword. What do you hold in your hands? Hu Tianlong, an astute figure, instantly noticed Yi Tianran's subtle movement. None of your concern. Yi Tianran growled, raising his hand to swallow the 3 blood fury pills. In the next instant, A golden aura of fighting spirit ensnared his arm with an unrelenting speed that left Yi Tianran unable to react. Despite exerting all his strength, he could not budge his arm in the slightest that a slender stream of golden fighting spirit then coiled around Yi Tianran's fingers, forcibly prying open his palm to reveal the blood fury pills. "What is this?" Hua Tianlong inquired, picking up one of the pills, examining it closely, and sniffing it, but could not discern its nature. Nevertheless, he was certain of one thing. The quality of this pill was extraordinarily high. Undoubtedly worth a fortune. Who would have thought that a mere insect like you harbored such treasures? Hua Tianlong pocketed the blood fury pills and removed Yi Tianran's gathering treasure ring. With a spiritual perception, Hua Tianlong could see that the ring contained vast quantities of medicinal herbs, silver coins, and gold bars. Of course, these trivial items were beneath his notice. However, two other items captured his attention. One of them was the 200 lower-grade essence stones that Yi Tianran had saved. Essence stones could be deemed one of the most vital resources in this world, used for enhancing cultivation, serving as hard currency for trade, and powering various special formations and artifacts, such as flying formations. Quite impressive. 200 essence stones. Hua Tianlong's handsome face broke into a brilliant smile, his mood soaring. But just as Hua Tianlong retrieved the second item, the smile on his face froze completely, and the expressions of those around him shifted dramatically. The item was a token, a black jade relief emblazoned with the character for medicine in an ironclad style. This is the token of the third young master of the Medicine King Valley. How could it be in your possession? Hua Tianlong's eyes widened in disbelief, cold sweat trickling down his spine. Guang Yuming? Yi Tianran chuckled. He is my brother-in-law. This token was given to me by him. Hua Tianlong was left dumbfounded, unable to suppress a gulp. Kid, I am not joking with you. I am not jesting either. Yi Tianran replied calmly that I advise you to release me immediately. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. Hua Tianlong was momentarily stunned, his face turning pale, cold sweat pouring down. Despite his desperate attempts to maintain composure, he could not conceal the fear within. What? Do you not believe me? Yi Tianran pointed to the side and said, Do you see that one-eyed puppet over there? My brother-in-law taught me the art of poisonous puppetry. Would you care to give it a try? Hua Tianlong inhaled sharply, thoroughly intimidated. The poisonous techniques of the Medicine King Valley were not something he would dare to confront, even if he possessed 100 lives. Hua Tianlong immediately retracted his fighting spirit, cradling Yi Tianran's possessions with both hands and returning them with utmost respect. Please, do not be angry, as the saying goes. Ignorance is no crime. I shall return your belongings as they are, and I hope this matter can be laid to rest. How convenient. Yi Tianran retorted coldly, I nearly lost my life just now. You expect one sentence to resolve this matter. You are truly naive. Chapter 24. The Realm of Pale Hearts, cold at 3 years old. What more do you want? Hua Tianlong's brow furrowed tightly, his heart filled with extreme frustration. He never anticipated such misfortune. Even a casual stroll could land him in a predicament. Rest assured, I am a reasonable person. Yi Tianran stated calmly that if you leave behind the serpent's gall and soul crystal of the 7-colored ring python, we can consider this matter settled. Not a problem. That's too easy. Hua Tianlong sighed in relief. Thinking Yi Tianran might make a more outrageous demand, he promptly handed over the items to Yi Tianran. Without further ado, I shall take my leave. Hua Tianlong felt embarrassed and did not wish to linger. Wait, I have a question for you. Yi Tianran inquired, are the two sisters, Wu Lingxing and Wu Lingxi, nearby? I need to find them for something. You know them? Hua Tianlong exclaimed in surprise, asking, May I inquire who you are? My name is Yi Tianran. By the way, I should address you as senior brother. Yi Tianran laughed. What? Hua Tianlong was astonished further. You are the unparalleled genius indicated by the celestial phenomena? No wonder such a powerful entity as the Medicine King Valley wishes to recruit you as a son-in-law. Yi Tianran replied with a smile. The matter of the marriage proposal will only be made public by the Medicine King Valley when the time is right. So, senior brother Hua, it would be best not to spread this news. Understood. Hua Tianlong nodded earnestly. The Medicine King Valley has its own considerations. I would never dare to speak recklessly. Well then, answer my question. Yi Tianran continued. From what I know, the two sisters have headed towards the Sword Demon Cave. Hua Tianlong replied. However, That area is exceedingly dangerous. Yi Shidi should refrain from going there. If you wish to find them, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Sister? Yi Tianran paused slightly, realizing from this address that Wu Lingqing and Wu Lingxi's cultivation levels surpassed even Hua Tianlong's. Furthermore, it was evident that even someone as formidable as Hua Tianlong dared not venture lightly into the Sword Demon Cave. Considering this, Yi Tianran had to reassess his plans. His goal was the ruins in the far north of the Great Wilderness. It seemed unnecessary to seek out the Sword Demon Cave. He mused that it would be unwise to risk his life for something that might yield no benefit. "Do not worry, young master." At that moment, Bai Xian interjected. "Following my map, there exists a very safe path that leads directly to the Sword Demon Cave." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianran felt an urge to slap her. Was this woman not a fool? How could she make such a statement in front of Hua Tianlong and see you? Did she not realize she was creating trouble for him? "Yi Shidi, you truly possess a map," Hua Tianlong exclaimed excitedly. "Please, you must take me with you. We shall share the spoils, and if danger arises, I can protect you." "Very well," Yi Tianran nodded. Given the situation, to refuse would mean a complete rupture with Hua Tianlong. If Hua Tianlong were to follow him secretly, it could pose a significant threat. "Brother, can I join as well?" Siyu said, "I do not require a share of the benefits. I simply wish to witness the world." It was a great honor for someone of his standing to associate with Yi Tianran and Hua Tianlong. What more could he ask for? Connections were the greatest benefit. In response, Yi Tianran readily agreed. "All right, senior brother C, I noticed your urgent efforts to save me earlier, and I will ensure you have your share of the benefits." "Thank you, brother." Siyu beamed with J. Yi Tianran then added, "However, it would be best if your several junior brothers do not accompany us. If danger truly arises, it would be difficult to safeguard them." "Understood," Siyu replied. Having them along would only be a burden, and given the perilous nature of this journey, they would not dare to take the risk. Upon the utterance of these words, the disciples of the Five Poison sect promptly dispersed without a hint of hesitation. Subsequently, the quartet commenced their journey towards the Sword Demoness lair, guided by the map. Indeed, the path proved to be remarkably safe, as they skillfully circumvented the poisonous miasma and marshes, encountering few ferocious beasts along the way. They were even fortunate enough to avoid the legendary and deadly savage creatures. As twilight descended, the group, despite possessing a map, dared not venture recklessly. The ground was thick and foul-smelling, rendering it unsuitable for camping. Thus, they sought refuge in the embrace of a large tree, deciding to spend the night nestled against its trunk. To their surprise, the tree harbored numerous bat nests. Fortunately, these bats were rather feeble, and with a sprinkle of poison powder from Siyuin, they were swiftly chased away, settling against the sturdy trunk. The group engaged in light conversation. "I'll step away for a moment," Yi Tianran announced, noticing that everyone seemed content, but he seized the opportunity to slip away. Once he had distanced himself adequately, Yi Tianran focused his thoughts and entered the battle spirit space of Han Jiangning. "How did you manage to enter without gathering 100 soul crystals?" The voice of Shui Tsongwan echoed immediately. "That I have a matter I wish to inquire about, Han Jiangning," Yi Tianran replied. "The ancestor has no desire to engage with you," Shui Tsongwan retorted. "Are you perhaps inquiring about the sword demon? A strong individual from a lower realm would hardly capture the attention of the ancestor. We know nothing of his circumstances. Can you sense the outside situation as well?" Yi Tianran inquired, astonished. "Of course." Shui Tsongwan replied that I am slightly more fortunate than the ancestor. My seal shows signs of loosening. Thus my perception range is even a tad greater. I seek to ascertain the true extent of Hua Jinlong's strength. "What realm is he at?" Yi Tianran pressed. "Danxin realm, 5th layer," Shui Tsongwan stated. "Even if you consumed 3 blood fury pills, you would still be no match for him. Keeping him close is akin to nurturing a tiger at your side. Is there any way to contend with him?" Yi Tianran asked. "Certainly," Shui Tsongwan replied. "You must absorb the blood mist essence here, forcibly elevate yourself to the 3rd layer of the Danxin realm, and acquire a divine weapon. Only then might you stand a chance against him." "Is that so?" Yi Tianran exclaimed. "I have always managed to defeat foes by surpassing 3 minor realms. Yet against him, I can only surpass 2, and must also possess a divine weapon. Do you think you are the only genius?" Shui Tsongwan retorted. Hu Jinlong's 9-yang golden dragon battle spirit surpasses the 9 stars, and he has cultivated the 8-star heart technique of the Danshin realm. To defeat him by surpassing 2 minor realms is already a remarkable feat. Indeed, Yi Tianran nodded. Disciples of the academy are either prodigies or monstrous talents. There are certainly no ordinary individuals among them. After a pause, Yi Tianran inquired further, "Are you suggesting that the Nanmingli fire sword is no longer adequate?" "Have you not realized?" Shuet Sangwan replied, "that it cannot even cut through the bones of the fire-maned old lion. Inflicting severe injury upon Hu Tianlong is nearly impossible." Yi Tianran nodded, then queried, "What about the divine weapon within the Mu Ling Bing Jia Pearl? Is it sufficient?" "Hard to say. This depends on luck," Shuet Sangwan remarked. "Before the Mu Ling Bing Jia Pearl is restored, no one can ascertain what treasures lie within." Yi Tianran spoke solemnly. "Very well, I shall hasten to gather the remaining soul crystals." Striving to restore the Mu Ling Bing Jia Pearl at the earliest opportunity. Additionally, Shuet Sangwan suggested, "You might seek the Hua Ling Bing Jia Pearl that if found, it could nurture the Nanmingli fire sword and elevate its rank." "Excellent," Yi Tianran replied, feeling a sense of attachment to the Nanmingli fire sword and eager to enhance its power, even if it required a significant sacrifice. "Swallow it." Just then, an ethereal and melodious voice resonated from the void. "Han Yang Ying?" Yi Tianran couldn't help but laugh. "Didn't you claim to ignore me? Why do you speak now? It seems you still care for me. Do not delude yourself." Han Jiangying responded coldly. "I merely wish to inform you that I possess a 9-star heart technique, 10,000 swords returning to the heart. Swallowing the Nanmingli fire sword would greatly benefit you. Isn't that a form of concern?" Yi Tianran chuckled, his mood lifted. "Fool." Han Jiangying retorted angrily. "This is not concern for you. It is exploitation. Do you understand? Making you stronger quickly is merely to better serve my purposes. I do not care about you at all." "Such a blatant denial." Yi Tianran smirked. "You infuriate me." Han Jiangying fumed that if I continue to converse with you, I might as well be a lapdog. Yi Tianran paused, sheepishly saying, "Shuet Sangwan, does your ancestor go by the nickname Han San Sui?" "That sounds rather childish." "My dear young master Yi," Shuet Sangwan gasped, a mix of fear and awe in her voice. "Please refrain from speaking carelessly. In my entire life, I have never met anyone bold enough to utter such words about my ancestor. If you wish for your demise, do not involve me." "Not to worry," Yi Tianran laughed. "How could such a charming person as Han Jiangying not take a joke?" Shuet Sangwan replied bashfully, "If you continue to speak this way, I might not dare to converse with you anymore." "Fine, I shall remain silent," Yi Tianran declared, producing the soul crystal of the 7-colored ring python. "This crystal is quite extraordinary. I believe it should not be counted as just one." Shuet Sangwan scoffed. "You, a young man, are acting like a miserly woman." Yi Tianran replied coldly, "With Hu Jinlong's executioner's blade hanging over my head, ready to drop at any moment, I cannot afford to be careless." "Indeed, you have a point," Shuet Sangwan conceded. "Then let us count this soul crystal as 10. Gather another 10, and I will assist you in restoring the Mu Ling Bing Jia Pearl. Deal." Yi Tianran placed the soul crystal down, then produced the Mu Ling Bing Jia Pearl. "You may begin the repairs. I shall promptly deliver the 10 soul crystals." With that, Yi Tianran departed. Soon after, Han Jiangying's voice echoed again. "Shuet Sangwan, how can you, as a grown man, be so petty?" "Ancestor, what do you mean by that?" Shuet Sangwan asked, momentarily stunned. "You cannot possibly think I shortchanged Yi Tianran. 1 counts as 10. He has not been wronged." "Are you foolish?" Han Jiangying replied irritably. "Times have changed. Yi Tianran is in a perilous situation. Should he perish, my entire scheme would be utterly ruined. The ancestor still cares for him." Shuet Sangwan noted awkwardly that in that case, "I will immediately aid him in restoring the Mu Ling Bing Jia Pearl, and I shall also provide him with the 10,000 swords returning to the heart technique." "Unacceptable," Han Jiangying declared sternly. "If he truly finds himself in danger and seeks our assistance, we may intervene. However, we absolutely cannot grant him benefits without cost. Otherwise, should we set this precedent, he will rely on us every time he encounters trouble, potentially turning into a parasite that only takes without giving." Clearly, Han Jiangying possessed a sharp intellect, adept at understanding human nature and motivations. Yet, Shuet Sangwan immediately undermined this logic. Wasn't it you who took the initiative against the raptor frenzy outside of Lang City? You expended considerable energy for that, causing me to wait even longer to venture out. Are you itching for a beating? Han Jiangning rebuked. The last situation was dire. Had I delayed even a moment more, Yi Tianran would have been doomed. Moreover, during that incident, Yi Tianran was entirely unaware that I had intervened on his behalf, so he would not hold me accountable. Do you understand? Shuet Sangwan grinned mischievously. Understood, understood. Whatever the ancestor says is correct. Han Jiangying's tone turned icy as she threatened. It seems I must reconsider whether to prioritize your exit. Shuet Sangwan panicked. No, no, no. Ancestor, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Yi Tianran returned to the tree and inquired, Where are Brother Hua and Si Yuin? Bai Xian replied, Senior who discovered a valuable beast and has gone to capture it himself. Si Yuin followed along to watch the spectacle. Why didn't you go with them? Yi Tianran asked. I have no interest in such matters. I only wish to serve my master well, Bai Xian replied with a charming smile, leaning closer, her delicate fingers grazing Yi Tianran's shoulder. Gently kneading it why Yi Tianran's clothing had long since been reduced to tatters, leaving him bare-chested as he savored the exquisite touch of her fingers. That it was nothing short of delightful. Yet, Yi Tianran was not one to be easily distracted by beauty. He coldly inquired, What scheme are you concocting now with your unsolicited advances? Master is wise. I dare not deceive you. Bai Xian lowered her voice. With Tianlong and Si Yuin are not trustworthy individuals. We ought to seize this opportunity to part ways with them, reaping the benefits without having to share. Yi Tianran chuckled. If they are untrustworthy, does that make you trustworthy? I swear to the heavens. My intentions are solely for your benefit, Bai Xian insisted earnestly. People die for wealth, birds perish for food. When there are no benefits, you may call each other brothers. But in the face of true interests, who would care for a mere brother like you? Si Yuin is skilled in poison. A moment's inattention could lead to our demise. And as for Hua Tianlong, he would not hesitate to kill to secure his gains. At that time, without any witnesses to the death, how would the Medicine King Valley know that he was the one who killed you? It must be said that Bai Xian's words are quite reasonable. However, if she could conceive of such an issue, how could Yi Tianran possibly be oblivious? Just moments ago, Yi Tianran entered Han Jiangying's soul dual space precisely to guard against Hua Tianlong, in terms of caution and vigilance. There is truly no need for Bai Xian to worry. You need to say more. Brother Hua is my fellow apprentice, and I could never abandon him. Si Yuin saved and protected me in my time of peril. And I cannot be ungrateful. Yi Tianran had his own plans and resolutely declined Bai Xian's proposition. Yet she was eager to speak again when suddenly a chill ran down her spine. Swish, swish in the next moment, Hua Tianlong and Si Yuin returned. Si Yuin praised him, saying, Good brother, I truly did not misjudge you. You are loyal. I recognize you as my brother. Hua Tianlong echoed the sentiment, declaring, Yi Shidi understands righteousness deeply. As your senior, I swear by the heavens that I will never harm you for the sake of profit. Yi Tianran smiled, clearly aware that Hua Tianlong and Si Yuin had returned nearby. His previous words rejecting Bai Xian were intentionally directed for Hua Tianlong and Si Yuin to hear. Conversely, since they could hear Yi Tianran's words, they naturally also heard Bai Xian's. In an instant, both Hua Tianlong and Si Yuin fixed their cold gazes upon Bai Xian. My lord, save me. Bai Xian's face turned ashen, her heart racing to her throat. This moment, the only person she could rely on was Yi Tianran. Now you know fear? Yi Tianran cast a cold glance at Bai Xian and said icily, Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. You wish for me to forsake my two brothers, in order for you to kill me and claim everything for yourself. I wouldn't dare. I would never entertain such thoughts. Bai Xian trembled in fear, kneeling at Yi Tianran's feet, desperately bowing her head. This woman was clearly feeling guilty. Si Yuin spoke coldly, Brother, you have indeed seen through her thoughts. Perhaps it is best to eliminate her now to prevent future troubles. Very well. Yi Tianran nodded, looking at Bai Xian with a smile that was not quite a smile. Spare me, my lord. Spare me. I will never dare again. Bai Xian's face was pale, and she bowed her head with all her might, tears streaming down her cheeks. She was terrified, completely terrified. Her cultivation was inferior to Yi Tianran's, her intellect even less so, and crucially, her beauty could not tempt him. This meant that before Yi Tianran, she held not a single advantage. This not only filled her with dread, but also with despair. She surrendered, completely surrendered. If only she could survive this ordeal, she would never again entertain any crooked thoughts. She wished only to serve Yi Tianran as a maid, and after locating the remaining 2 types of poison, regain her freedom. This was her only path forward. I see you are genuinely remorseful. Yi Tianran said, I shall give you one last chance. I hope you will cherish it. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. Bai Xian felt as if she had been granted a reprieve, her gratitude towards Yi Tianran sincere. Witnessing this scene, Hua Tianlong and Si Yu'in exchanged glances, astonished. They never expected that Yi Tianran was indeed a master of strategy and manipulation. With this maneuver, he had thoroughly subdued Bai Xian. What surprised Hua Tianlong and Si Yu'in even more was that by stepping on Bai Xian, Yi Tianran had significantly garnered their goodwill. However, being embroiled in the situation, they did not consider this perspective. It was evident that they were on entirely different levels from Yi Tianran. Subsequently, Yi Tianran changed the subject. Brother Hua, I heard you went to hunt demon beasts. How was your harvest? I killed a 9-clawed lion tiger of the crystal transformation realm. 8th level. Hua Tianlong responded. While Yi Tianran continued to inquire, is this demon beast valuable? Is it worth you making the trip personally? It's decent, Hua Tianlong replied. The soul crystal is worth something, roughly 100 low-grade spirit stones. What if you sell it to me? Yi Tianran raised an eyebrow and said, Brother Hua has been here for quite some time. You must have accumulated quite a bounty. I have 200 low-grade spirit stones. Could you sell me 2 soul crystals of the same level? Clearly, 200 spirit stones would be of little use to Yi Tianran. However, if exchanged for soul crystals, they could directly aid in the restoration of the wood's spirit armor pearl for Blood Songwuan. It is worth noting that the soul crystals of the crystal transformation realm, 8th level, are equivalent to those of the 7-colored ringed python, one worth 10. To say sell would be too formal. Hua Tianlong chuckled. Since I am on good terms with Shidi Yi, how about I gift you 2 soul crystals? Gift. Yi Tianran shook his head. Brothers should be clear in their dealings. 200 low-grade spirit stones is no small sum. I cannot let my senior suffer a loss. No worries. Hua Tianlong took out 2 soul crystals and handed them to Yi Tianran, saying, in the great wilderness, there are plenty of demon beasts. It's merely a matter of me slaying a few more. That is not entirely accurate. Yi Tianran politely declined. Though Brother Hua is strong enough to easily slay beasts of this caliber, such creatures are not as common as cabbages. It is not easy to come across one. Hua Tianlong frowned slightly. It seems that Shidi Yi is unwilling to accept my goodwill. Very well. Then I shall sell them to you. Subsequently, Yi Tianran produced the spirit stones and purchased the 2 soul crystals of the crystal transformation realm. 8th level. This was not due to Yi Tianran's lack of compassion, but rather his disbelief in Hua Tianlong's character, and why Yi Tianran would never forget Hua Tianlong's previous arrogance and coercion simply because of Hua Tianlong's current kindness. Maintaining distance was indeed very necessary. Soon after, the 3 returned to the previous withered tree. Seizing the opportunity, when no one was paying attention, Yi Tianran placed 1 soul crystal into Han Jiangying's soul dual space, while the remaining 1 was stored in the treasure-gathering ring. The next morning, the 4 continued their journey towards the Sword Demon Cave. The path remained quite peaceful, and they traveled swiftly. However, as they drew closer to the Sword Demon Cave, figures from various factions began to appear around them. Most of the small sects were merely there to join the commotion and were not worth concerning themselves over. The only 2 factions capable of contending for benefits were the Tianzong and the Blood Cloak Guard. The Tianzong was the force of the Empress's faction, while the Blood Cloak Guard was composed of the Emperor's trusted confidants. Not only at this moment, but throughout the great martial empire. These 2 factions were the most powerful. Of course, overall, the Blood Cloak Guard was weaker than the Tianzong. Otherwise, there would not be a situation where the Tianzong restrained the imperial authority. As for why the Tianzong did not simply overthrow the great martial empire and change the dynasty. Opinions varied widely, and there has never been a definitive answer. In any case, the current state of affairs was as such. The emperor and empress coexisted, creating a delicate balance between the Tianzong and the Blood Cloak Guard. Naturally, the smaller factions that could be found here were only relatively small compared to the Tianzong and Blood Cloak Guard. In truth, their actual strength was not weak. Those who could traverse the treacherous Ghost Head Ridge to arrive here were almost all at least at the 5th level of the Pillheart realm. None weaker than Hua Tianlong could be seen. Were it not for Bai Xian's stolen map, Yi Tianran and his companions would never have reached this place. Help! Help! As they walked, a sorrowful cry for help suddenly emerged from the thicket by the roadside. Let me take a look. Bai Xian immediately dashed over. Fool! Come back! Yi Tianran had no desire to meddle. The world was too chaotic, and the schemes too deep. It was already commendable for each family to sweep the snow before their own door. And hardly anyone was willing to intervene. Otherwise, with the number of nearby factions passing through, they would have long since rescued the person, instead of waiting until now. My lord, come quickly. This person has been poisoned. It seems to be the purple-toothed scorpion's venom. But Bai Xian shouted from a distance, Purple-toothed scorpion? Yi Tianran's eyes lit up instantly. One of the 3 poisons needed for the next body refinement was indeed the stinger of the purple-toothed scorpion. This was a crucial lead. Yi Tianran rushed over immediately, with Si Yuan following closely behind. Hua Tianlong remained where he stood, a look of disdain on his face. Though he said nothing, he was inwardly cursing Yi Tianran for wasting time and effort for someone unrelated, and risking falling into a trap. On the other side, a young man lay collapsed on the ground, his face a deep shade of purple, his breath weak, and his gaze unfocused, struggling to breathe on the back of his hand. There was a clear wound from a scorpion sting. Surrounding this wound, large patches of skin had turned black, even beginning to rot. Save me. I am Nangong Shou. Save my life, and I will make you wealthy. The man wailed, his eyes filled with pleading. However, Yi Tianran and the others had never heard of this Nangong Shou. This is indeed the purple-toothed scorpion's venom. Si Yuan stated, however, there should not be any purple-toothed scorpions in this vicinity. It is not wild. It is someone who has raised the purple-toothed scorpion. Nangong Shou replied, that person ambushed me. Otherwise, with my strength, I could have easily torn him to pieces. Who is that person? Yi Tianran inquired, while the resentful Nangong Shou cursed. That despicable and shameless beast. As long as I survive, I will undoubtedly reduce him to ashes. That Si Yuan furrowed her brow slightly and glanced at Yi Tianran. Shall we save him? Indeed. Yi Tianran nodded. He provided me with a clue. Consider it a personal favor. Subsequently, Si Yuan retrieved some antidote, placing part of it into Nangong Shou's mouth while applying the rest to his wounds. Nangong Shou instantly felt a surge of comfort, exclaiming, I am grateful beyond words. I shall repay this kindness in the future. Yi Tianran chose not to respond and departed directly in the blink of an eye. The third morning arrived. Yi Tianran and his 3 companions successfully reached the location marked on the map. Oddly, while some figures could be seen yesterday, there was now not a soul in sight. Could this truly be the lair of the sword demon? Hua Tianlong's brow furrowed deeply, his tone tinged with annoyance. After 3 days of travel, if they returned empty-handed, it would be a complete waste of time. 3 days, how many demonic beasts could I have captured? How many yuan stones could I have exchanged? This is simply infuriating. Hua Tianlong clenched his teeth in fury. Yet, Yi Tianran remained calm and reasoned. From the geography of the mountains, this might be the rear of the sword demon's lair. Let us split up and search. Perhaps we can find a back entrance. Agreed. Si Yuan and Bai Xian immediately set off in different directions. Brother Hua, you seem somewhat displeased, Yi Tianran astutely observed, having noted Hua Tianlong's demeanor. Hua Tianlong replied coldly, I have a habit. When I venture out to hunt, I never return empty-handed. Oh. Yi Tianran immediately grew wary. Are you implying that if we fail to locate the sword demon's lair, you intend to turn on me? And what if I do? Hua Tianlong sneered. I spared your life previously, first out of fear of Yaowang Valley, and second to utilize the map in your possession. Now that we have reached the map's end, and with no one around, I need only silence you, and Yaowang Valley will never know the truth. At this juncture, Hua Tianlong's face was filled with murderous intent, and his greed was laid bare. Found it. At that moment, Bai Xian shouted, there is indeed a hidden door behind this stone wall. Brother Hua, we have located the lair. Do you still intend to eliminate us to cover your tracks? Yi Tianran asked coldly. Of course. Hua Tianlong grinned menacingly. I have another habit. I enjoy monopolizing all my prey. Well said. Yi Tianran scoffed. However, you are the one who is about to become prey. What do you mean? Hu Tianlong's brow furrowed slightly. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared with blinding speed, akin to a fleeting breeze, arriving before them in an instant. Nangong Shou? Hu Tianlong's expression changed dramatically, his voice trembling. How? How are you here? From Hu Tianlong's reaction, it was evident that Nangong Shou's strength far exceeded his own. Yesterday, it was this young Master Yi who brought people to rescue me. At the time, I was puzzled as to how the four of you managed to reach the position you did yesterday. Nangong Shou sneered. Out of curiosity, I followed you all the way here. I never anticipated such unexpected gains. What do you intend to do? Hu Tianlong's anxiety escalated. What do you think? Nangong Shou smirked. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. You four are all my prey. Nangong Shou. What do you mean? Si Yuan rushed back, indignantly rebuking. Have you already forgotten the gratitude of yesterday's rescue? I certainly remember the favor of saving a life. Nangong Shou grinned wickedly. Rest assured, I will ensure your death is swift and painless, guaranteeing you will cease to breathe before feeling any agony. You ungrateful beast. Bai Xian also returned, furiously cursing. Had I known, I would have let you suffer a slow and excruciating death yesterday. There is no such thing as a regretful medicine in this world. Nangong Shou snickered. Fortunately, you are quite beautiful. If you can entertain me, I may grant you a quick death. Dream on, Bai Xian roared. Even if I die, I will never submit to a beast like you. In an instant, Nangong Shou made no move, not even blinking an eye. Yet, they heard Bai Xian's anguished scream as she spat blood and collapsed, her breath extinguished in a flash. Bai Xian. Yi Tianran's fury erupted instantly. To be honest, Yi Tianran held no particular affection for Bai Xian. Her death did not concern him. What truly enraged him was Nangong Shou's utter depravity. Had Bai Xian not gone to check yesterday, Yi Tianran would not have cared for Nangong Shou's fate. Yet now, Nangong Shou extinguished his benefactor's life without a flicker of remorse, as if crushing a mere ant beneath his heel. Who shall be next to die? Nangong Shou squinted, a mocking expression plastered across his face, resembling a cat toying with a mouse before the kill. Thud. In the next moment, Hu Tianlong fell to his knees, pleading, Young Master Nangong, spare me. I beg you. Consider my status as a disciple of Tianzong, and let me go. Trying to use Tianzong to intimidate me. Nangong Shou chuckled coldly. If this were elsewhere, I might hesitate to kill you, but now, as you said, there is no one around. As long as I silence you, Tianzong will never know it was I. Hu Tianlong felt an overwhelming sense of despair, realizing that his own words had become the very knife that would slay him. Brother Hu, stand up. Yi Tianran suddenly declared. You can fight him. What? Hu Tianlong was taken aback, staring at Yi Tianran as though he were a fool. Nangong Shou burst into laughter. Kid, have you been frightened into madness? How can he possibly contend with me when I am 3 minor realms above him? Yi Tianran offered no response, but instead produced a blood fury pill, exclaiming, Brother Hu, take this, all right, facing imminent death. Hu Tianlong dared not hesitate, snatching the blood fury pill and swallowing it whole. Nangong Shou laughed uproariously. A gap of 3 minor realms, and you think you can make up for it by hastily sharpening your sword? Are you trying to kill me with laughter? However, at that moment, Hu Tianlong's blood surged, radiating a vibrant crimson aura. His eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, emanating an overwhelming killing intent. How is this possible? Nangong Shou was momentarily stunned. What kind of pill is that? It can elevate Hu Tianlong's aura exponentially in an instant. This is utterly insane. Si Yuan was equally astonished, her gaze fixated on Yi Tianran in shock. This feels incredible. Simultaneously, Hu Tianlong cheered with delight. Brother Yi, you truly are from Yaowang Valley. This pill is unlike anything I have ever encountered. It is simply exhilarating. Yi Tianran wasted no words, urgently urging, the effects are limited. Let us settle this quickly. Understood. Hu Tianlong inhaled deeply and suddenly lunged at Nangong Shou. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, the two clashed head-on. After exchanging a dozen blows, Hu Tianlong was sent flying backward, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. His expression grave. Brother Yi, Hu Tianlong hastily exclaimed, Please, give me another one. Hand over the remaining 2 pills. Otherwise, I will not be a match for Nangong Shou. All right. Yi unhesitatingly handed over the last 2 blood fury pills. Boom! After consuming them, Tianlong's aura surged yet again. The crimson flames enveloping him transformed into a colossal pillar of fire, awe-inspiring in its spectacle. Simultaneously, Tianlong's lifeblood ignited, his skin turning blood red, emitting wisps of white smoke. "You think you can play with fire?" Nangong Shou shouted in alarm, cursing as he turned to flee. Clearly at that moment, Tianlong could easily overpower Nangong Shou, but Nangong Shou was no fool. He had no desire to meet his end here. Trying to escape? Dream on! Tianlong bellowed, "Tianlong Claw!" With a word, a massive golden dragon claw descended, engulfing Nangong Shou entirely. "Spare me! Spare me!" Nangong Shou, trapped within the dragon's grasp, exerted all his strength but could not break free. Only to wail for mercy, bang. However, Tianlong spared no words. With a mere thought, the dragon claw tightened instantly. With a muffled sound, Nangong Shou's body was crushed into a mass of gore and shattered remains. How exhilarating! Huh? Tianlong was elated, his emotions soaring to a frenzied peak, resembling a wild beast on a rampage. "Now it's your turn." Tianlong turned to glare at Yi Tianran and Si Yuan with blood-red eyes. His intent to kill palpable. "This is bad," Si Yuan gasped, her heart racing. Yet at that moment, Yi Tianran merely chuckled coolly. "If you kneel and beg me to save you now, it might still be in time. My strength is now unprecedentedly formidable. I could even annihilate Nangong Shou with a mere flick of my wrist. On what grounds do I need to plead for mercy from you? On what grounds?" Tianlong, nearly deranged, with blood-red eyes and an expression of frenzied excitement, was inundated with a terrifying power that exhilarated him to the utmost. "Young Master Yi, how could you still provoke him at this juncture? Hurry and beg for mercy." Si Yuan was so frightened that he was left dumbfounded, his legs trembling and instinctively kneeling. "Stand up. There is no need to plead." Yi Tianran smiled calmly, as if everything was under his control. "You little scoundrel, since you refuse to beg for mercy, I shall ensure your demise right now." Tianlong grinned like a ferocious beast. "I guarantee you will die in excruciating agony, regretting ever coming into this world." Before he could finish his words, Tianlong suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream as all his blood vessels burst, gushing forth like a fountain. Bang, bang! Following that, Tianlong's blood-red eyes exploded, releasing a scalding crimson liquid. Finally, Tianlong violently spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with chunks of flesh that resembled meat boiled at high temperatures. Bang! Tianlong's body fell rigidly to the ground, utterly devoid of any movement. "Dead?" Si Yuan stared in disbelief, his scalp tingling as he looked at Yi Tianran. "Get up," Yi Tianran said with a calm smile. "Every medicine has its poison. The more potent the remedy, the greater the side effects. Even I wouldn't dare to consume 3 blood fury pills in succession. Having ingested them, how could Tianlong possibly survive? It was evident that Han Jiangying had mentioned before that even if Yi Tianran consumed 3 blood fury pills, his imperial bloodline would be thoroughly ruined. Tianlong, clearly lacking an imperial bloodline, could not withstand the side effects of 3 blood fury pills. Blood vessels burst, eyeballs exploded, brain matter shattered, and internal organs ruptured. He died beyond any possibility of revival. "Young Master Yi, what a clever scheme," Si Yuan praised, exclaiming that with just 3 pills, he had achieved a twofold victory by eliminating 2 super formidable foes. "I am truly in awe." The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. However, it turns out that both the mantis and the oriole were taken down by the cicada. How could Si Yuan not admire this outcome? "Alas, Bai Xian has perished at what Yi Tianran said. Let us dig a grave for her." Agreed. Si Yuan nodded earnestly and immediately began to dig. Utilizing his fighting spirit, he excavated the ground at an astonishing speed, completing the task in no time. Then Yi Tianran personally placed Bai Xian's corpse into the pit, gradually covering it with earth. Clatter, clatter. But just then, a disturbance arose from the surrounding soil. "What is happening?" Si Yuan exclaimed in alarm. "It is the one-eyed goose slaves raised by Bai Xian," Yi Tianran surmised. "They must have sensed their master as passing and have come to accompany her in death." Indeed, at this moment, 5 one-eyed goose slaves burrowed from the earth, surrounding Bai Xian's grave. Both Yi Tianran and Si Yuan were not well versed in the art of poisonous goo, thus they did not take this matter to heart. Subsequently, Yi Tianran unearthed the soul crystals of Hua Tianlong and Nangong Shou, collecting their storage rings as well. Within Hua Tianlong's storage ring, there were 9 soul crystals, evidently obtained from the beasts hunted during this trial, which could be exchanged for elemental stones upon returning to the imperial capital. Additionally, there were some trivial items, which were of little value and could be disregarded. Conversely, Nangong Shou's storage ring contained a staggering 8,000 low-grade elemental stones. This was a tremendous fortune. Yi Tianran was taken aback, never expecting such an unexpected windfall. However, upon reflection, when he had rescued Nangong Shou yesterday, Nangong Shou had mentioned that if he were saved, he could make Yi Tianran and his companions exceedingly wealthy. This indicated that Nangong Shou's most notable trait was his wealth, and not just any wealth, but copious amounts of it. Coincidentally, elemental stones were the most pressing resource Yi Tianran needed at that moment. With these 8,000 low-grade elemental stones, Yi Tianran could break through to the 5th level of fighting spirit. One word: exhilarating. Soon after, Yi Tianran and Si Yuan entered the Sword Demoness cavern through the dark portal. Though the portal was small, once inside, it revealed a hidden world that a seemingly bottomless passageway illuminated by countless everlasting gemstones, twinkling like stars, as though one had stepped into the galaxy, dreamlike and ethereal. However, the value of these gems could only be measured in gold and silver, leaving Yi Tianran and Si Yuan utterly uninterested as they made their way to the end of the passage. Upon exiting the passage, they were greeted with a grand underground palace. 18 stout, towering pillars adorned with ominous black banners that at the center. A high platform held a black metal throne resembling a skeletal figure. Despite being mere bones, it radiated an aura of authority that demanded respect, instilling fear in those who dared to gaze upon it. As Yuan felt a sense of unease and distraction due to this overwhelming pressure, that in contrast, Yi Tianran remained relatively unaffected. This kind of mental oppression depends on one's own spirit and state of mind. As long as one's heart and spirit are sufficiently strong, they will not be influenced. Conversely, it is not surprising for those with weak hearts and spirits to succumb to such terror. "Brother C, you stay here. I'll go take a look," Yi Tianran called out, striding towards the skeletal throne. "Young Master Yi, be cautious," Si Yuan warned, yet he felt so uncomfortable that he dared not follow. Whoosh! As Yi Tianran approached the throne, a mysterious force erupted that a golden beam of light descended from the throne, revealing several lines of text. "I am Yin Beha, known to the world as the Sword Demon. My time is drawing near. I cannot bear to see the demon slaying Sword Heart lost to time. Thus, I leave behind a legacy array here, waiting for a fated person. The Sword Demon's legacy." The demon slaying Sword Heart? Yi Tianran's eyes lit up instantaneously, his entire being filled with excitement. The legacy of a great master is one of the most coveted opportunities for any practitioner. It allows one to bypass arduous training and directly acquire the abilities of a master. Of course, the prerequisite is to gain the master's recognition, which is the essence of being fated. Not everyone can obtain it. Since there is a legacy array, once activated, it should reveal how to gain the Sword Demon's approval, right? Yi Tianran's gaze sharpened as he continued to stride towards the skeletal throne. "You little brat! Halt! You are unworthy to touch the Sword Demon's legacy." At that moment, a furious roar echoed from afar. Yi Tianran turned to see a young man charging towards him. The man had entered through the main gate of the underground palace, and behind him, several others followed. Appearing weary and injured, it was evident that they were powerful individuals from various factions, having traversed through the most perilous paths, enduring countless hardships to reach their destination. Upon finally arriving at the end, they beheld Yi Tianran about to activate the legacy array, which was akin to snatching their victory from their grasp. It was only natural for them to be enraged. "You little brat! Get out of the way! Do you not understand? Or do you wish to die?" The man in the lead bellowed, swinging his fist towards Yi Tianran's face. "Not good." Yi Tianran was instantly alarmed. The man's power was extraordinarily terrifying, far beyond his capabilities. It would not be an exaggeration to say that if this punch landed, Yi Tianran would undoubtedly meet a swift demise. "Stop." But just then, A delicate voice rang out from behind. That it was a stunning young woman clad in a light yellow skirt, her lively and spirited demeanor accentuated by her long, fair legs, standing tall and captivating. Wu Lingxi. Yi Tianran's eyes brightened whoosh. Almost simultaneously, Yi Tianran felt a tight grip on his shoulder, as a delicate white hand clasped it at a subtle force lifted him into the air, carrying him several feet away alongside its owner. This owner was also a breathtaking young woman, her appearance strikingly similar to Wu Lingxi, yet her aura was utterly different. She donned an ice-blue gown, exuding a noble and cold elegance, resembling an ethereal orchid untouched by the mundane world. Akin to an imposing ice mountain that kept others at bay, Da Wu Lingxing. Yi Tianran turned to look, and he felt completely at ease. "Call me senior sister." Wu Lingxing shot Yi Tianran a frosty glare. "Yes." Yi Tianran grinned widely. "Disciple Yi Tianran pays respect to both senior sisters. Yi Tianran, you are the peerless genius indicated by the celestial phenomena." Yi Tianran? A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, including the man who had just attacked Yi Tianran. "Indeed, he is my fellow disciple from the heavenly sect." Yi Tianran, Wu Lingxi declared, hands on her small waist, asserting dominantly, "If you dare to harm a hair on my junior brother, my heavenly sect will not let you off lightly." The man I just struck down instantly lost his spirit, his demeanor resembling that of a deflated balloon, utterly deflated. That it is not only the Tianzong that he cannot provoke. Even the formidable Wu Lingxi and Wu Lingqing before him are figures he, Pao Quanglong, would never dare to antagonize. What a Tianzong! A mere bully relying on its power, oppressing the weak. At that moment, another group of individuals entered, their attire uniform, making it immediately evident that they were all members of the Blood Robe Guard. The leader, known as Shaoling Ao, held the rank of a commander within the central prefecture of the Blood Robe Guard and was a fifth-rank official in the imperial court, wielding immense power. Furthermore, Shaoling Ao bore another significant identity as the elder brother of Shaoling Gu. Due to this connection, upon his arrival, Shaoling Ao was filled with intense animosity towards Yi Tianran, an overwhelming murderous intent that seemed ready to ignite. Had it not been for the 9th princely longing suppressing the order for the Blood Robe Guard to execute on sight, Shaoling Ao would undoubtedly have been the first to pursue Yi Tianran, vowing to pursue him to the bitter end. "Xiaolong, before mocking our Tianzong, perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on the true nature of your Blood Robe Guard," Wu Lingxi retorted disdainfully, asserting that it was the Blood Robe Guard that epitomized bullying. "Furthermore, you are despicable and ruthless, cunning and treacherous." With her words flowing like a torrent, Wu Lingxi swiftly adorned the Blood Robe Guard with a multitude of disparaging labels. "Lingxi, that's enough," Wu Lingqing interjected, prompting the younger sister to finally cease her tirade. Yi Tianran, however, found amusement in the contrasting nature of the two sisters. One a chatterbox, the other sparing with her words, a delightful juxtaposition. "Wu Lingqing, there is but one opportunity for this fortune. Shall we engage in battle? The victor shall claim the opportunity." Xiao Ao narrowed his eyes, looking provocatively at Wu Lingqing. That it was clear that Shaoling Ao and Wu Lingqing represented the strongest forces of the Blood Robe Guard and Tianzong respectively. The outcome of their duel would dictate the respect of all others present. Fortune is determined by fate, not mere strength. Wu Lingqing responded coldly. "Indeed," Shaoling Ao replied, "then allow me to test my luck. What if I am the fated one?" With that, he charged directly towards the skull throne. "Lingxi," Wu Lingqing gently pushed Yi Tianran towards Wu Lingxi, clearly entrusting her with his safety. In the next instant, Wu Lingqing, unwilling to fall behind, dashed towards the skull throne as well. However, Shaoling Ao was a step ahead, activating the inheritance array. Instantly, a faint green light enveloped him, solidifying into a domain around him that spanned 10 feet. Wu Lingqing found herself barred from entering the array. "Looks like I've seized the initiative," Shaoling Ao declared triumphantly. "Once I secure this inheritance, all your prior efforts will be rendered futile." Haha. Filled with confidence in his own talent and strength, Shaoling Ao was almost certain he would claim the legacy of the Sword Demon. At that moment, within the array, a colossal metallic skeleton materialized. "Merely a trivial skill. Explode for me!" Shaoling Ao roared, channeling his combat energy into his fist, unleashing an explosive force akin to a volcanic eruption, causing the very space to tremble. Bang! In the next instant, his fist struck the metallic skeleton with tremendous force. Had it been an ordinary skeleton, it would have shattered into smithereens under such a blow. Yet, astonishingly, the metallic skeleton remained unscathed, not even budging an inch. How can this be possible? Witnessing this scene, Xiao was left utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, he had been brimming with confidence. Now his heart sank. The fact that the metallic skeleton remained unharmed showcased a vast disparity in strength. In that moment, a profound sense of crisis surged within Xiao, prompting him to consider fleeing the array. Then, the metallic skeleton slowly raised one hand, adopting a posture as if wielding a sword. A faint green radiance surged forth, manifesting as a mystical sword in its grasp. "This is bad." Xiao gasped in alarm, retreating to the edge of the domain, yet finding no escape. Reluctantly, he drew his weapon, preparing to defend himself with all his might. However, strangely, the metallic skeleton's movements were exceedingly slow, as if its joints were rusted, exhibiting a significant delay. "What is going on?" Xiao paused, pondering. Could it be that the array has deteriorated due to age? Meanwhile, the metallic skeleton continued its sluggish motions, wielding the faint green sword. "Sister, what in the world is happening?" Lingxi asked, utterly perplexed. Wuling, however, merely shook her head in response. Observing this spectacle, the others present were equally baffled. Their expressions a mix of confusion. "I understand now." At that moment, Yi Tianran's face lit up with excitement. "What have you figured out?" The question hung in the air, drawing the attention of all, including Xiao Lungao, who couldn't help but look toward Yi Tianran, his heart racing with anticipation for an answer. Chapter 27. The Dark River Warship, Decisive Combat. "I have discerned the method to obtain the inheritance." Yi Tianran smiled enigmatically, yet refrained from elaborating further. Xiao's expression twisted into one of fury. As a commander of the Blood Robe Guard, he found himself utterly flummoxed by the situation, while Yi Tianran, his most despised enemy, had uncovered the clue. This reality was a slap in the face for Xiao. Just then, the metallic skeleton swung its sword, and in a moment of acceleration, its slow movements transformed into a rapid strike. With a piercing shriek, a faint green sword light, akin to burning ghostly flames, surged towards Xiao. Though he assumed a defensive stance, the instant his weapon made contact with the ghostly green flame, he emitted a pained wail, sent flying without any means of resistance, crashing heavily outside the array. A mouthful of blood spurted forth, indicating that Xiao had sustained serious injuries. "Commander." The members of the Blood Robe Guard hurriedly surrounded him, their concern palpable as they feigned sympathy. "Get away." Xiao waved his hand dismissively, pushing everyone back. Then he fixed a predatory gaze on Yi Tianran, mocking, "Kid, since you've perceived the method to break the array, let me see your performance. I hope you're not just a braggart." Yi Tianran smirked coldly, replying, "What does it matter if you see? After all, you no longer have a chance." It was evident that each individual had but one opportunity to undergo the trial. Once expelled from the array, re-entry was impossible. "Fool, I look forward to witnessing your demise." Xiao sneered at Yi Tianran. "Don't act impulsively." Wuling grasped Yi Tianran's arm. Lingxi chimed in. That sword energy was extraordinary. Even Xiao was wounded. "How can you withstand it?" "Fear not." Yi Tianran raised an eyebrow, stating, if the sword demon Yin Beihe were truly intent on causing harm, Xiao would have long been in pieces, not for harm. "Then what is the purpose?" Lingxi asked, momentarily taken aback. "Did I understand as well?" Wuling, astute and perceptive, immediately grasped the implication and released Yi Tianran's arm. Yi Tianran stepped forward, entering the array. "Sister, can you two stop being cryptic?" Lingxi exclaimed, looking utterly bewildered. "Not for harm, but for the inheritance." Wuling, still sparing in words, struck at the heart of the matter. In an instant, the majority of those present comprehended the meaning behind it all. So it was revealed. The metallic skeleton's gradual movements were not intended to inflict harm, but rather to demonstrate the essence of the sword demon Yin Beihe's sword techniques and intent. In other words, to gain the sword demoness approval, one must comprehend these sword techniques and the underlying intent. If one fails to achieve this, they are unworthy of receiving the sword demoness inheritance. Yi Tianran truly is a prodigious talent. His insight is so profound that it surpasses even my own. Amidst the continuous exclamations of astonishment from the onlookers, Xiao Ling's countenance grew increasingly grim, as if he had been dealt a stinging slap from an unseen hand once more. With a flourish, the metallic skeleton reformed its eerie green sword of light, proceeding to strike with deliberate slowness. Simultaneously, Yi Tianran, deeply attuned to the moment, materialized his chaotic divine sword's combat spirit, mimicking the metallic skeleton's movements as he executed his own technique with precision and steadiness. That it must be said that Yi Tianran's perceptiveness was remarkably high. Through mere imitation, he had already achieved an impressive 8/10 resemblance. However, mere form without essence was far from sufficient. That Yi Tianran's keen insight revealed a subtle energy flowing within the metallic skeleton. Instantly, he began to channel his own combat energy in accordance with the skeleton's internal energy dynamics. This method of operation was exceedingly intricate, yet fortunately, the energy within the metallic skeleton moved at a languid pace, allowing Yi Tianran to keep pace with ease due to his exceptional comprehension. At last, after a complete circulation of energy, the metallic skeleton suddenly unleashed a surge of eerie green, demonic flame, sword energy. Almost instantaneously, Yi Tianran mirrored this action, unleashing a blood-red sword energy that sought to vanquish the heavens. A deafening clash erupted as the two energies collided, sending a shockwave that reverberated throughout the entire underground palace. Yet to the astonishment of all present, Yi Tianran stood unscathed, while the metallic skeleton had knelt before him, arms raised above its head as if to offer something in tribute. How could this be possible? Witnessing this scene, Xiao Ling's face was utterly shattered, overwhelmed by a mix of humiliation and fury, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood. Victory! Wu Lingqing's expression was one of sheer delight, while Wu Lingxi was equally astonished, her eyes reflecting admiration for Yi Tianran. Truly, he is worthy of his reputation. He has so effortlessly garnered the recognition of the sword demon. The crowd erupted into further exclamations of awe. The prodigy predicted by the heavens truly lived up to the hype. Initially, I believed Xiao Ling to be the most likely candidate for the inheritance. Yet in comparison to Yi Tianran, Xiao Ling is utterly insignificant. Lower your voices. If Xiao Ling hears you, you will surely meet a dreadful fate. How can it be that Xiao Ling, who clearly pales in comparison to Yi Tianran, cannot bear to hear the truth? How tyrannical! The blood-closed guard has always been this way. Surely, you are not just realizing this today. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Xiao found himself in a state of profound frustration. Consumed by rage and murderous intent, he longed to slaughter everyone present to prevent the humiliation of this day from spreading. Alas, despite his formidable cultivation, he was no match for the gathered crowd. Moreover, he was already injured and could barely contend with even Wu Lingqing. That in this dire situation, even with his face shattered and his molars crushed, he could only endure in silence. Where's the inheritance? At this moment, Wu Lingqing posed a question. The crowd turned to see that the metallic skeleton's raised hands held nothing at all. What a joke! Wu Lingxi, feeling vexed, exclaimed, "We have exerted ourselves to reach this place, only to find that the sword demon's inheritance is nothing but air." Ha ha ha! Observing this spectacle, Xiao Ling erupted in malicious laughter. Yi Tian, what does it matter if you possess high comprehension? In the end, you have achieved nothing but a futile endeavor. Not necessarily. Yi Tianran, standing before the metallic skeleton, perceived details invisible to others. Within the skeleton's grasp lay 4 columns of 16-character true words of the heart method. Following the heart method's incantation, Yi Tianran felt that what had once seemed like an ordinary strike could now unleash a power exceeding 100-fold. This was the true essence of the sword demon's inheritance. As Yi Tianran successfully operated the heart method, the metallic skeleton began to dissolve before him, revealing a spectral green sword shadow the size of a finger where the skeleton's spine had been. Indeed, the demonic sword heart. It was birthed from the sword demon Yin Beiha's most profound sword intent, sword path, and sword energy. Witnessing this, Wu Lingxi immediately took the opportunity to taunt. Xiao Ling, are you dumbfounded? Who said Yi Tianran achieved nothing? Go ahead and stew in your envy and hatred. Ha ha! Xiao Ling, whose narrow-mindedness had already reached its limits, nearly choked on another mouthful of blood from Wu Lingxi's relentless ridicule. Almost succumbing to his rage, that Wu Lingxi turned to congratulate Yi Tianran. Congratulations. Sword techniques, heart methods, sword hearts. The trifecta has united. The legacy of Yin Bei has been entirely passed on to you. No. Wu Lingxing shook her head, interjecting. He still lacks the abyssal sword of the underworld. Sister. How can anything be perfect? Wu Lingxi replied. Yin Bei must have taken the abyssal sword to accompany him in death, knowing his end was near. Wu Lingxing slowly shook her head. Without the sword, one lacks the bones. The sword techniques are the flesh, the heart methods the essence, and the sword heart the soul. With these, one possesses a basic form. Yet, without the bones, how can a person stand firm? Just then, the skeletal throne atop the platform shifted, revealing an entrance to a hidden passage. The crowd erupted in excitement, eager to explore the unknown. Without hesitation, Yi Tianran was the first to leap into the passage, to everyone's astonishment. Beneath the passage lay a vast underground river, upon which floated a black iron warship. One by one, the others jumped down, landing safely upon the vessel. However, Xiuyin chose not to follow, that he understood that his strength was no longer suited for the journey ahead. Remaining would only burden Yi Tianran. Sister, where does this dark river lead? Wu Lingxi could not help, but inquired, to the north. Wu Lingxing replied, glancing at the river's flow. Perhaps to the ancient ruins of the extreme north. Isn't that extremely dangerous? Wu Lingxi asked anxiously. It is said that those who venture to those ruins never return. Not so, Wu Lingxing countered. Yin Bei would not harm his own successor. At the end of the dark river, there must be opportunities. Perhaps the abyssal sword of the underworld lies there. Wu Lingxing, who was usually succinct, spoke at length, indicating the significance of the abyssal sword, and as they spoke, the black warship began to move of its own accord. The vessel's base seemed to be equipped with an energy array that propelled it forward by consuming the world's essence, rendering it immensely swift, far beyond human capability. Naturally, even with the ship's speed, the journey to the far north would still take several days. With idle time on their hands, the disciples of the academy gathered around, eager to befriend Yi Tianran. There were only 5 of them, and their cultivation levels were evidently below that of Wu Lingxing, which kept them from overstepping their bounds. Nevertheless, their abilities surpassed those of Hu Tianlong, making them formidable in their own right. Thankfully, with Wu Lingxing's presence and Yi Tianran's recent impressive display, which had brought honor to the academy, these 5 senior brothers treated Yi Tianran with great courtesy. Among them, the brothers Lu Feng and Lu Yun were particularly enthusiastic, quickly forming a bond with Yi Tianran. Meanwhile, the blood-clothes guard had huddled together at the rear of the ship, whispering amongst themselves in hushed tones, seemingly plotting something. Other factions naturally began to align themselves, with the forces backing the academy and those supporting the blood-clothes guard roughly equal in number. Sister, if there truly are opportunities at the end of this dark river, I fear Xiao might attempt to seize them. Wu Lingxi furrowed her brow. Though she often appeared carefree, she was quite astute and highly vigilant. Since we have arrived, if he desires battle, then let it be so. Wu Lingxing's tone was calm, yet exuded authority, that Wu Lingxi expressed her concern. In terms of strength, Xiao is comparable to you, sister, but the blood-clothes guard is known for their treachery. I worry they might strike unexpectedly. Wu Lingxing nodded in agreement, that in that case, should we take the initiative? Lu Feng suggested, that Lu Yun immediately concurred. Exactly. Our numbers are about equal. As long as we seize the advantage, our chances of success are considerable. No. Wu Lingxing shook her head. We shall observe the situation first. Seeing this, Lu Feng turned to Yi Tianran. Brother Yi, you are exceedingly clever. Why not share your thoughts? Yi Tianran replied. I have no opinion. I will follow Sister Lingxing's lead. Upon hearing this, Wu Lingxing cast a complex glance at Yi Tianran. In her eyes, he was always the most thoughtful individual. Yet at this moment, for him to claim he had no opinion suggested that the situation was indeed quite complicated, making it difficult for even him to draw conclusions easily, that Wu Lingxing. Just then, Xiao Linao, accompanied by his entourage, approached with an intimidating presence, clearly harboring ill intentions that Dou wished to fight. Wu Lingxing's delicate face was as cold as ice, her beautiful eyes resembling crystalline arrows, exuding a soul-stirring aura of intimidation. No. Do not misunderstand. Xiaolo proclaimed, "Our strengths are evenly matched. Should we engage in a life-or-death struggle, it would undoubtedly result in mutual destruction. And I have not yet lived enough. What do you propose?" Wu Lingqing inquired. "A duel." Xiaolao responded, "We shall each dispatch 3 individuals to compete, with the victor determined by the best of 3 matches. The resources acquired afterwards will belong to the winning side, while the defeated will retreat by the same path." Wu Lingqing fell silent, not immediately dismissing the idea, indicating her general agreement with the plan. The onlookers immediately began to discuss among themselves. This is indeed a wise approach. It allows us to determine the ultimate distribution of benefits without resorting to a deadly conflict. Yes, at present, no one knows what lies at the end of the dark river. If there are no gains, would we not be foolish to risk our lives? Even if there are opportunities in the heat of battle, who can guarantee survival? I certainly have not lived enough. I concur. This method minimizes casualties. I too agree. It was evident that fear of death united them all. The prospect of resolving their predicament through 3 matches rather than a deadly confrontation was a solution everyone was willing to accept. Agreed. Finally, Wu Lingqing voiced her decision that I have already sustained injuries. So to ensure fairness, you cannot participate. Very well, Wu Lingqing nodded in acknowledgement. Excellent. Xiao gestured grandly, declaring, "We shall first send forth our disciple from the Yumen." Bonao Dian. No sooner had he spoken than a towering figure, resembling an iron tower, stepped forward. This man bore the bloodline of a demon, his features grotesque with sharp fangs and claws akin to a wild beast. "Sister, allow me to handle him." Wu Lingxi eagerly prepared for battle. "No." Wu Lingqing interjected. "Lu Feng shall go first." Lu Feng hesitated, awkwardly admitting, "Senior sister, I fear I am no match for this monster. I have not yet lived enough." Wu Lingqing's expression shifted slightly as she turned to ask, "Lu Yun, will you go?" Lu Yun quickly shook his head. "My cultivation is inferior to my brother's. If he dares not go, how could I?" "Sister, please do not put them in a difficult position. Let me fight." Wu Lingxi insisted once more. "No, you will be the anchor." Wu Lingqing surveyed the crowd. "Who among the Tianzong is willing to fight for me? I owe him a favor. I shall." A young man from the Tianzong stepped forth. "I am Lin Junyan, the chief disciple of the Haomiao sect. I have admired Lady Lingqing for a long time. I am willing to fight for her." He gazed deeply at Wu Lingqing, his eyes brimming with affection. However, Wu Lingqing shook her head. "No, you are too weak. You will surely fail." Lin Junyan's lips twitched in embarrassment. Wishing he could vanish into a crack in the ground, is there no one else? Wu Lingqing scanned the surroundings. Despite the considerable number of individuals aligned with the Tianzong, none were willing to step forward. "Lingqing, if it comes to it, let Lingxi handle it." Someone suggested that I know Bonao Dian well. Not only is he formidable, but he is also ruthless. Once battle commences, it will be a fight to the death. While we do not fear death, we cannot simply throw our lives away. Moreover, in a best-of-3 format, conceding 1 match puts us at a disadvantage. The crowd's sentiments were clear. Fear of death was paramount. "Let me give it a try." But at that moment, Yi Tianran stepped forward, causing an instant stir among the assembly. Yi Tianran, have you lost your mind?" Wu Lingxi exclaimed, urgently pulling him back, fearful that he might rashly step into the fray. Wu Lingqing remained silent, her brow deeply furrowed. Meanwhile, the crowd erupted in chaotic murmurs. That lad insane. I just saw him fight. His combat prowess is likely at the crystal transformation stage. 4th leveled, To engage with Bone Ao Dian is akin to courting death. A so-called genius, more like a complete fool. Let us not be hasty. I believe Yi Tianran does not strike me as a simpleton. If he dares to fight, he must have a plan. Nonsense, no matter his preparations. The disparity in strength cannot be bridged. If he manages to defeat Bone Ao Dian, I shall gladly sever my own head for him. Indeed, he stands no chance against Bone Ao Dian. The murmurs grew louder, and the overwhelming consensus was that Yi Tianran was destined for failure. Wu Lingqing, you must voice your stance. Will you permit Yi Tianran to battle? Xiao Lingao taunted. If no one is willing to fight, you might as well jump into the river and return home, to spare any discord. Wu Lingqing turned her gaze to Yi Tianran. "Do not worry. I have full confidence in him." Yi Tianran replied with a calm smile, a glint of cunning flickering in his deep, dark eyes. While others may not have noticed, Wu Lingqing did. She promptly declared, "Very well. Yi Tianren shall fight. Sister, are you out of your mind?" Wu Lingxi exclaimed, gripping Yi Tianren's arm tightly. "Lingxi, trust him." Wu Lingqing spoke solemnly. "Never forget, he is a god." Wu Lingxi paused, momentarily taken aback, her grip on Yi Tianren loosening involuntarily. The younger generation of Wuzhou City had long revered Yi Tianren as a deity. This adoration was ingrained and nearly blind. With a decisive step, Yi Tianren positioned himself at the center of attention. "Listen well. I must state this clearly. This duel will not be a mere sparring match. If you inflict harm upon me, or worse, kill me, I will not be held accountable." Xiaolino grinned menacingly, his murderous intent palpable. The Blood Garment Guard's mandate to kill had been forcibly suppressed by the Ninth Prince, leaving Xiao Lingao with no choice but to seek vengeance through another's hand. No problem. Yi Tianren retorted. "However, I have one request. Let us forego the best-of-3 format and settle it in a single match." "Ah!" Xiao nearly burst into laughter. "You must have lost your mind due to the Sword Demon inheritance to make such a request." As he spoke, those aligned with the Blood Garment Guard erupted in derisive laughter, gazing at Yi Tianren as though he were a fool to to them. His defeat was a foregone conclusion. Changing it to a single decisive match is simply handing you a gift. Agree or disagree? Provide a clear answer. Yi Tianren stated coolly that I certainly agree. Xiao Lingao laughed, but I fear Wu Lingqing may not. He gestured toward Wu Lingxi, whose face had turned an ominous shade of black from anger. Agreed. At that moment, without hesitation, Wu Lingqing firmly supported Yi Tianren. Excellent. What a refreshing decision. Xiao Lingao could hardly contain his excitement. Enough talk. Let us commence the battle. Wait. Yi Tianren interjected. I have one more question. Are there any restrictions on weapons or methods for this duel? None. Xiao Lingao declared confidently. You may utilize any weapon or method. In fact, as long as you can injure Bone Ao Dian, it counts as your victory. Understood. That is more than sufficient. Yi Tianren replied with a faint smile, raising a hand to beckon Bone Ao Dian. A blatant provocation. Roar! Bone Ao Dian erupted in fury, unleashing a deafening roar. The sheer force of his bellows sent shockwaves throughout the arena, causing the surrounding waters to surge violently, even creating towering columns of water reminiscent of a dragon siphoning the river. Thud! The pressure from the airwaves forced Yi Tianren back a step, the gap in their cultivation levels starkly evident. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Ao and the Blood Garment Guard were all smiles, brimming with confidence, while those from the Tianzong looked ashen, some even preparing to leap into the river. Yet, in the midst of this overwhelming atmosphere, Yi Tianren remained unfazed, his heart as calm as still water. Die! Bone Ao Dian roared, his massive physique tensing as muscles rippled and veins bulged. His already fearsome visage became more frenzied and terrifying, resembling a bloodthirsty beast. With each step he took, the deck trembled beneath his weight. Had this been a wooden ship, the deck would have surely splintered underfoot. Dodge! Wu Lingqing, despite her willingness to trust Yi Tianren, felt her heart clench, nearly crying out in alarm. Just then, Yi Tianren produced a green orb from his palm. Indeed, this orb was the wood spirit armor pearl he had previously acquired from a roadside stall. Now, it had been restored by Han Jiangying, emanating a ghostly green aura. What was once unremarkable had transformed into a treasure that astonished the entire assembly. What is that? Despite Bone Ao Dian's rugged exterior and fierce demeanor, he possessed a keen intellect and a cautious nature, halting his advance as he sensed the change in aura. The armor pearl, Wu Lingqing, possessing vast knowledge and insight, was the first to unveil the truth. Furthermore, the usually unshakable and icy Wu Lingqing could not help but reveal an expression of utter astonishment at that moment. Xiao Lingao, equally dumbfounded, stammered with a tremor in his voice. That boy actually possesses a treasure like the Bingjiao Pearl. Impossible, absolutely impossible. With spirit armor. Activate. In the next instant, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yi Tianren slowly raised his hand, causing the wood spirit armor pearl to levitate, with a resonating clang that shook the very fabric of space. The pearl suddenly dimmed, as though it had lost its soul. Simultaneously, a ghostly green longsword materialized before Yi Tianren. The sword measured 3 feet and 3 inches in length, about 3 fingers wide, its entire body a mesmerizing verdant hue. resembling jade yet transcending it. The sword's aura, a haunting green akin to the flames of the underworld, surged forth and coalesced into a shadowy figure of a Shura demon. 3 feet and 3 inches of the azure blade. The abyssal sword of the underworld appears. Wu Lingqing gasped in astonishment. That is the abyssal sword of the underworld wielded by the sword demon Yin Beihe. What? A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. The entire assembly was momentarily rendered speechless, utterly unprepared for the revelation that the abyssal sword of the underworld had long been in Yi Tianran's possession. What an extraordinary twist of fate. It was simply beyond words. Kong Aodian, stop dawdling. Seize the sword. Xiaoling Ao, clearly seasoned by tumultuous experiences, despite his shock, remained clear-headed that as the saying goes, to catch a thief, one must first capture the leader. Disarming the abyssal sword would effectively cripple Yi Tianran's trump card. Kong Aodian, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, instantly summoned his strength and lunged at Yi Tianran. The ground trembled as Kong Aodian unleashed his formidable might, his fighting spirit erupting like a volcano. His fists crashing down like falling stars, one aimed at the abyssal sword, the other at Yi Tianran's heart, that a lethal combination indeed. Since you wish to kill me, I shall not hold back. Yi Tianran's thoughts surged as he gripped the sword, channeling his energy into it, embodying both spirit and form. Ha! With your meager fighting spirit, you cannot even harm a single hair on my body. What makes you think you can be so impudent? Kong Aodian, brimming with disdain, cast aside his final reservations, recklessly charging at Yi Tianran. Yet at that moment, Yi Tianran remained unfazed, even feeling a hint of amusement. Fool, have you forgotten? This is my domain, with a mere utterance from Yi Tianran. A tempestuous inferno erupted on the battleship's deck, that in an instant, these ghostly green flames converged upon the abyssal sword of the underworld. The sword aura surged dramatically, the previously diminutive Shura demon shadow expanding to an imposing height of 3 zhang. Standing tall behind Yi Tianran, exuding an overwhelming pressure, Yi Tianran stood with the sword, and in a fleeting moment, those around him caught a glimpse of the shadow of the sword demon Yin Beihe. Perhaps it was more than just a shadow. The once proud Yin Beihe, at the twilight of his life, resurrected his unparalleled elegance through Yi Tianran's hand. Even through Yi Tianran's lips, he spoke the audacious proclamation. I possess a sword, named the world-destroying Demon Slayer, destined to cleave through the heavens and vanquish all Buddhas. Chapter 29. Only my sister-in-law truly knows me. With a chilling clang, an incomparably terrifying ghostly green sword aura was unleashed. In an instant, Kong Aodian's towering figure was cleaved in two, his soul crystal shattered, the surface smooth as a mirror, revealing the razor-sharpness of the strike. In that moment, the crowd fell into a profound silence. As if the surrounding waters and air had solidified, the stillness, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Shock. An unparalleled shock, akin to the thunderous wrath of the heavens, violently struck the hearts of all present. The assembly, largely composed of the younger generation, had only heard of Yin Beihe's legends. Today, they finally witnessed his magnificence firsthand. That soul-piercing astonishment would forever leave an indelible mark on their hearts. Sister, Wu Lingxi exclaimed. Her gaze blank, her voice trembling. You were right. Yi Tianran truly is a deity. Xiaolong, do you have anything to say now? Yi Tianran coldly directed his gaze at Xiaolong. If not, take your people and jump into the river. Meanwhile, Xiaolong remained engulfed in overwhelming shock. Even though he had faced countless storms, he had never encountered such a spectacle. His mental state was in shambles. And it was not just Xiaolong. Those around him who had previously mocked Yi Tianran also found their confidence shattered. Just moments ago, they regarded Yi Tianran as a fool. Now, that fool had become their own reflection, beyond shock and horror. They felt as though they had been struck by an invisible slap, their faces burning with humiliation. That we should leave. Xiaolong's face contorted in revulsion, as if he had just ingested something vile. 1,000 grievances churned within him. Yet reason prevailed, telling him that he could not withstand that one strike even 100 times. With a splash, Xiaolong had no choice but to be the first to leap into the river. The icy, bone-chilling waters brought him immense discomfort, and he felt an unprecedented humiliation wash over him. Soon after, the members of the blood-clothed guards followed suit, each one who had boasted just moments before now transformed into a drenched and defeated wretch. If word of this spread, they would surely become the laughingstock of the world, but a disgrace that would follow them for a lifetime. Subsequently, the members of the academy flocked toward Yi Tianran, each one eager to flatter and praise him. As if they wished to enshrine him as a deity, Yi Tianran stood amidst the throng, silent and unmoving. The battleship sped away swiftly, leaving the blood-clothed guards far behind. As the last figure vanished from sight. Yi Tianran finally succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing onto the ground and slipping into unconsciousness. "Stand back." At that moment, Wu Lingqing let out a commanding and furious roar, typically as steady as a mountain and as cool as ice. Such a display of open rage was rare from her. The crowd was startled into retreat, but Wu Lingqing stepped forward, cradling Yi Tianran in her arms, while retrieving the abyssal sword of the underworld with her other hand. Wu Lingxi, momentarily bewildered, asked, "Sister, why are you so anxious? Everyone means no harm. This is a matter of life and death. How can we afford to delay?" Wu Lingqing did not elaborate further, as her fighting spirit began to flow continuously into Yi Tianran's body. At this sight, the surrounding crowd quickly realized that Yi Tianran was not merely in a faint. He was on the brink of death, his energy nearly depleted. Had Wu Lingqing not intervened in time, he might have perished instantly. Everyone was taken aback, but upon reflection, it was not surprising. After all, Yi Tianran's cultivation was too weak. His body and spirit could not withstand the terrifying force he had just unleashed. In simple terms, Yi Tianran had suffered a backlash from that very strike. Had it not been for his training in the ancient overlord body technique, he would have been obliterated by that sword. "Oh no, I cannot sustain this breath." Not long after, Wu Lingqing uttered a despairing lament. "What shall we do now?" Wu Lingxi, panicking, cried out, "Yi Tianran, do not die. You are a deity. You cannot simply perish like this. I beg you, do not leave us." Witnessing the scene before them, the crowd erupted into chaos, hurriedly retrieving their medicinal supplies in hopes of healing Yi Tianran. However, Wu Lingqing did not accept their offerings. The reason was simple. Wu Lingqing undoubtedly possessed superior healing medicines, likely far more effective than those of the others, that if they were of any use, she would have utilized them already. Thus, it was evident that Yi Tianran's condition was dire. Wu Lingqing's medicines were insufficient, rendering those of the others utterly meaningless. Suddenly, a pure white pill fell from Yi Tianran's body. "What is this?" Wu Lingqing picked up the pill, scrutinizing it closely, unable to suppress her astonishment. "How many treasures does Yi Tianran possess? I cannot discern the grade of this pill." The crowd gasped in disbelief. It was well known that Wu Lingqing was a trusted confidant of the Empress, well acquainted with the Empire's most precious elixirs. Even if she had not consumed them, she had certainly seen and heard of many. Yet at this moment, even she regarded this pure white pill as a treasure, indicating its remarkable rarity, surpassing all elixirs within the Empire. "Water! Fetch water!" Wu Lingqing personally fed the pill to Yi Tianran, gently coaxing him to sip water in small, delicate increments. "Sister, you are acting strangely." Wu Lingxi narrowed her eyes mischievously. "You have never shown me such tenderness. Are you itching for a reprimand?" Wu Lingqing replied coldly. "Yi Tianran is a deity. His future is limitless. Helping him is akin to aiding the Empress. It is for our own benefit. Is that so?" Wu Lingxi said with a sly smile, "Whatever my sister says goes. I am merely the younger sister. What can I do?" "You truly are incorrigible." Wu Lingqing cast a sidelong glance at Wu Lingxi. Though she would never admit it verbally, her hands remained tenderly cradling Yi Tianran. Even a blind person could discern that her feelings for Yi Tianran were extraordinary. "He is recovering." Soon, Wu Lingqing exclaimed in delight. "Yi Tianran's injuries are gradually healing, and he has escaped the clutches of death." Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The medicinal pill was truly miraculous, managing to pull Yi Tianran back from the brink of the afterlife. Wu Lingxi marveled. "When he awakens, I must inquire where that pill came from." "That do not ask," Wu Lingqing interjected. "Yi Tianran harbors numerous secrets. When he wishes to reveal them, he will do so naturally. If he does not, your inquiries may only arouse his suspicions." Wu Lingxi nodded obediently, well aware of her sister's disposition. Despite Yi Tianran's frequent jovial demeanor, he was exceptionally meticulous, highly alert, and notably ruthless. Anyone who dared to pry into his secrets would likely find themselves the first target of his wariness. And who knows, they might even end up with their heads severed like a ball to be kicked. Moments later, Yi Tianran stirred back to consciousness. Though his vitality was exceedingly feeble, at least he was alive. Senior Sister Lingqing, thank you for saving me. Leaning against Wu Lingqing, he felt an indescribable softness and comfort, to the point where he wished to cling to her forever, unwilling to rise again. This is not my merit. Wu Lingqing replied, shaking her head while Yi Tianran chuckled. Do not be modest. I know I ventured into the gates of death. Who but you could have saved me? Wu Lingqing's cheeks flushed slightly. It was a pill that fell from your own possession that saved you. No need for explanations. I have no pills on me. Yi Tianran laughed. Senior Sister Lingqing's kindness will be etched in my memory. I will surely repay it in the future. Just as Wu Lingqing was about to clarify, Wu Lingxi mischievously chimed in. How do you plan to repay her? Perhaps you should dedicate yourself and become my brother-in-law. At this, Wu Lingqing's face turned crimson. Yet, Yi Tianran added fuel to the fire. Those who gave me life are my parents, but those who understand me are my little sisters. I would be delighted to be your brother-in-law. You can go to hell. Wu Lingqing, both embarrassed and furious, clapped her hand, sending Yi Tianran flying several yards away, landing heavily on the ground. Ouch! Yi Tianran feigned a pained expression, writhing on the ground. Why, Yi Tian? Are you all right? Wu Lingqing exclaimed in alarm, rushing over. Hee. Wu Lingxi burst into laughter. Brother-in-law, you act so well. Yi Tianran chuckled. Life is but a play, and all depends on the acting. If not for this, how could I discern your sister's intentions? You too. Wu Lingqing was utterly infuriated, never expecting that her illustrious reputation would be so easily undermined by Yi Tianran. She stepped lightly, soaring gracefully to the rear of the deck, utterly ashamed to face anyone. Afterward, Yi Tianran organized for everyone to enter the ship's cabin. Each was assigned a room, neither large nor particularly comfortable, but certainly better than sleeping on the deck. Once Yi Tianran returned to his room, he locked the door behind him. With a thought, he entered the combat soul space of Han Jianying, carrying the shattered soul crystal of Bone-Proud Peak. Chapter 30. The Return of 10,000 Swords Achieving Greater Realms. This soul crystal has been split in two. It should not affect the reward exchange, correct? Yi Tianran directly inquired. It will not affect it. Shuet Songwan replied. Bring out the other soul crystals as well. Your reward this time is the 9-star true words of the Heart Pill realm, the 10,000 Swords Return to Heart technique. Clearly, Shuet Songwan was aware of the external situation, thus knew precisely how many soul crystals Yi Tianran possessed. That is not how the calculations work, Yi Tianran argued. Hu Tianlong's combat soul surpasses the 9 stars. His soul crystal should be worth more. Hearing this, Shuet Songwan coldly retorted, Kid, don't push your luck. My ancestor has never shortchanged you. Yet you are so calculative. Yi Tianran paused slightly. Did you eat gunpowder today? Why the fiery temper? If you want to exchange, then exchange. If not, get lost. Shuet Songwan barked angrily. Yi Tianran was somewhat bewildered, unsure of Shuet Songwan's sudden outburst. Shuet Songwan? At this moment, Han Jianying spoke sternly. Just give him one less soul crystal. Exchange it for him. With a swish, without further response, the 10,000 Swords Return to Heart technique manifested directly before Yi Tianran. How strange, Yi Tianran frowned, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction. However, until the matter was clarified, there was no need to confront Shuet Songwan. Following Han Jianying's instructions, Yi Tianran presented all the remaining soul crystals, excluding Hu Tianlong's, laying them on the ground before departing. Ancestor, why didn't you let me tell him? Shuet Songwan exclaimed angrily. If it weren't for your timely provision of a Tian Shuang life-saving pill, that wretched boy would have been dead beyond resurrection. Yet he consumed your pill, thinking it was Wu Lingqing who saved him. And now he is flirting with her. If I could get out, I would have beaten him already. He still dares to haggle with you here. Don't you feel even a hint of grievance? One must admit, Shuet Songwan was exceptionally loyal. The reason for her earlier hostility towards Yi Tianran stemmed from her sense of injustice on behalf of Han Jianying that I told you last time. I do not wish for Yi Tianran to develop any dependency on me. Han Jianying replied that if he knows I possess Tian Shuang life-saving pills, he will only become more reckless, disregarding his own life. I can save him once, but I cannot guarantee I can save him every time. Do you understand? I don't understand. Shuet Songwan retorted angrily. If you don't want him to rely on you, why not simply tell him that you only have 3 Tian Shuang life-saving pills left? Such an incredibly precious medicinal pill. You yourself are reluctant to consume. That boy, with his worthless life, how does he deserve to consume one? Calmly, Han Jiangying replied. He is the most crucial piece on my chessboard. He certainly qualifies for the Tian Shuang life-saving pill. Do not deceive yourself, Shuet Songwan countered. In my observations over this period, that boy is indeed talented. He is domineering enough, clever enough, ruthless enough, and possesses enough courage. Not only do I admire him greatly, but I even find myself beginning to like him. Han Jiangying remained silent, tacitly acknowledging Shuet Songwan's viewpoint. Humans are not mere plants, who can be devoid of feelings. Yi Tianran's charisma is indeed extraordinary. It is only natural for you to be drawn to him. However, Shuet Songwan shifted her tone. Your fondness for him has repeatedly clouded your judgment. Last time during the fierce bird frenzy, you squandered considerable energy. This time, you have wasted a life for nothing. I genuinely worry that your plans might not only fail to be realized through Yi Tianran, but could instead be completely ruined by him. Enough. Han Jiangying spoke in a deep voice. I understand your meaning. From now on, I will distinguish between public and private matters. Unless he offers sufficient soul crystals, I will never again make exceptions to assist him. Wise ancestor, Shuet Songwan's voice held a hint of bitterness. Clearly still unconvinced that I end the room, Yi Tianran had already begun to study the 10,000 swords return to heart technique in his hands. This technique was specifically designed for cultivation within the heart pill realm. Although it was of an exceedingly high level, the method itself was not particularly profound, in fact, it could be said that this technique was tailor-made for Yi Tianran. In simple terms, the core essence of this technique lay in the unity of the sword's heart. The more swords one possessed, the greater the power. However, for an ordinary person to achieve the unity of the sword's heart was akin to scaling the heavens. Even a genius, after years of diligent practice, might not be able to achieve unity with a single spirit sword. To attain the unity of 10,000 swords would likely take multiple lifetimes. Yet for Yi Tianran, it was remarkably simple. One word sufficed. Swallow. With a thought, Yi Tianran devoured the Nanming Li Hua sword. A transformation ensued. Subsequently, Yi Tianran chose to utilize the energy transformed from the Nanming Li Hua sword to enhance his combat soul. With the infusion of this enigmatic energy into his chaotic combat soul, the original divine sword combat soul evolved into a dual sword combat soul. Upon inspecting with his spiritual sense, Yi Tianran discovered that his combat soul had evolved from a singular De Qianlong K sword into a second Nanming Li Hua sword. The two swords shone in harmony, perpetually intertwining, an extraordinary marvel, clang. Simultaneously, Yi Tianran summoned his sword energy. The sword energy and combat soul manifested in perfect harmony, creating the most exquisite unity of sword and soul. Upon achieving the heart pill realm, this state would evolve into the most perfect unity of sword and heart. If he could acquire 10,000 spirit swords, he would be able to condense the chaotic 10,000 swords combat soul. Furthermore, he could attain the pinnacle realm of the unity of 10,000 swords, sufficient to surpass greater realms in battle. In Yi Tianran's eyes glimmered boundless anticipation, while within his heart, he harbored profound gratitude towards Han Jiangying. Undoubtedly, this 10,000 swords return to the heart manual was meticulously chosen by Han Jiangying, a heartfelt gift intended to empower Yi Tian that I have come to grasp, albeit vaguely, the source of Shuet Songwan's ire. Regret washed over Yi Tianran as he reflected. I truly should not have been so petty. It was utterly unwise to allow Han Jiangying to feel disheartened over the soul crystal belonging to Hua Tianlong. However, offering this soul crystal now would surely be met with disdain from both Han Jiangying and Shuet Songwan, casting me in a light of weakness and pretentiousness. So be it. I shall consume this soul crystal myself and endeavor to assist them in gathering more soul crystals in the future. With this resolution in mind, Yi Tianran dispelled any hesitation that he swallowed. With a mere thought, the radiant, golden soul crystal of Hua Tianlong was effortlessly devoured by Yi Tianran. Initially, he intended to harness the energy of this soul crystal to elevate his cultivation. Yet upon consumption, He discovered that this energy resonated powerfully with his chaotic twin sword's combat soul, the An anomaly. With a spirit of experimentation, Yi Tianran opted once more for the transformation of his combat soul. In the next instant, an unfathomably mysterious energy surged between his twin swords.